Chapter 511 Madness. Shisui took a few steps back on the branch. Is this not fun? I'll know if I try it. Baiyu jumped towards Shisui and punched him in the face. Shisui quickly dodged and the short knife in his hand passed through Baiyu's body. Then, let's keep wasting time. Shisui turned his head and looked around. After Baiyu left there was no movement around. Keep looking here. Baiyu jumped out from behind Shisui, clasped his hands together and hit Shisui's head. Shisui bent forward, supported himself on the branch with one hand and jumped away from the spot. Baiyu followed closely, always appearing behind Shisui. The two of them hid and chased in the forest. Shisui no longer tried to cut Baiyu away. Every time he cut someone away, Baiyu would take a certain amount of time to come over, and the position where he appeared would be more difficult to observe. It would be better not to cut Baiyu away. Just keep avoiding Baiyu's attack and chat with Baiyu to find flaws. Every time you teleport behind me, it takes about 12 seconds. These 12 seconds are the intervals for you to activate your telekinesis ability. Right. Shisui glanced back. Baiyu was not able to teleport behind him infinitely. After using telekinesis once, he could not continue to activate telekinesis within 12 seconds. This was his guess, but the situation was actually more complicated. Before, many hands without human forms and only broken limbs and debris appeared to attack him. There were so many of them that it was like a school of fish jumping out of the water together, flapping their wings on the sea surface. The normal breathing rhythm of a person is different from the breathing rhythm of running. Activating a telepathy every 12 seconds is the most comfortable time for me to use the power of a stand, but I can also choose to take a big breath at a time. Baiyu chased after Shisui. He raised his white and tender little hand, and under Shisui's feet there was also a hand coming out of the branch, trying to grab Shisui's ankle, but unfortunately, Shisui dodged it. A ninja like you who has experienced hundreds of battles is really troublesome with too much combat experience, but I believe that as long as you keep wasting, you will die sooner or later. When the time comes, I can take off your eyes and study them carefully. Baiyu's face was full of undisguised malice. What's the point of doing this? You got my eyes to deal with the samsara eye, and I can help you while I'm alive. Shisui said, you can also help me when you're dead. How to help? Shisui asked. Baiyu, I ask you, after Suzuki died, did Itaki open the Manjikaya Sharingan? No. Itaki knew that people could be resurrected after death, and this had a huge impact on him. In his heart, life and death are no longer a distant distance. Shisui answered while avoiding Baiyu. He needed to figure out what Baiyu's purpose was. Yesterday, Baiyu's purpose was to hunt down another person who killed Suzuki. Today, Baiyu has been hunting him down. While Shisui was running in the wood, he suddenly thought of an exaggerated possibility. The corners of his mouth twitched and he looked at the red-haired boy who was following him in disbelief. No way. Itaki was taken away by you, and you actually think that killing me can open the Manjikaya Sharingan for Itaki? Shisui said incomprehensibly. It's better to commit suicide than to kill me. Who knows this? Wouldn't it be clear if you die once? Baiyu attacked Shisui. The two stayed on the branches for a short time. Baiyu used soft fist to attack Shisui, but Shisui dodged it and failed to hit him with one punch and one palm. After killing you, if Itaki hasn't opened the Manjikaya Sharingan, then doesn't he have many important people? Wouldn't it be better to kill them all? If that doesn't work and he still has the idea of a euro reviving people in his heart, then I'll take away the samsara eye and destroy it in front of him. Itaki will have no hope and will really fall into despair. Right. What about you? Shisui said. Itaki will be very painful to kill so many people, but what if he still forgives you? Shisui doesn't understand other people, but their family really has this kind of psychopath. After all, every time the Sharingan becomes stronger, it is built on their pain. There is a limit to people's tolerance. Either that person will become stronger, or he will become more crazy and live in a guilty inner world, and this kind of pain will make people seek psychological support. Once a person has persistence, he will support the inner pillar even in death. Me, if he hasn't gotten the Manjikaya Sharingan after doing all these things, I will die in front of him after resurrecting Suzuki. I will revive all those who died because of me, and then I will be the only one who will truly leave. Without the samsara eye, there will actually be no perfect resurrection method. If his psychological endurance can still withstand this kind of torture, then he is great and I lose. But I don't think Itaki is that strong. Baiyu said coldly while attacking Shisui. How strong would the mentality of a person who was tortured by illness in the original work and didn't have the courage to live until he died in front of Suzuki be? If Itaki was really strong in his heart, why couldn't he protect Suzuki and live in the ninja world with his brothers? In the final analysis, he was still too weak, trapped in the pain of killing his clansmen, unable to be relieved, and only death could accept this endless pain. Itaki would definitely collapse, and his psychology, spirit, and even reason would fall apart after the death of one close person after another. Then Itaki will get the strongest power of the Uchiha clan. Shisui gritted his teeth. He couldn't bear to see Baiyu abuse Itaki's feelings like this. He thought Itaki was a scumbag, but he didn't expect Baiyu to be even better. Friendship with Itaki is something he can't hope for now, and he will probably never get it. But Baiyu got it, but he didn't care about destroying Itaki's feelings. This is really hateful. The idea of a euro finding Baiyu's body and asking Itaki to persuade Baiyu to stop disappeared in Shisui's mind. If he could really find Baiyu's true form in this forest, then he would choose to kill Baiyu. Even if it would make Itaki very painful and hate him, it would be worth it. Crazy. You are already crazy. I won't let you do this to Itaki, so you die. Baiyu shouted. I can't do this to Itaki. Why does Suzuki do this to me? I finally understand what he said now. It's all fake. It's all fake. Everything is fake. The more people care about feelings, the more painful they will be. I should have understood this earlier. Pavilion. The other side of the two people fighting. One hand lifted the leave. The captain of the Anbu looked at the two people. What is Uchiha Shisui doing? It looks like he is fighting with an invisible person. The ninja of the Aberme clan said. They came here to continue yesterday's battle. Let's go back quickly. The boy said timidly. Hinata, please. The captain of the Anbu said. The ninja of the Hyuga clan nodded. The Byakugan has the function of observing chakra energy. As long as there is a living thing in this world, there is energy in the body. Ordinary people are life force. Slightly stronger ordinary people will also have more obvious spiritual power, and chakra energy is more obvious under the observation of the Byakugan. Open. A pupil power unique to the Byakugan spreads around. The ninja of the Hyuga clan, with facial features under the mask, has protruding veins around the eyes, and his face looks very ferocious. Similarly, another figure fighting with Shisui gradually appears under the special vision of the Byakugan. Chapter 512 Switch. It was a purple human figure. Judging from the body shape, it looks like a child. This energy is not the color of normal chakra energy. It is more inclined to the color of spiritual power. Although chakra energy is a kind of energy extracted from the balance between life force and spiritual power, but when a person's spiritual characteristics and spiritual power are greater than the chakra energy will be given a different color. This is also the main method for the Hyuga clan to use the Byakugan to observe the target. Just like Uchiha Shisui, the green is terrifying. Just like the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, whose chakra is navy blue. Like the nine-tailed demon fox, whose chakra energy is as red as fire. The chakra energy of ordinary ninjas is not so colorful. Only special spiritual power can bring different colors to chakra energy. The Uchiha clan ninjas have the most in this regard. There is indeed a person fighting with Shisui, but it seems that Shisui has been avoiding his attack. After observing the situation, the Hyuga clan ninja relayed to his companion. The captain of the Anbu thought for a while and said, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has eased recently. It seems that the higher UPS are determined to rectify the problem of the village's division. We go out to help Shisui and then take Shisui back. If we attack together, can we defeat that purple figure? The boy asked. Probably not, so someone has to sacrifice. The captain of the Anbu team said with a heavy heart. Someone in the team died, which makes me feel very uncomfortable, but fortunately, I'm used to it. Used to it. The boy's voice trembled. In just a moment, Uchiha Shisui had discovered the existence of the Anbu team, and Baiyu had gone crazy. He immediately took Baiyu to another place. Yeah, I'm used to it. The captain of the Anbu looked at Shisui's back and said, they found us. There's no time to lose. You go out and attract the attention of the purple figure, and then we will quickly take Shisui away. Me? The boy's face turned pale with fear. He saw the battle yesterday. Such a large forest collapsed. Could he hold it off for a second? How could the first Anbu mission in his life be so difficult? Yeah, who else could it be but you? The Anbu captain looked at the boy strangely. Okay, go quickly. We are different from you. We have rich mission experience. Staying here will be of great use to the village. Try to buy time. The boy was pushed out. He staggered and hesitated, and then accelerated on the branches to chase Uchiha Shisui. Follow him. He can't hold on. Stay behind in order. The Anbu captain waved his hand, and several people chased after him together. The boy ran on the branches, and tears came out of his mask in fear. He held the kunao and chased after Shisui and Baiyu while crying. Shisui saw the boy and said immediately, don't interfere. Go back. I can't go back. For the village. The boy yelled, and without stopping, he rushed directly towards Shisui by inertia. Water escape technique. Water impact technique. The boy quickly formed seals with both hands. The speed of the seals was still good, and it was barely enough for a ninja. Then, a stream of water appeared and rushed towards Shisui and Baiyu. A light blue stream suddenly appeared on a tree several dozen meters high, rushing towards the two people fighting. This tactical choice was not wrong. The first task of the Anbu was to bring back Shisui. When Shisui was fighting with someone, it was natural to separate the two people fighting. Using water impact just broke up the two people fighting, and then created an opportunity for teammates to take Shisui away. But this is not an ordinary battle. Baiyu appeared beside the boy with a blank expression on his face and put one hand on the boy's shoulder. I just lacked chakra energy. Just take your heart and use it. The lavender current hit the boy, and the next moment, a figure with short red hair overlapped with the boy's body. The ninja's body has chakra energy. Once the substitute comes into contact with chakra, it will harden quickly. A purple fingertip pierced the boy's chest from the inside out. The boy coughed up blood, lowered his head, and looked at the purple arm that came out of his chest in horror. Then, a figure came out from the chest. The boy could even see the heart connected to the back of this purple figure. This heart was beating, and was quickly covered by purple vine, gradually merging into the body of the purple hermit. That was his heart. The newcomer to the Anbu team died at this moment. Uchiha Shisui saw this scene and immediately rushed towards Baiyu. It was a little inconvenient just now, but now I finally have a real body. This heart contains most of the ninja's chakra energy, and these chakras are enough for me to use ninjutsu. Baiyu raised his arm to Shisui, and his whole body was covered with blood. These red blood flowed down along the gaps in the purple vine. Drop by drop, it dripped onto the ground more than 20 meters away from here. Just as Shisui rushed towards Baiyu with a knife without saying a word, the captain of the Anbu suddenly appeared beside Shisui. Sir Shisui, the third Hokage summoned me. Please leave with me. Casco.net. We can't leave. Shisui glanced at the captain of the Anbu. These Anbu all wore masks. Shisui worked in the Anbu for a long time, and he recognized who the captain of the Anbu was by the voice. He was also a very experienced ninja. He had experienced the Third Ninja World War and escaped unscathed. Later, he joined the Anbu and has been guarding Konoha in the shadow of darkness until now. If we don't kill him, none of us can leave, Shisui repeated. The captain of the Anbu and the others looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu also used this method to get a humanoid puppet for the first time. At this time, he was familiar with this body. Sure enough, it was the simplest and most direct way to directly seize other people's chakra energy through reading and writing, and then give birth to a puppet inside the enemy's body. Without the defect of artificially supplementing chakra energy, this method can quickly establish a thorn army, and it is a puppet that inherited the enemy's original chakra energy. Even if it is a ninjutsu, he can get it through the corpse. Ha 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 ha, I was too kind before. There is a more convenient method, but I still use my own chakra energy to store energy bit by bit. Bai Yu looked at his arm carefully and felt the touch of blood flowing through the skin through touch. This is a very wonderful state. It is a completely different form from the one he once dreamed of when he merged with the stone fruit. Although because of the lack of eyes of the main body, he can't see the specific situation on his body, but at this moment, Bai Yu feels great. He turned on the moral switch that limits the power of the stand, and the power of the stand can be used without scruples. The human body is indeed the source of pain. Useless thing, useless pain, useless feelings, just discard them. Throw them all away, and you won't feel pain, energy and the like. Of course, it's faster to plunder directly. Bai Yu set his sights on several Anbu and Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, did you see that? Bai Yu raised her finger and pointed at Uchiha Shisui, saying forcefully, I can use you completely. You don't have to worry that I can't use your Sharingan. Right now, you can die with peace of mind. Chapter 513, Fighting against the ninja of the Aberme clan. In the dark and tall forest, there were several people standing on the branches. The golden sunlight slanted through the gaps between the treetops and leaves and could not illuminate the darkness in the forest. The purple-covered man with bright red blood on his body raised his hand and pointed to a person in the group in front of him. I will make good use of your eyes. Ha ha ha. You go first. In the Anbu team, a woman wearing a windbreaker, a mask, and sunglasses on her face said calmly. Shisui looked at the person next to him. This is a ninja from the Aberme clan. She can enter the Anbu with very strong comprehensive abilities and is a candidate for replacement in all aspects. Listen to her. Let's go. The captain of the Anbu team said. Pay attention to Uchiha Shisui. Shui's facial expression changes. Shisui frowned slightly. She can't hold it for a few minutes. If she stays behind to cover the retreat, she will surely die. This is our fate. Now the mission is the priority. The captain of the Anbu said. Of course we know that we can't hold it for long. Those who can fight with you, Uchiha Shisui, are naturally not something that we, the small characters, can deal with. So in order to prevent other accident, please go back to the village with me to meet the third Hokage. Shisui knew that if he didn't agree, these Anbu would not go back and would be killed by Bai Yu sooner or later. This is how they are. No matter what the situation is, they always prioritize the mission. Okay. Shisui glanced at the female ninja of the Aberme clan standing in front of them and turned around and left with the Anbu team. From the full 4 people at the beginning, now there are only 2 members left in the Anbu team. When I get back, I will tell the third Hokage about Bai Yu. He has lost his mind and fallen into madness. He still has such a strong power. If he continues, it will be bad for the village. Only by gathering the intelligence system of the entire village can we find Bai Yu's body and kill him. Uchiha Shisui quickly came up with this idea. The overall strength of their ninja village is stronger than other ninja villages. There are many ninjas in the village who are good at reconnaissance. The Hyuga clan next to them is like this. If there is a white eye of the Hyuga clan, Bai Yu's body will have nowhere to hide. Shisui glanced at the masked Hyuga clan ninja next to him and then looked at Bai Yu. He found that the color of Bai Yu's body had changed and turned into the appearance of the body. A cute little boy with red hair, but the blood on his body and the eyes dug out could not change. At this time, he looked weird and scary. Something is wrong. Why did he stop moving at this time? Is he observing the strength of others? Shisui secretly paid attention. No, he has no eyes. He can only sense the enemy's position through chakra energy and reach the sensed position through telepathy. He is not using his eyes to see at this time, but using perception and hearing to detect the location of other people. In other words, he is collecting information about other people. Shisui wanted to remind him, but when he thought about the fact that they had just spoken and their position was exposed, Bai Yu might have obtained some information. Now he could only speed up and return to the village immediately. When he arrived in the village, Bai Yu would not kill people so recklessly. This is the captain of the Anbu glanced at Bai Yu and his heart was moved. He did not change his expression and hurried away with the team, leaving only the ninjas of the Aberme clan behind. The woods were quiet with the sound of cicadas chirping peacefully. Aberme Tomomi raised the sunglasses on her mask and looked at Bai Yu without saying a word. Bai Yu turned her head slightly and listened to the sounds in the wood. Although the puppet with a physical form can use chakra as energy to fight, it also prevents him from using the ability of telekinesis to reach Shisui directly. Of course, he can also give up this body and fight Shisui directly by telekinesis, but the long-term fruitless battle made him realize that if he wanted to kill a ninja with rich combat experience like Uchiha Shisui, he would have to use days to grind Shisui to death. Now that the Anbu ninja has arrived, his water grinding plan may not succeed. Then the only thing left is to use this puppet and the chakra energy of these Anbu personnel to gather together and launch a final attack on Shisui to try to kill him. According to Bai Yu's judgment, this is impossible to succeed. Uchiha Shisui is very powerful. Without Shimura Denso, the tool to fight Shisui, it is really difficult to kill such a young genius. Alas, it's a bad start. Bai Yu sighed. If he had known, he would have come later. He thought that Shisui had not recovered yet and he could take the opportunity to kill him. He didn't expect that Shisui was also a powerful ninja without the Manjakaya Sharingan. Maybe those who are good at the instant body technique and flying thunder god have strong reaction ability, right? Aren't you attacking me? Bai Yu asked. Aberame Tomomi said, my task is to hold you back. If you don't attack, we can live in peace, which will help me complete the task. Really calm. I just killed one of your companions, right? Bai Yu curled his lips and walked towards Aberame Tomomi on the wide branches. I'm going to kill you next, and it won't take a minute. One more minute is one more minute. As Bai Yu moved forward, Aberame Tomomi kept retreating and kept the distance with Bai Yu at the same distance as before, without increasing or decreasing. If the distance was too long, Bai Yu might abandon her to chase the troops. If the distance was too close, it would be very dangerous. Bai Yu listened to the sound and made a judgment. He raised his arm and several vines emerged from his back. Under the activation of the telepathic ability, these vines pointed to the position of Aberame Tomomi. Through the sharing of senses with the purple hermit, Bai Yu also has the same sense of touch. Through this sense of touch and the ability of telepathy, as long as you know the information to deal with a part of it, you can use it to read and write. In other words, he found the location of this Anbu. 3 times instant body. Bai Yu waved his hand down, and the whole person's speed increased instantly, just like a racing car whizzing out before the start of the race. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yu was in front of Aberame Tomomi. The extremely fast speed, powerful explosive power, and the solid puppet body. The air around seemed to make a booming sound. Branches and leaves fluttered, and a circle of airflow bloomed from Bai Yu's hands like ripples on the lake, spreading in the air. Just a gentle push. Aberame Tomomi was hit in the abdomen. She bent over in the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which was blocked by the mask on her face. The whole person was knocked out. See, it's that simple. Bai Yu retracted his hand, determined the position of Uchiha Shisui, and when he was about to rush over, he suddenly noticed that his body was constantly bitten. Bai Yu couldn't see what was happening. He thought carefully. The touch was like an ant biting his finger. It didn't hurt, but when there were too many, it was extremely scary. Aberame Tomomi landed on a tree. She looked up at Bai Yu. The red-haired boy's body was already covered by dense parasite. From a distance, he looked like a black figure. Sure enough, he couldn't see anything and could only use his hearing to determine the location. If he could see the parasite, he wouldn't let them cover him so easily. Aberame Tomomi lifted the mask, revealing her chin. She wiped the blood from her mouth and continued to put on the mask. When you hit me just now, we had a brief contact, and it was at that time that the parasites were on you. In fact, I was letting the parasites surround you earlier, but this cautious move delayed the time and I didn't judge that you would be so fast. Aberame Tomomi stood up from the tree, with her hands in the wide pockets of her dark grey windbreaker on both sides. Give up. When you are covered by the parasite, your chakra energy will be eaten by the parasite. You should know what the consequences of losing chakra energy are. Right. Chapter 514 Precious Strategic Materials. You should know what will happen if you lose your chakra energy. Right. Bai Yu took a step, carrying the heavy parasites on his body, which numbered in the billions, and walked towards Tomomi. Aberame. Ants can indeed kill elephants, but the mouth parts of parasites can't break through defenses at all. What's the point of absorbing my chakra energy? The tentacles on Bai Yu's back were woven into 2 hands, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Triple instant body. Bang. Bai Yu burst into speed and rushed directly towards Tomomi. Aberame. The parasites covering his body were blown away in an instant and stayed in place, unable to keep up with Bai Yu's speed. The branches under Tomomi Aberame's feet were directly smashed by Bai Yu's fist, turning into large pieces of exploding sawdust and wood blocks that scattered around. Tomomi Aberame immediately moved but was locked by Bai Yu again, and continued to burst out 3 times instant teleportation. I will take your heart. Bai Yu put one hand into Tomomi Aberame's abdomen, and his arm turned into several vines, rolling towards the organs inside the chest cavity, searching, exploring, and removing the heart. The Anbu team rushed towards the direction of the hermit village of Konoha. Casco.net. On the way, Uchiha Shisui felt uneasy. Did we do something wrong? This is not worth it. Right. Are you saying that we should leave her behind to cover our retreat? Said the Anbu captain. Uchiha Shisui did not speak. The Anbu captain said, the guy just now recovered his appearance. I didn't pay attention to it at first, but now I remember that his name is Bai Yu. This name is ranked 2nd in the Anbu protection list. The village will list all the geniuses in the village on a protection list. This list is particularly important. The levels are listed in order according to the growth potential, and it determines whether these people can get the village's key training and resource allocation in the future. The Anbu distributed in the village not only have to protect the village, but also pay attention to the situation of these geniuses so as not to let the ninjas from the enemy village take advantage of them. Bai Yu is ranked as the 2nd level genius, which is second only to the 9 Tails Jinchuriki in the village. Of course, this list does not include the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan is included, there will be at least half more people in the list. This shows the horror of the Uchiha clan. Why did you fight him? Said the captain of the Anbu team. He looked at Uchiha Shisui, trying to find something, but Shisui is also from the Anbu, and his facial expression management is quite good. Well, just pretend I didn't ask. Shisui said, he wants my eyes. This is a fundamental contradiction that cannot be reconciled. The captain of the Anbu understood. Who doesn't want this eye? But the higher level Sharingan, the moment it is transplanted, will be sucked into Kakashi, right? Then you need to discuss this matter with the Sandame. With the Sandame here, Bai Yu will live in peace with you in the village unless he wants to become a traitor. The Anbu captain said, I hope so. Uchiha Shisui was worried. Heavy. At this moment Shisui suddenly noticed that the captain of the Anbu slowed down and he looked back. The captain of the Anbu said, "I will cover you next." Shisui took a look, said nothing, and continued to rush towards the village. This team may have some special way of contact. The captain of the Anbu stayed behind to cover the rear, indicating that the second death has appeared, and the person next to him is obviously the most valuable in the team. "Don't look at me," the ninja of the Hyuga clan said with some anger. "Ah, sorry. Shisui apologized quickly. He had observed some situations with the Sharingan. This is a ninja of the Hyuga clan, and the chakra energy is also a very special clan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is a very important strategic material. No wonder as a captain he would choose to stay behind at this time, because even if he is a captain, unless he is very powerful, he can't compare to the blood limit of the Byakugan in terms of preciousness. Can you do me a favor?" Shisui asked. The Hyuga clan ninja frowned and reluctantly said, "What help?" "Help me find someone. The purple figure monster I just saw." "Yes, find someone with purple chakra energy in other places," Shisui described. "You mean the person the captain and his men are fighting is not the real body?" The Hyuga clan ninja quickly reacted. Uchiha Shisui nodded. "Yes, if we don't find his real body and control it, your teammates and the captain will die in vain. If we act faster, we may be able to save your captain." The Hyuga clan ninja hesitated. "But our first task is to return to the village and meet the third generation Hokage. I can go to see the third generation Hokage at any time," Uchiha Shisui emphasized. "Don't forget, I am also a member of the Anbu. No matter what time, I am Uchiha Shisui of Konoha. It is meaningless to stay behind one by one, and such meaningless sacrifices must be stopped." Okay. The Hyuga clan ninja immediately stopped on a branch. Shisui stayed by his side to protect the main body of the Hyuga clan ninja. After the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is turned on, they can adjust the focal length to expand and narrow the scope of investigation, but when using the Byakugan, they cannot focus all their attention on preventing danger, so they need companions to protect themselves. "You just said that all my teammates died, but that's not true." The captain stayed behind to cover the retreat, and he also had a very important mission, the Hyuga clan ninja said. "The latter is more exciting." Shisui looked at this person. The ninja of the Hyuga clan said, "That stupid boy has practiced a secret technique that no one in their family has successfully practiced for many years, and he is also the only one who has practiced that theory into a ninjutsu." "What are you talking about?" Shisui frowned. "You don't understand. That guy has an immortal body." "Immortal body? Is there really such a thing in the world?" Shisui said in astonishment. He thought the eye technique of the Manjakaya Sharingan was incredible enough, but he didn't expect that there was an immortal body in the world. "It's not immortal, but it's equivalent to being free of most of the shortcomings of the human body." The oil girl stayed to take back the body of that stupid boy, and the captain stayed. Actually, it was to take back the boy's heart. All the cuts were planned. I helped you, in fact, to kill the real body called Bai Yu. If what we saw just now was really not Bai Yu's real body but a clone, then the situation is really too tricky. The Hyuga clan stabilized the mask on his face and said, "Just the clone can fight you for so long. I really began to believe what you said before. If we don't kill Bai Yu, we can't return to the village at all. You may survive, but our team is very likely to be wiped out. So, I help you, and I am also helping our team complete the task of escorting you back to the village." "Not helping you, Uchiha? Remember, not helping you." Shisui. Bai Yu shook his hand. The scarlet blood fell on the branches one by one and was illuminated by the golden beams in the gaps between the trees, which was very beautiful. And soon, the red blood turned into dense parasite. "You oil girls are really strange. Have all your bodies been eaten by insect?" Chapter 5:15 Sword Light. "You oil girls are really strange. Have all your bodies been eaten by insect?" Bai Yu did not find the heart, so he could only regretfully withdraw his hand and shake off the blood on his hand. What he could not see was that these bright red, the beautiful blood turned into black insects after landing. These insects were still alive and crawling. This is the disadvantage brought by losing vision. Bai Yu can only judge the direction through hearing and touch, and determine the information of the target through analysis. Not finding what he need, Bai Yu left the body of Tomomi Aberme and felt another person approaching him. Great, another heart has come. Bai Yu listened quietly to the source of the sound, judging whether the footsteps were light or heavy, fast or slow, and thus assigned a number to the target of the reading, which was number 2. Under the tree not far away, Tomomi Aberme did not look up, held her breath, and silently moved the body of her previous companion through the parasitic worm. Only the heart is missing. As long as the heart is taken back, this kid can still be saved. But the heart was occupied by the little red-haired man. She tried just now, and the body converted by chakra is very strong and not easy to destroy. So next, after failing to stop, she can only choose to bring back the boy's body. Biku Pavilion. Another reliable piece of information. This person can only judge the direction by hearing. He will keep chasing my previous insect clones and fight them. He finds them very accurately every time. This shows that once he locks on and becomes a combat target, it will be difficult to get rid of it. Tomomi Aberme raised the sunglasses on her mask and looked back at the parasitic insects covering the boy's body. These parasitic insects have the ability of chameleons and can disguise themselves as part of the environment, which is very convenient. But for a blind man, hiding the body and blending in with the environment is just a superfluous move and a waste of chakra energy. Tomomi Aberme took back these parasitic insects and planned to find an opportunity to entangle Bai Yu with the insect clone, while the main body took the body of his companion back to the village. At this moment, Tomomi Aberme and Bai Yu found someone coming together. It's the captain. He came to get the heart back. So he has found out the information about this person from Shisui. Abarame Tomomi watched the captain jump in front of Bai Yu. Isn't this too risky? Just go back to the ninja hospital and find a heart transplant. Get it back. I don't quite understand. Even if this boy gets someone else's heart and can't become a ninja, he is at least alive. Captain, why do you want to come back? Abarame Tomomi thought about it, controlled the parasite, flew into the sky, and used the bugs to form a sentence in the air. Although there is a sense of guilt for bullying the blind and the child, if the information is not told to the teammate, the teammates will die more miserably. The powerful force brought by the 3 times instant body just now is like Might Guy opening the 3rd level of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The speed and strength have reached the level that humans cannot normally reach. If the captain does not use swordsmanship, he may die once he is locked and becomes a target. Please be careful and don't make any sound. The black parasite swarm formed a line of words in the air above the forest. When the captain of the Anbu saw this sentence, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and slowed down his pace. The sound disappeared from then on. At this moment, Bai Yu immediately moved to the place where the sound disappeared, and 6 purple vines spread out from his back with himself as the center point and hit the surroundings, trying to judge the direction of the enemy by the touch of the vines. Then, based on the analyzed intelligence, he further read the enemy's information so as to truly lock the target. The captain of the Anbu circled under the branch, drew his sword and turned back under the tree to avoid the attack of the purple vines. At this time, he had enough power to draw his sword, and at the moment of going up, he chopped Bai Yu's neck with a knife. Huge force, a clanging sound. He pulled his hand away again, pressed the back of the knife, and the blade pressed against Bai Yu's neck, pressing down hard like cutting meat on a chopping board, and swiped to the side. The blade collided with the puppet's body, creating a string of bright sparks. I see you. Bai Yu retracted the vines and grabbed the direction that attacked him. Several vines entangled the Anbu captain. The Anbu captain jumped into the air. Bai Yu looked up and jumped up, punching the Anbu captain. Konoha style swordsmanship, moonlight slash. The Anbu captain raised the blade, and along the blade the dazzling white light shone on Bai Yu's face, and then from top to bottom in the moonlight he slashed at Bai Yu. This knife cut directly from the center of the eyebrows. If it were an ordinary person, it would be cut in half on the spot. However, Bai Yu's body was not the real body, but a puppet body that was materialized by the chakra energy of the substitute. It was extremely strong. At this time, it was hit on the top of the head by a knife, and the blade sank an inch and could not fall any further. It was the first time that Bai Yu's defense was broken, and his face twitched with pain. Chuan, who was standing by, gently stroked Bai Yu's eyebrows with his fingers. What's wrong? It's okay, I got a knife on my head. I'll get back at you right away. Bai Yu replied. He held the blade with one hand. The captain of the Anbu was startled, and then he saw Bai Yu twist his wrist. The knife stuck in his head, and then he was twisted to pieces by the red-haired boy. The knife broke. The fish worth 3.3 million was gone. The heart of the Anbu captain was about to break. How many years of work would it take to afford this kind of pain? I am afraid only the son of White Fang, Hitaki Kakashi, who broke the White Fang sword, could understand his feelings, right? The Anbu captain immediately stepped back, jumped out of the net surrounded by vines, and held the broken sword in his hand. At this time, the Anbu captain made a seal with his left hand and held the sword with his right hand. After a simple seal, the left finger part slapped on the back of his right hand, and the 2 hands seemed to be combined to make a seal again. He raised his right hand and slashed it down fiercely. Konoha style swordsmanship, moonlight gale, water escape, water prison technique. A ray of moonlight shone on Bai Yu, and a large amount of strong wind blew into the surroundings along the moonlight. Bai Yu clapped his hands, and a light blue stream of water rose from the surroundings, forming a huge sphere that wrapped up the captain of the Anbu and himself. The strong wind blew inside the water ball, and the volume of the water ball suddenly swelled like a balloon that was blown up, and the surface layer began to thin, shaky, and seemed to burst. The knife light passed through the body, and the remaining force did not decrease, and it hit the light blue water curtain behind Bai Yu directly. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without fighting. The water prison opened a crack, and the knife light flew directly from the crack to the outside, chopped at the big tree. Then, the water curtain closed again and became solid. The water ball formed a world of its own. Bai Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping his hands in the posture of making seals without moving. Are you trapped? The captain of the Anbu looked around seriously. I feel ashamed to be blocked by you little characters for so long. Bai Yu's voice came. The captain of the Anbu looked at Bai Yu. At this time, Bai Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, with his hands clasped together, and 6 arms raised from his back, with 6 arms maintaining different hand seals, just like the stone statues in the temple. Then, what the captain of the Anbu could not see was that a figure slowly separated from the stone statue and floated out silently, like a demon. I will accept your chakra energy. Chapter 516. There is a knife on your head. Bai Yu did not expect that the move he used to kill Shisui was actually forced out by an unknown Konoha ninja. His mind left the puppet body, turned into an information group, and floated towards the captain of the Anbu. He was about to demonstrate the scene of taking someone's heart just now. At this time, ordinary people cannot see the terrible consequences of the stand. The captain of the Anbu only thought that Bai Yu sat on the ground motionless in order to maintain the effect of the water prison technique, exhausting the oxygen and suffocating him. But he did not see that the information flow floating from the puppet rushed directly to him. Bai Yu crashed into the body of the Anbu captain, and the information seemed to touch the blood flowing in the human body. Then, the sharp nails scratched the chest of the Anbu captain. The destructive power of the stand itself naturally could not complete such an operation, but the power of chakra in this world gave the stand too much amplification. The power needed by the stand can be provided by all chakra energy. The captain of the Anbu lowered his head as if thinking of the extremely tragic scene of his teammate's death before. He immediately took out the detonating talisman from the ninja tool bag, and at the moment when the heart was taken out, he grabbed the newly formed puppet with one hand and attached the detonating talisman to his heart that was dug out of his chest. Casco.net. The detonating talisman was ignited. Bai Yu seemed to sense something and looked at the ninja. Then, from a distance, the light blue water ball on the branch suddenly exploded with a bang. The water splashed around the tree. Captain, Abarame Tomomi said. In the forest, the birds on this side left the branches and flew into the sky. The sound of the wings fluttering could be heard from a long distance. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan and Uchiha Shisui saw this scene. My maximum reconnaissance range is 2.5 kilometers. I have opened the reconnaissance range to the maximum, and I didn't see his body, but I judged the direction through the purple mist that appeared in the sky. It was in that direction. The ninja of the Hyuga clan pointed to the village. Is he in the village? I'm afraid so. The ninja of the Hyuga clan did not use the white eyes to find Bai Yu's body, but strangely, there was always a purple mist in the sky, like a rainbow, looming in the blue and white sky connecting the village to this forest. If they encountered a clone instead of the real body, then it is very likely that the real body is controlling the clone through this purple mist, so it is right to go back to the village. Follow this direction, enter the village, and search roughly. You should be able to get clues. The Sharingan of your Uchiha clan is not inferior to the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan in subtle observation. Go back quickly. After the Hyuga clan ninja finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction of Fei Niao Li Lin. You don't thank me, everything is for the mission, but now it's my turn to sacrifice. The Hyuga clan's ninja said, don't thank me, everything is for the mission, but now it's my turn to sacrifice. The ninja quickly disappeared in front of Shisui. Shisui's eyes were complicated. He clenched his fist and walked towards the village without looking back. Bai Yu attached himself to the old puppet again. The newly made puppet had no heart and would not last long. He could not use chakra energy, so he could not restrain Shisui with the water prison technique. He could not kill Shisui without restraining Shisui's actions. Bai Yu's plan was to trap Uchiha Shisui in a narrow space so that even if Shisui had a very fast reaction ability, he could not break through the water prison technique to avoid his attack. He would be exhausted to death in the water prison technique. Of course, if Uchiha Shisui was willing to open Susanoo, the water prison technique would probably be broken in an instant. However, after using the Manjakaya Sharingan so many times yesterday, how long could Shisui's eyes last? Those who blocked the way were all dead, and the chakra energy of the puppet's heart was almost used up. Next, we had to try to force Shisui to continue using the Manjakaya Sharingan. The more times the Manjakaya Sharingan was used, the closer Uchiha Shisui was to death. Bai Yu read the direction Shisui left and chased after Uchiha Shisui. Captain Abarame Tomomi waited until Bai Yu left and wanted to collect the captain's body. Seeing the bloody and fleshy fragments of a branch, she fell silent. Wow, are you Ultraman? The Hyuga clan ninja waited for Bai Yu and was stunned immediately. The red-haired boy in front of him had a half-broken knife cut into his forehead on his beautiful face. Bai Yu jumped up. Who are you saying is Ultraman? You are Ultraman. Your whole family is Ultraman. There's a knife on your head. The Hyuga clan ninja pointed at Bai Yu and laughed. No, that's my captain's Uchinki. Wait for me. I'll come and beat you. Bai Yu was so angry that he was smoking. He determined the location by listening to the sound. He couldn't tell in 30 seconds and there would be another life on his hands, but he was still very angry. The damage he brought to him was much higher than the two people he met before. The ninja of the Hyuga clan stopped laughing. His face was serious, and then he rushed towards the other party without saying a word. Just like Bai Yu, the two people went from static to dynamic, and in a flash, they turned into two black lines and collided with each other in the wood. I'll kill you with physical skills. I'm not afraid of physical skills. Their Hyuga clan is a family that focuses on learning physical skills. Unlike those comprehensive ninjas, they are professional in physical skills. The two met on the ground and fought each other with physical skills. As soon as Bai Yu fought, he suddenly found something wrong. Isn't this a soft fist? Are you from the Hyuga clan? Bai Yu was shocked. The Hyuga clan ninja fought with Bai Yu and found something wrong. How can you use a soft fist? Why can't I learn such a simple fist? Simple. He has learned fists for more than 20 years. How can it be simple? The two immediately fought again. The Hyuga clan ninja became more and more frightened as he fought. Damn, it's really a soft fist. And he mastered it very skillfully. Looking at Bai Yu's appearance, the Hyuga clan ninja felt ashamed in his heart. He has not learned as much as Bai Yu in the past 20 years. It can be seen that Bai Yu really thinks the soft fist is simple. Bai Yu saw that he was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. After a few moves, he found that he could not break the defense of the Hyuga clan ninja. The two of them were like practicing Tai Chi, and they could counter the move. Suddenly, they were embarrassed to use soft fist, but even without soft fist, his physical strength was still very strong, and the body of this puppet was like steel and iron. He was not afraid of the acupuncture of the Hyuga clan at all. He restrained the soft fist. I can still kill you without soft fist. Humph. Soft fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Steel fist. 4 times instant body. Take my palm. Take my punch. Boom. The Hyuga clan ninja. It's not good. Bai Yu sat up from Quan's arms and didn't think about hitting Shisui. Shisui might come to steal the house at this time. Bai Yu hurriedly shook Quan's arm. Chuan. Well, are you done? Chuan had a gentle smile on his face. The fight is over. I won. Can you go buy some of the food I like? I'll cook for you you at noon and tell you that my food is delicious. You want to cook? Okay, I'll see how delicious your food is. Chuan said angrily. You said my food is not delicious. I will remember this for the rest of my life. I know. Go quickly. Bai Yu urged. What do you want to eat? Chuan asked. As long as it's not tomatoes, anything is fine. Okay. Chuan went out to buy food. Bai Yu heard the sound of the door closing. He pursed his lips and lay down on the ground again. Feel the sunshine coming in from the window. So warm. Sorry, Chuan. Stand messenger in Konoha Shohei. The update speed of the novel website is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 517. Bai Yu. On the street, Shisui clenched his fist. Bai Yu. Shisui found the house where Bai Yu was hiding. Bai Yu. Shisui opened the door and walked in. In a room, he saw a person lying on the ground, basking in the sun. I finally found you. Shisui looked at Bai Yu and said. Bai Yu did not look back. After all, he could not see Shisui. He felt the warm sunshine. It feels so good to be alive. Haven't you come back yet? Shisui was happy in his heart. If Bai Yu hadn't come back yet, that means those Anbu are still alive. At least the Hyuga clan member should still be alive and still holding on, still waiting for him. Shisui pulled out the ninja short sword from the scabbard from the back of his shoulder with a click and walked in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu felt the light was blocked by the shadow and he looked lightly at Uchiha Shisui. The red-haired boy, his eyes were wrapped in bloody white gauze. He was wearing a fishnet ninja suit, lying sickly on the ground, and heard the sound of a sword being drawn next to him. You are back. Shisui's face twitched. I came back a long time ago. Tell me, what happened to those Anbu? Shisui said with red eyes. Of course they are dead. Do you think I look like a kind-hearted person? Bai Yu smiled. I am a bad guy. Yes, a bad guy. A bad guy who can't be the protagonist. Bai Yu almost forgot that he was a villain. Shisui suddenly fell silent and asked again, why didn't you run away? You should be able to run away with your ability, right? Bai Yu turned his head away and didn't speak. Since there is no last word, then go and die. Wait a minute. Okay. Shisui cut Bai Yu's throat with a knife and blood instantly flowed out of the knife wound on the throat and Bai Yu's mouth gushed out an unstoppable stream of bright red blood. Let it go. The blade turned out to be shining in the sun and the tip of the knife pointed straight down and pierced Bai Yu's heart. Izumi. Bai Yu doesn't like tomatoes. Bai Yu doesn't like tomatoes. Bai Yu doesn't like tomatoes. Well, I remember it. Izumi carried the basket and smiled secretly. There are also things he doesn't like to eat besides sugar. I remember it completely. If he doesn't behave well in the future, cook tomato soup for him to drink. Izumi was walking and thinking and suddenly met a boy wearing the summer uniform of the Uchiha family. The boy had a fair complexion, clean hair, depressed eyebrows and walked on the street with an expressionless face. When Izumi saw this boy, he was suddenly stunned. Itaki raised his head slowly. He didn't expect to meet Chuan in the village. He thought about the time and thought that he would probably come back in the next 2 days, but he saw him and there was nothing to say. Chuan lowered his head. The two passed by. Itaki asked, what happened to your eyes? I'm blind, Chuan said with a bamboo basket in both hands. She turned her face and covered her left eye with her hair. Go to the police department to report if you are fine. After saying this, Itaki left directly. If a tribe member loses an eye and informs the police department will find a way to investigate thoroughly. In other words, this matter will not be let go and the tribe member must be relieved. Chuan took a breath, turned around and looked at Itaki and said, Itaki. Itaki didn't stop. Itaki. Chuan shouted again. Itaki stopped and turned back. What's wrong? Chuan smiled. I have someone I like and he likes me very much and we live together. Congratulations. Itaki wanted to say that he also has someone he liked but he can't find that person. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. He didn't like to talk or share his feelings with others. When Chuan saw Itaki leave, tears welled up in her eyes. Clear tears flowed from her eye sockets and slid down her beautiful cheek. Blood flowed from her tightly closed left eye. Blood fell down her cheek. Chuan noticed this and took out a handkerchief to wipe her cheek. She saw that one part of the handkerchief was wet with tears and the other half was soaked red with blood and tears. No, you can't do this. You can't cry. Chuan wiped her face clean, carried the bamboo basket and smiled. She continued to walk without any sadness. Even if Itaki was gone and Itaki didn't like her, she could still be happy because that person was just like her, longing for happiness. It was her little hedgehog. It was like her, who had been hurt and didn't dare to approach others. In the end, he was teased by her and surrendered to her. It was a little hedgehog with the same mood as her. After Shisui killed Bai Yu, he put away the knife and walked out of the house. His face was ashen. How should I explain to Itaki afterward? After Itaki knows, he will probably kill him. According to Bai Yu, after Itaki is desperate, he will get the Manjakaya Sharingan. With Itaki's talent plus the 3 views formed by Obito's cultivation for so long, Itaki will probably get the moon reading eye technique that Obito mentioned, right? Is it the same top-level illusion as Kota Amatsukami? Shisui stood at the door, facing the sun and closing his eyes quietly. At this moment he didn't want to kill Bai Yu as quickly and decisively as he did just now. I told Bai Yu that it would be more useful for him to commit suicide than to kill me. Why didn't he believe it? Well, he might really believe it, otherwise he wouldn't have sat there waiting to die. He wouldn't have run away when he realized I was coming to find him. Those Anbu might have been killed deliberately by him to provoke me. He could have come to me directly, but he still killed those Anbu. What exactly happened to him and Suzuki? Shisui couldn't figure it out. This may have become a mystery with Bai Yu's death. 2 good friends, they died one after the other. It was less than a day apart. Shisui opened his eyes, shook off the blood on the knife and put the short knife back into the scabbard. He walked towards the Hokage building. Is he dead? It seems that the death mechanism has really been triggered. That's great. It will probably take some time for Indra and Ashura to reincarnate again, right? Uchiha Madara was strong in his heart. He waited for so long and didn't die. As a result, Ashura's chakra energy also waited for him for decades, so that the Senju clan did not wait for Ashura's arrival until they were exterminated. Before Sasuke died, Baiyu had the idea of a Euro seeking death. This is exactly the same as their routine. Now both of them are dead. The Uchiha clan is still there. The last descendants of the Senju clan have not married, and the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan have no plans to get married. The death of these two people can at least delay Indra Ashura from coming to the world for several years. In this way, Obito will have enough time to develop the Akatsuki organization. In the future, I will become it. Black Zetsu felt satisfied after watching this scene. Casco.net. Ashura and Indra, if one dies, the other will also have the idea of a Euro death in his heart, and then, like a curse, they will entangle each other forever, fighting each other for their own ideas and their descendants from generation to generation. When Uchiha Madara and the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, fought in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara used Izanagi, which Hashirama Senju had never seen, to fake his death, triggering the death mechanism of Ashura in Hashirama Senju, causing the first generation Hokage to die immediately afterward. Later, the first generation Hokage died, but Uchiha Madara was still alive. He borrowed the cells of the first generation and wanted to live to see what the world chosen by Hashirama Senju would be like, and lived for decades. It was not until Uchiha Madara witnessed with his own eyes that Hashirama Senju chose the wrong path that he decided to lead the world on the right path, and the Moon Eye plan was laid. Uchiha Madara insisted on not dying just to witness whether the first generation's ideals were correct, and made Ashura wait for Indra for decades. It was not until Uchiha Madara died a few years ago that the chakras of the two began to reincarnate again and attached to Uchiha Sasuke and Baiyu. Although this routine has been seen for thousands of years, but this time it is most satisfied, and the experience of chasing the drama is the best. Because this time, Ashura and Indra died well. This death, when the two of them reincarnate, it has done everything. Next, as long as Itaka gets the eye technique of Tsukuyomi, Obito believes that Tsukuyomi can truly become a paradise for humans, and he will go all the way with it. However, how can it contact Obito, who is squatting in the Kamui space and can't come out? That idiot didn't tell it the contact time. That idiot will not stay in the Kamui space for several years. It's really possible. Black Zetsu saw Obito stuffing food and daily necessities into the Kamui space with his own eyes. What the hell is the end of the world? He can live for a long time in the Kamui space. What kind of stupid idea of a Euro foresight is this? Black Zetsu suddenly realized that Obito was the biggest stumbling block to his plan, because Obito is likely to use his own strength to wipe out the advantage brought to them by the death of Sasuke and Baiyu. Chapter 518. Confused. On the street, a girl with long black hair and wearing a purple cheongsam stood in front of the door. The girl looked at the door of her house in confusion. The door of the house seemed to be opened by someone, but not closed. Chuan thought about it and closed the door when she went out. Why is the door open now? Baiyu left home, or did someone break into her house? Izumi Kingmei's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to go into the house to check the situation, she carefully noticed a few drops of blood on the ground. The blood was exposed to the sunlight and had turned dark on the steps. Baiyu had removed 2 eyes before, and a lot of blood flowed from her eye socket, but she helped stop the bleeding so it wouldn't bleed anymore. Where did the blood come from? Izumi suddenly felt a pain in her heart, and the pain was accompanied by a feeling of panic. Izumi held the handle of the bamboo basket tightly with his right hand, and without hesitation she pushed open the half-closed door and saw the dark and quiet living room. Before she left, she closed all the windows in the house and covered all the curtains, except for the room where Baiyu lived. All the windows were closed. Because of this, there was a psychological feeling that Baiyu was in her house and could not escape. I would be very satisfied. At this time, the house was dim, with only a little dazzling sunlight at the door. Chuan walked into the house and came to the door of Baiyu's room. Chuan put his hand on it and hesitated for a few seconds, not daring to open it. Chuan looked at the wooden board under his feet. His black eyes flashed, and he was determined. He bit his lips and showed a wronged expression on his face. She was not the kind of girl who liked to cry. She had always been strong, but how could a person be indifferent when encountering sad things? Chuan didn't know if Baiyu deliberately sent her away so that she could escape. Thinking of this, Baiyu never took her promise seriously. Sure enough, it was because she was too abnormal, right? Baiyu had always longed for someone to be with her, and after thinking about it, she decided to leave her. This is the normal situation, right? Chuan shook her head, unwilling to think so. But what if Baiyu didn't deliberately send her away to escape? That is, someone came. That Uchiha Shisui came. Baiyu let her leave the house in order not to implicate her. There was blood at the door. In other words, it was Baiyu's blood. Chuan bit her lip and tried not to cry. Chuan decided to go into the house to see what was going on. If Baiyu was gone, she would go find Baiyu. If Baiyu was killed and died, she would avenge Baiyu. If Uchiha Shisui really came, would he take Baiyu's body away? She remembered that Shisui was from the Anbu, right? People from the Anbu were used to bringing the enemy's head back to the village when they encountered an enemy outside, so as to get information that was beneficial to the village from the head. What would she see when she opened the door? Chuan suddenly hoped that Baiyu would run away. If she ran away, it would be fine, and the terrible situation she imagined would not happen. Click. Chuan pushed the door open, just opened it a little. Suddenly, a boy's soft voice appeared not far behind Chuan. Chuan, are you back? I can't see you. Are you back? Chuan looked back and opened his eyes. The 2 eyes were different colors, crystal clear, and very beautiful. Originally, the newly transplanted eyes could not be opened, which would affect vision. She would feel panic when she cried and blood came out of her left eye before. Because the damage to the eyes was too great, it would leave incurable damage. At this time, her feelings were the same as before, but now, too happy. Casco.net. Because Chuan found that both of his ideas were wrong. Chuan saw the red-haired boy standing at the kitchen door behind him. His pretty face with tear marks showed a happy expression, and his light green eyes were full of water. Then, red blood slowly flowed out of his beautiful white face with a smile. Don't open the door. Come here and teach me. I'm not familiar with this place. I said I would let you taste my cooking skills and I will definitely do it. Don't be dazed. Come here and tell me, otherwise it will be troublesome if you take the wrong seasoning. After Uchiha Shisui left in the room, Bai-yu felt the sunlight outside the window and the black and red blood kept coming out of his mouth. The throat could feel more and more pain from being cut. This was the pain caused by the sharp blade cutting on the neck, as if the skin and flesh were sharp, and at the same time, warm blood surged out, impacting the numb skin and flesh of the wound. Bai-yu's heart seemed to be pierced. The body was fatally injured. This injury made Bai-yu unable to move. He ignored the red-haired little man's shouting and just lay on the ground, feeling the blood flowing. You can't take revenge on me. What do you mean I will lose you during my growth time? Look, I didn't lose you at all, not even for a day. I will die soon. You failed. I won. More than 10 minutes later, Bai-yu had been waiting to die, but the more he waited, the more confused he became. He even began to doubt whether he was dead, but he didn't notice death. Bai-yu tried to move his fingers and found that his hands could still move. He raised his hand and touched the wound on his neck. This time, Bai-yu found that the wound on his neck had healed. Bai-yu touched his chest again. He had killed many people and knew where the heart was. Uchiha Shisui did not make a mistake in the knife. He really stabbed his heart with one knife. As a result, the heart also healed. At this moment, the heart beat smoothly and powerfully. Bai-yu tilted his head. After a while, Bai-yu shouted angrily, Uchiha Shisui, are you humiliating me? Bai-yu was furious. He really felt that he was going to die. Uchiha Shisui Uchiha did indeed strike hard, but Bai-yu did not expect that the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan would be so outrageous. What kind of vitality is this? Bai-yu clenched his fist and sat up with gritted teeth. It's still his fault. If he had stabbed me in the head and stabbed it directly into my head, I wouldn't have thought so much. I wouldn't have so many thoughts that I feel ashamed of now. It's just one more knife. If he had stabbed me again and aimed at my head, I would have died. Bai-yu was so angry that he wanted to find Shisui and come to give him a final blow, but then he thought that more than 10 or 20 minutes had passed and Shisui didn't know where he had gone. Probably in the Hokage building. What could he do there? Ask Shisui to stab him again? I'm afraid the Sandame will stop Uchiha Shisui, right? Continue to fight Shisui at night? Shisui already knows where he is hiding. If he continues to act, it will implicate Izumi. That's right, Izumi. Bai-yu thought of Izumi and immediately started to read and write. If alive, move your left hand. If not alive, move your right hand. Bai-yu sat on the ground and gathered one arm. He looked down at his hands. He had no eyes and couldn't see his hands, but he could tell left from right and direction by the feeling of his fingers moving. It's the left hand. Izumi is still alive, which means Shisui didn't kill Izumi. Bai-yu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what else he could do. He seemed to have been failing no matter what he did, and he never got what he wanted. He said he liked Izumi, but neither of them seemed to like him. But such feelings made him feel safer than those of Sakura and the others, because if Izumi didn't like him, he wouldn't get hurt. Bai-yu hugged his legs and sat on the ground in a daze. Kill Obito. Obito hid in Kamui. It's not known whether he came out yet. Kill Shisui. Shisui's reaction ability is faster than his stand. The attack speed of the purple hermit is really not good, and Shisui can dodge it every time. What else can he do next? Make lunch for Izumi. She really doesn't know what delicious food is, and then go back. Well, Bai-yu didn't know how to face Sakura and the others. Although Sakura and the others were pursuing him, he was a little afraid that Sakura and the others would see him like this after they had feelings for him. He was also a little afraid that Sakura and the others would abandon him, and he didn't dare to face it. If Sakura and the others knew about Izumi's affairs, they would probably be very angry, but they should accept Izumi, because these people were just sharing him in a mess. To put it nicely, he is the master of the harem. To put it bluntly, it's probably a shared husband. It's not easy to understand this way, but if you change the gender, everything will be clear. If Sakura and the others were boys and he was a girl, what kind of bad relationship is this? Bai-yu has always liked Sasuke. Even if it was such a bad request, he would try to come up with a reason to accept it. The more he understood his feelings for Sasuke, the more he knew that accepting Sakura and the others was not a good thing. But as long as he could be with Sasuke, it didn't matter what happened. But now, he really couldn't hold on any longer. He felt pain in his heart every moment, as if someone was calling his name, telling him to die if he felt pain. There would be no pain if he died, but even Shisui couldn't kill him. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline was too powerful, and their vitality was strong. It was not an ordinary injury that could kill him, and he couldn't commit suicide because he still wanted to live. Because if he lived, maybe he could be happy with Izumi, who didn't like him. That was the perfect life he had always wanted. As long as he insisted on living, he might see it. So he couldn't commit suicide. He needed someone to help him. Bai-yu hugged his leg. He was blind and couldn't see the surrounding environment clearly. He felt so cold and it was so dark around him. He was thinking that if Izumi knew about Sakura and the others, he would most likely kill him, or kill Sakura and the others. Just stay here. I'll ask Ataka later if he has recruited Kakashi. The plan to provoke Ataka failed. I can't even kill Shisui. If Ataka can't lose this big brother. How can he open the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sure enough, I'm a waste. I hope I can succeed in fighting pain and break up with Sasuke after the success. In this way, maybe my life can return to normal. Chapter 519 Indispensable Heart. Baiyu doesn't want to be a human anymore. When you are a human, you will have all kinds of emotions and troubles. If you don't have emotions, you won't feel pain. He knows that he is very timid and dare not face Sakura. A bit cowardly. But isn't that what human beings are like? If a person has no inner flaws, what a precious thing that would be. In other words, if he could be honest with Sakura and the others, wouldn't he be like this now? Only able to hug himself in a narrow corner? If he keeps running away like this, maybe it would be best if he stays here with Izumi and doesn't go anywhere. Izumi won't do anything to Sakura and the others. Everyone will be fine. Purple Hermit, can you replace my heart? These thoughts really make me feel bad. Baiyu asked to the side. The red-haired villain said, it's impossible. Baiyu, people will die without a heart. I will die too. Obviously it won't be fine. Baiyu buried his face in his arms, biting his arm with his teeth, and said in a muffled voice, I remember that the stand can survive without the body, just like the infamous Big End. Just now Uchiha Shisui pierced my heart with a knife, but I still recovered, which shows that the heart is not my weakness at all, and I can survive without a heart. But just now your heart healed by itself, which shows that your body still needs a heart. The red-haired villain said seriously on the side. If the heart is not needed, the body will not repair it by itself. Right. Baiyu nodded. That makes sense. Purple Hermit, you are changing the subject. I am asking you how the substitute can survive without the main body and become an independent individual. I also gave an example. Let's study it. I won't study it. I will follow you wherever you go. Baiyu touched the red-haired little man's head. Okay, since you want me to live so much, I will live. That's right. Next, I will go to deal with Uzumaki Nagato and start practicing the precision of my movement. Baiyu said. The red-haired villain said, I don't mind. The more stands you have, the stronger you will be. I do have some limitations and am not good at fighting. Don't underestimate yourself. Baiyu lowered her head and said, didn't Chuan discuss this with me yesterday? He said that your ability is to write pictures, and this picture does not have to exist in reality. Combined with chakra energy, the target of reading is the skeleton, and chakra energy is flesh and blood. Filling the pictures written with chakra is the way to show the combination of reading ability and chakra energy. Isn't there a world called the underground world in the stand? It can show the scenes of the past in the real world. We call this a painting. Chakra energy has yin and yang. It just happened that there was no chakra energy before. If there was chakra energy, Shisui could have a good look at our strength. So the purple hermit is not a stand that is not good at fighting. Yet the red-haired villain smiled happily and threw himself into Baiyu's arms. Baiyu added, it's only been over a month and we have to start drawing new substitute. This progress is too fast. I really want to live a comfortable life without any worries. I will, said the red-haired little man. After meeting Sasuke, I thought I had found love and we were childhood sweetheart. This would be perfect when I think back on it later. Then Sakura and the others broke into my life. The pure love between me and Sasuke could not be realized, so I thought it would be nice to have a harem. And now, it's so difficult. In fact, it's impossible to want a peaceful life, right? Life has passed, time has passed, and there will be no chance to start over again. So I decided to focus on the current situation now. Wait until I revive Sasuke, talk to him clearly, and then break up. I should also have the courage to tell Sakura. Izumi is a girl who has the same idea as me. Although I don't like her as much as Sasuke, and I don't have the same feelings as Sakura and the others, as long as I am with Izumi, I can still live the ideal life I had before. Baiyu hugged herself, thought about that kind of life, and said that may be the best. No one can live a perfect life at the beginning, and there will be many unsatisfactory things in life, so just live down to earth. If it's dangerous, stay away from it. This way you'll always be safe. Also, if I can get the Samsara Eye and use the Samsara technique, all the people I killed before can be resurrected. In this way, I won't be a bad person, but a good person. I always want to be a good person. I understand Obito's idea a little bit. Before the plan succeed, one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. Casco.net. After the plan succeed, everyone, including those who have died, can go to heaven together. So sacrifice is inevitable, and it doesn't matter. Obito must not fail. At this moment, Baiyu felt that he understood Obito's feelings. He did something wrong at the beginning. In the future, he will kill people with the mentality of repentance. In this way, the dead will turn into the wings of dreams and oil. Bring people a constant source of motivation to move forward. Your idea is so dangerous, the red-haired villain judged. Baiyu held up the little red-haired man, and he smiled and said, before, I felt that I was crazy, without purpose, without goals, and mentally not right, but I feel that I am now, well, mature, grown, and my values a euro are normal. As long as I insist on walking on my own path of happiness, I am the protagonist of my own life. As for other people's opinions, it doesn't matter. They don't know who I am, and there will be no communication in the future, so feel free and bold. Follow your own ideas step by step down to earth and go to the ladder of happiness. Okay, Chuan should be back soon. I'll go see if there is anything that needs to be prepared in advance. Let me tell you, I can accept being a house husband. Okay. Baiyu put down the purple hermit, stood up, and walked out the door. He closed the door casually. A new life is about to begin. Chuan walked towards Baiyu. Raise your head, Chuan said. Go cook quickly. What did you buy? Baiyu's chin was lifted by Quan's fingers. I'm so worried about you. So what did you buy? Baiyu tilted her head uncomfortably. Little hedgehog, do you suggest telling me what happened just now? Has anyone come? Izumi asked. Baiyu said, yes, Uchiha Shisui came. He killed me. me, thought I was dead and left. So from now on, I'm completely yours. I want to cut off all my previous relationships. You're the one who's obsessed with planning, right? Izumi said happily. I'll also cut off all my previous relationships and it'll be just the two of us from now on. Two people, one life, one pair. Chapter 520 Attack. Chuan grabbed Baihu's hand. The girl held Baihu's finger with her finger, and her light green and dark eyes looked at the person in front of her with indescribable feelings. I like this sentence, Chuan said to Baihu. The Uchiha clan is very concerned about feelings, and their ideas are different from those of normal people. Once they are determined, their inner desire for control will gradually increase and become more and more. At least in the past 2 days, Baihu felt that Chuan was staring at him all the time, and no matter what he did, he had to be above him. It was the kind of care that didn't want him to have any chance of escape. Just like the handshake now, he had to suppress him. Baihu didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He liked the feeling of being dominated, which made him feel safe. It can be said that the more insecure a person is, the more he hopes that his other half will be strong. Even if it is not strong in strength, it is also okay to be strong in spirit. He needs to rely on. Baihu nodded and said, yeah, I like it too. Baihu can't see anything with his eyes. Although he can use his stand to identify directions and object, he can't enjoy the fun of life when using his stand. This also makes him do things very slowly. He needs to carefully judge the distance between object, grasp the direction, and let Chuan take him to touch the things on the table. A simple action also requires concentration, otherwise there may be accident. Chuan taught Baiyu hand in hand and took things for Baiyu. Women in the village are always the weaker party. Even if they become ninjas, they have to retreat from the front line after marriage and stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. Men, more often go to the battlefield or perform various tasks and run around all year round. Chuan's ideal daily life is that the two of them live quietly in the village, and the man does not have to go out of the village to perform dangerous tasks so that they can live peacefully for a long time. I have to say that boys look very handsome when they are serious. Chuan put one hand in front of the red-haired boy. The boy who covered his eyes with white gauze could not feel the change in light. He only noticed it slightly and tilted his head uncomfortably. Chuan noticed that the boy's nose and neck had small beads of sweat, and he was obviously nervous. Sorry, no, it's okay. Baiyu simply cooked 2 dishes, one small bowl of rice for each person. He felt that he would be able to get used to the current life after adapting. By then, even if he didn't need Chuan's help, he could cook by himself. After dinner, I'll take you out for a walk in the afternoon. Right. Chuan picked up the chopsticks and said, you recovered faster than I thought. Go for a walk. Baiyu felt nervous. If he happened to meet Sakura, Ino, and Hinata when he went out, it would be over. Or if he met Itaki, it would be even more over. After all, he failed to be loyal to Itaki and was kidnapped by Lao Wang on the way home. He was only 1 step away from home, and he saw Sakura, Ino, and Hinata in the house in a daze. As a result, he was taken away from the door of the house by a bad woman. No, these messed up people, every one of them, have poached him from Suzuki. Baiyu's face darkened. These people poached him. At most they were cuckolding each other. None of them is innocent. If there is anything, we will talk about it after resurrecting Suzuki. It was said clearly and plainly. Now he just wants to live a stable life. Baiyu said, I am still not feeling well. A few days. I want to learn some ninjutsu and do some simple training these 2 days. Okay. Chuan picked up some food and tasted it. His eyes lit up. You cook so deliciously. Of course. Baiyu has a picky taste. He doesn't like the food in the village. Ichiraku ramen is just okay. So far, the only things he approves of are Sakura's bento and the food he cooked. Sakura's bento. Baiyu suddenly recalled the time he spent with Sakura in the library. He felt warm, regretful, and painful. The more he thought of those memories in the past, the more he felt sad. He knew clearly what his choice was. Is this the strategy Sakura mentioned? It seems that he was indeed attacked. Seeing that Baiyu hadn't moved his chopsticks for a long time, Chuan picked up some dishes and put them in Baiyu's bowl. He held Baiyu's hand and moved the chopstick, gently touching the edge of the bowl. This way Baiyu would know how to eat. Baiyu came back to his senses and heard Chuan say, let me help you with the training. Do you want to complete your knowledge of ninjutsu? Well, the purple hermit combines with chakra energy and displays it in the form of attack. You need to understand some principles of ninjutsu. After all, this is equivalent to copying the opponent's moves. Knowledge is secondary. I think even if I just use telepathy, I can still telepathically record the scene of my opponent using ninjutsu, but I should provide something. No matter what kind of moves in the world, they all need energy as a basis. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Everyone has 7 kinds of chakra attribute. All ninjutsu in the world are developed based on these chakra attributes, so I basically have to master all these chakra energies, which is equivalent to learning all ninjutsu in the world. It would be very troublesome for others to learn ninjutsu. Not only do they need to understand the principles of ninjutsu, seals, and the coordination of chakra energy, but they also need to be proficient to fully learn it. It is very simple for Baiyu to learn ninjutsu. As long as he masters the chakra energy and understands the principles of ninjutsu, it will be fine. The specific method of use depends entirely on the purple hermit's reading and writing ability. Using the enemy's intelligence as the reading and writing primer, the surrounding environment as the picture frame, and his own chakra as the reading and writing energy, if used successfully, it is equivalent to him mastering most of the ninjutsu in the world. No matter what the opponent uses, he can write that picture 3-dimensionally between heaven and earth. This is the ultimate use of the purple hermit's substitute ability and chakra energy. Above this, Baiyu is not sure if there is room for improvement. Due to the limitations of his personal vision and thinking, he can only think so so much at present, and this is not something that his wooden head can think of. It was Chuan who discussed with him and suddenly realized that no matter how the purple hermit write, what he writes out is a picture, not a sound. Since it is a picture, no matter what the writing ability is combined with, the final form is a picture. What people see with their eyes is a picture, and what they imagine in their minds is also a picture. Then why can't we record the opponent's actions, the circulation of chakra energy, and the hand gestures of the seals like the Sharingan, and then use them? Thinking further, simplify the steps of using ninjutsu. Don't make a seal, just provide chakra energy, and then write out the results of the use of ninjutsu, one step at a time, and show it in front of you in the form of picture writing. Isn't that enough? Casco.net. Baiyu felt that he had probably learned the essence of the first generation's ninjutsu. He mastered the legendary powerful force of clapping his hands and shouting anything. Chapter 521 Important Asset. However, according to the research theory, although it is possible to borrow the opponent's moves and display them in the form of pictures so as to achieve the ability to perfectly copy the opponent's move, but the environment at that time would be very important, because the information in his mind is only a small part. The information that needs to be extracted by reading and writing is actually very much. Only at the place of battle can the opponent's ninjutsu be completely reproduced, and it must be used by the opponent at the time and place so that the surrounding environment will record the opponent's information, allowing the purple hermit to extract that information. This is a big limitation, but it is enough. After all, a successful display is equivalent to the purple hermit learning that ninjutsu. As long as his own chakra energy is sufficient and the chakra energy is the same as that of the opponent, the ninjutsu will be stored in his skill library. When you use it, you can just read it and write it down. Baiyu had been thinking about something for a long time but couldn't figure it out, but Chuan figured it out for him all of a sudden, and after meeting Chuan, it seemed that good things were happening. Now his strength has greatly increased, which is what Chuan brought him. Baiyu thought about it. Maybe this woman is lucky for her husband. Baiyu smiled for a while. After being unlucky for so long, she finally neutralized her luck. Bang bang bang. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Is Uchiha Chuan at home? Someone shouted outside the door. Baiyu felt strange, but he couldn't see anything. Chuan put down the bowl and chopstick, raised his finger to his lips, and told Baiyu to speak softly. Chuan walked over, opened the door a little, and saw two Konoha ninjas standing outside the door. Hello, I am a ninja from the Anbu. The third generation asked us to come here to collect the body. May I ask if the deceased is in the house? The ninja outside the door said. There were two people in total. One looked tall and the other looked shorter, and both wore masks on their faces. It was the short ninja who spoke at this time. Izumi said calmly, what corpse? Izumi moved his fingers behind the door. Baiyu couldn't see Izumi's gestures and didn't know that Izumi was giving him a secret signal, but he could hear the sound, and he heard it very clearly and immediately understood what it was. Purple vines emerged from Baiu's body. The places covered by these vines changed color. All traces of his existence in the room disappeared and became invisible. The young ninja said, don't you know? I don't know if you deliberately concealed it or for some other reason. This is the order of the third Hokage. The man named Baiyu is an important asset of the village. His body is very important. Please hand him over to us. The ninja of the Anbu said. Important asset. Izumi's face changed. Only the blood limit is the most important thing in each village, which can be described as an asset. Her Sharingan is the same. It belongs to the family. After her death, it can be destroyed according to personal wishes, but in general, it will be taken away by the family as the family heritage and used when the family is in the most dangerous time. The same is true for the nine-tailed demon fox. Even if it is a mascot, it must belong to the village. If the nine-tailed fox was not so big and sealed, the village would have to hang a Konoha sign on the nine-tailed fox. In fact, the nine-tailed fox belongs to the Uchiha, but after being used by the village for a long time, it has become the village's. We will not repeat the same words for the third time. For your surname Uchiha, we are willing to be more polite, but if you stop us from carrying out the mission, I believe Uchiha Fugaku will understand. You may have made a mistake. In this house, Chuan wanted to say that she lived alone, but she suddenly remembered that Baiyu had left enough clues here, not to mention the room. Just now, the two of them were eating together. There were two pairs of chopsticks and two bowls on the table. Chuan bit her lip. The door was suddenly pushed open with great force. Chuan was pushed aside by the force brought by the door. She reacted and looked at the door. Two Anbu walked into the house and looked around. You go search the house. I'll watch here, said the short ninja. The tall Anbu beside him looked at the surrounding rooms and the stairs leading upstairs and started searching from the first floor. Chuan noticed that there was only one set of bowls and chopsticks left on the table, and Baiyu also disappeared. He felt relieved and looked at the two Anbu without saying anything. Baiyu's strength was stronger than she thought. As long as it was safe, Baiyu stood aside holding the bowls and chopsticks in her hand and planned to continue eating after the two people left. Shisui probably told the third Hokage about his death, and the third Hokage would send someone to collect his body. What he didn't expect was that the Anbu would say that he was an asset to the village. The old man with a kind appearance looked at him like this. Baiyu thought that he was no different from ordinary people. Sure enough, being too cared for was abnormal in itself. Does this also have something to do with his parent? Would release the Uzumaki clan? An idea suddenly popped up in Baiyu's mind. Could he be the child of Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki? Otherwise he would not have received the same treatment as Naruto. If these two Anbu didn't find my body, they would think I was still alive, or they would suspect that Izumi had hidden my body, which would implicate Izumi. Baiyu took a bite of rice and suddenly realized that he still couldn't live the life he wanted. wanted. The latter is more exciting. The surrounding environment does not allow him to live the life he wants. He also said that Shisui failed to kill him, and when he solved Sasuke's problem, he would live a peaceful life with Izumi. In the end, let alone a peaceful life, he didn't even have freedom. He is just a part of the village's asset, so even if he dies, the village will take him back. Bai Yu's figure gradually emerged from the air. Who? The ninja of the Anbu. The ninja noticed Bai Yu all of a sudden. The tall ninja was about to enter the house, and when he heard the sound, he also turned back to look at Bai Yu. Izumi looked at Bai Yu in confusion, not knowing why Bai Yu suddenly appeared, but she was a very smart girl, and she figured out the key to the matter all of a sudden. Then, her face turned pale. Bai Yu wanted to avoid fighting with Shisui by faking her death. If Bai Yu was still alive, wouldn't it mean that Uchiha Shisui would come to Bai Yu again? So, the things they were discussing just now, the life they were imagining, disappeared all of a sudden. It's me, Bai Yu. Bai Yu appeared with a bowl and chopstick, and while he was eating in small bite, he said casually, I'm not dead yet. You go back. I'll go see the third Hokage later. No, you must go with us to see the third Hokage now. One of the Anbu said. Bai Yu looked up at the ninja. Whatever I say, it is what it is. The ninja from the Anbu suddenly felt a great pressure, as if a mountain collapsed from the sky, blocking the sky and the Sunday CE pound E. But this is a mission. The third generation must see you. The ninja from the Anbu tried to explain clearly. See my body. The boy with white gauze covering his eyes had a cold expression on his face. So your mission is to kill me? No, please come with us. I don't want to say the same thing for the third time. Bai Yu wanted to put down the bowl. Let's go. The two Anbu acted decisively and left immediately. This person was as sick as Orochimaru, and psychologically felt that he was not easy to mess with. If he didn't leave, he might die young. Before Bai Yu had eaten the second bite of food, he suddenly felt that he was hugged by Chuan. Bai Yu. Chuan, it's okay, I'm here. Bai Yu said, a little unaccustomed to being hugged by a girl from behind. Well, I understand. Chuan didn't want to let go. Bai Yu said optimistically, think positively. I am not suitable to be a ninja now. The third Hokage might let me rest at home and recuperate. I think so. Chuan said. Bai Yu suddenly felt that the current situation was not good. Eat honestly. After dinner, I will be back soon. You know that I am the top fighter in the village now. Chapter 522. He doesn't want to live that kind of life again. Bai Yu comforted Chuan to eat quickly. Chuan went to close the door, and the two returned to the dining table. Bai Yu, I'm sorry. I can't protect you. I'm so weak. Chuan has never felt so helpless. The Anbu in the village came to her house, but she didn't even have the strength to protect her man, and could only watch Bai Yu being taken away. If Bai Yu wasn't very strong, they would definitely be forced to separate at this moment. Well, am I not protecting you? Bai Yu was surprised and said, I just like to be bullied by you. That's my personality, but I'm very strong, so no matter who threatens us, I will make him look good. But I don't want to be a burden to you. I have already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, but I still have no talent in fighting. I may be the worst ninja in the history of the Uchiha clan. Chuan felt that she was the worst Uchiha. Bai Yu was speechless. What should those Uchiha with 1 Magatama and no eyes open do? Bai Yu said, open your Sharingan and let me see. Chuan obediently opened her Sharingan. On the beautiful melon seed face of the girl, the left eye was light green and the right eye was black and red. This pair of weird heterochromatic pupils gave people a miserable feeling. At this time, the black eyes gradually turned red, and 3 black Magatamas slowly rotated. Chuan knew that Bai Yu could not see her, so she held Bai Yu's hand and put it on her eyes. I opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan a long time ago, and I can operate this eye skillfully, but I don't like fighting, so I often take some logistical task. After a long time, my teammates are unwilling to team up with me. If it's for you, I'm willing to learn how to fight. Bai Yu's fingers trembled. No, something's wrong. Why are your eyes uneven? The pupil power of the right eye is very strong, and the left eye is much worse, and it's a little familiar. You. Chuan bit Bai Yu's finger. I changed it when I got you the storybook, and my eyes were still hot. Bai Yu bit his lip, lowered his head slightly, wanted to say something but couldn't say it. He choked and said, are you stupid? I gave you my eyes because you said my eyes are beautiful, so you can put them next to you. Put them in a jar, and you can see them when you like. Why did you transplant it yourself? Don't you know how precious your Sharingan is? If the people in the village knew, they would think you were crazy. That's a Sharingan, and a 3 Magatama Sharingan. On the next level, it's a Mangekyo. Bai Yu started to talk nonsense and wanted Chuan to transplant his eyes back. It's not worth it. His eyes are nothing. It doesn't matter if they are destroyed. But why did Chuan take them out? He just gave his eye to Chuan as a decoration. Bai Yu didn't like Chuan originally, but at this moment her heart twitched and she felt indebted. If it weren't for his action, Chuan wouldn't have replaced his eye. Bai Yu inexplicably thought of a sentence again. Chuan said, if love has a definition, it should be sacrifice. Is this love? Chuan shook his head. I have no use for the Sharingan. I just think that if I become a ninja teacher in the future, I don't need such strong combat power. Then, if I transplant your eyes, no matter what happens, the two of us seem to be together. This is my love for you. Bai Yu pursed her lips. Chuan touched Bai Yu's head and felt that Bai Yu was sad, so he comforted her. Don't be too sad. I have changed my mind now. I need to become stronger, but I don't want to transplant my eyes back. I want to be with you, and then I want to become strong. Per thousand w.casco.net. If Bai Yu, you will transplant my eyes, I will be very happy too. This is so romantic. You and I have our own part. Chuan held his hands and looked up at the ceiling. Bai Yu lowered his head, his eyes covered with gauze. His eyes were empty. No word. Then, Bai Yu figured it out. If you are willing, I will be willing too. Really? Chuan looked looked at Bai Yu, his cheek lightly red. Then when you regain your eyesight you will see how beautiful I am. You know, there is a saying that women dress for those who please them. Chuan supported his cheek with one hand and touched Bai Yu's lips with the tip of his other finger. Because it's you, I will be pretty, beautiful, and belong to you. Bai Yu, haha, look at your expression. You still don't understand anything. Chuan laughed. I'm looking forward to the day when I teach you. If you go to school in the future, teacher Chuan will teach you this knowledge in person. Bai Yu said angrily, you talk too much. Just eat honestly. Bai Yu took 2 mouthfuls of rice and felt that the girl put another piece of meat into his bowl. It feels really good to be taken care of. This kind of life is also good. If it can go on like this, it would be great. Bai Yu was eating and suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest. He just thought it was a normal situation that the injury had not healed yet. After all, Shisui did stab him in the heart with a knife before. For ordinary people who are stabbed, they have to take care of it for 7 or 8 days, right? So when will you replace my eyes? Chuan asked expectantly. 2 days later. Bai Yu thought for a moment. I still have things to deal with, not Uchiha Shisui's business. After that you can do whatever you want. Okay, well, I mean I like your tone now. Chuan picked up the chopsticks and ate with Bai Yu. Well, this is delicious. You should eat some too. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 522. He doesn't want to live that kind of life anymore. I eat every day. Well, don't keep putting food in my bowl. You will get fat. Bai Yu panicked. He felt that he couldn't finish it. It doesn't matter if you gain weight. I don't mind. The slim girl said with a smile. The feelings between us will not change. Never. Okay. Bai Yu agreed. In fact, although he likes to eat, he is the type who eats small meals frequently and will not gain weight at all. If he is not good looking, Sakura will not ask him to be his girlfriend for a day. There are really many strange people in the world. After Bai Yu finished his meal, Chuan went to wash the dishes. Bai Yu drank a cup of tea, put down the cup and said, I'm going to see the 3rd generation Hokage. Hey, so soon? Chuan turned around and looked at Bai Yu. Go early and come back early. I still have to learn the theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu. When the time comes, please teach me carefully. Bai Yu said humbly. Chuan didn't understand what Bai Yu wanted her to teach for a while. When Chuan came to her senses, she saw Bai Yu had already walked out the door. She thought it was funny that he really didn't want to admit defeat, so she also said stubbornly, look forward to it, my little hedgehog. Loyalu. Bai Yu turned back and made a face, turned around and opened the door to go out. As soon as Bai Yu left the house, she thought of what Chuan had just said. Bai Yu couldn't help hugging herself, shaking her head, feeling cold. What does Chuan mean? Wait, hide first, don't be discovered. Bai Yu snapped his fingers and his body immediately loomed and then merged with the surrounding environment. At this moment, Bai Yu suddenly felt pain in his chest again. He frowned slightly, didn't think clearly, just felt that his personality seemed to be lively and cheerful again. He carefully observed the enemy situation around him, but he must not be discovered by Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Itaki. Ino Hinata is nothing, Itaki is nothing. Neither of them is the kind of person who opens the Byakugan and Sharingan when he has nothing to do. As for the pink-haired Sakura, she recently learned a bloodline limit called the Valkyrie, which is similar to a stand and conforms to the rules of ninjutsu in this world. That thing has been slowly appearing recently. 5 senses connected to the original body. If he happened to meet Sakura who was walking the god of war on the road, it would be over. Bai Yu didn't want to be caught. He didn't want to play house anymore. Chapter 523. Sasuke is right. Several girls. Harano Sakura was the first one to chase him. The two met in the ninja school. Now thinking about it, the short 1-month time was like a dream. Bai Yu still remembers the punch that Sakura hit him when they were lining up for the exam. At that time, he decided to stay away from Sakura in the future. This woman was too violent and he couldn't afford to offend her. He even gloated over the misfortune. Sasuke had such a wife. No wonder he couldn't use his skills in the later period. Who can stand being beaten for no reason? Who knew that later, when he and Sasuke were still young, it was Sakura who broke the deadlock and confessed her feelings to him, which gave him the opportunity to realize Sasuke's feelings for him. Then the two of them were taken away by him, and he became the one who was scared. And another girl with light golden hair. That girl had a bad personality at first, but now she is very obedient, especially after Ino met Hinata. She seemed to think that Hinata would be bullied because she was weak and wanted to be the big sister, taking care of Hinata and obeying him, being well-behaved and sensible. Another person with a bad personality like Ino is Mitarashi Anko, but fortunately, that bad woman with bad intentions like Izumi was put in prison. The faces of these people appeared one by one in front of him. Bai Yu thought about the cold girl with short black hair, and her voice and smile seemed to be right in front of him. From meeting Sasuke, to going out on adventures together, to all the things that happened in this month, the cool, handsome and boyish girl left an especially important feeling in his heart. Sasuke and Itaki are both girls of the same type, but Itaki is less talkative and taciturn than Sasuke, but they are both very beautiful and cute. This scene ended completely until Sasuke cried when he saw him. Bai Yu's memories also ended. I still can't figure it out. The red-haired, blindfolded little boy bit his fingers with a puzzled look on his delicate little face and then walked towards the street with a numb expression. Sasuke is right. We can't play house anymore. What we yearn for will eventually be shattered by reality. Shisui chose to tell the third generation all this, including Bai Yu's motive for attacking him. These things are no longer true or false, but with Bai Yu's death they are irrelevant. In Shisui's heart, the family and the village are equally important, so he chose to tell the third generation all this. Biku Pavilion. It has been a while since Bai Yu died. The Sandame was surprisingly calm. After asking the Anbu ninja to collect Bai Yu's body, he asked about Kakashi in detail. After confirming that Kakashi would steal the Book of Seals, he nodded expressionlessly. I still want to ask here, what is your position, Shisui? Shisui knelt on one knee on the ground, lowered his head, and said in a steady voice, I am Uchiha Shisui of the village. What do you mean? The village is in front of the family, and I am behind the family, Shisui said. Shisui was uneasy, fearing that his family would be implicated because of his own affairs, causing conflicts between the village and the family. The Sandaime stared at the young man in the middle of the office and said calmly, long before, an Anbu came back to report to me what happened. I believe that you killed Baiyu in self-defense. Later, you will follow the rules of the village to go through the process. There is no problem with the details. This matter will be over. Shisui's heart went from being uneasy to being stable. He nodded vigorously and asked, Hokage-sama, how many Anbu who went out to find me survived? 1. The Sandaime said, I really can't imagine how Baiyu did it. The person is dead, so let him go. You take a break. The village is targeted by the murderer who murdered the 4th Hokage a few years ago, which means that our current situation is very dangerous. You, Itaki, and Kakashi are going to the Rain Hermit village, so be prepared and act with them according to the plan. Hokage-sama decided to take the initiative. Shisui asked. The Sandaime nodded. The enemy has ignored the village to this extent. If they continue to passively defend, they will suffer greater losses sooner or later. I have decided to support you and launch a single-handed operation against the Rain village. I remember that the Rain village is ruled by the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. The village has been closed for so many years. I don't know what the situation is like there. You should familiarize yourself with his information. It would be best if you can get the Samsara Eye, but if you can't, you must kill him. This world, which has finally stabilized, cannot be easily disturbed. The peace of the village depends on you. Shisui nodded, his eyes firm, and said, Okay, Hokage. As for Kakashi's matter, don't make it public for now. I will wait for him here and have something to say to him. Shisui said that he understood. In fact, he explained the plan to the Sandaime. He had already judged in his heart that after Baiyu's death, only the combination of 3 people could not complete this difficult task. Itaki was in a bad mental state. When he learned that Baiyu, after the news of Yu's death, they will inevitably turn against him. With internal and external troubles, the success rate of the mission has dropped to a level that is not enough to act. It's a good thing that they don't break up. So Shisui has told the Sandaime, hoping that the Sandaime can ignore the consequences of his fight with Baiyu this time because of his loyalty to the village. The family is too eager to return to the ninja village. If something unexpected really happens, Shisui dare not imagine what the people in the family will do. He also believes that as long as he and the Hokage understand each other, they will turn hostility into friendship. The Sandaime is the one who inherits the will of fire. If even the village's Hokage cannot be trusted, then the Uchiha clan will have no way out. 79,452 Chapter 523 Sasuke is right. After the Sandaime gave instructions, he asked Shisui to withdraw. When the trio started to act, Shisui would report the progress to him. When Kakashi came to steal the Book of Seals, he would have a good talk with Kakashi. After Shisui left, the office became quiet. Long before, just a few days ago, Uchiha Fugaku gave him Danzo's head and told him that the Uchiha clan could not wait any longer. They had to either let Danzo plead guilty or face the decision of the Uchiha clan. That day, he also forgave Uchiha Fugaku for the stability of the village. Today, it was just Shisui who killed the most promising ninja in the village. He would forgive the Uchiha clan for the prosperity and stability of the village. After all, as expected, the Uchiha clan had 2 Gundams. What else could he do if he didn't forgive? If they really fought, the Uchiha clan didn't know what would happen, and the village would definitely be gone. Only by compromise can the serious situation be temporarily relieved, and then wait for a better opportunity. Where did Tsunade and Jiraiya go? Asked the Sandaime. An Anbu ninja on the side said, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama are back. They are drinking in the nearest town outside the village and have not entered the village. The Sandaime was not surprised. Tsunade may be struggling with the news of Baiyu and is unwilling to come back, but Baiyu is the only one who can inherit the Senju clan now. Whether Tsunade is willing to come back or not, she must meet Baiyu once. After giving all the inheritance of the Senju clan to Baiyu, she will give a name and leave the village. Otherwise, the Senju clan would really be gone. Jiraiya, maybe he was accompanying Tsunade, but now Baiyu is dead and was killed by a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Tsunade's goal will change again. The only hope is gone, and Tsunade hates the Uchiha clan, so it's hard to say what will happen. Jiraiya will definitely stand on Tsunade's side. At this time, the 2 ninjas who went to collect Baiyu's body came back. Hokage, Baiyu is not dead. Hey, not dead. The 3rd generation was surprised, and it was Uchiha Shisui who told him the news. Shisui also admitted that the person who fought with him yesterday was Baiyu. Since Shisui said that he killed Baiyu, Baiyu must be dead. How is he alive now? Baiyu is young, and it seems that he is very good at hiding. He can actually deceive the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. I don't know what powerful skills he used. The Sandaime asked with concern. He doesn't want to come. The ninja said he would come to see you after lunch, and his eyes were injured. Eyes injured? The Sandaime crossed his hands, leaned forward, and put his chin on the back of his hands. Yes, after all, he has not fully grown up. The opponent is the experienced Shisui. How can there be no cost at all? It's good to be alive. It's just right that Tsunade will come back. If there is any situation, it's just right to show Baiyu. The stand in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 524 Feeling the Unreal World. Shisui left the Hokage building and wanted to hurry on the eaves as usual, but he felt inconvenient as soon as he went up. His physical strength strength was basically exhausted now. To deal with Bayu's assassination, you need to concentrate. Once you concentrate, your physical strength will be doubled. At this time, the battle is over, and the Sandaime Hokage did not blame him. The string in his heart relaxed, and he was unable to jump from the eaves to hurry on. Shisui looked at the block where Bayu was killed from the eaves. It was afternoon, the hottest time of the day, and the golden light in the sky was dazzling, and even the blocks in the distance were hazy and vaguely visible. I use the Sharingan too frequently. Shisui sighed. Even if he didn't use the pupil technique or Susanoo, and only used dynamic vision, he was exhausted after a high-precision battle. The vision of the Sharingan is really good. If you look at it for a long time, things near will become more and more magnified, and the scenery in the distance will become clearer and clearer. If you use it for a long time, it is easy to confuse the near and far vision. I hope it can be cured. Otherwise, after fighting with Bayu, not only will he lose half his life, but his strength will also be greatly damaged. It's really a loss to my grandmother's house. Shisui took a look at the scenery of the street, then retracted his sight, jumped off the eaves, and planned to take the right path and go home down to earth. The third generation has sent people to collect the body, and Itake will know about this soon. The key to the problem is, how should he deal with Itake? When Itake learned of Bayu's death, would he open the Mangekyo Sharingan, or would he continue to endure? Shisui felt troubled, and he limped on the road. What Shisui didn't expect was that he saw Itake on the way back. Casco.net. He couldn't even avoid him on the road, and was spotted by Itake the first time he saw him. He didn't come back? I know. The thin boy said goodbye to Hinata with a haggard look, and was about to continue looking for Bayu. When he turned around, he saw Shisui limping on the street and staring at him in a daze. Itake's eyes moved lightly, and his little face was expressionless. Shisui didn't know how to face Itake. He looked at the ground beside him. Neither of them spoke. Can I help look for him? Hyuga. Hinata raised one hand helplessly, feeling nervous when she saw the situation in front of the door. No need. You Hyuga clan can't open your eyes in the village at will. If the main family knows about this, you will be severely punished. I will go to the police department and ask the clan members who are good at tracking for help. The branch of the Hyuga clan, the bloodline limit is in the hands of the main family, and the word of life and death is in their hands. They even know when the branch will use the Byakugan. Itake can track the signs of Bayu in other ways, so there is no need to involve Hinata. He explained the situation to Hinata and then walked towards Uchiha Shisui. Hinata actually had a plan to use the Byakugan to find Bayu. She and Sakura Ino had discussed that if they didn't see Bayu today, they would use the Byakugan. When Itake walked past Shisui, Shisui said, things have reached a point where they can't be reversed, but there is still a solution. If the plan goes on as scheduled, I will complete the task even if I have to sacrifice my life. Itake stopped and his pupils suddenly dilated. In his world, the sounds on the street were quiet for a while, as if they couldn't hear clearly. Are you saying he's dead? Itake asked with difficulty. His voice was so hoarse that it was difficult to hear the bite clearly. Itake's heart was beating hard, and he felt indescribable tension, panic, and at a loss, just like the psychological state when he knew Suzuki. His hands and feet lost strength in an instant. Itake didn't know how to accept this news. Within 2 days, 2 important people died. The pain in his heart could not come out, and his face was still expressionless. He was used to keeping painful things in his heart. Shisui stood aside and distanced himself from Itake. It's not that I want to kill him, but he has always wanted to kill me. You know his ability. If you don't get rid of him, it will be very troublesome. What's the reason? Itake asked. He wants to kill you. There must be a reason, right? Shisui saw that Itake was still rational, and said with relief, he wants you to get the Mangekyo Sharingan, thinking that Sasuke's death has no effect on you, so killing me should make you feel painful. But how can this be possible? The Mangekyo Sharingan should not be opened like this. Does he want me to get the Mangekyo Sharingan? Itake whispered, feeling bitter in his heart. Is the Mangekyo Sharingan so important? At home, his parents have been paying attention to his situation. Bayu also noticed that he did not open the Mangekyo Sharingan, and wanted to kill Shisui to open his eyes. Why did things come to this point? Everything should have developed in a good direction, right? Why do I feel that all the bad things have happened in the past 2 days? What about the cause of Sasuke's death? Did Bayu say it? Itake asked. No, he has always avoided this matter. Shisui didn't want to talk more. He noticed that Itake was in a bad mental state and was in a tense state, but what was incredible was that Itake still remained rational and was not overwhelmed by emotions. This is really a rare and precious quality, but it is also the sadness of Uchiha Itake. The more rational a person is, the more difficult it will be to let go of the pain in his heart, and this difficulty in letting go will gradually accumulate and worsen. Then wait until they are resurrected, and then ask about the situation. Itake looked back at Hinata Hyuga. This place was a little far from the door, and the little girl couldn't hear what they were saying. Chapter 524. Feeling the unreal world. Itake asked, let's just let this matter go. The plan is to act according to the normal situation. When Kakashi gets the impure world reincarnation technique, we will leave the village immediately. Want Kakashi after getting the impure world reincarnation? We need to create an opportunity for him. What should we do? Shisui asked. Suggest to the police department to search for the white Zetsu in the village. Uchiha Obito has many spies in the village. We need to remove all his eyes. Itake's face was emotionless, and he said slowly, it concerns the village. My father will cooperate with the operation and ask for the approval of the third generation. Kakashi is a very powerful ninja. He will find an opportunity to take away the impure world reincarnation. For the specific information of the enemy of the Rain Village, you can ask for details after the impure world reincarnation White Moon. If we can bring back the Samsara Eye, the the village will understand our approach. Just arrange it. Time is tight. I will go to the ninja hospital immediately. Shisui glanced at his leg. He was already injured, and today he fought with Bai Yu and was almost crippled by Bai Yu. That little lunatic. But neither he nor Bai Yu guessed that Itaka's psychological endurance would be so strong that he still hasn't opened his eyes. Itaka may have placed all his hopes on the Samsara Eye. That is the last line of defense. Once the Samsara Eye cannot perfectly revive the dead Suzuki and Bai Yu, Itaka will clearly know that the important people have left and can no longer be restored. Now Itaka still has hope in his heart. I am not without injuries in the battle with Bai Yu. I expect to recover within 1 or 2 days. I will wait for your news at any time. After Shisui finished speaking, he left without knowing how to face Itaka. Itaka stood there for a while, turned back and saw Hinata still at the door, not sure if Hinata had heard the news. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is just like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Before being activated with chakra energy, the normal state is no different from ordinary eyes. At most the vision is better than ordinary eyes. At Hinata's age, she should not have learned the lip-reading course. Itaka looked up at the sky in a daze, confused in his heart, and felt that what happened in this world was illusory, as if it was not real. He felt as if he was living in an illusion, and his body and mind were disconnected from this world. He calmed down and walked towards the police department. Chapter 525 Bai Yu Senju, the stand user in Konoha. A bird passing by. Bai Yu came to the Hokage building and met the third Hokage. Are you looking for me? Bai Yu asked emotionlessly. Uchiha Shisui just came to confess his crime and said that he killed you. I was worried, so I asked the Anbu to go and see the actual situation. Bai Yu, you are so lucky to be fine. Is your eye okay? The third Hokage asked. Bai Yu said, it's okay. It's good that you are okay. A very good doctor will come to the village in a few days. I'll ask her to check you out. The third Hokage finished his polite remarks and saw that the boy with red hair and blindfolded eyes in front of him had a colder temperament and a darker expression than before. Gives him the same feeling as Kakashi. The third Hokage said, the Anbu who went to find Uchiha Shisui before was killed by you. Yes, Hokage. Are you going to punish me? Bai Yu did not hide anything and confessed what he had done. Since you are like this, I can only handle things impartially. The Sandame said with a stern face. You tell me. I will consider whether to accept it. Bai Yu raised his chin slightly, as if looking at the Sandame. The Sandame saw Bai Yu's face under the white gauze and was indifferent, and suddenly felt that Bai Yu had lost control. Bai Yu was an important asset in the village. Even if he died, his body would be of great use to the village. But now, Bai Yu's personality and way of dealing with things are becoming more and more extreme and abnormal. His strength is also the same every few days, and it has increased so terribly that his mind cannot control his strength, which is why this situation has occurred. Considering that Bai Yu can fight with Shisui, the Sandame took a deep breath and endured the frustration. Uchiha Shisui has a Gundam, and Bai Yu can beat Shisui like that. How can he not bear it? Uchiha Fugaku brought Danzo's head to see him, and he endured it. Uchiha Shisui came to tell him that Bai Yu was dead, and he endured it. Now Bai Yu sees him, and he endures it. Who made these people so strong that they can't be moved? If they move, the village will be hurt. Originally, I thought that bringing you along to practice could help you to restrain and correct your abnormal mental state, but your strength improved too quickly, making you lawless. The Sandame sighed. Looking at you, I seem to see my former disciple Orochimaru. Well, he is also my disciple now. Orochimaru used to be as good as you, until he went down the wrong path. Where is Orochimaru? Is he as good as me? How about I help you kill him? Bai Yu interrupted. He was in no mood to listen to the Sandame's story. Since there is no emotion, it is better to be straightforward. The Sandame choked. This kid is too impatient, isn't he? Without foreshadowing, how can there be a sequel? The Sandame coughed twice. Forget it. There is light in the world, and there will be darkness. I can't teach him, and I can't teach you. If you still have Konoha village in your heart, you can join the Anbu to work for the village. You can also experience the feelings of looking for Shisui's Anbu ninja before. This is also the last road I paved for you. Bai Yu did not hesitate, directly said, okay, I agree, but I only know how to kill people. Don't ask me for other time-consuming and laborious things. And Bai Yu raised his head slightly, hesitated a little, and said, there is a girl named Uchiha Izumi. She wants to be a ninja teacher. I hope you can arrange it. Is it Uchiha Izumi who took you home yesterday? Asked the third generation. Bai Yu nodded gently. He himself doesn't care, but his family he can bow his head. The third generation said, no problem. Uchiha Izumi is a person with empathy. When there is a vacancy in the ninja school, I will arrange for her to join the school, but she needs to become a chunin first, which is the minimum requirement for a ninja teacher. I will teach her how to become stronger. Bai Yu pursed her lips and said, when will I participate in the mission? There is no rush for this. The third generation sat up straight, looked at Bai Yu, and his expression was kind. Remember the doctor I just told you about? The doctor is actually Tsunade, one of my incompetent disciples. Casco.net. Tsunade. Bai Yu didn't understand why the third generation mentioned this. He thought about his previous guess and thought to himself, it was true. He turned out to be the child of the first generation and Uzumaki Mito. Given the age of those two and their non-living identity, his birth seemed abnormal. No wonder the third generation told him that only when he became a jonin could he understand the truth. It turned out that the reason for not telling him was that he was afraid that he could not bear it. However, now he is nothing human except this body. Even his heart has become a monster. He can kill people without mercy and without any guilt. But if you count it this way, Senju Tsunade may be his niece. Bai Yu curled his lips and thought it was troublesome. He had such a big niece without noticing. She is several generations older than him. The Sandame didn't know what Bai Yu was was thinking. He said in a good mood, "Didn't you always ask me about your life experience before? Tsunade is probably your only relative in this world." Tsunade's surname is Senju, and her full name is Senju Tsunade. The Senju clan was once a big family that was no less than the Uchiha clan. Now you know what I'm going to say, right? What? Baiyu asked. He was too lazy to think. The Sandame, why don't you cooperate at all? The third generation coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Your last name is also Senju, and your full name should be Senju Baiyu. I didn't tell you before because the village was not stable, and I was worried that your surname would be leaked and targeted by the enemy. Now that Tsunade is back, you have someone to protect you. As the only male of the Senju clan, you will inherit the Senju clan and become the young patriarch of the Senju clan. Will she give me living expenses every month? Baiyu asked. The third generation, probably, don't worry about these. The Senju clan is a powerful family that can be ranked side by side with the Uchiha clan, and the things of the Senju clan will be yours in the future. Are you still afraid of not having living expenses? The third generation felt bitter in his heart. Saying this, he was going to return all the real estate that had been taken from the village to Baiyu, but since Baiyu didn't die, he deserved it, and everything was for the stability of the village. Well, let's draw the new territory next to the Uchiha clan, and let the two fight each other. Baiyu was not interested in these. Since his parents were Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, he could just revive them after getting the Samsara Eye, but he still had a problem with the Senju clan. You said the Senju clan was a big family in the village that was no less than the Uchiha clan, so where were their people? I haven't seen a single Senju in the village, and I haven't even seen their clan emblem. Well, I'll tell you slowly. If you like Stand Envoys in Konoha, Stand Envoys in Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohage Novel Network. Chapter 526 The Truth of the Senju Clan _Stand Envoys in Konoha _ a bird passing _ If his parents were Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, then it would explain his abnormal recovery ability. Although the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is strong, it is not strong enough to survive even if the heart is pierced. Baiyu does not know what the physical constitution of the Senju clan is like. Tsunade's performance seems to be not very good. Senju Rope Tree was killed by the detonation tag before she even showed any performance. Anyway, when it comes to him, he can survive by cutting his throat or piercing his heart. His chakra energy is terrifying, and his recovery ability is no different from resurrection. If he is really the child of Senju Hashirama, this abnormal recovery ability can be explained. However, with the power of Hashirama's cells, it is also strange that he did not grow up to look like Hashirama. Uchiha Madara only transplanted the cells of the first generation, and he looked like the first generation Hokage. He, a legitimate heir, actually looks nothing like the first generation Hokage. It is really strange. Baiyu thought this is probably an unsolved mystery, right? Anyway, he looks a lot like his mother. He also picked up a niece who is much older than him for nothing. Baiyu sighed, thinking about how troublesome it would be to meet Tsunade in the future. But as long as Tsunade gave him living expenses in a spring, there would be no problem. The Sandame had someone bring a chair to Baiyu. Baiyu listened to the voice, carefully touched the chair with his hand, and then sat on it. He put his hands on his knees and looked at the Sandame expressionlessly. The Sandame noticed Baiu's actions and asked in confusion, "Is your eye injury serious?" "Not serious," the red-haired blindfolded boy said calmly. Uchiha Shisui's main Jikaya Sharingan is difficult to deal with. If you want to kill him, you have to pay a price. Oh, the Sandame didn't know what the price was that Baiyu was talking about, but it was obvious that Baiyu didn't want to talk to him. This child has completely closed his heart. The Sandame thought of Uchiha Izumi and felt that Baiyu still cared about someone. As long as there is someone to care about, you can't leave the Hidden Leaf village. The Sandame said, "I heard about your relationship from Shisui. Although the Uchiha clan's main Jikaya Sharingan is very powerful, the Senju clan also has Wood Release, which is as powerful as the Sharingan, or even stronger. You don't have to be obsessed with his eyes." "Well, I know. Do you really understand?" the Sandame asked, not knowing what Baiyu was thinking. Baiyu said, "I understand. He is a tough nut to crack. Leave him alone for now. I will kill him when I grow up." The Sandame was speechless. He sighed to the sky. "What kind of a bastard is this? How could the Uzumaki clan have such a person?" The Sandame said, "I can't control you, but please do it after I die of old age." "I'll try my best." Baiyu said, "Suzuki needs to be cured by Kota Amatsukami. Kota Amatsukami is worried about Shisui using him. Unless Shisui is willing to lend him, the two are destined to die. Tell me about the Senju clan. I'm more interested in this. According to you, I will be the head of the Senju clan in the future. Then, the hatred of this family should be inherited by me." Baiyu raised her hand and placed it beside her, supporting her cheek with the back of her hand, and her delicate face showed an expression of indifference. But it was this posture that made the third generation feel that Baiyu was really out of control. He didn't care about anything anymore, just looking for a goal to survive. He had seen many people with this mentality. The third generation said, "The situation is different from what you think. They didn't suffer from the attack of some enemy to destroy the family. In fact, in the village, the destruction of the family will not happen." Baiyu smiled silently and didn't speak. The Sandame said, "This matter has to start from the beginning of the establishment of Konoha." After the establishment of Konoha village, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had different ideas and parted ways. Later, Uchiha Madara came back and tried to control Konoha village. The conflict between the two broke out, and it also laid the groundwork for the destruction of the Senju clan later. The Sandame paused here and looked at Baiyu's expression, but he only saw Baiyu listening to the story and didn't care about what he said. That battle was earth-shattering. lightning, allowing the world to fully witness the full-strength attack of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. Before that, there had never been any enemy in the ninja world that could make them fight with all their strength. After that battle, Uchiha Madara died and the first Hokage returned to the village with injuries and died soon after. At that time, my teacher, the first Hokage's younger brother, Senju Tobirama, managed the village and was the second Hokage. Before the establishment of the ninja village, the entire ninja village was based on family forces. After the establishment of the ninja village, these people with hatred used a stronger collective force to kill the former hostile families. Originally, all this was not allowed by the first Hokage, but after the first Hokage died, the major forces in the ninja world were ready to move. In the following years, no one could reconcile the conflicts between the villages, and the first Ninja World War broke out from point to surface. Peace did not last long after the death of the first Hokage. In order to prevent the war from spreading to the land of fire, the second Hokage went to the Cloud Ninja village in the land of lightning to discuss an alliance, but was attacked by the Kinkaku and Ginkaku troops. It was also because of that action that Konoha village lost the second Hokage. Casco.net. The third Hokage recalled the past, was silent for a few seconds, and continued. At that time, facing the war, Konoha village was unprecedentedly weak and was the most vulnerable. Danzo and I were not strong enough to take on the responsibility at that time. If we could not protect the village, then the place where all of us lived peacefully would face the attack of the enemy. Chapter 526. The Truth of the Senju Clan. In order to protect the weak village, the Senju clan would lead the way in every mission and fight the enemy on the most brutal front line. It was also during that period that the number of the Senju clan gradually decreased until the Second Ninja World War, when the Senju clan ended this tragic dedication. Their sacrifice bought precious time for the growth of the next generation of the village. This is the whole truth about the disappearance of the Senju clan from the village, and why I took such good care of you. After the Sandame said this, he was choking and couldn't breathe. Baiyu hummed, I know. When will Tsunade come back? Tsunade is outside the village, but this is her sad place. Tsunade doesn't want to come back. The Senju clan sacrificed too much for the village. The entire family, 2 ninja world wars, all the lives of the clan members were lost. Tsunade, she may not want to come back here. The third generation lowered his eyes and said, this includes Tsunade's parents and younger brother, so you must not mention the matter of Senju rope tree in front of her. I know, I have no doubt. Do you have any other instructions? Baiyu asked. The third generation thought of Kakashi's matter and said, Shisui told me about the Samsara Eye before. You should not participate in this action. Everything is based on the Senju clan and the village. Shisui said this kind of thing. Baiyu was surprised. The third generation said, after all, I am also the Hokage. Your private mission is a serious betrayal of Konoha village and unauthorized war, but I agree with this operation. The power behind the mysterious man is actually in the Rain village. No wonder we have not found any clues after searching for so long. It is necessary for us in Konoha village to investigate the situation in the Rain village. I still want to emphasize that you cannot participate in this operation. If something happens to you, the Senju clan will be extinct. Okay, I support them spiritually. Chapter 527. All our sacrifices. Baiyu's stand ability allows him to support the team on time thousands of miles away, so it doesn't matter whether he arrives or not. Moreover, because the main body does not go and stays in the village, it can make the stand have no weaknesses and can maximize the power of the stand. Samsara Eye. 6 paths. Pain. Although dangerous and scary, but the main body is just a disabled person in a wheelchair. He can't beat Pain. 6 path. Can't he take away Uzumaki Nagato's wheelchair? So although the opponent is the most terrible enemy in the ninja world at present, it is not impossible to go straight to Huanglong and win the Samsara Eye by gathering the power of Itaki, Shisui, and Kakashi and making a plan. After all, the current Akatsuki organization has not grown strong yet. The Sandame was relieved to see that Baiyu did not act on impulse. This time, Itaki, Shisui, and Kakashi went to the Rain village, and 1 or 2 people would die. It is possible that the whole army would be destroyed. It can successfully consume the power of the Uchiha clan. Test the details of the Rain village and the information of the Samsara Eye. Danzo seems to have suffered a great loss in the Rain village. He is very taboo about the affairs of this village. He didn't know about it before. Shisui told him that he knew that the legendary Samsara Eye actually appeared in the Rain village. This time, it is just right to borrow the power of the Uchiha clan to test the details. If Baiyu also went and died in the battle, the Senju clan would really have no inheritance in the village. It would also break his plan to balance the family power in the village. That's it. When Tsunade comes back, I will let her find you. Well, I'm going back. Seeing that the Sandame had nothing to add, Baiyu stood up and left the Hokage's office, walked down the stairs, and walked out of the Hokage building. He would not personally go to the Rain village's operation, but he had to tell Itaki all the information about the 6 paths of pain, otherwise Itaki would suffer a great loss in this operation. Baiyu did not like Itaki very much, and the reason he accepted Itaki was only because of Suzuki. In fact, he did not know why Itaki liked him. Maybe it was Sasuke's request, or because Suzuki liked him. Right now that Suzuki is gone, he naturally will not value this kind of relationship. Since it is already Quan's, then all these relationships must be cut off. So, after Suzuki is resurrected, it will be his time to get rid of the complicated relationship and welcome a new life. What will he be like then? On the surface he is the canary trapped in Quan's house, but behind the scenes, is he actually a ninja in the Anbu and the patriarch of the Senju clan? Senju Baiyu. Baiyu smiled self-deprecatingly. Knowing his last name, he was not not as happy as he imagined. If it were a few days ago, he would probably be very excited and at a loss as to how to say the first words to his parent, but now, it seems that it doesn't matter. His parents probably won't be happy about his birth, right? No one will be happy that he is alive. No one will be sad because of his death, so, let it be. Bai Yu looked up at the sun, feeling the sun's scorching temperature through his skin, and walked to the shadow of the eaves. In this operation, in addition to providing spiritual support to the team, Bai Yu also planned to bring the unknown fruit of stone fruit to increase the success rate of the mission. This fruit has a lot to do with the Rokakaka in the system. It is suspected that the new Rokakaka fruit appeared after many mutations in nature per thousand w.casco.net. It has the ultimate power to fuse all biological cells together. Blood-sucking, sunlight worms are just appearances. Under its solid and stone-like appearance, its true face is a monster that devours flesh and blood and chakra energy. Such a monster as a body. It should be very interesting in this operation. Bai Yu prepared to go home, took out a fruit and gave it to Uchiha Itachi. When the action is taken, let Itachi take it to the rain village. If the plan succeed, he can not only get the Samsara Eye, but also get Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami and the strongest body that integrates the flesh and blood of many strong men. With such a strong body, everything in this world will no longer be in his eyes. By then, even if he is tired of the days here, he can have another life, a life that is no longer human, whether in soul, spirit, psychology, or body. The secondary purpose of this action is to practice Gu, Shisui, Kakashi, Pain 6 Paths, and the entire rain village are all sacrifices. Itachi came to the police department and told Uchiha Fugaku about his plan. Uchiha Fugaku only then knew that creatures like White Zetsu were everywhere in the village. Uchiha Fugaku was speechless. Itachi really said everything bit by bit. His stomach hurt. Well, before it was revealed that Uchiha Obito was the masked man, Itachi seemed to have always thought that he was the biggest boss. Maybe he thought that both White Zetsu and Obito were arranged by him. Uchiha Fugaku had nothing to say about this matter. Okay, I know. I will go to the third Hokage and get permission to search for White Zetsu. Uchiha Fugaku said again. The police department is responsible for this matter. You take a break for a while. Itachi nodded without saying anything. He left the police department and was about to go find Bai Yu's body when he was suddenly bumped into by someone at the door. Itachi frowned slightly but found that there was no one in front of him. Don't stay. Come with me. Chapter 527 All Our Sacrifices. Bai Yu grabbed Itachi's hand, which was cold, and confirmed that it was indeed Itachi. Bai Yu led the way forward. Itachi's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, he couldn't help but follow the person. Itachi didn't realize it at first, and it took a second or two to react. It was Bai Yu's voice, and it was Bai Yu who was talking to him. Itachi's originally depressed mood was instantly relieved. Bai Yu was not dead as Shisui said, but was still alive. He held Bai Yu's hand quietly. He lowered his head and was led to the road by Bai Yu. Bai Yu walked a distance and found that Itachi didn't talk to him, which felt very strange. Itachi should have a lot of questions to ask him. Bai Yu looked back and only felt that someone who was much taller than him was holding his hand and following behind him. At this time, the sun was scorching, and both of them were exposed to the sun. Bai Yu thought about it, took a step to the side, hid in the shadow under the eaves with Itachi, and then continued to walk forward. Bai Yu didn't know when he saw an article saying that if a person keeps walking forward with his eyes blindfolded, he will eventually go around in a circle without knowing it. He has the purple hermit to guide the way, so there is no problem in this regard. Bai Yu felt Itachi's silence and slowed down his pace involuntarily. Things that were already difficult to face became even more difficult to face. In this situation, Itachi still believed in him. Bai Yu held Itachi's hand, not knowing what Itachi liked about him. He seemed to understand this feeling before, but now he didn't seem to understand what love was. He and Chuan just pretended to like each other, hoping to create real feelings through this pretense. Sasuke said that the feelings between them were fake and that he was taking advantage of Sasuke's feelings. This made him feel painful, but he didn't understand why. If that was not love but fake love, then what was love? He liked someone, and it seemed that he didn't know when he felt it. If Itachi didn't ask him, Bai Yu didn't know what to say. After what happened in the past 2 days, Itachi seemed to be less talkative than before, but he had to talk even if he didn't want to. He treated Itachi differently from Sasuke. Bai Yu read the surroundings and took Itachi to a place with fewer people. Along the way, Itachi didn't ask Bai Yu about the situation. What kind of expression did Itachi have? What was the look in his eyes when he looked at him? Bai Yu began to think about this question involuntarily. He stood firm and wanted to let go of his hand so that he could talk to Itachi. The young man with delicate eyebrows and eyes lowered his head, and the broken hair on his forehead cast a shadow on his face. He didn't let go. Chapter 528 The distance between hearts _standard in Konoha _ a bird passed by _ under the shadow of the trees. The two people looked at each other. Bai Yu let go of his hand and found that Itachi was still holding him. What are you doing? Bai Yu asked. There was no one on the ground in front of Itachi, as if the person he was holding his hand did not exist, but he could hear the sound of people talking, and Itachi knew that the person in front of him was invisible. Ordinary eyes can't see it. I'm sorry. Itachi let go of his hand and took a step back in confusion, not knowing why Bai Yu's attitude turned cold. Nothing. Bai Yu's expression was indifferent. Don't you want to ask me something? I thought you would have a lot of questions. Why are you looking at me without saying a word? If you want to tell me, you will tell me. Itachi replied. That's right. Bai Yu certainly had something to say to Itachi, otherwise he wouldn't have brought Itachi here. On his way home, he judged through reading and writing that Itachi was closer than home, so he came to find Itachi Itaki and then took Itaki home. Sasuke is dead. Did you open the Mangekyo Sharingan? Baiyu knew it was inappropriate, but he still asked this question. In the end, he felt that there was no need to maintain his relationship with Itaki. Casco.net. No, Itaki replied, and his heart ached. So, Sasuke really died in vain. Baiyu sighed. He thought that his death would make your father feel that his second son was a little useful and that you could get the Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, it's not the case at all. Itaki, you are more ruthless than I thought. Itaki bit his lip, lowered his head and said nothing. Baiyu said again, aren't you going to ask me how he died? Or is my guess correct? Sasuke is not important in your heart, so it doesn't matter whether you ask or not. In Baiyu's word, Itaki's pair of black eyes opened his Sharingan involuntarily. When he looked at Baiyu, his black pupils split into three, forming the shape of Megatama, and slowly turned in his eyes. Yes, not opening the Mangekyo Sharingan proves this point. Sasuke is not that important in your heart. It's a pity. He used to like to tell me about you. Every time he talked about you, he would be in high spirits and his face was full of joy. Baiyu sighed. At that time, I was really jealous of you. Sasuke would like you so much, but he probably didn't expect that his weight has never been as important as he thought. The person he has always admired and liked, the brother, actually doesn't care about him. Don't say it anymore, Itaki said. Hey. Baiyu looked up at Itaki and noticed the sob in Itaki's voice. Was he broken by him? Baiyu couldn't see what Itaki's expression was. He raised his hand but didn't touch it at first. He stood on tiptoe and ran his fingers along Itaki's cheek, touching the warm tears. Baiyu tasted it. It was tears. Did you cry? Baiyu was excited. In his eyes, the powerful and calm Itaki was actually made to cry by him. This was really an amazing achievement. Itaki was really easy to bully when he was a child. No wonder he was influenced by Uchiha Shisui, the Sandaime, and Uchiha Obito, and did something that he would regret for the rest of his life. It's the same old story. Why should children get involved in adult matters? Baiyu felt that he had to work harder, and with a little more effort, Itaki would be able to get the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that Sasuke wanted to see. Baiyu said, are you really crying, or are they just fake tears? Don't lie to me. Tell me, is it true? It's true, Itaki said. Baiyu asked again, then do you feel pain? Yes, Itaki replied. What about the Mangekyo Sharingan? Baiyu felt even more hopeful. No. Itaki looked at the red-haired, blindfolded boy in front of him. No. Baiyu felt disappointed. Itaki raised his hand and touched Baiu's forehead. Baiyu subconsciously turned his face to the side. Itaki's fingers went down and took off the white gauze covering Baiu's eyes along the center of his eyebrows. Just now he didn't open the Sharingan, so he couldn't see the invisible Baiyu. Now he saw Baiu's appearance. He lost both eyes and an arm. Baiyu bit her lip and didn't speak. No matter what you say next, I won't believe it anymore. Itaki looked at Baiyu and said in a cold voice, you are like this, and you still use words to stimulate me. Do you want me to get the Mangekyo Sharingan? Then Sasuke's death should have nothing to do with you. Why do you have to be so smart? Wouldn't it be better if you were a little dumber? What do you want me to do? Baiyu sobbed. He couldn't cry without eyes, but he still felt so painful in his heart. He really couldn't do anything, and couldn't even do a bad thing. Itaki didn't answer, but just asked himself, is this caused by Shisui? Baiyu didn't answer. Tell me, why do you want me to get the Mangekyo? Itaki asked in a tone that could not be refused. Baiyu didn't speak. Itaki patted Baiyu on the shoulder. Then let's work hard and let me get the Mangekyo Sharingan. Baiyu then reacted. He knew that he couldn't deceive Itaki and felt disappointed. He asked how to work hard. Itaki said, let's talk. Baiyu murmured, like an onion, peel off your heart layer by layer. Take out those past that you don't want to recall. Chapter 528 The Distance Between Hearts. Shuhaigsyaosachuhaige.net. Do you know Uchiha Shisui? Yes. The first time I saw him, he came back from outside the village, following the team like a supporting role. The people in the village welcomed their team, and he laughed along. But this is none of my business. My friend was killed by Obito not long ago, and his mood fell into a trough. He asked someone what the meaning of life is. Itaki said, the answer I got was that life has no meaning, so I tried to commit suicide, but it was strange that I had the idea of a euro dying in my heart, but when I fell from the cliff, I instinctively wanted to live. Later, I officially met Shisui. He could give an answer to my inner confusion. My attention shifted from my own experience to the family and the village. The two of us often discussed such things. Itaka looked down at Baiyu. You know, my feelings for him are based on Koda Amatsukami. Koda Amatsukami can change people's minds and make people suddenly have firm ideas, but memories cannot be false. As long as you know clearly what kind of person you are, you can know the difference between the past and the present from subtle judgment. The difficulty of breaking free from Koda Amatsukami is that if you don't know the effect of Koda Amatsukami's ninjutsu, you can't doubt that your thoughts have been changed. You can only think that you have suddenly realized and changed your mind. I don't know why Shisui told me about Koda Amatsukami. I was surprised that he believed me, and then I doubted why he trusted me. I got the answer. People who don't worry about betrayal can naturally believe. Maybe he needs friends. I just needed to. So friends and brothers are also a kind of falsehood to me. But no matter what it is in this world, whether it is feelings or interpersonal relationships, they are all ties deliberately created by people for different purposes. The most fundamental purpose is to make yourself not lonely. Just like an illusion, it starts with the most basic scene, connects the opponent's feelings, and like a cocoon, it makes the opponent fall into the deepest illusion layer by layer. Thinking deeply, what is the difference between the family, clan, village, friends, and scenes in the real world and these carefully designed illusions? Illusion and reality. This kind of thing is is not important to me. Until recently, I realized that being alive and encountering happy things is the reward for the instinct of life to live. Itaka knew that Bai Yu couldn't see him, so he squatted down and his height was the same as Bai Yu. Itaka looked at Bai Yu in front of him seriously and stopped talking. Yet, Bai Yu listened but didn't want to listen to it in his heart. His heart couldn't accommodate a second person besides Chuan. Only Chuan would not hurt him, even if he was like him, using false feelings to create an atmosphere of I love you very much. But this abnormal feeling was exactly what he and Chuan needed. Sasuke also said that his feelings for him were fake, but he felt that he really liked Sasuke, and it was the result from the bottom of his heart, based on his own consciousness and subjective judgment. No one interfered with his thought. He decided by himself to like Sasuke. But since Sasuke said it was fake, it means that real feelings will hurt others, while fake feelings will not hurt yourself. Forget it, I don't want to know about your past. Bai Yu said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you get the Mangekyo Sharingan or not. It can only be said that your qualifications and character are not as good as others think. The plan is still going on as scheduled. How are you contacting Kakashi? Bai Yu asked. Itaka took a deep breath and found that seeing Bai Yu was not as easy as he imagined, and even felt that the distance between the two was alienated. The confession did not close the distance. Sure enough, Bai Yu just took him along in the process of liking Sasuke. Just like going to the 3-color meatball store to buy 3-color meatballs, the owner will give you an extra string. Itaka said, we have contacted. We need to get the impure world reincarnation technique first. I am still arranging this matter. Just get the impure world reincarnation technique directly. Whoever stands in the way will be killed. Why think of so many complicated plans? Bai Yu said indifferently. He looked at the leaves withering from the tree. I will contact Kakashi in the evening and try to get the impure world reincarnation technique done tonight. This is too risky. Itaka frowned slightly. Wait a minute, we will get the impure world reincarnation technique in a few days. How many days do you want me to wait? Bai Yu listened to Itaka's voice and looked up at Itaki. Are you anxious? Itaki asked. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, looked aside and said nothing. Itaka tiptoed on the ground, squatted and put his forehead on Bai Yu's forehead. He stared at Bai Yu's black empty eyes. When he was about to continue talking, he saw Bai Yu took a step back. Go back. Itaka looked at Bai Yu's back speechlessly. He raised his right hand, wanting to keep Bai Yu, but his fingers fell down and he couldn't speak. He covered his abdomen with one hand, thinking that he cared too much about Bai Yu's feelings, which led to such a result. Then it would be simpler. He only wanted people, Bai Yu's heart, and he could like whoever he liked. What are you standing there for? Why don't you catch up? Chapter 529 Going home and see them. What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and catch up? Itaka heard Bai Yu's word, raised his head, and saw Bai Yu looking back at him. The originally strong thoughts in his heart relaxed, and he couldn't help but think that maybe Bai Yu still cared about him. He shouldn't have picked her up by chance. Itaka didn't say anything, stood up and followed Bai Yu silently. Bai Yu took the white bloody gauze and covered his dark and empty eyes again. When the wind blows, the eyes will be very uncomfortable, so it's better to cover them. The two came home in silence. Before entering the door, they heard the voices of several girls talking in the house. Bai Yu's chakra energy is purple. I just used my Byakugan to see that the place with the most purple chakra energy in the village is the Hokage building. There are also several places in the village. The closest to us is outside the door. Outside the door, Sakura and Ino looked at the door. Bai Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Several girls were very surprised. Bai Yu, you're back. Where did you go? You didn't come back overnight. Were you tricked by Sasuke? Sakura's tone changed from soft to hard and then to anger. From the joy of seeing Bai Yu to the worry that Bai Yu didn't come home at night to being angry with Sasuke. Bai Yu's mind was full of Sasuke all day long. Sakura thought the biggest possibility was that Bai Yu was tricked by Sasuke. Hihi, did you go to see the stars at night? Why didn't you take me with you? Ino shouted. Stupid girl, if you take you with you, you will be scolded by your family. Don't cry when the time comes, Sakura said with her hands on her hips. But I'm really worried. The blonde girl was in tears. Bai Yu nodded slightly without saying anything and walked directly to Hinata, raised his hand and placed his fingers on Hinata's bandaged forehead. You opened your Byakugan, right? Hinata trembled all over, bit her lips, and her throat hurt when she spoke. She couldn't speak at all, just like a mute. She could only shake her head desperately and kept crying. Bai Yu couldn't see Hinata. He knew from what Hinata said that Hinata was looking for him with her Byakugan. Bai Yu hugged Hinata and comforted her. Don't cry. Girls who keep crying will be looked down upon. Be strong. You will become a powerful female ninja. Bai Yu let go of Hinata and patted the short-haired girl on the shoulder. Ino reached out and hugged Bai Yu's arm, and her light golden ponytail swayed. Bai Yu pressed Ino's forehead with one hand, pulled his hand out and walked towards the basement without changing his face. Itaki, come with me. Itaki followed behind Bai Yu. Sakura puffed up her cheek. Bai Yu ignored her. She ignored her. Wow, so handsome. Ino clasped her hands and stars flashed in her green eyes. Go away, you nympho. Sakura chased Bai Yu jealously. Bai Yu opened the door of the basement, stretched out her hand and pressed on the wall next to her. The lights in the room lit up and the white light illuminated the room. The basement smelled of soil. Bai Yu walked down, followed by Itaki and Sakura. They went down the stairs and came to the center edge of the room. Bai Yu squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. The color of the floor tiles gradually turned purple and was quickly absorbed into his hand, revealing the pit below. In the pit there was a scroll and 2 potted plants covered with black cloth. Swish! A vine popped out from Bai Yu's hand, wrapped around a potted plant and pulled it up. When it was in Bai Yu's hand, he turned around and handed it to the person behind him. Take it. Itaka took took the potted plant, not knowing why Baiyu gave it to him. Are you going to use this? Sakura's cheek twitched. She had not forgotten that day when she sat on the sofa with Inobai for an entire afternoon. Once you set your eyes on this fruit, you will keep watching it, not noticing the passage of time, until you feel hungry and lack nutrition, and then you have a chance to escape control. This fruit is very dangerous. Itaka looked at Sakura. His black eyes did not reveal any expression. Baiyu hummed without explanation. He rearranged the ground, knelt down and kowtowed, got up and left the basement. Sakura looked at Baiu's back worriedly, and then glanced at Itaka, who followed him and left the basement. Hinata, why are you crying? Ino did not follow Sakura and the others to the basement. When she saw Hinata crying, she came to Hinata and asked about the situation. Hinata sobbed, her shoulders shook, her chest rose and fell. Thinking of what she had just seen, she was choked and couldn't speak, and when she heard Ino's voice, her heart suddenly collapsed and she threw herself into Ino's arms. Ino was stunned for a moment, looking around at a loss, and said with sweat on her forehead, just hug me. I'm telling you, just for a moment. I don't know how to comfort people. Just then, Ino found Baiyu coming out of the basement and hurriedly shouted, Baiyu, your woman is crying. Yet, Baiyu walked behind Ino, raised her hand, hesitated for a moment, hugged Ino, and said, Hinata, don't cry, it's no big deal. Ino's mouth twitched. I'm not Hinata. I won't cry. Hinata saw the red-haired boy with blindfolded eyes behind Ino from Ino's shoulder. When she saw the other's dark and empty eyes, she felt so painful in her heart. I don't know what happened. Baiyu was so seriously injured. Baiyu realized that he had hugged the wrong person. No wonder there was hair sweeping on his face, and it was still with Ino's scent. He couldn't see anything, so he could only identify people by reading and writing. Now it seems that Ino and Hinata are stacked together. My lord, this chapter there is more to come. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 529. Go home and see them again. Baiyu let go of her hand, pursed her lips, and then walked to the door, saying without looking back, I'm going out for a while. I have something to do these days. You don't have to come to me. When I finish my work, I have something to announce. Per thousand w.casco.net. As for what it is, of course it's a breakup. Let's break up once and for all. Ino and Hinata looked at Baiyu together. Itaka followed him out with the potted plant. Sakura chased him out the door, opened her arms and looked at Baiu's back, shouting, what about me? What about me? You haven't hugged me yet. Baiyu didn't look back. He raised his right hand and said, next time for sure. Sakura puffed up her cheeks and pouted. Hee. Ino appeared beside Sakura, hugged Sakura's shoulders, and said proudly, I haven't been there yet. You'll die if you don't say a word. I'm so angry. Sakura stamped her feet. I'm just playing. Ino chased Sakura into the house. Hinata looked at Baiu's back through the window and watched Baiyu disappear on the street. Itaka noticed something. After Baiyu left Sakura's sight, the arm evolved from the purple hermit, disappeared, and the eyes under the gauze became empty again. Itaka walked beside her with the potted plant in both hands and asked, aren't you going home? No. Baiyu said expressionlessly. They care about you very much. That's just an appearance. When they see me now, they won't like me anymore. Baiyu said emotionlessly, and then asked another question. Itaki, why do you like me? Because before I met you, I never realized that I was lonely. Chapter 530. Information about the Rain Village. And Itaka thought of the tattoo on his body. He sighed slightly. It can't be a white tattoo, right? According to Suzuki, although it can give you an extra life, the most important function is not this but the side effect of this sealing technique. This side effect is very suitable. When we met today, you didn't call me sister Itaki. Itaka said, now she is a male sister. In the future, she will really become a big sister. Baiyu did not reply. He did not want to talk to Itaki. The more he accepted other people's feelings, the deeper the pain would be when they separated. Therefore, the more real the feelings are, the easier it is to be hurt and feel pain. Per thousand w.casco.net. He did not like this kind of pain. All he needed was a fake feeling like Chuan. Each of them knew that the other loved him, and there was no need to worry about losing the other party and being heartbroken. This kind of love with distance was suitable for him. Hedgehogs rely on each other for warmth. If they are too close, they will be hurt by each other's thorn. The two slowly approached until they were at a proper distance that would not hurt each other. This process is growth. He has learned how to keep a distance from others. When Itaka saw that Baiyu did not answer him, he lowered his head and looked at the potted plant in his arms. According to the weight and height, the plants in the potted plant are not heavy or tall. Itaka did not smell the fragrance of the flowers, which should be other useful plant. The two of them walked all the way to the quiet woods in the park. There were green trees, winding paths, and green lawn. It was a cool and comfortable place. You could clearly hear the chirping of insects from the surrounding trees and see the sunlight shining through the gaps between the leaves. Baiyu stopped and realized through telepathy that there was no one around except herself and Itaki. Baiyu turned around and looked at Itaki. Itaka felt nervous thinking of Baiyu going home just now and hugging Hinata and Ino respectively. Now, could it be? It's his turn? Itaka's heart beat very fast. This is very likely. Baiyu said calmly, the plant in your hand is very important and dangerous. Its full name is Rokakaka. No matter what happens, don't take off the black cloth covering it. My body will not go when I go on a mission, so I need you to take it to the Rain Village. Aren't you going? Itaka's attention was diverted and focused on this matter. No, the Sandame also told me not to go. By the way, Uchiha Shisui told the Hokage about this. Baiyu said this. Itaka's Ayame frowned slightly. I know, it seems that Shisui judged that the mission would be cancelled before, so he told the Sandame about it. What was the reaction of the Sandame when he knew about this? He agreed with our action, but it is still difficult to deal with this kind of secret technique. You continue to act according to the plan plan. If it doesn't work, I will go and snatch it. Did the Sandame know that Kakashi would take action? Itaki said. I don't know, but he knows that Kakashi is one of us. Baiyu thought for a moment. Let Kakashi go to get the impure world reincarnation. He saved the third Hokage a few years ago. Even if he fails, the third Hokage will not punish Kakashi. After Baiyu finished talking about this matter, he said, now I will tell you about the situation in the Rain Village. The former leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo Salamander, was killed by Uzumaki Nagato. Now the Rain Village is controlled by Uzumaki Nagato. He has a companion named Konan who is good at paper escape. These two are disciples of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. The organization he founded is called Akatsuki. The members are: the wind blew in the wood, the leaves made an intoxicating rustling sound, the bangs of the red-haired boy and the black-haired boy were blown by the wind. Our target is Uzumaki Nagato. He has the Samsara Eye. As long as we get the Samsara Eye, the plan will succeed. In addition to his own strong strength, he also has 6 clones, which are one of the abilities of the Samsara Eye. In order, they are the Heavenly Path, the Hell Path, the Human Path, the Azura Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Animal Path. Baiyu explained the abilities of the 6 paths in detail. Itaki opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at Baiyu in disbelief. The most important thing for ninjas to fight is intelligence. Baiyu actually found out all the enemy's intelligence before the battle, but even so, the man named Uzumaki Nagato and 6 Paths Pain are still in an absolute advantage. Itaki felt the pressure in his heart. The Samsara Eye is really too strong, worthy of being the eyes of the 6 Paths Sage. Don't worry, I will provide online support and keep an eye on your situation. Baiyu put his hands in his trouser pockets and tilted his head in the direction of the wind. When the time is right, I will join the battle and attack Uzumaki Nagato's body directly. Because Uzumaki Nagato has the Samsara Eye, he can definitely see the stand, so he can't read the location of Uzumaki Nagato now. Only after Itaki and the others enter the Rain Village and attract the 6 Paths of Pain and the Messenger of God Konan can he face Uzumaki Nagato directly. Catch the leader first. I know, our actions will pave the way for you. No, you are the first round, I am the second round, and we are each other's insurance. Shisui said that as long as the Samsara Eye looks at his Sharingan, even the Samsara Eye will be controlled by him. Let's see if he can do this. If he can, we can win directly. Baiyu didn't know whether Shisui was telling the truth or not, but the 6 Paths of Pain had a mutual vision. They share the same characteristics with his stand. It is equivalent to that. As long as Uchiha Shisui sees one of the 6 Paths of Pain, it is equivalent to Uzumaki Nagato seeing Shisui. If Shisui uses the Mangekaya Sharingan on him, Kota Amatsukami will forcefully invade one of Pain's 6 paths and follow the network cable to the mainframe of Uzumaki Nagato. We'll see then whether Kota Amatsukami is powerful or not, or whether the Samsara Eye is stronger. It's all said and done. Just say hello to me when you take action. Baiyu turned around and planned to go back to Chuan. Everything has been resolved. Only action remains, and then success. He can get the life he wants. How can I contact you? Itaka saw Baiyu leaving, and in a hurry he couldn't help shouting, wanting Baiyu to stay. Baiyu frowned and turned back and said, don't you have my ring? Yes, I do. Itaka lowered his head and saw the ring on his hand, and became happy. When he looked up, he found that Baiyu had left. Itaka couldn't help but feel lost. Maybe it's because I'm holding a potted plant. It's hard for him to hold me well. That's the way it is. So I'll be like Sakura, and it'll be our turn next time. Itaka thought of what Sakura said when Baiyu left home. Next time for sure. Itaka's ears were pink, and he looked around with a guilty conscience. In order to avoid being discovered, he hurried away. Chapter 531 Lost Power. Baiyu left the park, and just as he reached the side of the road, he seemed to lose his strength and fell forward. Baiyu felt strange, and he subconsciously wanted to support himself on the ground. Suddenly, a girl with long red hair appeared in front of him and caught Baiyu. The red-haired girl also lost her eyes and covered them with white gauze, looking just like Baiyu. The only difference is that they are one male and one female, with one short and one long red hair, looking like twins. What's wrong? Baiyu asked. Our power seems to be fading, the girl replied. As a substitute, she had a clearer feeling. After all, her strength came from the original body. It's an illusion. I might have tripped over something just now. Take me back to the spring. Baiyu was helped up by the long-haired red-haired girl, and the first thing she thought of was going home. As he recovered his strength, the purple hermit also recovered and grew gradually, but he was still a little short of the adult. This means that he has not recovered completely. The purple hermit will grow taller only when he recovers. Neither of them can see anything, but fortunately the purple hermit can read and write directions and identify obstacles. The girl with long red hair held hands with Baiyu and showed her the direction. The two leaned against each other and gradually returned to Quan's home. Chuan was cleaning up. She cleaned up the house simply yesterday, but there were still many things in the house that were covered with dust. While Baiyu was out doing things, she cleaned up the house to prevent Baiyu from cleaning the house when she was at home and choking the little cutie with dust. I'm back. Baiyu pushed the door open. Welcome back, Chuan said with a broom in her hand. I'll help you. Baiyu heard the sound of sweeping the floor and wanted to take the broom from Quan's hand. Rather than this, hug me first, Chuan said. I'm so worried that you will leave and won't come home, and then I will wait forever. The girl with long red hair heard this and let go of Baiyu's hand. Her figure gradually faded. During this process, Baiyu came to Quan's side and hugged Chuan. Casco.net. Chuan felt satisfied in his heart all of a sudden. This is the feeling of having a family. I said I would come back. Baiyu said. I was worried that you wouldn't come back. Chuan looked down at Baiyu tenderly. Baiyu puffed up his cheek, thinking that this height was not good. He was only as high as Chuan's waist. What's wrong? Chuan was amused to see Bai Yu puffing up his cheek. You're too tall. Bai Yu said honestly. I'll just squat down. Chuan squatted down, stared into Bai Yu's eyes, and then his eyes smiled into a crescent moon. You're quite competitive. I'm a boy, so of course I'm very competitive. Bai Yu finished speaking, and then said, thank you for letting me. Chuan held his cheek with one hand. Just a verbal thank you. How else can I thank you? Bai Yu subconsciously took a step back and held the broom in front of him. I'm also grateful in my heart. In my heart. Chuan looked at Bai Yu's frightened look and chuckled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Chuan felt that there were still several years of sister-brother love to play. Bai Yu, who was fierce to her before, was actually soft and cute now, which was really interesting. The two of them worked together to clean the house. It took them an entire afternoon to finally clean the house inside and out. The room they lived in before was converted into a meditation room, and they lived together. At night, Bai Yu cooked and Chuan helped on the side. There was a beautiful sunset outside the window. Chuan silently looked at Bai Yu standing on the chair. Bai Yu didn't have much expression, but she cooked very seriously. Chuan would hand it to Bai Yu if there was anything missing. In this way, the simple meal and miso soup were ready. It was enough for the two of them to eat well. Bai Yu liked to drink soup. Drinking soup warmed his stomach and his heart. He was very serious when eating, and he didn't let go of a grain of rice in the bowl. Chuan's eyes were always on Bai Yu. Looking at the red-haired boy with blindfold eating, he felt very sweet in his heart, which aroused his appetite and was a little bit delicious. At night, Chuan took a storybook and told Bai Yu a story. The candle light in the room flickered, and the moonlight outside the window seemed not to be cold anymore. The deep night sky, the stars twinkled. It was a quiet night. The next morning, the morning sun shone on his face. Bai Yu woke up dazedly and found that he was lazy and had no strength. He couldn't even get up. Bai Yu called out in his heart, and the girl with long red hair fell softly to the ground. The red-haired girl looked up at her body. The two blind people looked at each other, and no one could see each other. Bai Yu inexplicably thought of what the purple hermit said to him yesterday, saying that their strength was fading. He thought he was accidentally tripped by something on the ground and lost his balance. But after a night, Bai Yu felt very sure and carefully that he had no strength, just like he was sick and he was weak. If he used his strength to show off, he could still stand up, but this feeling was very uncomfortable. Chuan held the quilt with one hand and looked at Bai Yu, who had just woken up with a pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes. It's okay to sleep in a little longer. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Do you want to eat rice balls? Bai Yu asked subconsciously. Chuan raised his snow-white arm angrily and punched Bai Yu. Don't keep saying that my cooking is bad. Chapter 531 The Lost Power. Haha, it's just very unpalatable. Didn't you say you would remember it for a lifetime? Then I'll say it for a lifetime, Bai Yu said proudly. In fact, it's not very unpalatable, but very delicious. Then go ahead and I'll listen, and then I'll make progress. Chuan sat up, her long black hair falling to her waist. She stretched, and her pretty face with a teardrop mole was visibly sleepy. Chuan yawned and looked out the window at the bright weather, the golden sunlight shining into the house. I'll go cook for you. Chuan got up and walked out, buttoning her clothes while walking. Yet, Bai Yu waited for Chuan to leave, and whispered, it's not good. Purple hermit. Yes, my strength is decreasing at a visible speed. I feel shorter than yesterday. I obviously have, the tall one said the red-haired girl next to him. That was me recovering yesterday, but today my condition seems to be declining. Just like riding a roller coaster, there must be a peak and a trough. What I'm afraid of is that the current trough may be the peak in the future. Bai Yu bit her lip and thought of a solution. Wait and see. My health has always been very good, and Shisui didn't kill me. Bai Yu decided to wait and see. It's impossible that there is something wrong with his body. He can recover even from injuries such as a cut throat and a pierced heart. It's impossible for such a situation to happen. The bloodline of their Uzumaki clan is very powerful. At worst, there is the bloodline of the Senju clan. His father is Hashirama Senju. Bai Yu thought of Hashirama Senju's untimely death and fell silent for a while. The invincible god of the ninja world died inexplicably. This guy must have some disease. Could it be that their family is short-lived? Well, it doesn't matter. At least my father lives longer than me. Bai Yu smiled. That was probably his limit. On this day, Bai Yu confirmed one thing. He was sick. The power was lost for no reason. Chapter 532 Efforts to Survive _1 Bird Past _ Uchiha Fugaku learned about the information of White Zetsu from Itaki and soon got the permission of the third Hokage and began to let his subordinates screen White Zetsu on a large scale in the ninja village. The police department thought that White Zetsu was easy to find at first, but later they found that White Zetsu had a strong concealment ability and was not easy to detect. Except for the initial surprise inspection, there was no harvest. The medical ninja in Konoha Hospital dissected the body of White Zetsu that night and got very interesting information from the body. White Zetsu looks like humans and has some common characteristic, but their physique is different from that of human. Their bodies are similar to plants like king oyster mushroom, which has no blood and bone. After being cut, it will secrete mucus. The taste is between meat and mushrooms. It is a complete vegetable. Even the chakra energy is very different from that of ordinary ninjas. This situation reminds the old doctor in the ninja hospital of the example of the first generation of Hokage. After the first generation of Hokage defeated Uchiha Madara, his injuries were actually healed, but he later died of a strange disease. The body cells of the first generation of Hokage gradually changed from human to plant cells. This process is irreversible and cannot be cured. In the end, the first generation of Hokage died after a few years. At that time, the Senju clan went crazy and launched a lot of human body research to try to find a way to cure the first generation of Hokage. The superb medical skills of Senju Tsunade were trained by the clan. When the Sandaime heard the news, he immediately put down what he was doing to check and personally inspected it. He found that it was indeed similar to the situation of the shogunate and immediately gave an order to find the remaining white zetsu no matter what. After the Hyuga clan and other ninjas who were good at tracking joined in, the ninja village was in a great frenzy and launched a massive search. This was like forming a team to dig ginseng. The white zetsu were so scared that they evacuated the hidden village of Konoha overnight, leaving only Black Zetsu who was still struggling in the Konoha hospital. Since Bayu's death, Black Zetsu has not followed Bayu but followed Uchiha Shisui instead, watching a TV series with someone else. Uchiha Shisui fought with Bayu and was seriously injured, so he took the initiative to go to the hospital for treatment. Black Zetsu stayed by Shisui's side, looking at Shisui eagerly to die early. Apart from anything else, Shisui's Kota Amatsukami was really too good. Apart from a madman like Bayu who physically removes weaknesses, who else in the world can prevent himself from being modified by Kota Amatsukami's thoughts and will? If it gets Kota Amatsukami, it will probably take off on the spot. As for why it didn't kill Shisui, if it had a little talent in fighting, it wouldn't have hidden for thousands of years. Ordinary ninjas are okay, but it may not be a match for ninjas with rich combat experience like Uchiha Shisui. These high-level ninjas have many tricks when they fight. Moreover, since it was beaten up by a certain genin when it debuted, Black Zetsu made up its mind that it would be a dog in a fight, and then it outlasted the super strong men of every era. For thousands of years, countless strong men died in its hands, and they were all killed by it after decades of hard work. In the Ninja Perseverance biography written by Jiraiya, it should be the protagonist. The craze of catching white Zetsu in Konoha village brought a lot of trouble to Black Zetsu, and he had to hide every day, but this could not stop him from realizing his ambitions. Bayu was no exception. He would encounter several waves of people coming and going to check on him every day, which made him and Chuan feel uneasy when playing checkers. He was also worried about what was happening in the village. Well, he couldn't play anything else. He still needed Chuan to give in to him when playing checkers. Bayu confirmed that he was sick. He didn't have any special feelings, but he felt sorry for Chuan and some regret. He couldn't survive normally until he grew up, which was a regret, but he had a tendency to self-destruct. Death would not only not make him suffer, but would make him happy. He felt happy that he had a revenge on Suzuki. Bayu just let it go and looked at his illness optimistically, but Bayu was also hiding it, not wanting to worry Chuan. He was getting weaker and weaker every day. Not only was his strength decreasing, but all his attributes were beginning to decline, the most obvious being his endurance, which had dropped from level B. Even his chakra energy was gradually disappearing, but he still had a chance to survive. Bayu had been practicing hard, and he remembered that there was a stand in the stand system called Highway Star. Highway Star was different from the fake long-distance automatic control stand like the Purple Hermit. Highway Star was a serious long-distance attack stand that could absorb nutrients from other humans to supplement its own body through the stand. Its combatability was very terrifying, and it was also an attack mode that would never stop until death. As long as he could draw this stand, he would still have a chance to survive, but this required him to improve his action precision before all his attributes dropped below level C, and to raise his action precision from D to level C so that he could get a second chance to draw. Otherwise, when the body weakens to a certain extent and an attribute drops to D level, everything will be over. He can't improve a D level attribute. Bayu is practicing the precision of his movements while learning the theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu. All ninjutsu in the world are developed little by little. Even with all the flowers blooming, the most basic roots cannot be missing. These theoretical knowledge are the foundation. Bayu is not good at memorizing theoretical knowledge. He can't memorize things that are too complicated, but this information is collected by the Purple Hermit in another way. It doesn't matter if he can't use it. The Purple Hermit will directly read out the result. Chapter 532 Efforts to Survive. He provides knowledge, information and chakra energy, and the Purple Hermit provides the ability to attack. They complement each other and fight for the ultimate power together. The main reason is that Quan's voice is very gentle and pleasant to listen to. Bayu likes someone talking to him around. This makes him feel that he is not alone. Bayu's body and the stand have the same attribute, which means that his body can also be regarded as a stand, and there is a huge room for growth. In contrast to his poor knowledge learning ability, Bayu's physical talent is extremely good. In just 1 or 2 days, the precision of his movements has been raised to C level. This also made Bayu realize that women did delay his speed of becoming stronger. Although he usually plays with Sakura and others and takes time to practice, his strength progresses very fast, but it has been proven that he can be even faster. The last attribute upgrade also means that he has upgraded all the attributes of the main body to C level so far. It took only more than a month to get the second chance to draw a substitute. Even better, his first substitute, the Purple Hermit, has been developed from a simple intelligence type substitute. It has evolved through multiple learning and evolution of the main body and has become a powerful substitute that is inclined to assassination, intelligence and magic. Bayu's substitute system will get a chance to draw a substitute every time all the attributes of the main body break through a level. The Purple Hermit was the first time, and now it's time to start the second time. Bayu washed his hands with a serious expression. More than a month ago, when the ninja school opened, his system was loaded, giving him the first chance to draw a substitute, and he drew the Purple Hermit. There are nearly 100 substitutes and props in the system reward pool. Although some of them are black for unknown reasons, there are still many substitutes that are lit. There is no shortage of very buggy substitute. The cheap tricks that Bayu is determined not to draw are in these lit substitute. Cheap Brazil and Purple Hermit and a chat stand-in are among the most useless ones. I've already drawn Purple Hermit. It's impossible to get a second stand of the same level, right? When Bai Yu was talking, the waist-length red-haired girl next to him poked Bai Yu's cheek with her finger angrily. Bai Yu ignored it. If he hadn't developed Purple Hermit well, judging from the enemies he encountered in this month, he would have gone to the Pure Land with Purple Hermit. So even if Purple Hermit was angry and acted like a spoiled child, it couldn't change the fact that he was a scumbag at the beginning. After washing his hands and changing his luck, Bai Yu took a few deep breaths and walked out to Quan's side. The most important thing, of course, was to make a decision next to the most important person. He still wanted to live for Chuan, even if he wanted to die very much. Chuan wore a purple coat, simple grey trousers, and long black and smooth hair fell on his shoulders. He looked beautiful and gentle when he smiled. Chuan often smiled, and his smile was sweet and lovely. The last person Bai Yu saw when he lost his eyes was Chuan. The impression of Chuan had been left deep in his heart. This was also a special preparation he made for his love for Chuan. Feelings can be developed by getting along, especially when two people have this idea and tendency. Love will arise. Bai Yu hugged Chuan like a spoiled child. Chuan gently stroked Bai Yu's hair. Bai Yu took this opportunity to light up the lottery option. The system reward pool. The light in the room began to move quickly among the many substitute. Then Bai Yu stopped caring. The person in front of him was more important. Chapter 533 Black Sabbath _ the substitute in Konoha _ a bird passes _ the time for the lottery is about 3 seconds. Take a breath, then exhale. I feel that time has stretched in this moment as if a few seconds have been added. During this pause, my heart suddenly lifted up as if I couldn't let it go, and I paid special attention to the result of the lottery. What will it be? Bai Yu hugged Chuan and thought about the result of the lottery. At this moment, the person who should have longed for death to seek inner relief had a strong desire to live in his heart and was worried about the result of the lottery. The person in his arms had a faint fragrance. Bai Yu seemed to see the face of the black-haired girl he saw when his eyes were dug out. She was pure and charming, beautiful, and good-looking. In just a short time, Quan's appearance was imprinted in his heart. Are you acting like a spoiled child? Chuan asked, touching Bai Yu's head. The boy's short red hair was particularly smooth, and the curled hair was exposed from his fingers. He was as weak and helpless as a cat. Chuan could not forget the cautious and distant look in Bai Yu's light green and crystal eyes when he first saw him. The little hedgehog is now a kitten. Chuan sat on the table, looking at the person in his arms. When Bai Yu heard the word acting like a spoiled child, he subconsciously felt that he was not a man. He was strong and competitive, and his temper softened at this critical moment. It's good if you think so. I won't admit it. Bai Yu looked up at Chuan. The two were several years apart, and Chuan was older than Bai Yu, which gave him a lot of security. Bai Yu wanted to live, and if he lived, he could be happy with the person in front of him. The result of the lottery should have appeared at this time. Bai Yu was afraid that after opening it, he would see an unsatisfactory substitute. In this way, he will die. What should I do? Bai Yu shook his head. Is there anything bothering you? Chuan asked. Bai Yu felt warm inside when she heard Quan's voice. She felt that she was too childish and irresponsible, so she smiled and said, it was there just now, but it's gone now. Bai Yu casually opened the system interface, and when she saw the result of the lottery, her heart suddenly stopped. Bai Yu was stunned for a few seconds and couldn't help but seek comfort. The new stand-in. It was Black Sabbath, the long-distance automatic control stand-in with a white frog face and a noble cloak hat. When opening the system interface, Bai Yu had a lighter in his hand. When holding this lighter, Bai Yu suddenly had a feeling in his heart. The stand-in named Black Sabbath appeared in the real world from the system and was hidden in the dark corners around him. Watching him, the Purple Hermit felt uneasy, and Bai Yu could clearly feel the restlessness in the Purple Hermit's heart. As long as he lights the lighter and the flames fly out, all those who see the flames of the lighter will be marked as targets of attack by Black Sabbath. When the flames go out, Black Sabbath will instantly move to the target and launch an endless attack. Such long-distance automatic control stand has a prerequisite as a trap. After the enemy triggers the condition, it will launch an automatic attack. The description of the stand is that as long as the stand is in the shadow without sunlight, the power speed will be maximized with the power to move instantly in the shadow and the forced suppression of the enemy and the stand. The suppression is to better extract the enemy's soul and stand. In other words, this is a stand that aims to kill people and is useless for saving people. He is going to die. Bai Yu's heart is empty. He does not lack attack power, and now he only needs a stand that can save his life. The best stand is the Highway Star. The Highway Star can absorb human nutrition to supplement its own body. As long as he can get this substitute, he will have endless vitality. Even if his illness cannot be cured, he can still live in this world, although he will cause countless people to die for him if he lives. But what does this have to do with him? There are hundreds of millions of humans in this ninja world. With so many, isn't it enough to eat? By then, his daily consumption may not be as much as the number of humans killing each other in a day. If he regards the plundering of other people's lives as one of the ecological cycles of nature and then joins in, what kind of interference will it cause to the world? He alone, he will not eat up the entire human world, so this is nothing. If humans are not enough to eat, there are still many creatures. Aren't the frogs in Mayaboka Mountain, the snakes in Ryokai Cave, and the insects in the Wetbone Forest rich in nutrient? Once these are caught up by the Highway Star, they will be hunted down to death. Unlike the Purple Hermit and other stands that need a signal to connect to the main body, Highway Star is a long-distance automatic control stand. Once it starts working, it will become truly unstoppable. It will not be attacked by anyone through the network cable. As long as the opponent does not know the situation fluctuation of his main body he will be chased by the stand all the time. Kill to death. But now, the stands he extracted, although both are long-distance automatic control stands, have different abilities. Highway Star absorbs nutrients from others and chases the target at high speed, and Black Sabbath is to suppress the opponent in a shadowy environment and extract the opponent's soul. Black Sabbath is not the stand he need. Chapter 533 Black Sabbath. Baiyu bit her lip, and suddenly, inexplicably, she remembered the last Rokakaka left at home. Can he survive with that Rokakaka? Will he become a non-human? Without a human form, would he still be liked by Chuan? Will Chuan give up on him? Baiyu looked up at Chuan with a fragile expression. He could not see Chuan's appearance or expression. When he looked up, he felt the long black hair falling on his cheek, itchy and gentle. Chuan, will you abandon me? Baiyu asked. How could that be? I will always be with you. Chuan held Baiyu's hand and held it tightly. Baiyu felt warm in his heart but also very uneasy. Chuan smiled, pinched Baiyu's ear, and whispered, if you are worried. Teacher Chuan, I still don't understand a few knowledge point. Baiyu interrupted immediately. Then I'll tell you. Chuan picked up the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and continued to tutor Baiyu. Slowly and pleasantly, Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief and heard it again. Just call me sister at home. Chuan asked Baiyu. Baiyu felt that Chuan was going to eat him bit by bit. Every time he talked and chatted, he was compressing his remaining space for activities, forcing him to rely on Chuan in order to survive. Baiyu took back his initial impression of Chuan. This teardrop mole and beautiful person were no different from Hengdu. No, there was still a difference. Chuan needed more feelings. Hengdu just went her own way, like a tomboy. Chapter 534 Sense of Crisis. After extracting the stand, Baiyu took another day of class and listened to most of the basic ninjutsu theory knowledge again. He did not memorize this knowledge, but the human brain is very magical. Even if you have no impression, the brain will still remember what it should remember. The purple hermit can read this information at any time. This is equivalent to him memorizing it. Basic ninja theory includes chakra energy, hand seals, and the principles of performing ninjutsu. It does not include changes in the nature of chakra energy, higher blood limit and blood elimination. Baiyu thinks that advanced ninjutsu theory needs to be learned from the instructor after graduating from the ninja school, and includes some ninjutsu. Baiyu was taking a bath in the bathtub, and then he remembered the way to survive besides Highway Star and Rokakaka. The third generation Hokage said that Senju Tsunade would return to the village soon. Tsunade is a medical expert in the ninja world. There will not be a second person in the ninja world who is more powerful than Tsunade in medical treatment. Since Tsunade is his niece, then there should be no problem in saving his uncle, right? If he is not saved, the Senju clan will be extinct. Tsunade did not get married until the end. If the Senju clan is not going to be gone, what is it? When Baiyu thought of this, he felt that he had the mission of revitalizing the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, but the wife is a girl from the Uchiha clan. Tsunade won't have any objections, right? Oh, who cares? If she has any objections, she can keep them to herself. He must be with Izumi. She said she would return to the village in the next 2 days. How far is she from the village? Baiyu raised his hands and read it out. There are 10 fingers in total, and Tsunade will move to the finger corresponding to the number related to her distance from the village. The girl with long red hair raised her hand from behind Baiyu curiously and pointed at Baiyu's fingers on both hands. Is it the first one? 1. The next number is 5. The distance is in kilometers. Tsunade is 15 kilometers away from the current village. The direction is in the west. Baiyu read out the distance between Tsunade and him in a short while, and when Baiyu saw the distance he was relieved. Tsunade is very close to the village, and she will probably be back tonight. Then he can go to recognize his relatives tomorrow. Very good. Although I don't know what disease I have, it seems that it is just like a cold and fever. My physical condition is getting weaker and my attributes are decreasing. There should be a way to save me. Baiyu felt much more relieved when she found a way to survive. At this moment, Baiyu suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Baiyu, his whole body froze, and then he felt the ripples of the water around him. Ah, I'm going to die. Baiyu rolled on the floor in the same pajamas as Chuan. He had dated 7 or 8 girlfriends, but this one made him ashamed to face others. If he had known earlier, he should have locked his clothes, locked them all, and locked them even if he stood on tiptoes. Help me wipe my hair, Chuan said with his back to Baiyu. Oh, okay. Baiyu got up and wiped Chuan's hair with a towel. Chuan turned around with a smile on her cute face. Are you too shy? Give me some time. Baiyu helped wipe her hair and said, tomorrow I have an elder, well, not an elder, coming back to the village. Do you want to go with me to see her? Elder. Chuan was stunned. Her cheeks were pink, and she said a little embarrassedly, is it okay? Speaking of which, you also live in the village, and I haven't been to your house yet. I don't want to go back. Let me tell you, I am very popular with girls. Going back will be troublesome. Baiyu said. Ah, popular with girls. Chuan's face suddenly puffed up, and he poked Baiyu's arm. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Baiyu moved her ears and asked with interest. Jealous? How could it be? When Izumi spoke, one black eye and one green eye rolled around, and her tone paused for a moment. Then she said angrily and decisively, no. After Izumi finished speaking, she said, okay, there is a little bit. Do you want to tell me? Okay. Baiyu originally planned to be frank with Izumi, so naturally she told him everything. Izumi thought it was just 1 or 2 things, but who knew that Baiyu said a lot at once, and mosquito coils suddenly appeared in her eyes, and she felt dizzy. A lot. Is her man so popular? Izumi inexplicably felt a sense of crisis, yet Baiyu suddenly felt uneasy, afraid that Izumi would despise him for being unclean. Apart from his love history, he protected himself very well. In fact, that was for Suzuki. But it doesn't matter now. Chuan fainted for a while, and when he came back to his senses he saw Bai Yu's dazed look and asked hurriedly, so how many am I? How many? Bai Yu counted and said, Sakura, Ino, Suzuki, Hinata, Red Bean, Itaki and you. In fact there is another one from your Uchiha clan, but I don't know him, so that one doesn't count. Chuan, so many suitors. She cheated on so many people. There seem to be two strange guys among them. Wait, what the hell are Suzuki and Itaki? What do these two brothers want to do? Quan's eyes widened suddenly. Chapter 534 Sense of Crisis. There aren't many, maybe 7 or 8, but now there's only you. I want to cut them all off. Bai Yu said seriously. Ce Poundy, well, compared to this matter, I care more about Suzuki. Chuan didn't know what to say. In fact, she wanted to talk about Itaki. Why is Itaki also Bai Yu's girlfriend? But maybe because she liked Itaki before, and was worried that Bai Yu would misunderstand. Chuan mentioned Suzuki first. Then her heart suddenly became complicated. What's going on? She pursued Itaki for so many years, but Itaki didn't respond to her. He knew she liked him, but he kept his distance from her. In the end, how did Itaki get picked up by Bai Yu, and Itaki got along with so many girls? Chuan suddenly didn't understand the rules of this world. That aloof male god. It turned out that he would bow his head with other girls and obey Bai Yu. Why did he act so aloof in front of her? Quan's heart suddenly soured, and she didn't know who she was jealous of. Isn't Suzuki a boy? Chuan asked cautiously, fearing that her man would be exposed to the news that he was not picky about meat and vegetables. This was more terrible than having more girls. A boy. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, no, it's a girl. I have been sitting at the same table with her for so long. How could I not recognize her? If it was a boy, I would know it at a glance. Suzuki looks pretty and handsome, just like a boy, but in fact she is a girl. If she changes into long hair and girl's clothes, there will be no sense of disobedience. In fact, I have been with her for a long time. Then, what about Itaki? Itaki is Sasuke's brother, right? Chuan asked. She didn't meet Suzuki many times, but she knew that this guy was hateful and always ruined her plan to meet Itaki. He was very brother-con, so whether it was a boy or a girl, it was really unclear. I used to think Suzuki was a boy, but Bai Yu said Suzuki was a girl, so it was probably a girl. After all, Suzuki is Bai Yu's first girlfriend. Itaki, of course she's a girl too. I've dated her several times. Bai Yu said nonchalantly. Well, several times. Quan's eyes widened. Stand user in Konoha. The update speed of the substitute messenger is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 535 Complex Emotions _ the substitute messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ She didn't do it once. B. Explain it to me clearly. Chuan and Bai Yu were facing each other, sitting sideways and looking at each other. Outside the window was the starry sky at night. The small village in the countryside was particularly quiet at night. At night, except for the cicadas, no sound could be heard. Candles were lit in the house, and the dim candle light was reflected in the room. The candle light swayed, and the shadows of the two were reflected on the wall. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. Bai Yu had a bump on his head from Chuan. The bump was still smoking. Bai Yu grinned in pain, knowing that Chuan was determined to Itaki, otherwise he would not deliberately say it to make Chuan give up. He was tired of being with Itaki, so he wanted to settle down with Izumi. Besides, it's not good to keep things like love history secret. If you hide it for a long time, it's easier to get into trouble. It's better to speak out. What do you mean several times? Tell me, Izumi said angrily. Her idol was asked out by other boys as a girl several times. She was so angry. She had been chasing him for so long, but Itaki still hadn't made it clear to her. Is this guy a scumbag? He actually got along with Bai Yu behind her back. Didn't he know that Bai Yu had several other girls? How could Itaki be so? It's just a date. Itaki looks very beautiful in women's clothes, Bai Yu replied. Izumi clenched his hands and clenched them into fists. A date? A real date? Izumi asked cautiously. Is Itaki really beautiful in women's clothes? Bai Yu, you're still so treacherous. I thought I could make you give up by telling you, but who knew you were still thinking about my girlfriend? Bai Yu said. It's okay, but not as pretty as you. Why is she pretty? Chuan asked embarrassedly, wanting to know more about Itaki being Bai Yu's girlfriend. Although she felt uncomfortable and unbelievable, she was very curious about what she wanted to know. What would Itaki's other side look like that she didn't know? Also, did Itaki know that Bai Yu was kidnapped by her? He probably didn't know, right? She met Itaki 2 days ago, and Itaki congratulated her. Chuan suddenly fell into a very subtle feeling. The boy she liked was actually a girl, and then the ex-girlfriend of her current husband. The two of them had been together for a while without her knowing. Casco.net. Then she went straight in and stole the boyfriend of the person she liked without knowing it. What kind of complicated relationship is this? Bai Yu felt entangled. Let's talk about it. I felt uncomfortable. After all, Chuan was his girlfriend, and Itaki was also his girlfriend. So why did Chuan miss his Itaki? But if he didn't say it, why did he bring it up? Isn't it just to confess the love history and make Chuan give up? Bai Yu suddenly felt that she had underestimated Lao Wang's perseverance. Chuan showed that she loved him so much during this period, and it turned out that she was planning to have a good time with her husband and wife. Then why did he plan to cut off all ties and live for Chuan? Bai Yu was heartbroken for a while, and said woodenly, Itaki, what impressed me most was that she came to my house to find me that night, wearing a beautiful kimono, with black hair draped over her shoulders. You know, Itaki looks okay, with clear eyes and eyebrows, and the clothes are also very fitting, but she doesn't like to talk much. Then what? Chuan felt pain in her heart, and she was heartbroken. The sweetheart actually. Chuan couldn't wait to ask, but she was a little afraid to know what would happen next. But at the same time, she had a strong curiosity that drove her to find out the truth. One was the person she liked before and the other was the person she liked now. As lovers, what would happen to these two that she didn't know about? Chuan was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Then we chatted. Bai Yu lowered her head and said unhappily, that guy can only chat like a piece of wood. Yes, like a piece of wood, Chuan said, and then her heart skipped a beat, afraid that Bai Yu would find out. She had already decided to like Bai Yu and couldn't fall in love with someone else. Now that Bai Yu confessed his love history to her, it was a manifestation of trust in her and a process for the two to understand each other. If Bai Yu found out something, the two might have emotional differences, which was a bad thing. Bai Yu had decided to let go of the past for her. If she didn't let go, what would it be? She tried her best to love Bai Yu, and so did Bai Yu. They couldn't let the past ruin their lives. They had agreed to be a couple for life, so there must be no accident. However, Chuan didn't expect that the person she had been chasing for so long would be easily obtained by Bai Yu, and now because of her, he said he wanted to separate from Itaki and didn't want Itaki anymore. Chuan suddenly felt regret that Bai Yu was going to separate from Itaki. What kind of mood would Itaki feel if he knew? Her mood was so complicated and subtle. She didn't want Bai Yu to break up with Itaki. Moreover, did Itaki know that her boyfriend was Bai Yu? Itaki even congratulated her, so he probably didn't know, right? Chuan looked at Bai Yu's tender face and found that Bai Yu had no expression on her face. Her heart skipped a beat. She was familiar with this look. When I first met Bai Yu had this expression. This is a hedgehog that will retreat into a box for safety. 17,131. Chapter 535. Complex emotions. Now, Bai Yu has to close her heart again and hide aside. Chuan hugged Bai Yu. Bai Yu pushed but didn't push away. I'm sorry, Chuan said. Yeah. Bai Yu turned her head to look to the side and suddenly felt something was wrong. Hehe, I just found out. Chuan smiled in the candlelight and his face was reflected by the light in a hazy yellow. Bai Yu was furious. He had dated so many girls with all kinds of personalities, but he had never met someone as bold as Chuan. Are you blind to bully him? No, I have met him before. Hengdu is like this. It's just that he is seriously injured and can't run away. It's really a tiger in the plane being bullied by Chuan. Chuan hugged Bai Yu and tilted his head and said, are you angry? Angry. Bai Yu puffed up his cheek. Chuan said, it seems that you found out that I liked Itaki before. I found out a long time ago. Otherwise why do you think I was so angry? Bai Yu said. Chuan felt guilty and said, when did you find out? When you brought me back. I had never seen anyone cheating in front of other people's boyfriends. You asked me how to conquer Itaki. Will I teach you? I really want to bite you. Bai Yu was so angry that her teeth itched. It was really a careless move that fell into the trap. I thought I would be happy with Chuan, so I tried it for the last time. Who knew Chuan's mind was not pure and she had never given up on him and Itaki. Chuan felt even more guilty when he heard this. I'm sorry, I didn't know Itaki was your girlfriend at the time. Look how good I am to you now. I didn't even give you candy and I still take care of you in every possible way. Bai Yu, you mentioned candy again. Chuan continued. Did you decide to break up with Itaki because of me? Bai Yu didn't want to talk to Chuan anymore, but she could clearly hear the sound of Chuan's heartbeat and reluctantly said, well, yes, not only Itaki, but all previous relationships will be cut off. I said I would be yours. If you didn't lie to me, it would be like this. Bai Yu gritted her teeth and said. Chuan fell silent. I didn't lie to you. Please don't open your thorns. Okay, I just heard about you and Itaki, and I feel a little complicated. Do you remember what I told you? If love has a definition, that definition is sacrifice. All the things I did to you are betting all my feelings on you. Chapter 536. Low emotions. I've made a huge bet on you. Chuan put his chin on Bai Yu's shoulder and said. Bai Yu didn't know what to say, but listening to Chuan's heartbeat, it didn't sound like he was lying. Real feelings hurt people, then fake feelings won't hurt people all over. Aren't they the same as Chuan? So what is he pursuing? In a fake relationship, pursuing the real thing? So he was angry that Chuan wanted to get both him and Itaki. Bai Yu looked at the night sky outside the window and it seemed that there was no moonlight at night. It doesn't matter. Just let Chuan be happy. What future do two girls have together? It's just distress. Bai Yu asked. I told you these things because I wanted to tell you about my past experiences. Actually, I haven't finished yet, but it doesn't matter. Chuan's heart tightened and his light green eyes looked at the shadows of the two people on the wall. If you like Itaki, how about I call her over? Anyway, I also like her while I'm in the process of liking Suzuki. Bai Yu said in a low voice. Now that Suzuki is dead, everything doesn't matter. If you like it, I can let Itaki like you. That guy is like a piece of wood, very good at listening to people's orders and being manipulated like a puppet. Chuan's eyes widened and he fell into speechlessness for a while. Will Itaki be obedient? Chuan asked. Bai Yu said, of course, she will kneel down if you ask her to. I'll show you when I have a chance. Chuan didn't know what to say. The person he liked so much before, the cold and lonely genius, was now being abused like this. Why would Itaki be so obedient to Bai Yu? That lonely guy who was afraid of being approached. Bai Yu was also afraid of being approached. She was closer to Bai Yu than Itaki was. She had already reached into Bai Yu's heart, but Itaki was still hanging around outside. Chuan suddenly realized that Itaki, who had never opened his heart to anyone before, kept everything in his heart and endured it alone, had learned to show his vulnerable self to Bai Yu. But this feeling was not accepted by Bai Yu. Maybe Bai Yu tried to accept it, but just like the others, Bai Yu said, with the death of Suzuki, it was all broken. She approached Bai Yu when Bai Yu was most vulnerable, and it was the last time Bai Yu had the courage to try. Then, she disappointed Bai Yu. Bai Yu also drove her out of his heart. Maybe we can't get love. Chuan looked at Bai Yu in his arms. Maybe, Bai Yu said indifferently. After acting for a few days he was tired. Life is like this. Whenever you muster up the courage to face it, you will pull up the endless waves and hit you head on. The more you fight, the braver you become, and so do the waves. Chuan said, maybe we shouldn't talk about this. Yes, we shouldn't talk about it, so we'll all be fine. Bai Yu said, I know a kind of illusion. Let's live in the illusion, right? Just like dreaming, reality is real, and the illusion should be fine, right? True and false. Chuan said, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusion is to use the eyes to cast the illusion into the other person's heart. Why do you think I dug out my eyes and killed Uchiha Shisui? Bai Yu asked back. Chuan didn't know what to say. I didn't know Atake was a girl before, but now I know. Do you still think I like her? Chuan looked at Bai Yu. Emotions are like this. If you take it seriously, it will leave traces in your heart. Bai Yu said, aren't you the same? You have Sasuke in your heart. Chuan pinched Bai Yu's cheek. I'll continue to act as if nothing happened. I've given you everything. I can't see it. Bai Yu said, and noticed Chuan holding his hand. Bai Yu pulled his hand away and said, I have a terminal illness and may die in a few days. Chuan's heart seemed to be hit. She opened her eyes wide and forgot to breathe. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Chuan asked in confusion. Bai Yu said, I'm going to die. I have been aware of my physical condition these 2 days. My life force is continuously decreasing and my chakra energy is also much less. I can only live for a few days at this rate. Tsunade Senju will return to the village tomorrow. I plan to go see her, but something like this happened. Before Bai Yu finished speaking, he felt that Chuan had let him go. Bai Yu felt empty in his heart. Was he going to drive him away? Why didn't you say it earlier? Chuan said angrily. I plan to go a few days later. If I can get better, I will just pass it like this. I don't want you to worry. If I really can't get through it, I will find a place you don't know to die. Bai Yu also got up and went to find his clothes. Chuan gave Bai Yu's clothes to Bai Yu. Bai Yu took it silently. I'm sorry. It's okay. There's nothing you can do about this. Right. Chuan put on his clothes and fastened his belt. Hurry up. We have to go out to find that Senju Tsunade overnight. Since you are sick, don't hide it. If you had told us earlier, we would have gone to find Tsunade. You are still waiting for her to come. Don't you know that she stays in one place for more than 10 days? I used to work in the daimyo mansion. The daimyo's wife once looked for Tsunade. The guy promised well and said that she would go to the daimyo mansion after drinking. Who knew that she would run away with a pig after waking up from drunkenness and we couldn't catch up with her? The substitute messenger in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 536. Low mood. Bai Yu was stunned. Why are you standing there like an idiot? You don't want me to be a widow, do you? Chuan bent down and pinched Bai Yu's chin. Bai Yu came back to his senses and was happy in his heart. You go out first. Tisk, you can't see it again, Chuan said and walked out obediently, making deliberate footsteps, and then opened the door and closed it again after 2 seconds. Chuan turned around and looked at Bai Yu. The girl with long black hair tilted her head, her beautiful cheeks with tear moles slightly puffed up, looking at Bai Yu. Bai Yu was relieved when he heard the door close, but he didn't feel very good about his mental state. He was always cheerful and optimistic. Why did he sometimes get very depressed and want to die? It always appears several times a day, as if there is an invisible person beside you, whispering, telling you to die quickly, die quickly. Bai Yu should remember that she does not have depression. Just now, the topic was brought to a very bad point, making the atmosphere so awkward. Chuan must feel very uncomfortable, right? But she is very gentle. My heart hurts so much. I really want to be with her. Bai Yu changed her clothes quickly and walked out the door barefoot. Then, her head hit Chuan. Bai Yu, hehe. Chuan touched his chin. Ah, I'm going to die. If you have eyes now, would you cry? Chuan asked with interest. Bai Yu, is this guy sent by God to torture him? You will cry. Bai Yu pouted, then whispered, just now, I'm sorry. I said it's okay. Chuan said indifferently. Per thousand w.casco.net. I'm talking about what we just talked about. Bai Yu bit her lip. If you call Atake, I don't mind 2 people living with you. Damn old Wang. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. He will never be reconciled with the Minotaur in his life. Just kidding. How did you deal with Sasuke and Atake? I don't know. They are chasing me. How would I know? Chuan suddenly felt heartbroken, so sad. The person she had been chasing for 5 or 6 years was actually chasing someone else. Chapter 537. What I forgot. Bai Yu wanted to go out in a depressed mood, but was blocked by Chuan in front of him. Why are you still unhappy? Would you be happy if your girlfriend was liked by your current girlfriend? Bai Yu asked. Would you be happy if the person you like was liked by your current person? Chuan asked. Bai Yu. Chuan, how did the 2 of them get together? Don't think about those things. What's wrong with your illness? I want to know the general situation. Chuan said against the door. Bai Yu said, I don't know what happened. I was fine before, but in the past few days my body gradually lost its strength. After careful examination, I found that the chakra energy was also constantly decreasing. At this rate, I will lose all my chakra energy and die soon. How did the chakra energy disappear? Chuan asked. I don't know. It disappeared like this. Right. Bai Yu raised his hands but couldn't see the palms of his hands. I'll use the Sharingan to see you guide the chakra energy out. Chuan opened the Sharingan and 3 black Megatama rotated in the scarlet eyes. Once it was opened, there was no need for Bai Yu to guide the chakra energy, and Chuan discovered something. On Bai Yu's body, the lavender chakra energy was constantly coming out of his body just like smoke, quickly integrated by nature and disappeared without a trace. Bai Yu made a seal with both hands, and just as he guided out the chakra, his hands were covered by Quan's hands. Casco.net. Okay, I know. Chuan was worried for a while. Chakra energy is a reflection of of the ninja's mental state. When your chakra energy disappears, you will become an ordinary person. This is the best result. But if it is not your chakra energy that weakens, but your body and your physique becomes weak, and then it can no longer support the chakra energy in your body, it means that even if the chakra disappears, your physique will continue to weaken. We need to go to the ninja hospital for a checkup first, Chuan said, holding Bai Yu's hand and taking Bai Yu out. Bai Yu felt that it was too cold outside, but it was still warm inside. She wanted to hug Chuan for warmth. Chuan had a blank expression on her face, but she was worried. She didn't want Bai Yu to see her nervousness because Bai Yu would feel guilty. The little hedgehog might really find a deserted place and die quietly. Do you remember our agreement at the beginning? Chuan asked. Yeah. Bai Yu nodded. A pair for life. Chuan looked down at Bai Yu beside him and said, let Ataka go to hell. In this way, I am yours and you are mine. Also, I'm sorry for what I thought just now. I was thinking that if Ataka was a girl, she could accept her being with you, but that was just my extravagant wish. In fact, I knew that she only regarded me as a friend before she told me her true feelings. For this, I actually thought that I could use you as a bargaining chip to get her feelings. Chuan said self-deprecatingly, I really thought too much. For the sake of the past, I abandoned the hard-won present. How stupid would I be to have such an idea? Bai Yu listened to Chuan's gentle voice and her heart was empty. I'm going to die soon. What are you going to do? Bai Yu looked up at Chuan. Chuan was indeed like an older sister, but in fact she was a younger sister. Chuan looked at Bai Yu and smiled. What else can I do? I'll be your wife in the next life. It's really stupid. A normal person should get over this relationship. Time will heal the pain. Bai Yu pursed her lips. But what I'm most afraid of is that I will suddenly forget what I'm feeling now. Chuan looked up at the starry sky at night on the street. The stars were shining brightly. I remember them very clearly when I was a child, but now I have forgotten what my parents look like. I even think that if I have the chance to see them again, I probably won't have such a deep relationship with them, right? I just miss them like this. Chuan held Bai Yu's hand tightly and said, time can make people forget the pain, but it can also make people forget the original feelings. So what will people forget after experiencing time? I just want to live in the present. If you die, I will die with you. If you live, we will be happy together. Now you know what you have to do, right? Bai Yu nodded. I will try my best to live, maintain a healthy mentality, and accept the doctor's treatment. Yes. Chuan smiled, shook their arms, and said, I like you. It's not fake anymore. Bai Yu pursed his lips. His heart ached, and he didn't speak. He was still confused. Maybe he had never fallen in love with anyone, or maybe he didn't dare to promise Chuan that he would survive. Maybe he would survive if he used Rokakaka. But how should he face Chuan, an inhuman monster like that? What should Chuan do if others want to kill him? Should he protect him, or despair in the entanglement? Bai Yu wanted to take a look at Chuan's current appearance, but when he looked up, he found that the Chuan in his heart had always been the last one he saw after he lost his eyes. Gentle, considerate, and pure. Chuan was still the same as always, but he had changed. I feel a little cold, Bai Yu said. It's almost time. We'll be at the hospital soon. Chuan looked up at the road ahead. One big and one small. The two walked silently on the street in the silent night. In the ninja hospital, Bai Yu checked the body and got the worst result. Chuan's hands suddenly became extremely cold. Bai Yu noticed this and looked up at Chuan without saying anything. Chapter 537. What I forgot. His body is getting weak. His muscles are weak. His bones are loose, and even his blood is beginning to lose its function. He looks like a machine that is becoming old and unusable. Such a body cannot store chakra energy, and it will leak as much as it can. I suggest that he be hospitalized for observation for a period of time, and we will find a way. The doctor on duty at night said, Hey Bai Yu, did you hear that? It's just a simple question like this. You need to have confidence. Let's go find a more experienced doctor. Chuan squatted down and patted Bai Yu's shoulder. Bai Yu said, well, let's go find Tsunade. The doctors here only want to name a new disease after me. Doctor on duty. Hey, Tsunade-sama is not so easy to find. You running around will delay the best medical time. Bai Yu waved his hand, and Chuan left the ninja hospital without looking back. Chuan asked, just now at home, you said that you have an elder who will come to the village tomorrow, right? That person is Tsunade. Yes, right. Bai Yu said calmly, I haven't told you yet. My full name is Kyunja Bai Yu. Hey? Chuan opened his eyes wide and looked at Bai Yu in surprise. Didn't you tell me that you don't have a surname? I also want you to have the same surname as Uchiha as me. I just learned about this news a few days ago. The third Hokage told me. He also told me that Tsunade was coming back. If the last name is Uchiha, there will be no problem. Bai Yu said, why is there no problem? Lady Tsunade will kill me. Chuan pretended to be strangled to death and said, that's it. Ah. Bai Yu's mouth curved up. In fact, I am not a natural person. You know about human experiment, right? It can be regarded as the village's last effort to revive the Senjo clan. Now it's just that my time of use has expired. Chapter 538. Action begins. On the street, Chuan stared at Bai Yu in a daze. She put down her hands that were pinching herself. Don't think about such heavy questions. What human experiment? What time of use? I have never heard of such a thing. Sorry, my mood has been up and down recently, and there are many times when I feel inexplicably depressed. Bai Yu looked in the direction of the Hokage rock. Before the Satsuki died, would he have thought that his body would be used by the village for various research? Probably. The Satsuki was just stupid, not dumb. People say that he is wise but foolish. So what was the mood of the Satsuki before he died? Would it be the same as his? Bai Yu said, Tsunade came back so that I could inherit the Senjo clan. I read her distance. She is only 15 kilometers away from the village. She will probably arrive tomorrow. The third Hokage did not expect that I would be sick before, so he arranged it it this way. When they see me and can save me, I should have the surname Senju, but if they can't save me, I will be liberated. I will be yours for the rest of my life. Can I have the same surname as you, Uchiha? Bai Yu asked. Of course. Chuan bit his lip, squatted down and hugged Bai Yu. Don't be discouraged. Be happy. What if you recover? Then I will have the same surname as you, Senju. I didn't expect that the families that were hostile to each other in the past would be so harmonious in our generation. Bai Yu had such a feeling. Maybe this is what the first generation Hokage wanted to see at the beginning. Chuan said. The night was so quiet. The houses around were dark. There were only orange street lights on the street. Chuan comforted Bai Yu, stood up and said, okay, 15 kilometers is not far. Since Tsunade will go back to the village by herself, let's go home. Do you feel cold? Yeah, I always feel it. Bai Yu followed Chuan. Chuan said, it's autumn now, and I probably need to cover myself with 2 layers of quilt. I've experienced autumn, so I don't need 2 layers of quilt. It will be very cold in winter, and I will have to wear a thick cotton jacket then. Idiot. The two turned their backs on the street light, and their shadows stretched hand in hand on the street. At night, the lights were off. Bai Yu vaguely felt the ring on his hand beating. He yawned and struggled to open the heavy quilt with one hand. The 2 layers of quilts crushed him to death, and he couldn't even turn over. Chuan said that if you are sick, you should cover yourself with more quilt, and he insisted on doing it. Bai Yu raised his hand in the hazy night, and his empty eyes seemed to be able to see things. With the moonlight shining in from the window, he stared at the purple ring on his hand. Someone is calling him. Who is it? Bai Yu read and wrote and found that it was Itaki. Alas, Bai Yu put down his hand, not wanting to pay attention to Itaki, and wanted to continue sleeping. Then he suddenly felt something was wrong. Itaki called him in the middle of the night. Could it be that Kakashi stole the impure world reincarnation technique and now they have reunited? In this way, there is only one missing, and he is the only one missing. Bai Yu's heart was pounding, and he suddenly felt the delicateness of his body. This touch gradually became clearer and heavier with his breathing. Bai Yu did not forget his purpose. Since Itaki was notifying him, it meant that Itaki's first phase of action was over. What's wrong? Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Bai Yu sleepily. Itaki is calling me. Bai Yu's face was serious, and he did not hide it from Chuan. The two people confessed to each other, and there was nothing wrong with saying such things. Chuan heard that it was Itaki who called Bai Yu, took a deep breath, covered Bai Yu and said, calling you in the middle of the night. Why didn't I know she was so? Don't pay attention to her. You are mine, Chuan said, holding Bai Yu's hand and closing his eyes lazily. The next moment, Chuan opened his eyes. No. How did she inform you? Did you go to find her? Chuan knew that Bai Yu could contact others from a distance, but Itaki didn't know this trick. Besides Bai Yu taking the initiative to contact Itaki, who else could it be? Chuan looked at Bai Yu angrily. Bai Yu noticed Chuan's uneasiness, and he explained, Itaki has a ring like mine, and she can contact me if there is anything. Chuan was stunned. Itaki has it. Why don't I have it? I didn't know you before. This thing is useless. Bai Yu took off the ring in his hand and threw it to the side. The ring bounced on the floor and rolled to the corner of the room. Chuan listened to the sound of the ring rolling on the ground and took a deep breath. I feel so sorry for them. You got along well with them, but I snatched them away. Per thousand w.casco.net. Without you, after Sasuke's death, things would still come to this point. Bai Yu's expression was calm. Wait for me. I'll be back in a while. Okay. At night, in the desolate mountain forest, the moonlight shone on the ground, and the trees and the ground were grey, cold and white. Bai Yu's figure passed through the starry night like the moonlight in the sky, and fell beside Itaki. Are you alone? Bai Yu asked. Yeah. Itaki turned around and looked at Bai Yu. Kakashi gave me a signal. I got the things. I will rush to the outside of the village to meet him immediately. I need you to determine his location and check in advance whether it is safe near him. No problem. Bai Yu closed his eyes. In the special vision of Itaki's Sharingan, Bai Yu's body was seen to turn into countless tiny purple hazy particles which flew to the horizon like mist. Chapter 538 Action begins stand envoy in Konoha a bird passing Bai Yu quickly found Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi was walking through the forest. After Bai Yu landed, he raised his hand and read around, and found that there was no Konoha ninja chasing Kakashi. This situation was the same as Naruto stealing the Book of Seals, and the third generation had given the green light. That's right. In addition to taking away the impure world reincarnation technique, Shisui told the Sandaime everything. In order for the plan to go smoothly, the Sandaime will naturally provide some help. After all, that is the Samsara Eye. It's right to ask you to get the impure world reincarnation technique. It wouldn't be as easy as you if it were any of us. Kakashi was startled when he heard the voice and looked up at the place where the sound came from in the wood. He saw a red-haired blindfolded boy sitting on the branch with an indifferent expression on his white cheek, wearing a mesh ninja suit. Who are you? Kakashi asked, one hand on the ninja bag at his waist. Don't you even know who your teammates are? Itaki's confidentiality work is indeed better than Shisui. Did you get the impure world reincarnation? Bai Yu asked. So that's it. Kakashi stood on the tree. I already got it. Uchiha Itaki asked you to come here. Right. Well, he wants to know if there are any ninjas chasing you. Since you have dealt with them, continue on your way. Itaki and Shisui will meet you outside the village. What about you? Kakashi asked with narrowed eyes. As for me, the Sandaime won't let me participate, so I will give you spiritual support for your actions. Bai Yu said, and then disappeared. Kakashi looked at the place where Bai Yu disappeared, holding the ninjutsu scroll on his back. He did not get the Book of Seals. The Sandaime copied the impure world reincarnation separately, made it into a scroll, and replaced the Book of Seals. Kakashi thought of what the Sandaime said when he handed him the impure world reincarnation technique. This operation has nothing to do with Konoha. If it is done well, it will be related. If it is not done well, it means that he is stubborn and betrayed the treaty between Konoha and Rain Village. Kakashi thought that after this operation he would become a traitor. Unexpectedly, the Sandame would capture him back to work for the last time. There is an insider in the team. The Sandame will know the plan of this operation. It was this insider who told the news to the third Hokage. Now it seems that the insider is this ninja student. In addition to him, will Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui die? We must also bring back the Samsara Eye as much as possible. The Sandame really values a euro me very much. Kakashi smiled bitterly. An already difficult task became even more difficult. If the Sandame wanted Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui to die in this operation, it means that in the village, the Sandame wanted to kill all the Uchiha clan. This is not a plan to seize the Samsara Eye. It is a conspiracy against the Uchiha clan from beginning to end. Chapter 539 Uncertain. Baiyu returned to attack his side. Kakashi is safe around him. No ninja is chasing him. Do you need me to notify Uchiha Shisui? No, I signed a spiritual contract with Shisui for the Crow clan and I have already notified him. Itaka looked down at Baiyu and found Baiyu walking towards him. Itaka's breathing suddenly became disordered and he made a gesture of opening his hands. Baiyu came to Itaki. You didn't bring the Rokakaka I gave you. Put it in the ninja tool bag. Itaka said. No wonder it didn't read it out. It was isolated by the barrier. You did a good job on this matter. Now let's go. I will pay attention to the progress of the operation every day in the future. When we arrive at the Rain Village, we will officially start the battle. Yeah, Itaka nodded. Nothing. I'll go back. Baiyu finished speaking and her figure faded in front of Itaki. Itaka looked at the disappearing Baiyu, looked back at the direction where the purple mist disappeared in the sky and confirmed that Baiyu's body was in the village. Then, Itaki rushed out of the village. Ninja hospital. In the ward with the window open, the white curtains were blown by the wind and fluttered in the room. A black-haired boy in a ninja suit sat on the windowsill, one leg wrapped in a white bandage. At this moment, a black crow flew towards the boy. Shisui raised his hand and the crow landed on his finger. Has it started? I know. Let's go back. Shisui raised his hand. He jumped off the windowsill and ran towards the Konoha forest. Baiyu retracted the telepathy. He was breathing poorly, took a deep breath and felt uncomfortable in his throat and coughed twice. Cough cough. Chuan patted Baiyu on the back. What's wrong? The physical condition has declined again. Baiyu glanced at the attribute and the endurance had been reduced to sea level. The rest of the attributes were still maintained at sea level or above, but he had a hunch that when the endurance dropped to D level or E level, the other attributes would decrease with the weakening of the physique. Fortunately, he got the right to draw the lottery before the attributes were reduced, although he did not draw a good substitute. Chuan looked at Baiyu. Can you still sleep? Try it. Baiyu said. Yeah. Chuan held Baiyu's hand and crossed his fingers. Baiyu's mood became depressed again, filled with a feeling of why he told Chuan these things so that Chuan would also worry about him, and why he didn't die quickly after doing such a wrong thing. There would be no more troubles if he died. Baiyu pursed his lips and hugged Chuan tightly. I want to live. You said that Tsunade will be back tomorrow and we will wait for her at the village gate tomorrow morning. Chuan said seriously. You can't have any problems. If Tsunade can't do it, maybe my family can. Baiyu drew his attention. Chuan said, I heard before that there is a ninjutsu in the family called Izanaki, which can transform harmful things into dreams and make them disappear in reality. If Tsunade can't save you, I will go to the family to steal this eye technique. It just so happens that I have another eye here. With Izanaki, I can definitely transform your illness into a dream and remove it from reality. Baiyu hugged Chuan and said nothing. After using Izanaki, one of Quan's eyes will lose the light permanently. The next morning, the sky just got light. Chuan and Baiyu changed their clothes, got ready, left home and walked towards the village gate. The air in the early morning was colder than ever. Baiyu's body, the quality was worse than the day before. After walking a few steps, I would be out of breath and cough a few times. The two of them ate ramen together on the street. Baiyu and Chuan shared a little trick. Drink a mouthful of soup before eating noodles and then eat noodles. It will taste better. Then if you eat noodles, you must add a little vinegar. What is noodles? Chuan asked with puffed cheek. This, I will make it for you later. Baiyu said. Okay. It's so hot. Chuan stuck out his tongue and tears came out. One black and one green glass like big eyes. Tears sparkled. Did you get burned? Baiyu became nervous. Yes, I didn't pay attention when I drank the soup just now and burned my tongue. Help me blow it. Chuan was desperate. After the two finished their meal, they came to the gate of the village. Then they kept waiting, and soon a few hours passed. Why hasn't she come back yet? It's only a dozen kilometers away. Right, Chuan said angrily with his hands on his waist. Let me count. Baiyu raised his hands. The girl with long red hair put her hands on Baiyu's shoulders and counted with her fingers on Baiyu's hands. 15 kilometers. Still 15 kilometers. Baiyu's face turned pale. Hey, she didn't move. Chuan was surprised. It's possible that she didn't want to go back to the village. Baiyu said, let's go out and find her. Chuan took Baiyu's hand and wanted to go out of the village to find Tsunade, but he was stopped by the guard. Without the permission of the Hokage, he couldn't leave the village. The two had no choice but to go to the Hokage building to find the third Hokage. When the third Hokage asked, he knew that Baiyu was sick. He felt bad. He also said that Kakashi would unexpectedly give Uchiha Itachi and Shisui a knife during the operation so that the two geniuses of the Uchiha clan would die outside and transfer the internal conflict. In this way, the Uchiha clan would lose their genius and he still had Baiyu on his side and the situation in the future could remain balanced. Chapter 539 Uncertain. How come Baiyu is sick again? With the physique of the Uzumaki Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. What other diseases can they get? The Sandame's expression was uncertain, thinking that Baiyu was created by Orochimaru. It was not a natural product. Either there was a genetic defect, a genetic collapse, or Baiyu was too talented and had a blood limit disease. I will immediately dispatch the Anbu to bring Tsunade back. There is no time for her to be carefree outside. The third generation acted decisively and immediately asked the Anbu ninja to find Senju Tsunade. The only descendant of the Senju clan is about to die. It is not appropriate for Tsunade to delay any longer. Although the disciples are not in tune, they can still distinguish between right and wrong. You go to the ninja hospital immediately. When Tsunade comes back, I will go to the hospital to find you. Baiyu and Chuan looked at each other. They didn't expect the third generation to be so nervous. How could the third generation not be nervous? If something happened to Baiyu, wouldn't it force him to do something big? Now there is no Danzo to take the blame for him. How can he attack the Uchiha clan? If he really did it, he, the third generation, would have achieved the achievement of destroying the two major clans of the Senju and Uchiha in the ninja world. In this way, after his death, when he saw the second generation and said that he had destroyed the Uchiha clan, the second generation would probably applaud him. Then if the first generation asked about the Senju clan, the second generation might have to kill him. Baiyu and Izumi left the Hokage building and went to the ninja hospital. Great, the third generation is more reliable than Tsunade. Izumi walked in front, raised his hands and cheered, and then turned around and looked at Baiyu with his hands behind his back. Yet, Baiyu smiled. Although he couldn't see it, he felt much better when he heard Izumi's lively voice. Chapter 540 Life Goes On. What is this? Sakura was walking on the street with a book and saw a girl with long black hair and a boy with short red hair walking into the ninja hospital. Her heart ached for no reason. I haven't seen Baiyu these days, but life has to go on. As a ninja student, she also has to go to the ninja school. But neither Baiyu nor Suzuki appeared in the ninja school. She asked teacher Irika and learned that something happened to Suzuki. The Uchiha clan has announced that Suzuki is dead and will not come to the ninja school. From this, Sakura knew what happened in the past few days and why Baiyu suddenly ignored them. Sakura didn't expect that on the way home from borrowing books today, she saw Baiyu and an older sister entering the ninja hospital. Is that Baiyu? It looks like, but why what blindfolded him? And why was there a missing hand? Sakura followed him in confusion, hoping that she had recognized the wrong person, and she didn't want to see the person she loved get hurt. Baiyu and Izumi came to the ninja hospital, and after completing the hospitalization procedures, they went to the inpatient department. Before he entered the inpatient department, he heard someone calling him. Baiyu. Baiyu turned his head and looked over, raised his hands and counted for a long time, but couldn't figure out who was calling him. Baiyu held Izumi's sleeve and shrank his shoulders. What's wrong with you? Haiganiji came to Baiyu in a hospital gown and saw that the girl next to Baiyu was from the Uchiha clan. Is it someone you know? Izumi asked. It should be, but it's strange that I can't figure out his name. Baiyu wanted to write again. Reading is based on his subjective judgment and the answer is obtained within a range. This requires him to circle a range and then gradually narrow the target of reading and writing to get the answer. But the person in front of him, he has no impression. Haiganiji's chubby cheeks twitched. No way, have you forgotten me? Why don't you just tell me your name? Baiyu said coldly. I'm Haiganiji. Niji fell silent. Baiyu remembered the name all of a sudden. It's you. Baiyu pulled Izumi around Niji and walked towards the inpatient department. Aren't you talking to him? Izumi asked. He looks like your friend. He's not a friend, but a poor guy who was beaten by me before. I didn't expect him to be in the hospital now. I didn't hit him hard enough. Baiyu felt strange. Do ordinary people have such poor recovery abilities? Not everyone has a physique like you, Izumi said. The two walked into the inpatient department while talking. Niji clenched his fist. This is fate. It's no wonder that you were beaten like this when you spoke so arrogantly. Hey, what are you talking about? Niji looked back and saw a girl with short pink hair. The girl had pea green eyes and was holding a book in her arms. Who are you? Niji asked. You talked to the red-haired boy just now, didn't you? What's his name? Sakura asked. Ninkai frowned slightly. Nothing to say. Just tell me his name, Sakura said impatiently. Are you asking for information from others? Ninkai raised his hand and said. Sakura became annoyed. Why was this guy so slow to speak? Can saying a name kill people? She was already anxious and this guy deliberately blocked her. The more she held back, the angrier she got. Sakura took a deep breath and walked around Ninkai to the inpatient department. Ninkai frowned and grabbed Sakura. Juniors, when did they become so arrogant? One or two of them are so arrogant. Today, I will teach such people a lesson. When Ninkai made a move, suddenly, a dark fist quickly hit Ninkai's stomach. Ninkai bent up like a shrimp. Sakura held a heavy book in both hands and turned to look at Niji with a painful expression. You are so bad, so nagging. You can't beat people. You are so annoying. After that, Sakura chased after Baiyu. What was hitting me just now? Niji curled up on the ground. It was so strong. It hurts. Today's fate is to be ignored and beaten. I wouldn't have come out for a walk if I had known. Baiyu changed into a blue and white striped hospital gown and made a yeah gesture. How is it? Very cute, Chuan said. Really? Baiyu turned around in front of Chuan and jumped twice. So cute. I'm telling you, I can dance. Baiyu shook his fingers in front of him, twisted his waist, turned around and took a step. A hand made a yeah gesture in front of his eyes wrapped in bandages. Baiyu's chest was heavy and he couldn't breathe, but he felt much better after walking out. He felt that he was as lively and happy as before. Chuan smiled and watched Baiyu dance for her. Just then, Chuan suddenly noticed that at the door of the ward, a pink-haired girl popped out from behind the wall and looked inside with big pea green eyes. After noticing that that she was discovered. She quickly retracted her head. Chuan frowned slightly and looked at Bai Yu with a cold expression, thinking, is this the trouble Bai Yu was talking about? Chuan did not tell Bai Yu about this matter. She stood up and walked towards the door. On the white tile floor of the hospital there were crisp and unheard footsteps. Xiao Ying wanted to take another look to make sure if she was seeing it wrong, and then found that the door of the ward was slammed shut by a girl. Chuan closed the door and turned around to find that Bai Yu did not continue to dance. She was holding the wall on the side, breathing heavily, sweating on her face, and looked painful. Lie on the bed and rest. Chuan walked back, picked up Bai Yu, and put her on the bed. Chuan, I will be saved. Right, Bai Yu said in a trembling voice. There will be help. Chuan replied with his cheek against Bai Yu's hand. Lady Tsunade will be back soon. She is the best doctor in our village. Even the establishment of the ninja hospital is inseparable from her. Don't worry. Don't forget that I have a backup plan. Bai Yu said. Don't take risks for me. I don't want you to be in danger for stealing family ninjutsu. If you are in danger because of me, I can't live. Chuan pursed his lips, his cheek against Bai Yu's hand, and his big tears fell on the white quilt. What do you want me to do? I can't bear to see you in trouble. Tsunade will do it. I can't do it. Bai Yu said. Are you crying? No. Girls from the Uchiha clan don't cry. Chuan wiped her tears and said, I'll accompany you. Yeah, okay. Sakura squatted outside the ward, her back against the wall, and she could hear the voices inside clearly through the god of war. That person was Bai Yu. Why is this happening? Don't you know we are worried? Casco.net. What happened that I don't know about? Chapter 541 Mai. Outside Konoha village. In a small town, in an izakaya. Damn it, these guys always come here to bother people. A woman with a golden ponytail and a kimono with the word gambling written on the back put the wine glass in her hand heavily on the table. Tsunade turned her head and shouted, can't you pick a time when I'm freer to come? That's because you're running around when you're the most free. Tsunade-sama. Well, what did you say? Tsunade asked drunkenly. The girl with short black hair quickly raised her hands and smiled. No busy. Hey, now you don't even blush. Tsunade looked at Shizuan carefully. You've made progress. It seems that I have taught you well. Shizuan looked away embarrassedly. Haha, it seems that the old man can't wait. The white-haired man sitting on the sofa opposite raised the corner of his mouth, picked up the wine glass and squinted at the three masked ninjas at the door. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. The leading Anbu ninja saluted the two. Oh, Jiraiya raised his glass. Would you like to have a drink together? If he keeps urging us to go back, he will go back. Tsunade patted Jiraiya on the back. Jiraiya was drinking, and he sprayed on the spot after being slapped hard. What kind of strength does Tsunade have? Jiraiya felt that he was injured internally, but compared to this, Jiraiya was more concerned about one thing. He looked at Tsunade. Aren't you going back? What's the point of going back? Isn't the village fine without us? I haven't seen anyone break in. I'll leave soon, Tsunade said dazedly while lying on the table. Jiraiya stopped talking, looking at Tsunade. His eyes revealed a look of being lost in the past memories. Anbu on the side said, the third generation asked me to tell you that the little guy is going to die. Dead. Yes, it was a sudden illness. Tsunade, what's the reason for you to come back? Jiraiya asked. What happened? It's Orochimaru's fault. Tsunade opened one eye and said weakly, I have to beat him up when I see him. He always causes trouble for others. Let's go back to the village. Tsunade stood up and walked out the door. Shizuan hugged Tuntun and hurriedly chased after her. When the Anbu saw that Tsunade had left, they hurried to catch up. Jiraiya wanted to run out quickly, but the door was so small that he became the last one in a flash. This guest, do you want to pay the bill? A little old man next to him rubbed his hands and said. Jiraiya looked down at the wine glass in his hand and fell into deep thought. Then he raised his head and showed a big smile. Boss, have you heard of the Toad Sage in Miyaboku Mountain? I haven't heard of it. Jiraiya fell into deep thought. What? Didn't find Orochimaru? The Sandame said in surprise in the office. Well, Lord Orochimaru has left the village. I don't know when he left. Why did he leave? I finally called Tsunade and Jiraiya back. The Sandame originally wanted to ask Orochimaru to take a look at Bai Yu. With Orochimaru and Tsunade, Bai Yu still had some hope. He had already received the report of Bai Yu's physical examination from the hospital. It was not an ordinary disease. Some of the symptoms were somewhat similar to those when the first generation Hokage died. It also started with a weakened physique and a decrease in chakra. It was just that the first generation Hokage was too strong. His physique weakened and his chakra energy was also disappearing, but the power of wood release gradually transformed the cells of the first generation Hokage into another kind of organism, so the first generation's condition finally stabilized. However, even so, the first generation still died, but the way he died was different from that of a normal person. He was as good as alive after death. The corpse still looked lifelike and even had breathing and heartbeat. Many people believed that the first generation was not dead but just fell into a deep sleep, so a lot of work was done on this, but the first generation Hokage still could not be awakened. It was not until the impure world reincarnation technique was successfully developed and the first Hokage was successfully reincarnated that it was known that the first Hokage was indeed dead. After that, the only thing to do was to let the next generation get the power of the first Hokage as much as possible. If it is this kind of blood limit disease, then Bai Yu's current illness is just the beginning. Will Bai Yu eventually become a vegetable like the first Hokage? The Sandame's expression became serious. Now he can only wait for Tsunade to come back and check. A distance of 15 kilometers is only a matter of more than 10 minutes for a ninja. Tsunade hasn't been for a long time. I'm back. I was still a girl when I left. When I came back, the village had changed a lot. Tsunade stood at the door for a few minutes and regardless of the excitement of the guard, she walked towards the Hokage building with Shizuan. The Sandaime soon got the news that Tsunade was approaching the Hokage building. He nervously put the photos of the first and second generations on the desk, wiped the dust off the photos, blew on them, and put a short-lived ghost who died young and failed to live up to his expectations together. Well, it's safe now. It's neat and tidy. The Sandaime sat upright and stared at the door of the office. Bang! The door was pushed open. A figure with blonde hair and green shadow walked into the office. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you look so old. It's not a few years, it's more than 10 or 20 years. The Sandaime stood up and said, this is the information of that little guy and the medical record. Chapter 541 Mai. Tsunade walked over and suddenly noticed a row of photos on the table. The silly guys who were Hokage were smiling happily in the photos. Tsunade took the information and medical record and glanced at them. Where is the person? In the ninja hospital, the third generation said seriously. Tsunade turned around and left without saying a word. The frightened ninjas at the door quickly dispersed, and Shizuan hugged Tuntun and hurriedly chased after him. The village was filled with excited voices saying that Tsunade was back. Tsunade was back. Tsunade sighed and looked at the Hokage rock. The village had changed a lot. It looked familiar and strange. Only the Hokage rock had not changed much. Well, her house was gone too. Bai Yu heard the cheers upstairs. He was about to get up when he was held down by Chuan. If you are sick, just take care of yourself, Chuan said seriously. My niece is coming, Bai Yu said. Chuan. In the corridor, Tsunade changed into a white coat, put her hands in her pocket, and saw a pink-haired girl squatting on the ground with her back against the wall. Next to her was Bai Yu's ward. Sakura looked up at Tsunade. Are you here to see him? Tsunade looked at him for a few seconds, choked impatiently, pushed the door open and walked in. After a while, Sakura saw the girl in a purple coat and long black hair being pushed out by Tsunade. The two looked at each other outside the door. Chuan put one hand on the wall, bent over and said provocatively, mine. Sakura was excited when she heard this and also put one hand on the wall. Mine. One big and one small. The two people stared at each other in the corridor. Chapter 542 Tsunade. In the white corridor of the hospital, two girls, one big and one small, looked at each other. There was emotion in their eyes, just like wind and cloud, rain and frost, water and fire, which are incompatible. What's yours? It's mine. Sakura clenched a fist, raised her thumb, and pointed at herself. I'm the boss. You who came later, go to the back to line up. Chuan. What a hell of a line. I'm so sorry, I've arrived first. Chuan licked his lips. His face was proud. He stood up and looked down at Xiaoying. She was such a little kid, but he made her wait in line. It was so funny. I won't wait in line. She was the first one. Hey. Xiaoying opened her mouth in a daze. Where did you find this fairy? Bai Yu? Wait. Xiaoying was about to get angry, but suddenly she saw Quan's beautiful face, one black and one green. There had never been anyone with heterochromatic pupils in the village, and it was the first time Xiaoying had seen one, and the green eyes made her feel vaguely familiar. Chuan had long hair with a 3:7 ratio, slightly long sideburns, delicate eyebrows, and three-dimensional facial features. When he looked sideways, his light green eyes would be covered by his bangs, while his black eyes would be bright and his eyes would be full of spirit. Wearing a summer purple high-necked off-shoulder coat and dark purple shorts that exposed his calf, he stood in front of Xiaoying with his white hands pressed against the wall. He was much taller than Xiaoying in terms of temperament. Sakura felt that the other person's shadow had covered her, and she couldn't even see the white light above the corridor. What made Sakura happy was that this woman, at this age, didn't have as much knowledge as the blonde lady she had just seen. What was this? This was disability. Even so, she dared to provoke her in front of her. Sakura straightened her body and decided not to argue with this woman. The current situation was just as she understood before. When she reached Izumi's age, Izumi would have no competitiveness and was not worth worrying about. Izumi looked down at Sakura and inexplicably had a sense of copyright JAVU that her original wife had become a mistress. What are you so proud of? At this time Bai Yu was still treating patients inside, and Chuan didn't want to argue with Xiaoying. Chuan looked at the ward with his hand holding the wall, and his heart was much heavier. Xiaoying came to her senses, hugged the book, and ran to the door. The door seemed to be locked, and she couldn't open it. She stood on tiptoe, but she couldn't see the situation in the ward from the window. Bai Yu had no way of knowing what happened outside. He didn't even know that Xiaoying came. The Purple Hermit's reading and writing is an active skill, not a passive skill. He can only know when he wants to know something. At this time, Bai Yu was lying on the bed and heard the sound of the door opening and the sound of Chuan being pushed out. Bai Yu just heard Tsunade's name being called downstairs and cheers, and thought in his mind that it was probably Tsunade who came. Yes, it's only a dozen kilometers away. Tsunade can come anytime she wants. Bai Yu pursed his lips, feeling a little nervous, not knowing how to get along with this eldest niece. Tsunade is several times older than him, conservatively estimated 5 times. A young uncle, a much older niece. They can't get along at all, right? But in terms of blood relationship, Tsunade may be his only relative in this world. For the Senju clan, it's like this. Tsunade entered the room, still holding Bai Yu's information and medical records in her hands. She was still very impatient, even a little irritable, and couldn't stand the helpless expressions of the patient's family members. If the patient was cured, the family members would probably cheer. If the patient was not cured, who knows the mood of being a doctor? I dare not respond to the family members, dare not respond to that expectation, and even don't want to have any involvement or connection with the family members. Tsunade saw a back chair in the ward, lifted it to the bed with one hand, put it down and sat down, raised her thighs, crossed her leg, and looked at Bai Yu Yu's medical records and information. The white coat fell beside the chair. As for the real person, I'll see later. I just finished drinking and felt dizzy. If he is taken to see a doctor in this state, the probability of death is quite high. Your name is Bai Yu, right? Tsunade asked casually. Bai Yu answered in a low voice and found that Tsunade's voice was very steady and mature. Then, the sound of pages turning rang in Bai Yu's ears. When the ninja school started, he mastered the chakra energy and then successfully awakened the would-release blood limit. On the day the blood limit appeared, his body was greatly traumatized. Until today, it has only been a month and his combat power is conservatively estimated to be Jonin per thousand w.casco.net. Oh, I didn't realize that a little bean has the combat power of Jonin level, Tsunade said, looking at Bai Yu. Just one glance. Tsunade frowned slightly. What's wrong with your eyes and your hands? Bai Yu suddenly felt aggrieved when he heard this. He has been living alone since he was a child without relative. After going to school, he also met some people who claimed to like him, hurt him, and ignored his opinions. Now that I suddenly saw my relatives, I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable because of being treated unfairly. I felt that I was having a hard time. I got blinded because of a fight with others. My hand was also torn off by others. Bai Yu said aggrievedly, completely ignoring the difference in their generations. He just felt safe with his relatives around him. Even though Tsunade was younger than him, he was eager to say these things. Chapter 542 Tsunade. Is that so? Tsunade now knows how Bai Yu's combat effectiveness as a senior ninja came from. Without a fight, who would know how strong you are? But this talent is incredible. He also has a natural wood release, almost as good as her grandfather, the first Hokage. No wonder the third Hokage is so precious. How is the man who broke your hand? Tsunade asked. Bai Yu said he ran away. Did he run away? Tsunade frowned, thinking that with the third Hokage's care for Bai Yu, the man might have run away or defected. But it's okay, I have set a trap and he will die in my hands in the end. Bai Yu listened to the voice facing Tsunade, her little face pure and evil, and said, in fact, last time I dug out his eyes, I was able to kill him. If it weren't for a few helpers who suddenly appeared around him, I would have got his eyes now. Right. The room suddenly became quiet. Tsunade was stunned. She thought Bai Yu was bullied by others, so she was so miserable. It feels like she was looking for trouble and was beaten like this. Tsunade held her face with one hand, feeling a bit speechless. Her original idea of a euro recognizing her relatives faded. After all, according to the information, Bai Yu would not live for too long. Bai Yu was very happy at first, but then he felt something was wrong. Why did he say this? Under normal circumstances, when meeting parents, one would try his best to hide his bad side and show his family members a good image of him, right? Why did he feel happy when he was hated? Tsunade is here to save him, right? He said that because if he had a bad relationship with Tsunade, Tsunade might not try her best to treat him and then he would die. Did he say that because he wanted to die? So he is so happy now? Bai Yu suddenly realized this possibility and felt painful and depressed. Did Sasuke's death have such a big impact on him? It seems that he really likes Sasuke. He never wanted to live and always wanted to die. Even if he tried hard to live, he still had no attachment to living in his heart. In just a few days, his body and mind have been so bad. Even the relatives and family members who he wanted to see the most before, they don't seem to be important anymore. The stand messenger in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 543 Good. Bai Yu realized that, compared with the physical illness, his personal giving up on life is the biggest problem. Even if he decided to live, he still couldn't deceive himself. He just had the kind of self-abandonment and self-destructive emotions. It's like a patient with anxiety disorder. Seeing a little stain on a white paper, he becomes mentally and spiritually irritated. His life is no longer perfect because of losing Sasuke. This imperfection makes him self-abandonment. What's more painful is that because there will be no chance to start over in life, he can only tolerate and accept this imperfection. Just like what he said to Izumi yesterday, normal people should skip this relationship, learn to accept loss and continue to live. But he can't accept this fact, can't accept this imperfection. Then, the emotion of self-destruction appeared. The ward became quiet. Bai Yu stopped talking. At first he was excited and eager to see Tsunade, but then he became cold. Bai Yu noticed his inner thoughts and was no longer interested in Tsunade. He just wanted to hear the diagnosis announced by Tsunade. Whether it was good or bad, he could accept it. Tsunade was surprised to see Bai Yu's attitude suddenly change, and he was also relieved. When a person is about to die, the changes in emotions, mood, and psychology are very big. Tsunade remembered meeting the first generation Hokage when she was a child. The first generation Hokage was very calm, and he did not have the personality he had when he was young with Madara. It was as if he had seen through life all of a sudden, accepted it, and watched the young people thrive with satisfaction. Tsunade knocked on the medical record again. The paper rustled. To be honest, your condition cannot be cured. Tsunade rubbed her forehead with a headache. To use a metaphor, you are like a cup full of water. The body is the cup, and the chakra energy is the water. The current situation is that there is a problem with your body, which causes the chakra energy to leak continuously. Chakra energy is related to human spirit and life. The lack of this power will make you gradually weaken until you die. The solution is to find the reason why your body cannot store chakra energy and then treat it fundamentally so it is possible to stop the disease. But in the genealogy of our Senju clan, many people have had this disease in history and the root cause has not been found until now, so I'm sorry I can't do anything. Bai Yu listened silently with a calm expression and somehow thought of Chuan again. Bai Yu wanted to say something but suddenly heard the sound of Tsunade standing up. Bai-yu pursed her lips and began to think about how to persuade Chuan. Izumi said that if Tsunade couldn't cure him, she would go to the Uchiha clan to steal Izanami, but with the strength of Izumi's ninja coupled with the act of betraying the family, he would die. Although he could still move, he had to leave his experience in the Rain Village, and after understanding his true thought, he didn't want to live more than ever before. Even if Izanami was in the Uchiha clan, where he could easily get it, he didn't want to reach out for it. The voices around him kept shouting that he was dying. Just to stop his pain, Bai-yu exhaled, heard the sound of the door opening, and planned to wait for a while to talk to Izumi. The door opened. Tsunade walked out of the ward. Izumi suddenly became excited, and just when he was about to ask, he suddenly saw Tsunade raised her hand. I'm sorry, I tried my best. Prepare for the funeral as soon as possible. Tsunade raised her hand and left drunkenly. Izumi and Sakura's hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Kwan's eyes went dark and her body seemed to have lost strength. Sakura opened her eyes wide and hugged the book. The scenery in front of her seemed to fly far away. She realized that she couldn't keep up. She stood there and couldn't hear the surrounding sounds. Then, the two of them ran to the ward at the same time. Click, bang. Chuan entered the room and closed the door. Locked it. Ouch. Sakura hit her head on the door and fell on her buttocks, looking at the door with tears in her eyes. This woman is so fast. Sakura was angry and wanted Chuan to open the door for her. Why was she, the boss, locked outside? Sakura thought of Bai-yu in the ward again, so she held back her anger, leaned on the door, and listened to the voices in the ward. Now it's Chuan, and it will be her turn later. Casco.net. Chuan came to Bai-yu, held Bai-yu's hand, held back his sadness, and smiled. Did Lady Tsunade say anything? Yes, she said that I can't be cured. Bai-yu raised his hand and touched Kwan's head. Chuan closed his eyes and said, I'll go to the clan to steal Izanagi for you. Thank you for your kindness, but Izanagi may not work on me. Bai-yu put down his hand, took a deep breath, and said, I have dealt with Izanagi and know the effect of this ninjutsu. Izanagi can only turn unfavorable things into dreams and disappear from reality. It has a usage time of about 3 to 5 minutes, which means that it can only modify what is happening now, but cannot change the past. My disease may have existed since I was born. It is an indispensable part of me and my innate defect. Even if I lose this part, I will die. Right, so, let's just do it, Chuan. I want to spend some time in peace at the end. Bai-yu heard the sound of sobbing. He showed a big smile, and said happily as before, there is good news. Chapter 543. Okay. Chuan raised his head and looked at Bai-yu. Bai-yu said, the Senju clan doesn't want me anymore, so I can take your last name. Is that so? Chuan felt disappointed and thought Bai-yu had a solution. Chuan puffed up his cheek, tilted his head, and lay on the bed, whispering, you are quite optimistic. Then I will accompany you well in the end. Bai-yu nodded vigorously, and felt a kind of speechless emotion for Chuan in his heart. No, you are not mine after you die, Chuan said suddenly. Ah. Bai-yu opened his mouth and looked at Chuan in surprise. Chuan said, remember that the Anbyo came before? They will recycle your body later. Bai-yu didn't know what to say. Bai-yu said more and more courageously, but I was still yours when I was alive. Is that so? Chuan looked at Bai-yu carefully. Hey, Bai-yu. What? Bai-yu asked in confusion. Can you transplant my eyes? I think a part of me is also here with you. Chuan pointed to her eyes, and there was a green fluorescent eye in her eye socket. Chuan said, I want you to look at me one last time so that after you die, you will always remember my last appearance. Right, okay. Bai-yu agreed. If possible, I want to give myself as a gift so that you can kill me. In this way, the power you get is generated by me, and you can think of me as accompanying you. Okay. Chuan supported his cheek with one hand and tilted his head to look at Bai-yu. Chapter 544. Goodbye Sakura. Bai-yu didn't want Chuan to get into trouble. He wanted Chuan to kill him and get the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, so that when Chuan used the Sharingan, he would know that he had been with Chuan all the time. But Chuan said it well, which made Bai-yu feel uneasy and worried about Kwan's condition. Don't do stupid things. Bai-yu grabbed Kwan's hand and said, then you live well for me. Chuan stood up and said, I know what you want to say, and I believe you also understand what it means to live in pain. Is it your kindness or a punishment for me? I'm going to ask Tsunade. By the way, there is a girl with short pink hair outside the door. Chuan made a gesture at Bai-yu was surprised. The girl with short pink hair? Does she have green eyes? Yes, Chuan said angrily. During the time I was out, I don't care what you said to her. Chuan opened the door and saw Sakura outside. He paused slightly and said softly, go in. Yes. Sakura walked into the ward. She looked back and saw Chuan blinked at her, then closed the door. Sakura, it's me. Sakura came to the bed and asked what happened. Bai-yu said, as you can see, this is the situation. Why did you come to the hospital? I saw you and that woman on the road, so I followed you. Sakura sat on the chair in a bad mood, lowered her head and said, why don't you go back to see us? If you don't go home, Ino and Hinata are very worried. We haven't been together these days. Hey Sakura, listen to me. Bai-yu said, stop talking. I know what you're going to say. It's about Sasuke, right? I like you. It has nothing to do with you or Sasuke. Don't let others do what you want without authorization. Sakura lowered her head, her short pink hair covering her expression. A shadow was cast on her face. Bai-yu took a deep breath and looked towards the window. The two fell silent. There was no sound in the ward. After several minutes, Bai-yu said, are you still here? I am. Sakura said. Bai-yu asked confusedly, why do you like me? Why do I like you? Sakura's memory seemed to have returned to the afternoon when she met Bai-yu. Isn't it that I like you? This is the first time I care about a boy so much. I was here first, but because we were not in the same class, you liked someone else, and in the end I became a foil. Sakura said unhappily, is Uchiha Sasuke better than me? You think about him all day long. Are you poisoned? Baiyu was speechless. Maybe. Baiyu said melancholy. When I first met you, I didn't think so much. I just felt that I had made a good friend. I never thought about the problem in the direction of liking you. It would be great if we were still friends. Sakura covered her chest with one hand and said with heartache, I don't want to be friends. You said that for the woman just now, right? I won't give up. I don't know what disease you have, but you have to hold on for me. Even if you are dying, you have to hold on for me. I will find a way to save you, and I will learn medical ninjutsu. Baiyu wanted to say that even if you learned it, it would be useless. Medical skills require a long time to accumulate. When are you going to learn it? But facing Sakura's feelings, he couldn't say such words. After Sakura finished speaking, she stood up and said, I'm leaving. Also, my liking you is my business. It has nothing to do with you, and I don't need your approval. It was like this before and it is still like this now. I don't think I'm that good. Baiyu muttered, you haven't been so depressed before. Sakura looked back at Baiyu, her bean green eyes with some emotions. Sakura pointed at Baiyu and said, maybe you're sick and in a bad mood, but you look really bad when you're down. I like you to be carefree and healthy. Is that so? Baiyu was lying on the bed and heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Then a while later, Baiyu heard Sakura running back again. Baiyu, Sakura said embarrassedly, while that hateful woman is not here, I'll stay a little longer. It's not the hateful woman. Her name is Izumi, Uchiha Izumi, and she's been taking care of me these days. Baiyu said, so you're not going home? Sakura asked. I don't know how to face you when I go home. Baiyu looked aside. Let me tell you, you've deviated from the track. Sakura said seriously, but there aren't so many track. Right before Baiyu finished speaking, he felt the dangerous aura. Sure enough, the next moment a fist landed on his head. You talk too much. If you don't like me, why don't you just love me? Sakura clapped her hands and raised her chin. I'm a patient. Baiyu shrank her shoulders. You won't live much longer anyway. Sakura said, opened her eyes wide, looked at Baiyu with a bad feeling, and found that Baiyu's expression did not change. Yes, so shouldn't you be gentler to me? Baiyu said strangely. I'm sorry, I will never forget the expression you showed when I bullied you, you masochist. Chapter 544 Goodbye Sakura. Baiyu, do you like being beaten by me? Sakura asked. That's not the case. Baiyu curled her lips. Then tell me what's going on. Sakura said, well, I just like the way you look at me with concern. That kind of care and love makes me feel that even if I'm seriously injured, my heart will be warm. Baiyu said in memory. Thank you, Sakura. You still owe me a hug. Sakura said angrily. Last time, Hinata and Ino both had it, but Baiyu actually forgot about her. She even chased her to the side of the road. Baiyu smiled and said, next time. Okay, you said next time. Sakura said happily. Yeah. Baiyu hummed softly. I didn't know anything about you these days, which was really annoying. I asked Hinata, but she didn't tell me. Later, she was taken away by the Hyuga clan and I haven't seen her yet. Ino is also a heartless guy. She has been taking care of flowers in the flower shop these days. She said that when I find you, I can call her. Then I couldn't find you no matter how hard I looked. Sakura felt aggrieved and said, today I went to the library to borrow books and went home, and I saw you and that Uchiha Izumi on the road. By the way, did you fall into the trap of the Uchiha clan? There are 3 of them. Although that guy is a beauty. Okay, I won't talk about this. Sakura waved her hand. I don't know what happened to you, but it seems that you don't like her much, right? Then she is the same person as us. You want her to line up. Do you understand? He is new here and doesn't know the rules, so he wants to cut in line. Sakura gets angry just thinking about it. What should those who are waiting in line do? Per thousand w.casco.net. Baiyu smiles bitterly, not knowing how to answer. He is about to die, but these girls are still not quiet, as if he can still live. What is there to argue about? This disease is his congenital defect. It is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Baiyu lies on the hospital bed, listening to Sakura's voice, and can't help but recall the scenes of getting along with Sakura. The most embarrassing thing is probably that Sakura, a girl, treats him as a girl and asks him out, right? Chapter 545 Give Up. On the streets of Konoha, Tsunade left the ninja hospital in a daze. When she walked out of the hospital gate, she didn't know where she was going. She hadn't been back to the village for more than 10 years. It has changed a lot here. I heard that the blonde and blue-eyed 4th generation was stabbed to death by the Nine Tails a few years ago. The village was rebuilt and the current appearance is even more different from the environment she remembered when she was a child. The Senju clan's residence also disappeared. Well, the Uchiha clan's residence is also gone. But I just saw a female ninja from the Uchiha clan, so this annoying clan should still be there, right? Why do you hate it? We agreed to protect Konoha together. The Senju clan all died in the 2 ninja world wars and the Uchiha clan is still guarding the rear. Although this is the responsibility of the Uchiha clan, but you still feel bad, right? Tsunade slowly exhaled a breath of alcohol and strode out of the village, intending to go back and continue drinking. I went out for a walk more than 10 kilometers, just like a walk. Shizun followed Tsunade, hugged the pet pig without saying anything, and just looked at Tsunade worriedly. Every time Tsunade encountered problems in Konoha, she would get drunk, as if she would lose consciousness and forget the memories of her girlhood. But the drunk lady Tsunade, except for proudly puffing out her chest, didn't look drunk at all. Just then, Shizun saw the Sandame walking towards them on the street not far away. Tsunade-sama! Shizun shouted. Hey! Tsunade came back to her senses and saw that it was the Sandame. And stop, old man, it's not that I don't want to save him, it's that I can't save him. If that guy could save him, the Sandame wouldn't have died. How can I solve the problem that has trapped so many experts by myself? Is that so? It seems that things have reached a very dangerous moment. The Sandame walked to Tsunade with a special vicissitudes of life voice, raised his hand to hold the pipe, and stared. If you can't save him, then you can't save him. It doesn't matter if he is blind, loses an arm, or is seriously ill. These are actually irrelevant issues. Tsunade looked at the Sandame and felt that the Sandame had not finished speaking. You also know how difficult it is to make such a person. I don't care about Orochimaru's affairs and even condone it just because there is such a finished product. The most important thing about Baiyu is not how far he will go in the future, or whether he can reach the position we expect. His importance lies only in being able to reproduce the Senju clan. This is also his only value, and it is also the reason why you came back. Right, but he is about to die. Can you now shamelessly use a dying person? Tsunade asked unhappily. Who is not a dying person? The Sandame looked sideways at the Hokage rock and said indifferently, apart from this village, are there any other important people? Tsunade, I hope you can reintegrate the previous information in Orochimaru's research to complete what the Senju clan expect. This is extremely important for both the Senju clan and the village. I refuse. Tsunade walked around the Sandame and walked out of the village. Shizuan, follow me. Ah, okay. Tsunade-sama. Shizuan hurriedly followed. The Sandame was silent for a moment and then said, if you do this, I can only do things I don't want to do. Tsunade suddenly stopped and looked back at the Sandame. Old man, what did you say just now? Are you threatening me? Tsunade clenched one hand and strode towards the Sandame. The Sandame smiled. I mean, my grandson is about to be born, named Konohamaru. Let's celebrate for the little guy. Stay a few more days. Tsunade took a few deep breaths and was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw a long-haired girl in a purple coat running down the street. The girl ran over in a hurry, her hair fluttering behind her. Sister Sandame, Lady Tsunade. Izumi stopped beside Tsunade, knelt down and said, please save Baiyu. It's really strange. The Uchiha clan actually asked the Senju clan for help to save the children of the Senju clan. Tsunade asked with interest, who are you to him? Izumi looked up at Tsunade, tilted his head, and said cutely, wife. The Sandame, damn it, Baiyu will die sooner or later, stabbed to death. As early as when Baiyu told him about Uchiha Izumi, the Sandame felt something was wrong. Now he realized that he was indeed the one who had the knife stuck in his head. He has surpassed his master. Tsunade, is this how he spread his branches and leaves? Ha ha ha, it's better than I thought. Tsunade put her hands on her hips and laughed a few times. Someone from their clan actually got together with someone from the Uchiha clan. With the temper of the Uchiha clan, they would be mad, right? Tsunade-sama. Shizuan lowered her head and tugged at Tsunade's sleeve, asking her to pay attention to her image. Ah, yeah. Tsunade calmed down. Seeing Tsunade acting so relaxed, Izumi couldn't help but feel hopeful. Is Baiyu still salvageable? No, wait for death. Tsunade made a combo and was about to say goodbye when she saw the gloomy expression of the Sandame. She said uncomfortably, it's impossible to save him, but we can still extend his life. Chapter 545. Give up. Alas, this is the so-called dead tree coming back to life. The Sandame took a puff of cigarette and said leisurely, Izumi, what are you waiting for? Thank you, Tsunade. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Izumi was overjoyed. Don't be so quick to thank me. This plan is not suitable for all situations. Let's go to another place to talk. Tsunade said. Then I won't bother you, the Sandame said with a smile, and walked towards the Hokage building with his hands behind his back. Several people changed places in the izakaya in the village. Tsunade waved her hand and opened a private room. The three of them sat on the sofa. Can you drink? Tsunade poured a glass. Casco.net. Chuan bit his lip and nodded vigorously. He had to learn it now even if he didn't know how to drink. Tsunade-sama. Shizuan stopped her and said to Tsunade, you will be arrested and thrown into Konoha prison. Then I'll drink it myself. Tsunade drank a glass of beer, put one hand on the sofa, and said carelessly, if you ask me to see a doctor, the consultation fee is very high. Chuan took out his wallet and said pitifully, this is my savings over the years. Tsunade picked it up and weighed it. Sighed, I won't pay it back this time. Shizuan, let's eat well for a few days. Shizuan. Tsunade accepted the consultation fee. Her expression became serious. Her light yellow hair swayed around her face and she said seriously, I studied Western medicine. I see where there is a disease. I treat the head for a headache and the foot for a foot pain. In his case, there is no hope. He can only wait to die. But there are ways to make him live a few more days. As I said just now, I will see whatever is wrong. So if you want him to live a few more days, you need to constantly update his failing organ. With his weakening speed, ordinary medicines can't support him. We can only replace his organs when he reaches his limit and then use chakra energy and medical ninjutsu to heal the transplanted organs to keep him alive. Let's not talk about whether the ninja hospital has so many human organs in reserve. Even if there are, you don't have money, right? Even if you have money, the village will not pay so many medical resources for a dead person. Tsunade squinted and glanced at Uchiha Izumi, picked up the wine glass and the wheat-colored beer shook bubbles in the transparent wine glass. Listen to my advice. It's not worth it for the living to die for the dying. Give up. Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide, sat obediently on the sofa, and looked at Tsunade like a doll, not knowing whether he listened. Chapter 546. I will always be by your side. Give up. Tsunade's words were light, but they carried a heavy weight into Izumi's heart. Izumi didn't expect that she would hear such words when she came here with hope. Her dull face had an expression. Tears came out of her black and green pupils. Her white teeth bit her lips, and her collagen-rich face and mouth corners showed a desperate expression. Izumi lowered her head and looked at her hands, and the big tears fell on her clothes one by one. Tsunade looked at Izumi Izumi and said nothing. She has seen a lot of such situations. She can heal diseases but not heart. The pain will pass. There is nothing good about the painful expression. People should learn to see their own shortcomings and then continue to live. It's no big deal. Chuan covered her face with her hands. Her throat hurt so much that she couldn't speak. She calmed down and said, please do your best to save him. The last thing he wants in his life is to live peacefully for a while. I want this time to be as long as possible. You asked me to give up. People of our Uchiha clan are the last to listen to persuasion, and they don't know what giving up means. If you need human organs, I have them. How can you have them? Tsunade glanced at Izumi. Izumi pointed a finger at his chest and said to Tsunade, I have them. Tsunade's hand holding the wine glass froze. The Uchiha clan is really crazy. A few days later, Bayu's condition became worse. His body seemed to be dehydrated. His skin color was no longer bright and white. He became thinner. When he took off his shirt, he could see his ribs one by one. His cheeks with baby fat were also sunken. The sustainability of the main attribute was reduced to D level, and other attributes also decreased. The only thing that remained unchanged was the growth of A. I don't know why. Maybe the growth is related to people's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Bayu always thought that he had a good physical talent and his brain should be good, but he was adopted by a bad woman when he was a child, which caused serious brain damage. In this case, there was still A growth. Bayu felt that he might really be a genius. In addition, Bayu was still paying attention to attack his situation every day. The injury of the main body involved the stand, which also reduced the attributes of the purple hermit. At this time, it was no longer possible to maintain the human form, and only some vines were left. Bayu planned to accumulate the last bit of energy for the operation of fighting in Yurin village. In the past few days, Izumi and Sakura have been talking to him. Bayu transplanted Izumi's eyes at home according to Izumi's request, but his body is no longer strong enough to support his eye replacement surgery. Even if the eye replacement surgery is successful, he can't see anything with Izumi's eyes now, and his vision has not recovered. In his prime, he should have regained his sight immediately after the transplant. His health is really getting worse day by day, but being able to hear Izumi's voice makes Bayu feel particularly at ease. Originally, he shouldn't have transplanted his eyes, and Izumi didn't ask him to transplant his eyes. Bayu thought that Izumi wanted him to see her for the last time and leave a last impression in his heart, so he asked for Izumi's eyes to be transplanted. After all, this is a Sharingan, and it is a 3-Magatama Sharingan, which consumes a lot of chakra energy. Once transplanted, the body will definitely be worse, but compared with the chakra energy lost every day, this is nothing. After all, he is not Kakashi, who can't hold up with a Sharingan. He can hold up all the love Izumi has for him. Bayu missed Chuan. He regretted his cynical attitude when he dug out his eyes. Even when he saw Chuan, he didn't realize how important Chuan was to him. People are like this. They don't care when they get something, but they regret it when they lose it. Bayu wanted to see Chuan again, to really imprint this woman in his heart, and to be the last person he saw before he died. Bayu didn't know why Tsunade, who had previously judged that he was hopeless, came back and said that he was saved and could let him live longer. But when he was pushed into the operating room today, Chuan was always by his side. This made him feel particularly safe. He hoped that after his surgery was successful, his eyesight would also be restored, and he would see Chuan's happy look. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Chuan held Bayu's hand and said, I know you are always by my side. Bayu smiled and gently patted the back of Chuan's hand. Chuan nodded and looked at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade was wearing a green surgical gown and a hat on her head, revealing only her thin eyebrows and bright brown eyes. The black-haired and quiet Shizun was helping on the side. Let's get started, Tsunade said in a bad mood. Tsunade thought of the conversation with Izumi before the operation. Izumi hoped to transplant her organs to Bayu, but in this way, Izumi might die. Bayu was the main patient and Tsunade would not consider Izumi's condition. When the agreement was signed, Izumi had already become a dead person. Although Izumi could survive if Bayu's organs that were not completely damaged were transferred to Izumi's body, but the most dangerous and most necessary thing about the operation was time. Even she could not be completely sure to perform organ swap operations on 2 patients at the same time, and she also had to consider using ninjutsu to overcome organ rejection and other issues. This operation would be unprecedentedly complex and comprehensive. Fortunately, today was the first organ transplant operation. Chapter 546 I will always be by your side. Only one organ needs to be exchanged to prove that the plan she designed is effective, but in the final analysis, this plan is also considered to prolong the patient's life rather than completely cure it, so everything is aimed at keeping the patient alive. The further it goes, the more the risk of surgery will increase exponentially. Uchiha Izumi will die in the operation sooner or later. The organs exchanged between the 2 people at the beginning will be the heart, liver, lung, stomach, kidneys. If all are successful and the transplanted organs are cured, Bayu's condition is stabilized and life is prolonged, then more detailed exchanges will be carried out in the future, and the individual organs will be separated and the employer will be replaced by the organ system. The human body has 9 organ systems, namely the motor system, digestive system, respiratory system, urinary system, reproductive system, endocrine system, immune system, nervous system, and circulatory system. Of course, not all systems will be exchanged, otherwise it will be no different from changing a person. Just plan some areas for cutting and exchanging. For example, the nervous system, endocrine system, and reproductive system will not be considered, but some things in other systems can be considered for exchange and transplantation. In fact, if it were not for the purpose of dispelling Chuan's terrible idea. It would be the simplest to just change the head and it would not be so complicated. The reason why it is so complicated is that Tsunade wants Chuan to gradually realize the trouble and hopelessness of Bai Yu's illness, hoping to stop Chuan at the stage of heart and kidney replacement and dispel this idea. Otherwise, after the heart, liver, lung, stomach, and kidney are replaced, it may be necessary to start with blood and bone marrow. The reason why Bai Yu has this disease is rooted in the blood limit, and it may also be some bacteria and virus. Once the organs are exchanged, Chuan may also get this disease. The ninja hospital has been standing still since she left. The equipment in the hospital is still the old style from 10 years ago, and it is impossible to perform detailed examinations. Tsunade can only perform such radical and violent surgery. Tsunade has never tried it before, and the people of the Senju clan dare not target the remains of the first generation in this way. Bai Yu is the last member of the Senju clan who suffers from the blood limit disease exclusive to the Senju clan after the Senju clan withdrew from the stage of history. This disease will appear in the most talented person in the clan every few dozen or hundreds of years. It is the blood limit disease. Chapter 548 Wake up the substitute in Konoha a bird passes At night, Bai Yu woke up in the cold moonlight. The first scene he saw when he opened his eyes was a blurry ward with only pure white light. Bai Yu was conscious for a few seconds before he was surprised to find that he could see things. It was just that his vision was blurry and he could only see a little light and he couldn't see the specific people clearly. But this meant that his vision was gradually recovering through Quan's eyes. He would see Chuan. At the same time, Bai Yu felt very warm in his heart. It seemed that his physical weakness had been alleviated under Tsunade's treatment. She is worthy of being a medical master in the ninja world. So amazing, Bai Yu admired in his heart. At this moment, Bai Yu didn't want to die. He wanted to live. The idea of a euro wanting to die that he had been suppressing before might really be the same as what Sakura said, which was affected by the body's physiology. Now that his physical condition is better, Bai Yu feels that he is fine again. Chuan, I can see. Bai Yu wanted to sit up from the bed and he tried hard before getting up. Bai Yu looked at the ward and the first thing he saw was a woman with light yellow hair lying on the edge of the bed with her head resting on her hands. The woman had a ponytail and her bangs fell on her fair face. Her face was blurred and unclear. She was wearing a pure white coat and a sleeveless top similar to a female evening dress. Bai Yu had never seen such a broad and generous mind, so generous that it could not be suppressed. Then, Bai Yu closed his eyes, put his little hand on his forehead and glanced to the side. He saw a girl on the bed next to him who was hugging her hands and looking at him. The two were considered fellow patients. Bai Yu looked familiar, and after a closer look he found that it was Izumi, his favorite person besides Suzuki. Izumi puffed up his cheeks and looked at Bai Yu angrily. He never thought that the first thing Bai Yu saw when he regained his vision was such a despicable thing. Is Bai Yu really a boy? Izumi blushed, hugged himself, sat on the bed and did not dare to talk to Bai Yu, because Chuan remembered that even Sakura dared to look at her with a straight back a few days ago. So, is she just rubbing like this? Damn it. Chuan gritted his teeth, feeling extremely unhappy. It seems that Sakura has a much brighter future than her. Bai Yu looked interesting. Chuan, you look so cute when you are angry. No, right? Chuan looked at the side uncomfortably but felt very happy. Just then, Tsunade woke up in a daze. She supported her cheek, looked at Bai Yu on the hospital bed and asked lazily, how is it? It's okay, thank you very much. Bai Yu felt that her eldest niece was still reliable at the critical moment. Alas, it feels so good to be alive. Bai Yu put one hand on the back of her head, pillowed it and looked at the white ceiling. It feels like life has hope again. Tsunade yawned, rubbed her eyes, yawned again, looked at Bai Yu in confusion and said, this is only the first stage of treatment. There are several more stages to follow. Since you feel better, let's do it this way. If you feel uncomfortable, let me know. I haven't slept for a few days, Tsunade said and closed her eyes again. After a while, there was a clear breathing sound. Bai Yu couldn't see Tsunade's current appearance clearly, but she saw a little outline, which was enough to complete some of her image. Tsunade is a very mature and beautiful woman, but she is a flower of high mountain. Bai Yu did not go to see Tsunade, fearing that it would affect the recovery of his eyesight. He looked at the ceiling and missed Chuan a little, but Tsunade was here to bother him, so he could not act coquettishly. Tsunade had just saved him, so it was not surprising that she drove him out of the ward like this. Chuan saw Bai Yu wake up but ignored her, just staring at the ceiling in a daze, and felt lost and empty in his heart. Then, Chuan saw Bai Yu raised her hand as if she was going to touch the light bulb on the ceiling. Purple vines were wrapped around her snow-white arms. These vines appeared from Bai Yu's clothes, wrapped around her fingertips along her arms and spread, and finally, like grapevines, passed through Tsunade's head and reached her side. Chuan was surprised to catch the wooden board that Bai Yu gathered, and a line of cute words appeared on it. I miss you so much. Chuan hugged the wooden board with a curved corner of his mouth and looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. Chuan replied, me too. It was lip language. Because of Tsunade, the two did not want to disturb the attending physician's rest, so they could only communicate their feelings silently. Bai Yu found that he did not understand lip reading, and he had not learned this skill. But this could not stop him. He would read and write. Under Bai Ji's light, particles of dust were floating in the air with the naked eye. Bai Yu gathered all the dust in the ward and read out what Chuan said in front of him. Me too. Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat, and when he saw what Chuan said, he felt warm, and he looked at Chuan. Chuan puffed up her cheek, a little angry. Why did Bai Yu write out what was in her heart? So embarrassing. If Tsunade looked up, wouldn't she be dead? But it doesn't matter, as long as Bai Yu is happy. How do you feel now? Chuan said silently. instantly. Bai Yu realized that Chuan didn't like this bold way, so he also gathered a wooden board and displayed Quan's words on it. Chapter 548 Wake Up. Bai Yu typed to Chuan, I feel very good. I was affected by my physical condition some time ago. It turns out that being sick really makes people feel bad. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? Chuan said, no, I'm so happy to see you healthy. The most important thing for people is to be healthy. Well, I understand it now. Bai Yu said, by the way, why doesn't Tsunade leave here? Bai Yu asked. Bai Yu still thinks that her eldest niece is a little light bulb. She wants to see you for treatment and is worried that there will be emergencies. Chuan noticed that Bai Yu wanted space for two people and felt funny. This was the first time he knew that Bai Yu was so clingy. Sure enough, the little hedgehog let down his guard. Will it be cute? Okay. Bai Yu sighed. Bai Yu, do you think I have no idea? Chuan asked with concern. After she finished speaking, she hugged her hands, put them on her knees, and looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu heard this, glanced at the sin again, and shook her head quickly. No, normal people don't have such a big one. Tsunade may have used technology. I don't care about this kind of thing. Compared to this, I want to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible so that I can walk around the village with you. Walk. Chuan hugged her leg, tilted her head, and said very cutely, yes, didn't you invite me before? Bai Yu looked up and showed a warm smile. The boy with short red hair, wearing a hospital gown, and missing one eye smiled so sunny. Chuan smiled. His cheeks were slightly red, and he embarrassedly rested his chin on his knees, looking at Bai Yu's light green eyes with a touch of warmth. At this moment, the sound of heartbeats and the feeling of heartbeats were very clear. Chapter 547 My aunt is so hard _ a bird passes _ The failure of various organs in the body leads to an overall decline in physical fitness, which makes it impossible for chakra energy to be stored in a weak body for a long time. If chakra cannot be retained, it will overflow, which further affects the state of all aspects of the body and creates a vicious cycle. This blood limit disease, until her generation, is still helpless. I only know that the root is from the family bloodline, but I can't detect the reason for the loss of chakra energy and the decline of physical condition. Tsunade only took a glance and understood the general situation of Bai Yu. When she was a teenager, the family was at its craziest age. Almost the entire family was studying medical ninjutsu, hoping to save the first generation Hokage and bring him back to life. It can be said that the most important goal of the Senju clan at that time was not the bloodline limit of wood release, but to revive the ninja god who once suppressed an era. When the first generation was alive, it was the most peaceful time in the village. When the first generation was alive, the world would be peaceful and there would be no war. Countless people who believed in this idea were doing human experiment, from the Senju clan to the ninjas in Konoha village. Books about human experiments once filled the library, affecting a whole generation of people in Konoha village and causing the madness of the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. It was not until the Senju clan withdrew from the stage of history that the madness and darkness hidden under the years of the village were restrained. But during this period of time, many talented people appeared in the village, such as Orochimaru, Obito. It also laid a solid foundation for Konoha village to promote the medical ninja system. This also allowed her, who was still young, to master medical ninjutsu early, as well as a large number of pathological studies. Her excellent medical skills and talents allowed Tsunade to participate in the family's research in this area very early, and she witnessed how the family declined and how the clan members died one by one. These bloody scenes have been engraved on the important stages of human growth like a long bloody scroll, and the bright red dark blood will never fade on the scroll. Until her brother, Senju Nwaki, and the last person in the village who was worth relying on died, there was nothing in this village that could make her feel at ease. Tsunade just wanted to escape from this cannibalistic village. It would be better to wander around the world than to stay in Konoha. The operation was very successful. It was just the first stage of the heart transplant operation, which could not stop Tsunade. There were countless horrific injuries in the war, and Tsunade was very good at first aid. Now Bai Yu's medical condition was many times better than in the wilderness, so she naturally handled the heart transplant between Bai Yu and Uchiha Izumi very easily. For Tsunade, the most difficult thing was not how to transplant, but to deal with the details while ensuring that the patient was still alive, and then make the operation successful. Casco.net. In this world with chakra energy and medical ninjutsu, many dangerous operations have become commonplace operations. As long as the plan is feasible, the operation can be performed. Not to mention the chief surgeon, who is the best medical expert in the ninja world, like Senju Tsunade. What surprised Tsunade was that even though she had made sufficient preparations to deal with organ rejection and other problems, after the operation was successful, there was no overly intense reaction on the electrocardiogram and other instrument. Uchiha Izumi's heart and Bai Yu's heart were more compatible than ever before, as if the two were also closely related by blood. Bai Yu was fine, as her physical fitness was already strong, but Izumi transplanted Bai Yu's heart and they could still fit together perfectly, which was really incredible. Tsunade's face became embarrassed. According to her understanding, Bai Yu was the evil done by Orochimaru. God knows what kind of ghost things Orochimaru added to Bai Yu's body when he studied Bai Yu. A few days ago, Tsunade asked about the whereabouts of the third generation Orochimaru, wanting to know the first-hand data of Bai Yu's body, but learned that Orochimaru had run away before they came to the village and his whereabouts were unknown. It is also unknown whether Orochimaru got the news in advance and was avoiding her and Jiraiya, but the hope of getting the first-hand data of Bai Yu's body was dashed. At this time, Tsunade saw the success of the operation and became more interested in it. The last person who suffered from the family blood blood limit disease was the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. No one dared to do anything to Hashirama's body, let alone replace his organs with other people's organs. With Senju Hashirama's physical fitness, Hashirama himself couldn't hold on, let alone replace other people's organs. And Hashirama's body, after being transformed into plant cells, has been maintained in a healthy state. It only needs to carry out photosynthesis to have a constant supply of energy and chakra energy. The first-generation cells preserved in the village are all important treasures left before the first-generation Hokage fell ill. Otherwise, according to the physical strength of the first-generation Hokage, after the self-protection transformation after the illness, all the flesh and blood connected to the body will become plant cells similar to human flesh and blood. At this moment, her grandfather Senju Hashirama is probably still sleeping soundly in a coffin. The first Hokage's soul went to the Pure Land, which was confirmed by the village using the impure world reincarnation, but the first Hokage's body was still alive, which was beyond doubt. As strong as the first Hokage, his body was still alive, but he was dead. This weird thing made all the people involved in the research rack their brains and couldn't figure out the reason. What kind of terrible blood limit disease could kill a strong man like Senju Hashirama? The latter is more exciting. Chapter 547. My aunt is so hard. I don't know. Now Tsunade is using Bayu's body for research and began to record data in detail in all aspects, hoping to find the reason. After the operation, Bayu and Chuan were pushed out of the operating room and sent to a clean, sterile ward. During this process, Chuan was in better condition than Bayu and had already woken up in the ward. Chuan looked at Bayu with a weak, hopeful smile on his face. His light green eyes lit up. We both live in each other's heart. We each have a part of each other. Tsunade was not interested in sick people. The first magical thing she saw was that Bayu's heart was transplanted to Kwan's body and there was no rejection reaction. Kwan's condition did not even decline because of Bayu's illness. Instead, he looked good and was healthier than before. This important discovery made Tsunade sure that Bayu's heart was not the problem and the root of the blood limit disease was still in other parts of the body. When she replaced them all, she could use the most basic method to rule it out. As for Bayu, while the body assimilated Kwan's heart, the heart was not as good as the original one and began to inevitably fail. However, before the blood limit disease did not contaminate this heart, Tsunade would be left with chakra energy and medical ninjutsu to heal the heart, maintain and prolong Bayu's life. This period of time is the time that Bayu can live after the heart transplant. For this reason, Tsunade can only stay in the ward, accompany him, and be ready for emergency treatment at any time to prevent Bayu from dying suddenly. And when the use of this heart reaches its limit, other organs will be transplanted to the body so that the disease will attack other newly transplanted organs to share the pressure of the heart. It's a big loss. The money of a wallet actually bought me more than a week. Tsunade muttered. Now I have to stay up late at any time and work overtime on my own. I have never lived so hard. Chuan looked at Tsunade apologetically and was happy about Bayu's situation. Chapter 549. You are wrong. The substitute in Konoha _ a bird passes _ Chuan. Look, there are so many stars outside the window. Bayu noticed the starry sky outside the ward window and was immediately attracted to it. Chuan was stunned for a moment. Bayu's thinking was too jumpy. Weren't they talking about taking a walk? Why did they suddenly go to see the stars? And talking would wake Tsunade up, right? Did Bayu forget that the two of them had to talk quietly and not disturb Tsunade's rest? Chuan looked out the window. The moonlight in the room was like a veil, and the night outside the window was hazy. The sky was vast, and the flickering stars dotted the deep dark blue sky, which looked far away. It was indeed very beautiful, but can't you see it every day? Chuan suddenly noticed that Bayu covered her face after realizing it and made an expression that almost woke Tsunade up. Chuan chuckled and felt that Bayu was so funny. At this moment, Chuan saw Bayu put down the writing board, hold the quilt open, and wanted to get out of bed. Chuan wanted to stop it but couldn't reach Bayu. She opened her mouth and realized that Bayu couldn't see what she said, so she could only follow her out of the bed. Chuan put on her slippers and her heart suddenly ached. She held the bed rail with one hand, her expression calm, and then a smile appeared on her pretty face and she walked towards Bayu. Chuan and Bayu stood in front of the window. Bayu stood on tiptoe, showing her head, looking at the starry sky outside, and pointed at the moon in the sky happily. Chuan, my mother told me that I want to be a white moon in the future. Look, it's so beautiful. Yeah. Chuan looked down at Bayu's lively appearance and was happy in her heart. After hearing this, she looked at the moon in the night sky. What does Bayu's mother look like? What does she look like? Bayu had one eye covered by a black eye mask and the other eye was open and blinked. The scarlet eyes with 3 megatama reflected the starry sky and the pupils flashed with a pure look. Bayu raised one hand and placed it on the top of his head, touching his head. My mother is much taller than me and her hair is very long and beautiful. She will be similar to me when I grow up. Oh, is it similar to Bayu when she grows up? Chuan asked with interest. Yes, of course. Bayu nodded and then remembered something and summoned the purple hermit. The girl with long red hair appeared next to Bayu, the same height as Bayu. The two of them looked like twins, leaning on the window and looking outside. Chuan did not open the Sharingan so he could not see the scene. Bayu reminded him and Chuan opened the Sharingan and looked at the person next to Bayu in surprise. Who is this? Chuan only knew that Bayu had a purple plant and did not know that the purple hermit also had anthropomorphic form, so he was surprised to see it at this time. Bayu smiled and said, it's the feminine me. She grew so tall when I was healthy. Now that I am injured, her strength has also decreased. You haven't seen it. When I recover, she will be like an adult, and that look is what I will look like when I grow up in the future. Well, I will be similar to that, but I am a boy, so there must be some differences. The girl with long red hair curled her lips, leaning against the window and looking at the street outside in a depressed mood. Feminine by you? Upon hearing this, Chuan hugged the girl with long red hair. The substitute and the original body share all senses. Bai Yu was implicated and felt as if someone was hugging him. Bai Yu looked uncomfortable. The girl with long red hair opened her eyes wide, surprised that Chuan would treat her like this, and puffed up her cheeks in anger. She and Bai Yu were obviously the closest, but Bai Yu did not acknowledge her. Well, it's really the same. Chuan was surprised to find this and raised the hand of the girl with long red hair, and Bai Yu's hand also raised lightly. But Bai Yu can suppress this connection and make it look like a synchronization disorder. Izumi played with it for a while, like playing with toys. Bai Yu had a dark face and was forced to open. Just as the two were looking at the stars and talking about their inner thoughts, Tsunade woke up in a daze and saw the figures of the two people by the window. Tsunade changed her direction and prepared to continue to make up for her sleep, and then she suddenly opened her eyes and saw the wooden board next to her. Tsunade was stunned for a while and didn't understand it for a while. After a trance for a while, she suddenly realized, you used the technology. You used the technology. Tsunade closed her hands and tore off the wooden board. Bai Yu shuddered in pain, touched the ground with her toes, and almost jumped up, which scared Izumi. The two turned around and saw Tsunade looking at them angrily. Bai Yu and Izumi suddenly felt guilty. They didn't take good care of themselves when they were sick but were caught by the doctor. The key was that they were found to meet each other. This kind of thing is so bad. Tsunade stood up and looked at Bai Yu fiercely, mainly at Bai Yu. The wooden board was here with Bai Yu, so it was impossible for Chuan to put it there, so the culprit was Bai Yu. This guy actually thought she was fake. Fake? What was fake about it? Tsunade was furious, and she was threatening like a devil, wanting to punish these two guys who didn't know whether they were real or fake. Bai Yu and Chuan looked at Tsunade. It's over, miserable, we've been discovered. Bai Yu hid timidly, then looked back and saw that there was no place to hide. It was so miserable that she couldn't run away. Then she just opened the window and jumped out with Chuan. Bai Yu was eager to try, and planned the escape route. Chuan stepped forward, protected Bai Yu, held her head high, and was a flat black magic girl with a firm face and long hair to her waist. She had a cool temperament under the bright moonlight. Please click on the next page to continue reading. End. Chapter 549. You are wrong. Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and she quickly hid behind Chuan, grabbed Chuan's skirt, exposed her little head, and looked at the blonde woman in the white coat with trepidation. Tsunade was so angry that a well symbol appeared on her forehead. She stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves and said, "Don't stop me. If he doesn't see why the flowers are so red, he won't know how dangerous the world of adults is." You want to hit him? Chuan asked, opening his arms to protect Bai Yu. If I don't hit him, will I hit you? You are so critical of your elders. Today I will teach him a lesson as if he is an adult. He is young and has a lot of things to do, Tsunade said with her sleeves rolled up. Bai Yu was aware of it. Elder. Bai Yu did not expect that his eldest niece was so stubborn, bullying him because he was small. If this is confirmed, won't everyone think he is a junior when they go out in the future? Bai Yu stood up, raised his head and said, "What you said is wrong. I don't agree." What's wrong? Tsunade asked. You said you are my elder. I don't agree. In terms of seniority, I am 1 generation older than you. You should call me uncle. Bai Yu said righteously. Even if I am younger than you, you shouldn't bully me. Tsunade was shocked. Are you confused? You just woke up and talked nonsense. If you don't believe me, go ask the 3rd generation. Bai Yu raised his chin and unconsciously led the fire away. Bai Yu looked out the window, pointed to the Hokage rock in the night and said, "My father is lying in there. You should be polite to me. Otherwise, when I recover him, you will know how powerful my father is." Tsunade heard this and looked at the Hokage rock, and her mood suddenly became subtle. What evil did Orochimaru do? Is what you said true? Tsunade took a step back in disbelief. Of course it's true. Bai Yu stepped forward and said, "Niece, I'm older than you." Tsunade went up and punched her. Ouch. Bai Yu flew up, and Chuan hurriedly caught Bai Yu in midair, looking at Tsunade warily like a calf. I don't believe it. You wait. I'll go ask the old man, Tsunade said, slamming the door and leaving. Bai Yu and Chuan looked at each other. Chapter 550. Eyes. The door was shut. Only Bai Yu and Chuan were left in the ward. Are you okay? Chuan asked, looking at the bump on Bai Yu's head. I feel a little dizzy. Bai Yu said dazedly. I didn't expect her to hit me. How dare she? Chuan, how dare you make her angry? Go lie down quickly. Chuan carried Bai Yu over, covered Bai Yu with a blanket and said, "You're not feeling well anyway. Just rest a little. I'll be next to you. Call me if you have anything." Well, okay. Bai Yu watched Izumi walk around and lie on the other side. Izumi still felt a little unbelievable and asked, "Why do you always say that Tsunade is your niece? She must be very old." Right, very old. Old enough to be my grandmother. When Bai Yu said this, he carefully sensed it and found that Tsunade was indeed gone, and then he was relieved. Bai Yu talked freely. Who made me not a natural person? Although I didn't ask the 3rd generation Hokage about this matter, he told me about the Senju clan. There is only one person who can make my physique so strong. This kind of thing cannot be told, so under the hint of the 3rd generation Hokage, I tacitly knew about this matter, and I also read the Hokage rock before and found that there is indeed my father's body. Bai Yu and Chuan said, the 4th generation has a child, that is Uzumaki Naruto. Who else can lie in the Hokage rock? Besides the 1st generation, it is the 2nd generation. The 2nd generation has no wife. The 1st generation Hokage has a wife, and the 1st generation's wife is from the Uzumaki clan. Bai Yu looked at his hair color and knew who his parents experiments were. His father is so powerful. When he resurrects his father, he will let the whole world know how powerful his father is. If he was not seriously ill now, Bai Yu really wanted to cross his legs and imagine the tranquility of his father's peaceful world. Is that so? Kwanzaa was dizzy. No wonder Tsunade hurried to ask the third Hokage. Before she knew it, a living ancestor appeared. If that was true, then Bai Yu seemed to be able to call Tsunade like that. Chuan had some understanding of why human experiments were against human ethic. Maybe everyone has a living ancestor. Bai Yu looked at Chuan and said, Kwanzaa, why are you wearing a hospital gown? Are you sick? I'm your family member. I want to be with you, so I might as well stay here. Otherwise, what if it's inconvenient for you? Chuan clenched his fist. Bai Yu didn't know the details of the operation yet, so she didn't know that the beating heart was actually her heart, and her heart was also Bai Yu's heart. In the chests of the two people, each other's hearts beat. Chuan felt so happy when she thought of this. She had Bai Yu, and Bai Yu also had her. The two were inseparable. Eyes, heart. There will be more things later. Then, the two of them will gradually become one. Can you hold my hand? Chuan asked. Okay. Bai Yu nodded. In the night and moonlit ward, the two people held their hands between the bed, tightly clasping them. Their cheeks were slightly red. Bai Yu wore a black eye mask, revealing a red 3-Magadama Sharingan. Quan's eyes were one black and one green, crystal clear like gems. Both of them were paper figures with cartoon colors. Chuan thought it was strange. Although Bai Yu used her eyes, she could see Bai Yu's emotions and expressions from them. I guess Bai Yu could also see things from her eyes, right? This is life. This is the feeling between two people. Chuan, I want to live. Bai Yu said, I want to live and live a life of two people with Chuan. Chuan came back to his senses, not knowing how to answer Bai Yu. They were already dead. Even Tsunade could only extend her life. I want to go to the Uchiha clan to see, or I want to try Izanami, but I won't use your eyes. Bai Yu was cautious, worried that it would cause Chuan to be disgusted. To use Izanami, a Sharingan must be sacrificed. If he didn't use Quan's eyes, he would have to take the eyes of a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Bai Yu was worried that this matter would cause Chuan to be disgusted. After all, that was Quan's clan member. Bai Yu now misses Shimura Danzo a little. Danzo is really full of treasures. No, you still use my eyes? I don't want to see you hurt my compatriot. Chuan pulled Bai Yu over with a little force. Bai Yu didn't expect Chuan to pull him, and he looked at Chuan in surprise. Under the empty bed, the girl with long red hair raised her hands and pushed the main body to prevent the main body from falling from the gap between the two beds. After doing this, the girl with long red hair hid angrily. I will be very happy if you use my eyes, which means I sacrifice for you. Chuan put his chin on Bai Yu's head and looked at the starry sky outside the window. Well, is that so? Bai Yu rolled his eyes and said, but I don't want to use your eyes. If I use them, they will be gone, and I won't be able to see Chuan in the future. But you can't hurt others. Chuan said, well, let me think about it. Bai Yu lowered his head and thought about it, and had a solution. I remember that there are still many Sharingans in Shimura Danzo. He was killed by your clan leader, which means that your family may recycle that batch of Sharingan. Can I use one? Chapter 550 Eyes. I shouldn't agree to this. If their relatives agree, then it's fine. The issue of Sharingan can be discussed later. The important thing is to get Izanaki. Are you sure? Izumi asked, touching Baihu's cheek. Of course I am sure. When Baihu talked about this, his face was full of confidence. I am invincible. With two substitutes in hand, plus the invincible Black Sabbath, this ninja world can no longer restrain him. When he gets Izanaki, kills Uzumaki Nagato, and resurrects the people who died because of him, he can be with Izumi and spend a happy and warm life. Invincible, then go quickly. Izumi patted Baihu on the back and said, well, okay. Baihu closed his eyes and determined the scope of the search in his mind. First, the location where Izanaki's eye technique is recorded. Well, it can't be read and written. It is covered by the barrier, so change the idea. Present the whole map of the village. Read and write the approximate range of Izanaki's eye technique. This piece is black. Circle the range. I will go to the field to investigate. Bai Yu thought and appeared above the Uchiha clan's residence. Bai Yu floated in the sky, with the sky full of stars behind him. Bai Yu looked at the situation below, and his figure flashed to the ground. He had been to the Konoha heavy punishment room, where there was also a barrier. This thing could block signals but not him. Bai Yu used the same trick again, pulling a line underground and connecting the barrier to the network. The Uchiha clan is indeed a big family. The barrier of the ninjutsu warehouse is only the first line of defense. There is also a second defense level, which is a layer of perception barrier under the ground. Unlike the barrier above that blocks chakra energy and signal particles, the underground barrier is mainly used to sense underground vibrations. Casco.net. After all, there are quite a lot of rats in the ninja world. Bai Yu squatted on the ground and pulled a network cable for the Uchiha clan. This action was immediately shocked by the guardian ninja inside the barrier. What a courage! An Uchiha ninja rushed out of the warehouse immediately. What made Bai Yu feel strange was that this Uchiha ninja was not angry, but his face was twisted with joy and full of excitement. Since I graduated from the ninja school, I have waited for 3 years, and finally I have waited for someone who dares to break into my Uchiha clan. Don't move there. Let me cut the first knife. Bai Yu saw this person raise the knife and saw someone else running out from behind the door. Brother, wait for me. The boy named Yujiro reached forward, trying to stop his brother. Bai Yu touched the back of his head in confusion. For some reason, the Uchiha family seemed to like having two brothers or two sisters. Bai Yu disappeared instantly. Since the Uchiha clan was connected to the internet, the barrier naturally could not stop him. Bai Yu ignored the ninja and teleported to the center of the barrier in one step. There is another person from the Uchiha clan here, guarding the luminous ninjutsu scroll. Chapter Chapter 551 I am the Black Moon _ the substitute messenger in Konoha. The Uchiha clan. Inside the ninjutsu library, it was dark above and the ground was cold. Square bricks were laid on the ground covered by moonlight and the bricks were cold. In front of him, there was a huge statue hidden in the darkness with half of its arms illuminated by the moonlight outside the window. In front of the statue, next to the scroll emitting white light, stood a ninja with his back to the white moon. Are there any enemies invading? Fujimoto looked behind him and saw a boy with short red hair standing next to the stone pillar in the moonlight. His white feet stepped on the cold ground, his figure flickered, and even the hospital gown on his body seemed real and illusory. Under the clean and neat red short hair was a white and delicate face like a doll, with a black eye mask, and the other eye was a red 3-Magatama Sharingan. Just standing here, the first impression given was calm and weak. Bai Yu didn't care about the ninja guarding the scroll. Looking in front of this person, he saw a scroll on a wooden platform. The white light emitted by the scroll spread outward, but it only spread about 1 meter and did not continue to spread. He sensed the breath of chakra from it. It seems that the ninja world already has something similar to a battery that can store chakra energy. Bai Yu had a feeling that this was the barrier covering this ninjutsu storehouse. As long as he broke the barrier, he could read out where Izanagi was. Getting Izanami is Bai Yu's plan for this action. As for the people who stop him, Bai Yu didn't take it seriously at all. It's really easy. Bai Yu took a step forward with a smile. The ninja guarding the enchantment scroll, when he saw the one-eyed red-haired boy in front of the door, his pupils shrank suddenly. Sharingan. Hey, I know it's Sharingan. It was given to me by my most beloved. In the hospital, Bai Yu was in Quan's arms, and he pretended to speak unconsciously. My most beloved Xuan. A faint blush appeared on the pure and beautiful face of the black magic girl, and she blamed, be more focused when you act. Be careful not to be beaten by others. No matter how many times such an incarnation is killed, it won't affect me. The Sharingan in Bai Yu's eye sockets turned. Far away in Uchiha, the clone in the clan's warehouse suddenly turned his Sharingan. It looked like Bai Yu had seen the scene in the ninjutsu library from the hospital across a long distance. The Sharingan's vision was so strong that the movement of any object seemed to slow down several times as long as the attention was focused. Bai Yu's nerve reflexes were originally very fast, but because the eyes and body could not keep up, he could not exert the applied reaction. At this time, with the bonus of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, it felt like bullet time. Bai Yu didn't need to look to know that the precision of his movements began to increase wildly. This was all from the bonus of the Sharingan. Pseudo time stop. Pseudo instant movement. I'm really too excited. Bai Yu instantly read behind the ninja and punched the back of the ninja's head. Fujimoto was shocked and immediately counterattacked. Bai Yu used soft fist to fight a few simple moves. Every time the fist and feet collided, he would distance himself to avoid being discovered. Casco.net. After almost the same time, Bai Yu instantly recited to the ninjutsu scroll. Compared to fighting, he cared more about this barrier scroll. After all, if the barrier is destroyed, he can recite whatever he wants. Bai Yu turned his back to the ninja and squatted in front of the barrier scroll. With a cute expression of serious study on his little face, he touched his chin and looked at the barrier scroll seriously. It's really magical. Is the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll in the form of a spell? As long as you add some chakra energy, you can make the barrier work. I haven't learned this yet. Bai Yu felt regretful. In fact, he still had a lot of things he hadn't learned. Where are you looking at? The Uchiha clan ninja was furious. He was angered by Bai Yu's frivolous attitude. He stepped forward and punched Bai Yu without saying anything. This punch was full of strength, and the speed of the punch even caused the air to flow in the night. Circles of airflow wrapped around the thick arms and hit the person in front. The Uchiha clan is really full of talent, and there are ninjas who practice physical skills. Bai Yu looked back and said with a smile, this angle is just right. Come on, stand firm. Screen, Bagua, 32 palms. When Fujimoto punched, another figure of Bai Yu suddenly appeared on the side of his body. This figure used the same set of soft fist just now, and a fist and palm fell on Fujimoto's body. The ninja was not prepared, and his whole body was hit by the soft fist. His limbs and torso were hit by the dense attacks like raindrops and 32 palms. His body was suspended in the air. After a set of quick small combos, Bai Yu, who played the soft fist and Bagua palm, gradually faded. This is the power of reading and writing, because I just performed soft fist there. If you walk over, you will be hit by the picture that appears again. That is a process that existed in the past and was recorded by the environment. Bai Yu put one hand into the white light of the barrier. This hand touched the chakra energy and began to gradually become a substantial structure. Starting from the fingertips and spreading to the white arm, Bai Yu's body gradually materialized from illusion. Bai Yu absorbed chakra while using it. Bai Yu has already studied the method of destroying the barrier. It only needs to extract the chakra energy from the wooden platform under the scroll. After absorbing all the chakra, the barrier will naturally stop working. What's the name of the move you used to hit me just now? It looks very powerful. Is your current route still on the attack route just now? The little boy clenched his right fist and waved it forward lightly. The ninja's body was suspended in the air. Before it landed, a figure behind him suddenly stepped forward, raised his right hand, and punched the ninja's back fiercely. Huff! The Uchiha clan ninja spit out a mouthful of blood, fell forward, rolled several times, and wanted to get up again, but his arms couldn't support his body, and he fell on the wooden board again. Bai Yu shook his head. These ninjas have high attack and low defense. As long as they can hit, the Kunao detonating talisman can kill people. Unlike him, who protects his body well, he is basically invincible. Apart from Uchiha Shisui, the scoundrel in adversity, Bai Yu has not met any decent opponent yet. Those who practice the instant body technique have ridiculous ridiculously fast reactions. Bai-Yu absorbed the chakra energy diffused by the barrier scroll. He held the scroll in one hand and turned his head to see the two ninjas who had just run out coming back. Without the barrier blocking the signal transmission, Bai-Yu immediately read out the location of Izanagi. It turned out to be under this floor. In the basement, Teacher Fujimoto, the first person who rushed out of the house just now, was instantly angry when he saw this scene. A pair of two Magatama Sharingan were opened. Bai-Yu looked at it strangely, and suddenly he was in a trance and saw another ninja next to him rushing over with a kunao, and on the way he also gave him a Sharingan illusion. It was the two brothers I saw just now. 2 Magatama Sharingan uses illusion on 3 Magatama Sharingan. What are you thinking? Bai-Yu casually threw the barrier scroll at the ninja who rushed over. Bai-Yu lightly jumped back and came to the side of Fujimoto ninja and stepped on the back of the head of this adult ninja. How about I give you a little gift? You already have 2 Magatama Sharingan. If you work harder, you can continue to grow. Right? No. The two Uchiha clan ninjas shouted loudly. Bai-Yu smiled and stepped down. Crack! This kick broke the ninja's neck. Ah, what should I do? He was still alive just now, but he died in an instant. Bai-Yu tilted his head and said with regret, if you had moved faster and didn't run away, I wouldn't have taken advantage of this time difference to kill him. Right. By the way, is he your teacher? Bai-Yu asked curiously. The two Uchiha clan ninjas burst into tears, and Bai-Yu felt terrible when he saw them. He really is a teacher. Come on, cry a little more, and the Sharingan will evolve soon. Your teacher also wants to see your growth, right? Hurry up and use your new power to beat me, the evil man. I am the Black Moon. Bai-Yu opened his hands, looked up and said with a smile. Chapter 552 Get Izanagi. Bai-Yu opened his hands, looked up and said with a smile. A silver-white knife light instantly fell from the beam. Don't you know that our Konoha ninja village has always been a team of 3 people with a guiding teacher? A young girl jumped down from the beam, seized the opportunity, and swung her knife at Bai-Yu. She didn't make a move when the teacher died just now, and she was waiting for this opportunity to kill him with one blow. She is the teacher's best student. The knife hit Bai-Yu's shoulder. Bai-Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. The last person who slashed me like this should have something to say to you. Why don't you go find him too? How is it possible? The girl was shocked. How could she miss this knife? The next second, the tremor was transmitted from the knife to her hands. The girl trembled a few times. Her teeth chattered, and she almost couldn't hold the knife in her hand. This guy's body is so hard. The knife in her hand can't cut it at all. Bai-Yu grabbed the blade that fell on her shoulder with one hand, and there was a clicking sound between the palm and the blade. For this kind of knife, the direction of force should be consistent with the blade. Although it is very sharp, it is too hard and easy to break. Twisting the blade from the side will easily break it. Bai-Yu crushed the knife in the girl's hand, took a step forward, jumped up, and grabbed the collar of the ninja, whispered, Sister, be careful. A few seconds ago, you were swinging your knife at me, and now there should be 2 seconds left. Per thousand w.casco.net. The girl thought of the way Mr. Fujimoto was attacked just now, and sweat suddenly appeared on her forehead, and she could feel that someone jumped down from the beam and was slashing at her. Let me go. The girl struggled. If she didn't dodge, she would be cut in half from top to bottom by her own knife. Bai-Yu smiled gently. Why would I let go? It's a courtesy. I'm here to save you. A ninja jumped over and kicked the telepathic picture that jumped down from the beam to pieces, but just after landing, he was kicked away by his later self and his body hit the wall. I don't know where I saw it from, but it's said in the book that a person's greatest enemy is his past self. Can you defeat yourself 3 seconds ago? If not, you will be killed by yourself. Bai-Yu felt interesting and experimented with his new ability. The telepathic picture is not complete yet. This power is stronger when it encounters a strong opponent and weaker when it encounters a weak opponent. Its strength depends on the opponent himself. It also depends on himself. If he can't use the power of the stand and the chakra energy to reproduce the energy carrying pictures in the past, then this trick will not be able to hurt the opponent. Everything depends on the energy level between him and the opponent. If the opponent's energy level is higher than his, he can't reproduce the past pictures. The biggest reason is that he can't restore the opponent's strength. I have figured out a way to crack your ability. As long as we always keep moving and don't overlap the path we have taken in the past, we won't be defeated by our future self. Then, we just need to kill you, and this crisis will be completely resolved, said the ninja standing at the door with a long sword in hand. When Bai-Yu looked over, he found that this person's Sharingan had evolved into a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Are all the Uchiha clans so second-year students? Bai-Yu thought about Suzuki and felt relieved. And now I will use this new power to avenge Mr. Fujimoto. Die, scum. As the ninja spoke, he teleported in front of Bai-Yu. Bai-Yu dissipated the chakra energy in his body and rode it away in an instant, causing the man to swing his sword in vain. The white chakra light was split by the long sword and dissipated in the dim environment like a firefly. Leave quickly. I know. The teleportation slash is extremely fast. According to this person's ability, if he didn't run away after cutting a knife, he would probably bait a later self killed with one knife. Bai-Yu read the sky, and his body lay in the sky, looking at the endless stars and the bright moon in the sky. The whole person was in a big character shape and fell to the ground quickly. The surrounding scene receded, and the distance between the sky and himself began to get farther. It's so beautiful to look at the stars and the moon like this. I really want to take Xuan to see it together. When Bai-Yu was about to fall on the ninjutsu warehouse, he read again and came directly to the basement of the ninjutsu warehouse. Fighting has never been his first goal. The first goal is only Izanagi, and he has obtained the specific location of Izanagi. Above the basement, 3 ninjas are still checking around, fearing that Bai-Yu will suddenly appear and attack them again. In order to prevent being hit by the 3 second later self, they are still running around in the ninjutsu warehouse. You idiot! Fujimoto couldn't bear it anymore and got up from the ground and let a layer of plants covering his body. These plants dissipated in the air while falling off. Teacher, you are not dead, the girl said in surprise. Do you really want me to die? In addition to the power just displayed by the enemy, there is also the power of disguise. This is not an opponent you can face at this level. He didn't kill you. You should be grateful to him with a grateful heart. By the way, you should work hard to practice and strive to surpass him as soon as possible, and then kill him and wash away today's shame with blood. This is the greatest respect for the enemy. Bai Yu was speechless. Is this the origin of the underdog? Chapter 552 Obtaining Izanagi. It seems that next time we fight we can't let these people go mercifully, otherwise the tiger will come out to eat people again. Well, I found it. Bai Yu walked through many ninjutsu scrolls and found the ninjutsu scroll that recorded Izanagi. Bai Yu opened it and took a look. Suddenly he saw a person's eyes from the gap between the shelves full of ninjutsu scrolls. This person had a blank expression and an icy face that the Uchiha clan usually had. His sudden appearance was really scary. Bai Yu was startled and quickly dropped the ninjutsu scroll and ran away. I was scared to death. Bai Yu patted his chest and said with fear, I never thought that there was someone where the Izanagi scroll was placed. Chuan put his chin on Bai Yu's head and asked, did you find Izanagi? Yes, I read Izanagi. Whether it was the previous reading and writing or the battle, it can actually be regarded as a way of reading and writing, a process of finding results from a vast amount of complicated information. In this process the purple hermit constantly collects useful information and then gets the final result step by step. Bai Yu's body is still in the hospital, but he has obtained Izanagi through reading and writing. Even if he only took a look at the content on the ninjutsu scroll, the ninjutsu of Izanagi has been remembered by him. Bai Yu lay in Quan's arms, gathered a ninjutsu scroll with vines, opened it and read the words on it by moonlight. Wow, that's how it worked. The Uchiha clan is so talented. Bai Yu looked at the operating principle of Izanagi and was immediately shocked by the talent of the person who created this ninjutsu. What kind of talent and ability can create this eye technique that is comparable to the Manjikaya Sharingan eye technique and become an eye technique that every Uchiha clan ninja can use? Bai Yu was amazed, especially the way that Izanagi did not need to make hand seals, which gave him a lot of inspiration, but unfortunately this experience could not be used to make the purple hermit go further. It's not that the purple hermit can't evolve anymore. He hasn't poked the purple hermit with insect arrows yet. It's always the stand user himself who traps the stand, not the stand. He can't imagine how the purple hermit can evolve anymore, and he can't further complement the purple hermit. Going further, it's probably to weave a net covering this planet and control all the information on this ninja planet, right? At that point he can almost be called a god. However, Bai Yu thought that he did not have that ability unless he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 553 The next step. In any case, the ultimate enemy of this world is the Otsutsuki clan. This family ruled a planet and has surpassed the ninja world for many years in the study of chakra energy. If this family and this planet are not defeated and destroyed, the life he wants will never come. For now, the small goal is to kill Uzumaki Nagato and get the wheel. Back to the eyes, revive his parents and relatives and the people who died because of him. The big goal is to save this planet and defeat the Otsutsuki clan. In the past, Bai Yu wanted to hide behind and watch what heights Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would reach after the version upgrade. Now, after experiencing the closest death, he wants to live no matter what. Bai Yu didn't know why he was so negative before, but after being treated by Tsunade once, he felt that his heart was also healed. Now his mind is full of thoughts of living, wanting to have a home with Izumi, and then to settle all the troubles in the world and live a happy and peaceful life. So far, the capture of Izanagi has been very smooth. The next step is to collect the Sharingan. As long as he gets a Sharingan, he will try to use Izanagi to delete his disease so as to jump the fate of death and continue to live. However, Bai Yu doesn't know whether this disease is a defect he was born with or a terminal illness he recently contracted, but as long as there is a little hope, he will hold on to it, because no matter what, he wants to live and have his own family. Bai Yu got Izanagi and studied with Izumi in the ward. After studying, he immediately began to search for the Sharingan. The Sharingan comes from the Uchiha clan. This family has been around for too long, and there are a lot of Sharingans stored. Some of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan came from Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. Danzo has also hunted down many Uchiha clan ninjas over the years, and the quality is uneven. Uchiha Fugaku and the clan leaders of previous generations should have collected Sharingan. Therefore, going to the Uchiha clan to look for Sharingans is a very suitable place. Bai Yu doesn't want to trouble Uchiha Obito. He is dying. He doesn't have time to waste with Uchiha Obito. Now getting the Sharingan and using Izanagi to save his life is the most critical thing. By the way, where did Itaka go? Bai Yu suddenly thought of this question. In the past few days he has been in a daze, lying on the hospital bed and weak. He tried to contact Itaka during his waking hours, but every time he got the result that Itaka was still on the way. At this moment they should be close to the rain village, right? Bai Yu thought about it, read and wrote, and found that Itaka was still on the way and had not reached the rain village. Bai Yu read and wrote the distance between Itaka and the rain village again, and there were about 3 days left. 3 days later, it was time to assassinate Uzumaki Nagato and hunt for the Samsara Eye. Gather 50 to 50 Hitaki Kakashi, Shunshin Shisui, Uchiha Itaka, and his team. Can they defeat the Akatsuki organization that is not in its prime? Bai Yu is looking forward to it. In this operation, they are on the active side. According to the intelligence, they can set up a battle plan for Uzumaki Nagato's situation and be hunted by such a team. What will happen happen in the end? Will it succeed or fail? And can Uchiha Shisui really invade the Samsara Eye and successfully control Uzumaki Nagato when he fights Kota Amatsukami? Without a real battle with Uzumaki Nagato, everything is still unknown. Although Kakashi is powerful, he is not in the late stage. In the early stage, Kakashi was almost killed by Zabuza. Uchiha Shisui is very powerful. He has tried it himself. He is very good at the instant body technique. With the buggy eye technique of Kota Amatsukami, any enemy or force in the ninja world will collapse when encountering Uchiha Shisui. It is difficult for a rotten wood to resist the huge force. This is not to fight with Shisui on a parallel line without looking at Shisui's main Jakaya, Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui's fighting talent and strength are very terrible. If ninjas of the same level do not look at each other and do not observe Shisui's instant body technique is enough to make the enemy drink a pot. Kota Amatsukami's existence is almost equivalent to an instant second skill and an eye technique that allows the enemy to automatically go to the next level of combat power. Only people like him who do not use eyes and have a higher level of distinguishing directions and Shisui's position can entangle Shisui. It is difficult for other enemies in the ninja world to fight with Shisui. Let's not talk about anything else. Among all the cage level strongmen in this ninja world, how many of them can defeat Uchiha Shisui in a one-on-one battle against Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami? Once controlled by Kota Amatsukami, how terrible your attack ability is, how strong your output to your own ninja village will be, and you will definitely switch sides in the battle. In their team, only he and Shisui are good enough to be considered the first-line combat force against Uzumaki Nagato's Samsara Eye. Others such as Kakashi and Uchiha Itaki are not very good. Itaki is too young and has just lived through single digit. Kakashi is not enterprising and his great talent is wasted. If it were Konoha White Fang, he and Shisui would probably have to rely on White Fang for this operation. Kakashi? No way. We can only hope that Kakashi can awaken the power of the main Jakaya, Sharingan in the battle so that he can hold Obito when Uchiha Obito enters the field. The other biggest role is to steal the impure world reincarnation technique from the sealed book for them. Chapter 553. The next step. This ninjutsu plays with the souls of the dead, making them restless. In the ninja village, it is undoubtedly a forbidden technique that cannot be learned. With Kakashi's qualifications, if it were other forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God, the Sandame might have taught him, but a ninjutsu like impure world reincarnation would probably not be taught to Kakashi, so stealing is the only way. Kakashi successfully stole the impure world reincarnation technique, which provided a huge boost to this plan. After all, according to the original plan, impure world reincarnation technique and the Samsara Eye's perfect resurrection of the dead are two big moves that together block the bug of the Pure Land. None of them can be missing. Without the impure world reincarnation technique, the Samsara Eye can only revive one person. Without the Samsara Eye, the impure world reincarnation technique cannot perfectly revive the dead and give people a new life. Next, it is the second paragraph. Hunting down Uzumaki Nagato and seizing the Samsara Eye. On his side, he needs to seize a Sharingan, try to solve his own disease, and then find a way to participate in the battle. Izunaki's learning went very smoothly. The conception of this ninjutsu is ingenious, reaching a level that ordinary ninjas cannot understand or imagine, but it is very simple and quick to use. Even an ordinary ninja can use it successfully after getting the Sharingan, and the method of using Izunaki. This quick and convenient method of use is simply a foolproof one-button operation. No wonder Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Danzo are so difficult to deal with. He can become very powerful with a divine art like Izunaki. Baiyu hid in Quan's arms and watched the ninjutsu scroll. Izunaki's creation combined human dreams and reality together, making a dreamlike world that does not know whether it is true or false, a space determined by relying on the Sharingan. Then, according to the differences and characteristics of the dream space and the real space, transfer and graft are carried out, making the characteristics of these two spaces become the characteristics of Izunaki's use. The person who created this eye technique is really a genius, a prodigy, and a devil. No wonder the Uchiha clan, who has such a powerful power as the Sharingan, would go crazy because of Izunaki's eye technique. If other ninjutsu are created based on the concept of this thing, it is almost possible to create another kind of escape technique that is different from the mainstream escape technique. Chapter 554. Uchiha in a meeting again. It's a pity that Baiyu didn't want to create any dream escape to contribute to the ninja world. He might as well pray to extract Death God 13. Even without Death God 13, the power in his hands is enough to be called invincible. A man who is already invincible is trying to create another escape technique. Isn't this just a waste of time? If he has the time, he should study how to get along with Izumi. Baiyu blinked in Izumi's arms. Looking at Izumi's beautiful face, his life has never been as peaceful as it is now. Izumi is obviously much weaker than him, a weak woman like Hinata, but the emotional sense she brings to him is very safe. Baiyu doesn't know if this feeling is love, but if he chooses between Izumi and Suzuki, he will probably hesitate. Izumi is the person who makes him hesitate, so Suzuki should go aside. Only he and Izumi can live peacefully and be happy. This is probably because no matter what he becomes, Izumi will like him and love him, right? Even if this is a fake feeling. I like you so much, Baiyu said coquettishly. Stupid, why are you saying this suddenly? A faint blush appeared on the fair face of the black-haired girl under the moonlight. That's what I wanted to say. Baiyu slyly blinked at Quan's eyes, and the scarlet Sharingan flashed with emotions in her heart. Baiyu looked at Quan's beautiful pupils of different colors, and her love in her heart became stronger. I have already obtained Izanagi, and then I will go to see the Sharingan. Okay, Hey, be careful, Chuan reminded. Although Bai Yu's body was by her side, Chuan did not understand Bai Yu's method of action and she was inevitably uneasy and worried about Bai Yu's safety. Don't worry, I'm invincible, Bai Yu said happily. Okay, you are invincible, so pay attention to safety. Chuan pointed his finger at Bai Yu's forehead. The girl with long red hair stuck out her tongue under the bed, turned over depressed and ignored the situation above her head. Bai Yu laughed and closed her eyes as if she was asleep. Chuan's eyes were gentle. If you know, don't leave me. It's very uncomfortable to wait at home alone. It's very uncomfortable to be alone at home. I know this feeling. Bai Yu covered his chest with one hand and countless frames of scenes quickly passed by his body. When he came to his senses, he had already arrived at the place where he was reading and writing. The speed was too fast. Bai Yu heard this sentence as if it was still beside his ear. A one-eyed boy with short red hair and a black eye patch on one eye, wearing a blue and white hospital gown, stood barefoot in front of a house with a yard. The boy looked weak and depressed as he looked at the house in front of him. Seeing that there was still a faint light inside, Bai Yu remembered that this was Sasuke's home. Is the Sharingan returned by Danzo here? There is a high probability that I will meet Uchiha Fugaku. Right, what I don't want to face, I still face. Bai Yu remembered what Chuan said, that he had to get permission before taking the Sharingan. The Sharingan has a more important meaning than the ninjutsu scroll. It is the eye of the dead and the most important relic of the living. If it is suddenly lost, the family will be very sad and painful. Right? Casco.net. Bai Yu lowered his head and bit his lip. He didn't want to see Sasuke. He was afraid to see Sasuke. As long as he thought about it, he would see the crystal clear tears and desperate and painful face of the black short-haired girl under the trees in the sunny morning and the vibrant forest. He knew Sasuke. Is this wrong? Bai Yu calmed down and looked up at the house in front of him. Bai Yu read out the figure of Uchiha Fugaku and found that Uchiha Fugaku was in a shrine at this time, and many members of the Uchiha clan gathered around him. Bai Yu zoomed in on the location of the reading, and his sight suddenly jumped from indoors to outdoors, and he saw the outline of a shrine in the moonlight clearly. Haven't we already discussed reconciliation with the village? Why are the Uchiha clan still in a meeting? Bai Yu tilted his head, not understanding. He lurked inside the shrine. Chief, Itaki and Shisui are missing, and we don't know where they are now. The Sandame won't tell us about them. What should we do? It was agreed that the family address would be replanned in the village, but we haven't been told until now. This matter has been delayed day after day, and there is still no result. Is there something wrong? Uchiha Fugaku put his hands in his sleeves and squinted his eyes and said, I asked the Sandame about this matter, and he said Itaki and Shisui went to participate in a mission. As for the station, the Sandame is considering whether we should return to the previous place or replan it. He said that some residents are willing to move away. If this goes on, we may be able to return to our previous location. Is this true? Someone asked. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his eyes. We can only trust the village. Uchiha Shisui is the most talented person of our generation. As soon as we knew he got the eyes, the village arranged for him to go on a mission, and Itaki was also added. The person who spoke gritted his teeth and paused. Maybe I think too much, but please pay attention. Patriarch, we are a family. The lives of the old and young are all in your hands. Well, don't worry. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the tribesmen around him and said, I have lost a son. Itaki is my eldest son. I will never gamble his life for an uncertain future. Chapter 554 Uchiha in a meeting again. Please believe me on this matter. Please believe me as you did in the past. No matter how bad the situation is, I will save the Uchiha clan. Oh. Bai Yu hid behind the stone pillar and watched this scene. He was in the state of a stand at this time. If the ninjas of the Uchiha clan did not open the Sharingan, they would not be able to find him. He was equivalent to being invisible. If his current form is regarded as the vines of the purple hermit, then the ones that appeared here through telepathy are also vines. He can evacuate at any time. Itaki, did you open the pair of Manjikaya Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku looked at the clansmen around him in the light of the candles. The appearance of the clansmen was unclear one by one. The candle light around also had a vague halo. Uchiha Fugaku sighed in his heart. Itaki, what kind of hope do you have in your heart? Even Sasuke's death did not awaken those eyes. Your eyes, they have my light. Among the Uchiha clan ninjas kneeling around, a young ninja saw this situation, gritted his teeth and winked at his companion beside him. The companion received the signal and made up his mind. The clan leader has always believed in the village, but in a group there are people who believe, and naturally there are people who do not believe. People cannot put their hopes on others. After all, they also have their own families and people to protect. To be on the safe side, we should start to pay attention to the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Chapter 555 So bad. Nanhi Shrine. In the dim shrine, the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan gathered. The light of the candles illuminated the surroundings. Bai Yu hid behind a pillar. Even though his figure was so conspicuous, it was still difficult for people to notice him, because he came here with just a thought, not his real body. Unless someone present opened his Sharingan, or he took the initiative to release murderous intent and evil thought, ordinary people would not be able to detect his existence. Just as Bai Yu was thinking this, he suddenly saw the man sitting cross-legged on the ground under the huge statue looking up at him. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. This feeling seemed familiar. You are. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure under the fiery red candle with some uncertainty. No, why is he still using his Sharingan in this situation? Bai Yu had excellent eyesight and clearly saw the scene reflected in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. The pattern of this pair of Sharingan is abnormal. It's not a three-magatama Sharingan. It's a Manjikaya Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku told the family about the Manjikaya Sharingan. No wonder these people are so obedient to Uchiha Fugaku. Bai Yu took 2 steps back carefully, feeling a little panic. He looked at the candlelight reflected in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and also clearly saw his own reflection in his eyes. It was a boy with short red hair and a black eye mask. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, immediately retracted his telepathy, and returned to his body. The Uchiha clan can't go. God knows what Uchiha Fugaku's main Jikaya Sharingan pupil technique is. Bai Yu only knows that Uchiha Fugaku can predict the future, but he doesn't know how far into the future Uchiha Fugaku can predict and what the situation is that the prediction expresses. Is it to predict the future in a few seconds like the Scarlet King, or to know something in the distant future all at once? There are too many uncertain factors. The ability to predict the future. Time-based pupil technique. He must not get close to such a guy. Bai Yu immediately evacuated Nanga Shrine in a panic. When Uchiha Fugaku exposed his main Jikaya Sharingan and used the advantage of predicting the future to lay out the family, he must not get involved in this kind of thing, because once he intervened rashly, he didn't know if he would become a pawn under Uchiha Fugaku, so he had to leave. Bai Yu knew that he was invincible, but that was only in regular battles. It can be said that his ability of first sight killing occupied most of the advantages. As long as he didn't know his stand ability, even strong men like Uzumaki Nagato and Uchiha Madara could be killed by him. Once he lost this part of the advantage, whether it was the Purple Hermit or the Black Sabbath, there would be ways to solve it. In this ninja world where ninjutsu flourished, it was not like the world of stand users with a single means of combat. Here, it was even more dangerous for stand users, especially those ninjas who had lived on the battlefield since childhood, fought with others all their lives, and were good at fighting. Once his ability was known, it was really possible to kill his original body through assassination, and Uchiha Fugaku is the kind of person who knows his ability. What's worse is that this guy has been slacking off, and Bai Yu can't see clearly what Uchiha Fugaku's ability is. Uchiha Fugaku knows his ability, but he doesn't know Uchiha Fugaku's ability. This is very dangerous. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Leave here. Don't get involved in the Uchiha clan's plot at this time. No matter what kind of situation Uchiha Fugaku is using the future advantage to set up, as long as he doesn't get involved, it doesn't matter. Bai Yu thought that Konoha village was safe enough, leaving the main body in Konoha and remotely reciting the curse to kill Uzumaki Nagato when the Rain Village plan began. This action was a sure thing. Even if it failed, Uzumaki Nagato had 8 legs and couldn't run to Konoha village for a while, so he could carry out the plan to seize the Samsara Eye without worry. But why? Whether it is his own illness or the boss who suddenly appeared in the village, it shows that his body is very dangerous and not as safe as he imagined, or he may die before he can make a good plan to seize the Samsara Eye. Bai Yu and Uchiha Fugaku used to be in the same camp, and they thought that predicting the future was their advantage, but until now, Uchiha Fugaku has not taken any action. Bai Yu can't understand Uchiha Fugaku. To be honest, if there is the ability to predict the future, Sasuke's death can be predicted, right? Itaka's departure from the ninja village can also be predicted, right? Then why has Uchiha Fugaku remained calm and steady from the capture of Uchiha Obito until now, without any action, as if he is watching a show and eating melons? Why? He should be the C position no less than him and Shisui. Why is he paddling all the time? Bai Yu suspects that Uchiha Fugaku may have a bigger conspiracy. This conspiracy, even Sasuke's death, was not enough to shake Uchiha Fugaku's will. Uchiha Fugaku, what exactly is he plotting? What is this man who is disheartened in the original work and sacrifices his entire family and his wife's life to fulfill Itaka's righteousness plotting? Bai Yu has always been cautious in his actions. He will take those who are stronger than him seriously. He likes to crush those who are weaker than him without thinking. Chapter 555 is so bad. Now that he has encountered such a troublesome eye technique user like Uchiha Fugaku, Bai Yu really doesn't want to get involved in Uchiha Fugaku's plan. They used to be in the same camp, but now Sasuke is dead and he is still plotting against Itaki. When he meets Uchiha Fugaku, he feels uncertain, because he doesn't know what Uchiha Fugaku knows. Is the main Jikaya Sharingan eye technique that Uchiha Fugaku masters a short-term prediction of the future, or a long-term prediction of the future? Will the predicted future just happen to contain his information? These are all unknown. If this guy learns something about his future, it is very likely that he will drag him down at a critical moment. How arrogant and insolent Bai Yu was just now. How weak and helpless he is now, hiding in the hospital bed, trembling per thousand w.casco.net. Bai Yu felt that he would be beaten to death at any time if he went out. The girl with long black hair wearing a hospital gown trembled in fear when she saw the boy. What happened? Bai Yu bit her finger to ease the anxiety in her heart. I was looking for the Sharingan and took a look at the situation of the Uchiha clan. As a result, I saw your clan leader opened the main Jikaya Sharingan. When I went to see him, he happened to see me. It's so bad. Every time I go to the Uchiha clan, I will be seen by your clan leader. Is he destined to kill me? It was the same before the ninja school started. As soon as I wrote about him, he stared at me. The child was scared to tears. However, compared with before school started, Bai Yu has become very strong now, so he doesn't need to be so scared. However, this situation of encountering obstacles immediately when doing anything makes Bai Yu feel a little bad, as if his fortune has dropped from the peak and is at a low point. Nothing goes well, and I have this strong premonition recently, and now is the critical moment when he is looking for the Sharingan and wants to use Izanami to heal himself. Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku is also going to include him in some plan? Bai Yu forced himself to calm down and told himself not to panic. He was going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Is there anything more terrible than death in the world? He didn't believe it. Unless he was unlucky enough to be involved in the Uchiha clan's plan and be sealed into the belly of the god of death by the third generation, he would be entangled with the third generation grandfather forever. Damn it, Bayu's face turned black. Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku was planning this? Thinking about it carefully, the way Uchiha Fugaku looked at him just now really seemed to be looking at a shield. Chapter 556 taught. Bayu grabbed Quan's collar in fear and didn't dare to let go. He was really panicked when Uchiha Fugaku looked at him. He is indeed a fierce-eyed Fugaku. He is really good, but he is still a man after all. In front of Chuan, he tried his best not to show his fear and just closed his eyes to think about things. Chuan patted Bayu's back with a smile. Don't you want to open your eyes and take a look? Bayu was ashamed and said with shame, I'm sorry. No need to say sorry. Chuan put one hand on Bayu's lips and said, I am yours. Do you understand? Remember this sentence in your heart. Okay. Bayu felt sorry. Chuan intended to guide Bayu to say the same thing to her, but there was something more important at this time. She noticed that Bayu was very flustered and scared, but the little hedgehog didn't want to show it. Maybe it was the dignity of a man? Chuan gently patted Bayu's back and said gently, then what? Then I'm yours too. Bayu whispered. Chuan was very happy for a while. She said happily, I'm very happy that you said that. I'm very happy that you realized this. Also, this is not what I asked just now. Not this. Bayu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, what is it? Chuan said softly, it's what you saw just now. I feel that you are so nervous. If you are willing to tell me about the difficulties and let us share the burden, I will be very happy that you accept me. Bayu didn't want to bring too much psychological pressure to Chuan, but when he heard Chuan say this, his nervous mood couldn't help but relax. Chuan is such a person who makes him feel safe. He was lucky to meet Chuan and didn't let him continue to be discouraged. The two whispered to each other, your clan leader also has eyes like Uchiha Shisui. I feel his eyes have the ability to predict the future. Bayu whispered. Chuan also asked in a low voice, predict the future? Is there such an incredible power? Yes, I can do it too. Bayu closed her eyes and smiled gently. Her eyes curved into the shape of a moon. Will Bayu do it too? Chuan asked curiously. Yeah. Bayu nodded, and then her face showed Qing became serious and said sadly, yes, I know something about the future. In fact, what we are experiencing now is different from the future I know. Maybe I changed something inadvertently. I also know one thing. Those who despise the future will inevitably be teased by the future. Chuan hugged Bayu. Is it about Sasuke? Yes. In the future I predicted Sasuke would not die, and neither would I. But something terrible would happen to the Uchiha clan. At that time, I saw you. We didn't know each other yet, and you died in the future when something terrible happened to the Uchiha clan. When Chuan heard this, her hair stood up suddenly. She closed her eyes, patted Bayu's back gently, and said gently and considerately, you changed the future, and then fate made us know each other. Fate. Bayu was stunned for a moment. Time can change, and people's destiny can also change. This world seems to allow change. Otherwise he would not have changed so many things until now, making the plot different from what he remembered. Do you suggest telling me about the original future? Izumi asked. Okay. Bayu leaned against Izumi. He closed his eyes and whispered, just like my big sister. Hey. Izumi smiled. Bayu just didn't feel safe. In the original future, the Uchiha clan intended to overthrow the village 1 year later. The day before the plan, Uchiha Shisui learned about the situation and went to explain the matter to the third Hokage and promised to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to change the will of the Uchiha clan leader. Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan ability is Koda Amatsukami, which can modify the target's will and thoughts without attracting other people's attention. Izumi covered his mouth in surprise. Is it still possible? Is the Mangekyo Sharingan really that powerful? Predict the future and modify the target's will and thought. Izumi heard Bayu talk about the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Izumi didn't know it in detail. For her, a weakling who has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan is probably similar to the Magatama Sharingan, with a bloodline limit that adds dynamic vision at each level. But after hearing the ability that Bayu said now, Chuan suddenly realized that the Sharingan was not as simple as she knew. Yes. Bayu opened her red eyes with a sickly expression on her delicate little face and said softly, I was thinking, if Chuan wants the Mangekyo Sharingan, just kill me. With this power, Chuan can live well in the future. Chuan was slightly moved. He had always heard Bayu say that killing the beloved would open a more powerful Sharingan. Until now, Chuan understood the feelings of Bayu when he said this. Bayu was also paying for her. Don't rush to refuse. This is my gift to you. Please accept it. I hope that when I am incurable, you can end my life with your own hands. Bayu said sincerely. After the operation, he didn't want to die, but wanted to live. Chapter 556 taught. He wanted to live for Chuan, but if he really had to die, he hoped to die in Quan's hands. The reason was also obvious. Because of love. Sharingan is not a curse. It is the person you care about, leaving you with important power in the end, and hoping that you can have this powerful power and live better. This is my understanding. The Uchiha clan is not a cursed clan. On the contrary, they are a loved clan. The two hugged. Chuan woke up, and when she heard Bayu continue to talk, she did not interrupt, but hugged Bayu more tightly. Shisui gained the trust of the third Hokage and returned to the family to modify Uchiha Fugaku's will and thought. But at that time, the people who knew about Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan technique were not only the third Hokage, but also Shimura Denzo. Shimura Denzo didn't believe that Shisui would change Uchiha Fugaku's thought, and he couldn't tolerate such a bug-level power in the hands of the Uchiha clan. So Shimura Denzo stopped Shisui on his way back and took the opportunity to sneak attack and snatched Shisui's eyes. Shisui is very strong, right? He forced you to dig out your eyes. Is Shimura Danzo also very powerful? Chuan said strangely. Bai Yu smiled disdainfully. What is he powerful about? His physical fitness has declined too much, and his brain is not as fast as when he was young. If he hadn't known Izanami, he would have been killed by me in the Anbu Bay. Ce Poundy. Chuan heard this again, and slightly widened his eyes, looking at Bai Yu with one black and one green big eye. So cute. You really did a lot of great things. Izumi didn't know how to complain. Shimura Danzo was the second most important person in the village. Bai Yu, a student who hadn't graduated from the ninja school, was so early in his career. He hadn't graduated yet, but he was going to kill the second most important person in the village. I felt so anxious. Izumi didn't know that Bai Yu was so ambitious. Wait until I finish talking, Bai Yu said coquettishly. Okay, my little cutie, continue say, Izumi said gently. Bai Yu raised the corner of his mouth and said contentedly. Shimura Danzo used Izanaki and Shisui's trust to unexpectedly seize Shisui's eye that he wanted to use to change Uchiha Fugaku's mind. Shisui didn't do anything to Danzo. He ran away. Shisui knew that losing an eye and returning to the family would cause the family's concern, which would lead to the family's hatred of the village. And Danzo, as a high-ranking official, did not trust the Uchiha clan, which also made Shisui feel desperate. Shisui knew that he could not change the contradiction between the family and the village, so he found Itaki in despair, and in Itaki Bai Yu couldn't go on. He clearly felt the change in Izumi. Izumi suppressed him. Izumi was unhappy. I knew that guy would find Itaki when he was unhappy, and used Itaki as an emotional trash can, otherwise Itaki wouldn't be so depressed. Ah, sorry, I shouldn't mention Itaki, I just feel so unhappy. Bai Yu was speechless, feeling like there was something green on his head. Chuan liked Itaki, what should he do about it? Fortunately, he decided to dump Itaki, otherwise it would be really annoying. Chuan is still good, beautiful, and gentle, fragile and weak, but with a strong sense of security. Originally, he also liked Itaki a little, thinking that Itaki and Sasuke were together, which was very good. Since Sasuke's death, Bai Yu disliked the Uchiha clan, and even Itaki began to dislike it. The most important thing is that when he saw Itaki, he would think of Sasuke. Although Itaki liked him and looked very beautiful when listening to him, like a wife of a beautiful girl from a small family, she was also listening to him and obeying him wholeheartedly. Even though Itaki felt bad, he still listened to him and went to the rain village. But Itaki himself was a commodity he hooked up with when he liked Sasuke, and his importance could be said to be the lowest. Among several girlfriends, Itaki's position in his heart was lower than that of Red Bean. She was a person he wished he could not see, and did not want her to appear in front of him, and wanted to trample and insult her as soon as he saw her. Although he is very good looking, he is usually a tomboy, handsome and beautiful in women's clothes. But this is the mood. Bai Yu knows that this is not good. He should not have small emotions towards Itaki, and should treat other girls equally. But he even hated himself a few days ago, and he couldn't adjust his mood to be nice to Itaki, so it can only be like this. So be it. Bai Yu doesn't like Itaki, but he doesn't hate him. He could barely accept it before, but now he wants to let it go, and he might die, so just let it go. This mood is wrong. Bai Yu found that his mood was low again. Could it be that the blood limit disease started again? No, can't let Chuan worry. Chuan is a family member, and he is a patient, so Chuan can't worry. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 557 Jedi Counterattack. In the moonlit night, Chuan hugged Bai Yu, and he didn't hear Bai Yu's voice for a while. Chuan looked at Bai Yu curiously. Is it relapsed again? No, Bai Yu said in a muffled voice. He found that his mood was affected by the disease and became depressed again. There was a tendency of relapse of the disease. He didn't dare to tell Chuan, and didn't want to make Chuan worry. Chuan was spiritual and intelligent. Bai Yu didn't say it, but she also noticed it. She said helplessly, "Are you angry that I mentioned Itaki again?" No. Bai Yu didn't want Chuan to worry. Chuan said unhappily, "Yes, no. Why do you keep thinking like this? I said that it has nothing to do with her. I also know that Itaki is your girlfriend, and the previous Sakura is also." Chuan thought that they had lost contact, but then suddenly thought that they hadn't. A few days ago, Bai Yu was hospitalized, and the girl with short pink hair and a strong personality came to see Bai Yu. She also asked her to comfort Bai Yu and not to be discouraged. Then it seemed that she never mentioned this matter. Bai Yu seemed to have mentioned it, but Xiao Ying still came to see Bai Yu and did her own thing, so she didn't care. After all, it seemed that she was the one who came later, and she cheated on a lot of girls including Xiao Ying. Thinking that Bai Yu and her didn't have much time left, she really let it go. Let those girls wait and cry. At this moment, Chuan suddenly remembered this matter, and her mood was delicate, so at this moment Bai Yu and those girls were still in contact, and they had not broken off. And it seems that Itaki is also Bai Yu's girlfriend. She and Itaki, surprisingly, reached the same starting line. Chuan, so don't think about Itaki. If you really want to think about it, just think about it like this. Chuan thought for a moment and said, just think about it this way. Didn't I pursue Itaki before? I like Itaki very much, but in the end I am yours, and the person I love is also you, not Itaka's. So you cheated on Itaki, you put the hat on Itaki. Look, everything I have is yours. It should have belonged to Itaki, but you got it all. Is it better to think this way? Chuan asked cautiously. I am afraid that Bai Yu will be narrow-minded and think that she likes Itaki again. Bai Yu, did I cheat on Itaki? Bai Yu was a little stunned. What a strange idea. It seems that this is really the case. It seems that he really took Chuan away without Itaki's knowledge, and the relationship is confirmed. And it seems that no matter what it is, Izumi is the first one. Sakura and Sasuke have never had such a thing? If so, according to Sakura's thinking, didn't he deviate from the track while maintaining a relationship with Itaki and then accidentally hit Izumi who liked Itaki? Now he changes the track and moves forward. So what is he, a pure love warrior, doing? Is this pure love? Baiyu covered his head with a headache. That's right, Izumi said with a serious expression. Just think about it like this. Relax a little. I am yours. My heart is yours. Everything is yours. You got something Itaki never got. You cheated on Itaki. Baiyu opened her mouth and said with guilt, isn't this kind of thinking too despicable? And I also plan to break up with Itaki. Thinking like this, I feel even more sorry for her. Break up, Izumi exclaimed and then thought about it. Baiyu didn't seem to have a chance to tell Itaki about this. Chuan also felt sorry for Itaki. She stole Itaki's boyfriend and made Baiyu break up with Itaki. Itaki was too miserable. Thinking this way, it seemed that she was also quite sorry for Itaki. Wait, don't think about this. My mind is in a mess. Chuan hurriedly called a pause. She felt that the pure love between her and Baiyu was mixed with too many environmental colors, and she felt more and more sorry for Itaki and other girls who liked Baiyu. This feeling was as if it was not Baiyu who cheated on Itaki, but she who cheated on Itaki. If she was the first girl to know Baiyu, and Baiyu was also the first to know her, the two might have been together from beginning to end. But to be honest, if the two really knew each other like this, without the previous experience and psychological changes, they might not like each other. So, it's better to call a pause. Anyway, it's just a few days. Let her occupy Baiyu alone. Well, except for a certain pink-haired girl who comes to see Baiyu every day. Chuan suddenly felt a little refreshed in her heart. After all, Sakura seemed to be the original wife. No. According to the order, she seemed to be the last one. So all the people in front of him can only look at Baiyu here, including Itaki, and Itaki also has to look at Baiyu here. What is this? This is a counterattack. A Jedi counterattack. She has successfully defeated so many people who like Baiyu. Baiyu looked at Chuan with a black line on her forehead, not knowing why Chuan suddenly became excited. What are you thinking about? Baiyu asked puzzled. Chuan said, I'm thinking, NTR means a spouse or a couple occupied by others. Yes. Baiyu suddenly realized that it should be understood in this way. Did he really get Chuan? Then, this word generally refers to something that happens to men. Chuan said, if Itaki is a boy, he belongs to this situation. Chapter 557 Jedi Counterattack. But Itaki is a girl, and I am also a girl, and Itaki also likes Baiyu. I also like Baiyu, and there are many girls who like Baiyu. So what should we call this behavior of girls who are fighting for a boy? Chuan looked at Baiyu's eyes. These eyes are hers, and Baiyu's heart is also hers. Chuan said excitedly, this behavior should be called reverse NTR. There are so many girls who like Baiyu, and I defeated so many rivals in love at once. Baiyu, you are still by my side now. If they know about this, what kind of psychological changes will they have? Will they be very envious of me and want to replace me and do it themselves, and feel pain in their heart? If this is the case, I am more certain than ever that we are really a match made in heaven. Chuan looked at Baiyu with an exaggerated smile. Baiyu's forehead was black, so Chuan found some strange hobby with him. It seems that Izumi is the opposite of Suzuki, and this is an old man's thinking. Well, no matter. It's okay if he cheated on Itaki. Izumi cheated on Itaki. Things have already come to this, so let it be. I just feel so sorry for Itaki. So do we have to break up? I shouldn't think about this question, but Itaki seems to regard him as his first love, and I'll be sorry for Itaki if I don't accept him, right? So what should I do? Izumi's attitude is so high. Baiyu won't do it. I'll ask Izumi when the time comes. If Izumi likes it, I'll accept it. If not, forget it. Per thousand w.casco.net. I still like Izumi. I like him very much. Izumi looks so happy when she smiles. She won't be like Suzuki, with a cold face and looking at him embarrassedly. She won't be like Itaki, who is as stupid as a piece of wood and has no reaction unless touched. Chapter 558 Itaki _ in Konoha substitute envoy _ a bird passing _ Baiyu remembered Suzuki crying and looking at him, saying that the relationship between them was fake. To be honest, until now, Baiyu still doesn't understand what this sentence means. Baiyu used to know what love is, just like he likes Suzuki. If he can't see Suzuki for a day, he will feel uncomfortable all over. He will think about Suzuki every day, as if his brain is poisoned by love, which makes him very happy and comfortable, especially when he is with the person he likes. This kind of happiness cannot be described in words, as if every day his heart is warm, his spirit is also particularly excited and full of hope. But now, Baiyu doesn't know what love is, and doesn't understand what love is, because if the relationship between him and Suzuki is not true, then this is not love. It was his understanding that was wrong, so he didn't give Suzuki the feeling he deserved. What are you thinking about? Chuan asked in a wet tone. I'm thinking about whether to break up with Itaki. Baiyu said. Let you enjoy the harem for a few days. Chuan said. Baiyu looked at Chuan. Chuan smiled and didn't talk about this matter anymore. Instead he said, let's continue talking about what happened just now. By the way, if there are girls coming to see you, you should tell them about our things. Our things? Baiyu didn't understand. Tell them about our relationship in detail. I want to see if they will get angry and look at me with envy. Chuan felt that she was the main wife, and those girls were just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps ahead of her. Baiyu said, as long as you are happy, I am very sorry for you. You forgot again. You don't have to say sorry to me. Chuan said dotingly. I really want to see that pink-haired Sakura get angry soon. Chuan is looking forward to it. Sakura. Baiyu tilted his head. Can we change someone? I think Itaki is better. Sakura is the first friend I met at the beginning. Although our friendship has changed, I still don't want to hurt her heart. Itake is different. It doesn't matter how you treat her. She will endure it. Oh, Chuan blinked. Itake has a very low status in your eyes. Maybe I don't like what he did in the future I saw. Bai Yu said while looking out the window. It was this unequal treatment of Itake that made him feel very guilty towards Itake. Itake was very sincere to him and was also maintaining the fragile relationship between him in his youth. He obviously didn't know how to get along with others, but he was still trying his best to make this relationship a success. Would he not like a girl who wanted to work hard to be his wife? It was obviously just Sasuke's request at the beginning, but Itake actually took it seriously. He felt reluctant to bully Itake in his heart, but if it was someone else, Bai Yu would not want to. Whether it was the playful and lively Ino or the weak and docile Hinata, he didn't want to hurt their hearts by being with other girls in this way. Hongda didn't care. He was scared of this female man who had met several times, but Bai Yu was worried that if he said it, Hongda would not be as angry as Chuan wanted to see. Maybe Hongda would be very happy and looked at him eagerly. They were all bad women. Bai Yu still liked Chuan more, because Chuan was so gentle. Well, you continue to talk. I'll listen. Chuan whispered, and it was unknown whether he agreed with Bai Yu to tell Itake about this. She and Itake have always been friends. If they can't be lovers, they can only be friends. However, now that she has done this, they can't be friends anymore, right? Will Itake be angry about what she did? Will he ask why she stole his boyfriend? Probably not, right? Even if he wanted to steal, she wouldn't be the first one. There were 7 or 8 people trying to steal Itake's. Seeing that Itake accepted it, he shouldn't be angry, but just surprised that Bai Yu didn't even let her friend go. When Izumi thought of this, she couldn't help but laugh. That guy doesn't like to talk about sad things. He is a person who will endure alone. Just like Bai Yu said, no matter what happens, no matter how bad it is, Itake will endure it. He won't say it doesn't matter, it's fine like this. He will just endure the pain alone. But Izumi knows that Itake is a person who longs to be hugged. It would be better if Bai Yu liked Itake a little more. Now he is just using Itake as a tool, and his attitude is quite bad. It makes her want to see what the situation will develop into. By the way, what are these girls thinking about? Getting along with each other? They seem to have a good relationship. Itake seems to have accepted that his boyfriend is shared by others. Izumi looked at Bai Yu's profile. They didn't have many days to live, so why think about these things? They are all meaningless things, right? It would be great if they could live together. Bai Yu also wanted her to kill him in the end, not knowing that both of them would die. That's it. Izumi wants Bai Yu to die without knowing anything, so that Bai Yu will think that she can still live and leave the world with this idea, so that she will not feel pain. Izumi put his chin on Bai Yu's shoulder. Where was I just talking about? Bai Yu asked. I talked about Shisui going to find Itake, and then I was very angry. Izumi said with a smile. I am also very angry, you old cows. Bai Yu's face was dark. The following is more exciting. CAI. Chapter 558. Itake. Haha. Chuan laughed. Don't you care about Itake? No. Bai Yu denied. Okay, go on. Chuan said gently. Yeah. Bai Yu said. Then Shisui committed suicide in front of Itake, using his death to give Itake a chance to open the Mangekyou Sharingan, but also gave Itake the problem of the village and the Uchiha clan. Itake should be a very smart person, because he is very good. He saw through the way to solve the problem and then fell into the dilemma between the family and the village. Shisui's fate proves that the village does not trust the Uchiha clan. If he uses Kota Amatsukami to change Uchiha Fugaku's mind, then the Uchiha clan may be used by the village and wiped out. Shisui died and threw this problem to Itake. Itake also saw clearly that the Uchiha clan and the village could not reconcile. He had to choose one side between the family and the village. Only by solving one side can this problem be completely eradicated. Is it the village or the family? Bai Yu turned around and looked at Chuan.Casco.net. Chuan asked, is that the question? Yes. Bai Yu looked at. If it were me, I would choose my family, because I don't have any family, so I really want to have one. Itake is not in the same situation as me. She had a very happy family from the beginning. She may not know what it means to lose. The awareness in her heart is not awareness but the ignorance of a teenager. So she didn't wake up until she really took action and felt the pain. I don't agree with Itake's approach, but I know her thinking. Once the Uchiha clan fights with the village, things will be irreversible. Other villages will definitely see the opportunity and fight from abroad. At that time, not only Konoha but also the Uchiha clan may be destroyed. Itake chose to sacrifice his own clan to keep the village absolutely stable. Even she knew that the real reason why the family and the village could not reconcile was the village's xenophobic attitude, but she still chose to sacrifice her own clan, because in this way, most people in the village can survive. Itake saw it clearly. Right, Bai Yu said confusedly, but in the rest of her life, Itake lived a very painful life. When she exterminated her clan, she left only Sasuke alone so that Sasuke could kill her, the sinner who exterminated her clan, and then live safely in the village. In this way, the Uchiha clan did not break off its inheritance. The village was still there, and the land of fire did not suffer from war. But she was very painful during her life. How can a person be so stupid? Chapter 559. The changed future is good. On that night of genocide, Chuan also died, but when I knew Chuan, I didn't know Chuan. Bai Yu joked. Chuan is an insignificant supporting role. Chuan. Okay, you're talking about me. I'll bite you. Chuan bit Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked into Chuan's eyes and they both smiled. Chuan generously let Bai Yu go. So I died. What happened next? After that, there's still a long way to go. Let's just talk about Itake's death. Then I knew about the future, and I tried to change it. Then I don't know if it's because of my unintentional actions. The development development of this world is different from the future I predicted, but the plan is still going on as scheduled. I spent a lot of effort but failed to kill Danzo, and Danzo was killed by your clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. At clan leader Fugaku.casco.net. Chuan suddenly realized you said before that clan leader Fugaku can predict the future. Could it be that the plot of this world was changed by you too inadvertently? It's possible. Bai Yu thought for a while. Maybe it's like this, otherwise I can't change so many plots by myself. Right. Also, since clan leader Fugaku can predict the future, why doesn't he lead the Uchiha clan to leave the village? Even if he doesn't leave, he is sure to deal with Itaki and the village. Right. Chuan was puzzled and asked, with such a powerful power to predict the future, Patriarch Fugaku should have a way. Bai Yu said, maybe he felt desperate. The eldest son, who was highly expected, did not choose the family but chose the village. He should have seen the future of father and son killing each other, but in the future I know he and Aunt Mikoto gave up resistance and fulfilled the path chosen by Itaki. Why not lead the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha? Bai Yu thought for a while and said, maybe the Uchiha clan thinks Konoha is their home. Right? They don't want to leave their home, and Uncle Fugaku, the clan leader, can't persuade the family to leave. That's why there is such a helpless ending. Izumi understood. Bai Yu said again, Itaki was able to exterminate the clan, but he actually had a helper, that is Uchiha Obito, who was also the one who released the 9 tails to attack the village a few years ago. Uchiha Obito? Did he do this? Izumi opened his mouth in surprise. That last place guy is famous on the ninja school bulletin board. Has he become a pillar of shame? Bai Yu was speechless. Bai Yu said, he has a pair of powerful eyes like you. He is very powerful. When he opens his eyes, he has 2 Megatama. When he opens his eyes, he has a Mangekaya Sharingan. He suffered a lot in his heart, and then he got the power to stand in front of the 4th Hokage. Izumi puffed up her cheeks and let Bai Yu look at her. I am also very powerful. When I open my eyes, I have 3 Megatama. Bai Yu. No wonder the spirit is so extreme. Good wife. Bai Yu hugged Chuan and felt sorry for not being by Chuan's side when Chuan was desperate. You are also very powerful, Chuan. Haha, of course. Chuan raised his hand lively and caught the moonlight shining into the ward from the window. It's just that I don't know how to use it. It's very good for me to use it. Bai Yu looked at Chuan's hand in the moonlight, and he also raised his hand and put it together with Chuan. Both hands were illuminated by the soft moonlight. I can clearly feel Chuan's eyes, which are really very powerful. Bai Yu glanced at the system interface, and now the accuracy in the system interface has reached sea level. It seems that between the precision of action, accurate vision, and accurate hitting, the accuracy of vision accounts for a larger proportion. It's a pity that the attributes of other aspects of his body are dragged down. Because of the disease, it is difficult to improve, so he can't get a substitute again. Now there are only Purple Hermit and Black Sabbath. Bai Yu continued to tell Chuan the story. After killing Shimura Danzo and saving Shisui, I teamed up with your clan leader, Itaki, and Shisui to capture Uchiha Obito. Itaki invited me to this matter, so it is likely that Uchiha Fugaku knew something and decided on this plan. Maybe the reality I changed affected him and made him see a future that was not in the future I saw. After that, we went to capture Uchiha Obito, and the plan failed. Although it failed, the village had another opportunity to reconcile with the Uchiha clan. Everything should be developing in a good direction, but at this time, Sasuke died, and then everything got worse and worse. Bai Yu said with a pain in her heart. Looking back, Sasuke's situation was also very strange. He was just an ordinary Sharingan, but he could use Susanoo and knew a lot of things I didn't know. But I don't know why. I didn't try to understand Sasuke, because I think that keeping a distance between lovers is a way to continue the relationship. Sasuke would tell me if he was willing, and if he didn't want to, then the matter would just pass and it wouldn't affect our relationship. I actually have a guess. Sasuke probably came back from the future to the present, so he knows a lot of things that we don't know at this time, so he said that the relationship between him and me is false and unreal. Bai Yu tried his best to control his emotions, making his voice and face look calm. Back from the future to the present, Chuan is no longer surprised. There are too many monsters in the Uchiha clan. I really don't know how to complain about it. Compared with predicting the future, modifying the target's will and thought, and Bai Yu's standability. 196,975 Chapter 559 The changed future is good the stand messenger in Konoha a bird passing Sasuke came back from the future to the present. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Well, maybe Sasuke discovered something from the future, so he came back to tell me, and then let me lose her during the time I grew up. Bai Yu turned her head and looked at Chuan next to her, and said with a smile, she may not know that after she died, I will die soon, but according to her, the future me should be alive and grow up, so it's still a little strange. Why did I die at this time? I thought about it. Maybe Sasuke came back from the future and brought back a virus for me inadvertently, or this world noticed that I was an illegal resident and was dealing with me. In general, although I lived for a short time, it seems that there is nothing to say. Bai Yu smiled and looked at it very openly. Chuan felt like she was reading a science fiction book. She was outside the village before and didn't know what happened in the village. Unexpectedly, the clan leader and Bai Yu were fighting for their ideal future. Change things. Don't be afraid. I'm with you. Under the moonlight, Chuan grabbed Bai Yu's hand. Bai Yu smiled silently and gently. So, it's really good to meet Chuan. My heart is you are healed. If it weren't for Chuan, I would be very negative now, waiting for death, right? Then you have to love me more. Chuan said angrily. You are lucky in the last period of time. I don't care about your affairs with others. Tell your harem about your funeral. That's how gentle it is. By the way, you know what happened afterward. You took me back to the village and then I was tortured inhumanely. In the end, Chuan turned his head and looked at Bai Yu. Finally fell in love with me. Yes, I love you. Bai Yu smiled happily. Is Chuan worried about giving him candy? The candy is really sweet. It was Chuan who gave him candy. No matter how much, he was willing to eat it. Chapter 560. Worry. Very worry. You know the future of the Uchiha clan and the village. In order to change this bad future, are you doing your best to prevent this future? Chuan asked. Yes, at least I think so. Since the conflict between your family and the village cannot be resolved, I will get rid of the person who raised this question so that the village will still be peaceful. Bai Yu was lying sick in bed. He looked at the moonlight on the quilt. The first one is Shimura Danzo. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo, Shisui could have successfully changed Uncle Fugaku's will and thoughts and transformed him into the Uncle Fugaku that everyone liked. Unfortunately, this matter was ruined by Shimura Danzo's distrust, and Shisui also fell into confusion about the village and committed suicide. So I think the first problem to be solved is to kill Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo will Izanami. I worked overtime a few days ago and was almost exhausted but couldn't kill him. Let him find the third generation to seek shelter. Then, your clan leader may have seen the script of the future and quietly hacked Danzo without causing any waves, just like the spring breeze. Chuan sat obediently at the head of the bed with his hands on the white hospital quilt, tilting his head and looking at the red-haired boy's soft and tender face in the moonlight with interest. Danzo is dead. Your plan succeeded. Why is it like this now? Can the future really not be easily changed? For example, it will bring misfortune. Bring misfortune. Bai Yu looked at Chuan with a smile. Chuan woke up and realized that she and Bai Yu met after changing the future. Is this experience unfortunate? It seems so, right? Chuan suddenly recalled carrying Bai Yu back to the village, snatching it back home, feeding Bai Yu candy. Bai Yu struggling desperately, crying while eating candy. Then it was early morning, and after breakfast his eyes were dug out. Bai Yu and Shisui fought again, and then the blood limit disease broke out and he went to the hospital. Chuan thought of this, and her delicate and clean cheeks bulged slightly, and she asked with some concern, do you care about this matter? What's the matter? Bai Yu asked. It's just. Chuan paused and said, it's just that you are unlucky to meet me. What are you talking about? I am very lucky to meet you. Bai Yu looked at Chuan with a smile on his face. But you are so unlucky after meeting me, so I brought bad luck to you. Chuan said guiltily. If I hadn't met you, I would be more miserable. Bai Yu raised his hand and said, I might make a big fuss, take my things, leave my hometown, leave here, and then fight to the death. In this case, I will not be cured by you. Bai Yu, well, what's wrong? You smile so gently. Bai Yu was very happy and nodded in agreement. Chuan whispered, if you were older, you would be more beautiful, right? It's not simple. Bai Yu waved his hand. Purple hermit. The girl with long red hair appeared beside him angrily. Bai Yu turned around and said, come on, show us what I will look like when I grow up. What Chuan saw before was not what he would look like when he grew up, but what he looked like now, and then he changed his gender. As for what he would look like when he grew up, let Chuan see it now. The red-haired girl raised her snow-white chin and looked at Chuan with arrogance and contempt. Hurry up, Bai Yu urged. The red-haired girl grew taller unwillingly. She only used this appearance to save energy because her original body was in a bad state. For a substitute like her who could change her form, whatever the original body need, it can become whatever it need. The future? It's very simple. Chuan looked at the red-haired girl with interest. This is the feminine Bai Yu, which is the external projection of spirit and life force. Chuan had just tested it, and it is true that the connection between the two is very deep. The original body can operate the substitute, and the movements of the two can also be consistent, which is very powerful. Chuan raised Bai Yu's hand, and the red-haired girl's hand also raised lightly. It was really incredible, just like twins with telepathic connection. The red-haired girl stood in the middle of the ward with tiny purple light spots on her body, merging with the soft moonlight shining in from the window, making the girl bathed in the flowing light like an elf. The girl gradually grew taller in the white moonlight. Her long fiery red hair fell to her waist. Her skin was white and crystal clear, and her figure was tall and straight, full of royal sister style. After the transformation, she did not forget to look back at the original body and Chuan, especially Chuan. She looked at Chuan as if she was looking at garbage. Don't think that the original body likes you. You can do whatever you want. I'm here to tell you, no way. The red-haired woman tried to express her emotions with her eyes, especially after seeing Chuan's surprised expression. The red-haired woman raised her head coldly and stood on tiptoe, indicating that she was much taller and more beautiful than Chuan. She didn't pay any attention at all. This is the appearance of the original body, borrowed, and also the personality of the original body when it grows up. She actually has nothing that belongs to her. Have you finished reading? Bai Yu looked at himself in the form of an older sister. When he was a child, he looked similar to his mother, but when he grew up, he had his own appearance, but there was still a 50% or 60% similarity. How could he be so good looking in the future? Bai Yu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, waved his hand, and hurriedly let the big sister with long red hair go. The red-haired woman burst into tears. 44,954. Chapter 560. Worry. Very worry. I finished reading it. I didn't expect you to look pretty in the future, beautiful lady. Chuan said with a smile. It's not me who looks good, it's the purple hermit. I'm very handsome. How can a boy be called beautiful? Bai Yu thought sickly, then puffed up his cheeks angrily, thinking of Sakura treating him as a girlfriend and inviting him out to read book. Well, a very handsome beautiful lady. Chuan nodded. Bai Yu looked away embarrassedly. Let's talk business. I went to your family before and happened to see your family holding a family meeting. I still can't forget the look in your clan leader's eyes. I don't know what he plans to to do. In fact, I have never known what he plans to do. Apart from killing Danzo, your clan leader participated in the operation to capture Obito, but he didn't do much. He just stood by and watched the show. And Sasuke's death didn't change him. Baiyu said with a grudge in his heart. There must be something that Sasuke's death can't change his will, and he must do it. Now he is holding a family meeting again and telling your clan members about the Mangekyo Sharingan. I am very worried that his ideas will be different from mine, and he is not for the Uchiha clan and the village to coexist peacefully. If this is true, it is really terrible. A person who gave up resistance in the original future and was killed by attack has started a new plan in the changed present. I really don't know what will happen in the future. Chuan tilted his head and looked at Baiyu. Don't think about adults' affairs. You need to care more about your own safety than this. Right, go to bed early and get up early, and then wait until Tsunade can think of a better medical plan. That's what you need to do now. Chuan stretched and said sleepily, okay, go to bed early. Well, okay. Baiyu looked at Chuan and saw Chuan covering him with a quilt. Baiyu still muttered, I'm worried about you. I'm worried that if I can't be cured, the Uchiha clan will take the opportunity to attack again. What will the village think of you? Baiyu looked at Chuan with worry and saw Chuan make a gesture to silence. Sleep peacefully. We don't have to think about those things. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Chuan smiled gently and touched Baiyu's head. Well, okay. Baiyu nodded obediently and closed his eyes. In fact, he was still worried out of habit. He realized that he could not help but become depressed and self-destructive. He felt that this was due to physiological influences and was one of the symptoms of the disease. This also proved that Tsunade's surgery only temporarily relieved his symptoms. In fact, his condition began to worsen again. Casco.net. This cannot be told to Chuan, and Chuan cannot be worried, but he had no way to control his emotions. He was really worried that after he died, Chuan would be killed by the village. If he died, Chuan would be hunted down by the ninjas in the village because of the situation in the village. He could not forgive himself for being so incompetent anyway. I don't want to see the person I like leave. Someone who wants to try, solve, and raise questions. Baiyu thought depressedly. Involuntarily, he held a cold silver lighter in his hand. Chapter 561 Using Black Sabbath. Go and try it. S. Father-in-law. Using Black Sabbath. Baiyu had a weak expression, holding the lighter uneasily. Then he let go, and the lighter turned into black smoke and dissipated between his fingers. Don't sleep well. Chuan flicked Baiyu's forehead. Baiyu had a head bang, and a painful expression appeared on his calm little face. He couldn't help but grin, and looked at the smiling Chuan in a cute and confused way, then snorted again and closed his eyes. We'll bully him. On the streets of Konoha, Tsunade chased the third generation and beat him. What did you provide to that guy? Do you know what the little guy called me today? Big knees. There is at least a generation difference between us. He should be a generation younger than me. The tall woman with long light yellow hair clenched her fist and chased the third generation and beat him. Tsunade thought that she came back to recognize her relatives and at most recognized a younger generation. Baiyu looked younger, so it should be. If she was more cute, she wouldn't mind raising this kid as a family member. Who knew that after she came back, she became a niece and an uncle appeared inexplicably. Such a young uncle. Tsunade was furious when she saw the little bean like Baiyu. She wanted to kick him to the side. She naturally didn't want to hit Baiyu, but she really hated this old thing. How many things did this old guy turn a blind eye to? The Sandame ran all the way holding the white Hokage hat, and the windbreaker on his body rustled in the night wind under the eaves. Little Tsunade, you shouldn't ask me about this. Orochimaru knows better than me. He did it. I don't know the details. The Sandame was miserable. This sentence of little Tsunade made Tsunade even more angry. How could she be young? That idiot, you thought she was fake. People are young and have little knowledge. Finding a wife looks ordinary. You are the Hokage. You don't know the details. Tsunade didn't believe it. I know too much. Even as a Hokage, I will be moved by some things. I won't be shaken if I don't watch it. The Sandame stopped to explain when Tsunade stopped chasing. Was it the same at the beginning? Tsunade asked unhappily. As the Hokage, you can stop our clan from continuing the research. As long as you order the experiment to be terminated, it will still be in time, but you are indifferent and watch them step by step into the abyss. But if they succeed, they can end the endless war in the ninja world. Once the war is over, there will be no more death. The Sandame took a deep breath and said, everyone in the village is sacrificing, and so are you. You haven't come back for so many years, and you should have figured it out. It's time to figure it out. So I don't have a home, but you all do. Tsunade's beautiful face was filled with sadness and disappointment. She waved her hands irritably. Forget it. The little guy won't live for a few days. This matter will not happen again. If Orochimaru comes back, tell me and I'll go and have a good talk with him. Casco.net. Well, the Sandame noticed that Tsunade turned and left, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, is there really no way out? No, let's prepare for the funeral. I don't have any money. Tsunade went back carelessly. It would be fine if she didn't give Baiyu an IOU. She was dreaming about asking her to spend money to arrange Baiyu's afterlife. Their clan is very simple. Dust returns to dust and fire burns. That's it. On the way back to the hospital, Tsunade suddenly thought of Jiraiya and felt very strange. Several days have passed. Why hasn't Jiraiya returned to the village? Did he go somewhere to have fun? It's been several days. Isn't it enough? Tsunade shook her head and looked at the deserted streets at night. She felt a sense of loneliness and homelessness. She took big steps and walked towards the ninja hospital. Uchiha Fugaku's route back is here. In the dark forest, Baiyu quietly appeared on a path in the forest. It was pitch black around, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. There was bright white moonlight in the sky, and a deep purple sky, but you can only see the light by looking up. The forest is very dark. dark and you can vaguely see some fireflies floating in the wood. Baiyu reads out the road that Uchiha Fugaku often walks in the wood. This road has been going back and forth, leaving a lot of information about Uchiha Fugaku. It is the most likely path for Uchiha Fugaku to return to the Uchiha clan residence from Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui are both Mangekyo Sharingan ninjas. Baiyu is not sure about Uchiha Fugaku's strength, so he can only handle this matter with caution. But even so, the success rate is still very low, because Uchiha Fugaku can predict the future. If Uchiha Fugaku predicts the future, then the trap of Black Sabbath may not work. So Baiyu just came here to try and see if it can succeed. Baiyu analyzed from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes that Uchiha Fugaku had predicted the future, and what he is doing now is a butterfly effect caused by Uchiha Fugaku's inadvertent change of the status quo. If Uchiha Fugaku hadn't foreseen the future, he wouldn't have looked at him so suddenly, and he wouldn't have had the heart to deal with his former father-in-law. At most he would have continued to look for the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. He wouldn't have noticed carefully that the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village was not normal now. Baiyu was ready to get rid of the person who raised the question. He would fight whoever wanted to start a war. Chapter 561 Using Black Sabbath. If the Uchiha clan is ready to attack the village, he will attack Uchiha Fugaku. If the village decides to attack the Uchiha clan, he will attack the third Hokage. If both parties are ready to fight together, he will kill the leaders of both sides at the same time. In this way, the remaining people will be afraid of the consequences and will focus all their energy on finding him, the murderer, instead of continuing to fight regardless of anything. If they are fighting, then he will kill all the fighting power that can fight. When he comes back and sees the trap I set, as long as he triggers the trap, Black Sabbath will automatically attack. In this endless dark forest, Black Sabbath is the monarch of the night and an invincible substitute. It can have extremely fast speed and mindless suppression. As long as the body is touched, it can pull out the opponent's soul. In the process of pulling the soul, Black Sabbath's power will be greater than the victim. Baiyu raised her little hand, and a silver-white lighter appeared in her weak palm. Baiyu closed her eyes and lit the lighter. With a rub, a fiery red flame jumped out. At the moment the fire lit up, a humanoid substitute wearing a hat and a cloak appeared behind Baiyu. Looking at the thin body of the original and silent, the flame flickered and was not blown away by the wind. It was still a windproof lighter. Baiyu carefully put the silver-white lighter on the ground. He checked the environment here. There were no weeds on the road. It was a dry dirt road. Just leave it here and wait for Uchiha Fugaku to come. As long as the other party sees this lighter, he will definitely feel strange. In the quiet forest at night, there is a lit lighter on the road. This situation is abnormal no matter how you look at it. However, what Uchiha Fugaku could never have imagined is that the fire of this lighter must not be extinguished. Otherwise, a dark monster will appear next to it and start an endless chase. I'll leave this to you, Black Sabbath. Baiyu closed his eyes, stood up and said. Black Sabbath stood quietly behind him, wrapped in a dark cloak like a gentleman. Baiyu did not hear Black Sabbath's reply, but he knew that Black Sabbath had received his order. In this case, this place can be safely handed over to Black Sabbath. Baiyu's figure flickered and disappeared on the dirt road in the forest in the next second. Chapter 562 The fire is not extinguished. Nanhi Shrine. After the clan meeting, the Uchiha clan ninjas dispersed on the spot and left. Some of them needed to return to the village police department and some had to return to the station. But even if they were on the same road, it was not convenient to gather together. So many people gathered together to rush. It was too obvious and would attract the attention of the village. So even if they returned, they would go in groups of 3 or 2, or go back alone. Uchiha Fugaku led 2 people to return to the Uchiha clan station together. The field in front of the shrine was wide, and dark clouds covered the moon, making the ground dim. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the door, he felt the night wind blowing on the mountain, making people feel cold. The group passed through the Myojin gate, walked down the stairs, and walked towards the forest road. This is it. You go back first. Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the foot of the mountain and said to the 2 ninjas next to him. The 2 Uchiha clan ninjas looked at each other and followed Uchiha Fugaku's order to leave. Uchiha Fugaku walked alone on the road. He waited for a while, and when he didn't see anyone coming, he continued to walk in the wood. After walking for more than 10 minutes, no one showed up, and Uchiha Fugaku felt strange. What's going on? Doesn't he have something to find me? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Baiyu has always been their communicator, which is very convenient and fast. Baiyu came here, and he should have something to find him. The only thing Uchiha Fugaku could think of was Itaki. Itaki probably wanted to tell him something through Baiyu. Uchiha Fugaku looked around impatiently. It would be great if Itaki opened the Mangekyo Sharingan so that he could get his own light. He has been training Itaki for what? Isn't it just for this matter? As long as Itaki opens the Mangekyo Sharingan and knows the difficulties of the family, what he has been expecting in his heart will happen. The future of the Uchiha clan will definitely be here, and they will step onto the stage of the ninja world again. I saw him appear in the shrine just now. He should have news to tell me. Does he think our meeting will take a long time? Uchiha Fugaku thought about it and didn't wait. When he returned home, Baiyu could still contact him. Uchiha Fugaku started walking home. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly saw the 2 clan members on the road. These 2 clan members left before him. How come they were still on the road and were caught up by him? What are you doing? Uchiha Fugaku asked sternly. Clan leader. One of them was startled and hurriedly turned back to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Another person also turned around and pointed at the lighter on the ground with flames and said, I don't know which person without public morality left the lighter in the forest and the lighter was still lit. Aisuk and I are trying to see if we can find any clues from the lighter so that we can arrest him and take him to the police department for a few days of reflection. If there is a fire, this forest will be burnt down. Our family will have to rush over to put out the fire. The Uchiha clan is the closest to here, so naturally they will put out the fire. This shows how much they hate the person who left the lighter. In that case, why don't you turn off the lighter and take it back as evidence? Uchiha Fugaku said. Their Uchiha clan was originally good at fighting, and later they protected the village and added some skills in spies and other aspects, so they are very good at investigation. Uchiha Fugaku didn't expect that the two brothers were so stupid. Instead of taking the things back, they stood here for a long time and opened their Sharingan to observe for half an hour. How could this brain and this train of thought be so stubborn? It's not like the people of their Uchiha clan. Yes, the clan leader is right. Aisuk patted his head and hurried to get the lighter. Didn't we just discuss this? Why are there no fingerprints on the lighter? Another ninja shouted. Yes, we seem to be discussing this matter just now. Aisuk opened his red Sharingan and looked back at the clan leader. The Sharingan has excellent inside ability, and even traces like fingerprints can be seen clearly and clearly. They had just seen it, and they were also surprised at first. How could there be a lit lighter in the forest at night? After thinking and discussing, they prepared to take it back, and they happened to see that the surface of the lighter was smooth, without any fingerprints or smell. It was as if no one had used this lighter. This was very unusual. Uchiha Fugaku was in a hurry to go back, and he had no time to waste time here when Baiyu contacted him, so he said, then you can study it slowly. Uchiha Fugaku strode away after saying that. Baiyu waited and waited in the hospital, but Black Sabbath did not come back to report after killing people. He tossed and turned and could not sleep, and was hugged very tightly by Chuan. In the end, he had no choice but to read and write to see the situation. As a result, he saw Uchiha Fugaku eating at home. Baiyu was immediately confused. Did Uchiha Fugaku deal with Black Sabbath? It can't be possible. Black Sabbath is an invincible substitute at night. Baiyu went to the place where the trap was set up, confused. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku did not pass by the road he chose. That was no problem. He turned back to take back the lighter and put it in Uchiha Fugaku's house. Uchiha Fugaku would definitely be shocked to see the lighter appear at home when he got up in the middle of the night. This chapter is not finished yet. Chapter 562. The fire did not go out. It is still night, and Black Sabbath is still invincible. As long as the fire is extinguished, Uchiha Fugaku, the person who raised the question, will definitely be able to solve it. Normal people will definitely extinguish a lit lighter as soon as they see it, and it is impossible to leave it alone. Baiyu came to the place where the trap was set and was stunned for a moment. He saw two young ninjas from the Uchiha clan squatting next to the lighter, with two pairs of Sharingan eyes open, staring at the lighter non-stop. The light of the lighter was reflected on their faces, making them look like ghosts. And now, the fire of the lighter has not been extinguished. Baiyu opened his mouth in surprise. Did these two people take care of the lighter for nearly an hour? What kind of boy is more loyal, more trustworthy, and better than Giorno? Ha! Baiyu held his forehead with one hand speechlessly. What are these two looking at? Are you going to watch until dawn? Baiyu waved his hand helplessly. When he encountered this situation, he had no choice. Black Sabbath is a long-distance automatic control stand, which is different from the stand that has been with him since the birth of self-awareness by the Purple Hermit. The long-distance control of the Purple Hermit is the convenience of the stand ability, and Black Sabbath is a real long-distance automatic control stand. This type of stand has the ability to break through the range of the main body and attack people autonomously. To use this characteristic, the way to lock the enemy is to set a trap and let the enemy trigger the trap so that the enemy can be chased and killed. The key is to lock the target. That's why he dropped the lighter on the way home that Uchiha Fugaku often went home. Baiyu never dreamed that he would encounter such a situation now. The Uchiha clan is really full of talent. Baiyu sighed. The lighter that the two Uchiha clan members were looking at suddenly turned into black smoke and flew away into the night sky. The two of them looked up at the place where the black smoke disappeared. One of them suddenly noticed a weak little boy with short red hair and wearing a hospital gown standing on the side of the road. Oh, did you notice me? It turns out that you opened your Sharingan. Baiyu looked at the other person's Sharingan. Who are you? Did you put this lighter there? Brother, the criminal really likes to return to the crime scene. We have succeeded in waiting. Another person said excitedly. Now quickly arrest him. Catch me, dream. Baiyu made a yeah gesture on his head with his two little hands, turned around and trotted away. I have changed a lot. If it were before, you would be killed by me. The two Uchiha hurriedly caught up but found that Baiyu had disappeared in the wood. The two looked at each other, wondering what happened to the lighter just now. Chapter 563 Talk. Baiyu placed a lighter on the dirt road in the woods as a trap to attack his former father-in-law, who knew that he would meet two psychopaths on the road. In the middle of the night, he saw a lit lighter on the road. Not only did he not put out the fire, but also squatted beside it to watch. Is this an operation that a normal person can think of? Baiyu cried out that he was unlucky and quickly collected the lighter and ran away. While it was still dark, he hurried to his father-in-law's house for a second kill. This time, Uchiha Fugaku was bound to die. Uncle Fugaku, please rest assured you are only temporarily dead. After this period of time, I will revive you. With such a filial thought, Baiyu came to Uchiha Fugaku's house. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was eating. Next to him, a beautiful woman in a white kimono and a bun was kneeling next to a low table with her hands on her knees, very well behaved. Looking at her eyebrows and beautiful appearance, she was somewhat similar to Suzuki and Itaki. Perhaps Suzuki and Itaki would be as beautiful as Uchiha Uchiha Mikoto when they grow up, right? When Baiyu saw Uchiha Mikoto's back, he suddenly felt an inappropriate hesitation in his heart. Uchiha Mikoto was at home, and he left the lighter behind. Black Sabbath might accidentally hurt Uchiha Mikoto. Chuan said, don't hurt others, don't hurt her compatriot. Baiyu listened to this sentence and remembered it in his heart, otherwise he would have killed the 2 Uchiha clan ninjas on the road in the forest just now. Ever since Baiyu realized the correct idea that people will be resurrected after death, he no longer regards human life as important. Killing people is almost the same as drinking tea and water for him. His heart also turned dark unconsciously. That's why he lamented that he was a black moon and did not become a white moon as his mother expected. Baiyu thought about it, sighed, and still couldn't continue to be cruel. He gave up the idea of a killing Uchiha Fugaku in his heart, turned and walked to the porch outside the house, staring at the sky in the yard in a daze. The house was brightly lit. Baiyu sat on the porch with his back to the couple, with his hands on both sides, looking up at the endless beautiful stars. Not long ago, he was looking at the stars and the moon with Itaki and Suzuki. Now, it's only been a few days. Baiyu suddenly felt that things had changed. Not long after, Baiyu heard the sound of the door opening behind him. He didn't look back but just sat on the floor, shaking his dangling feet. "See poundy." Uchiha Mikoto walked out and walked to Baiu's side in small steps. "No matter what happens, please don't take it to heart." After saying this, Uchiha Mikoto stood up and left. Baiyu looked at Uchiha Mikoto's back curiously, wondering why Sasuke's mother said this to him. When he brought Suzuki back before, Uchiha Mikoto looked very sad. Logically, he should be treated as an enemy. This couple didn't seem to take Sasuke's death to heart. Baiyu felt confused and looked back at the house. He saw Uchiha Fugaku with his eyes wide open, inviting him to go to another room to talk. Let's talk." Baiyu stood up quickly and walked into the house barefoot. Baiyu stepped through the closed paper door and saw the middle-aged man sitting on the ground inside. Uchiha Fugaku opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. There is an unwritten rule in the ninja world that if you meet a ninja from the Uchiha clan alone, you must run away immediately and cannot fight with him. The winning rate is too low. Even if you have to fight a ninja from the Uchiha clan, you must try your best to fight 2 against 1. But even so, with the advantage of numbers, they must never look up and look into the eyes of the Uchiha clan ninjas and must keep their heads down throughout the battle. This shows how terrifying the Sharingan is. Baiyu knew this, but he knew even more clearly that Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan could predict the future. Baiyu knew that it would be very dangerous to look Uchiha Fugaku in the eye, but he himself was a dying man, so he didn't take his life too seriously, and he also wanted to see how Uchiha Fugaku's ability to predict the future would be displayed. He looked into the eyes of his former father-in-law without fear. Eyes. Baiyu went over and sat cross-legged. Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes wide to hide the fact that he could hardly see object. In fact, he could still see, but it was very blurry and he could only see some light. He had been saving his last strength, which would be hope. Baiyu saw that Uchiha Fugaku did not speak, so he waited for a while. After all, he was young and time was precious. He did not have time to endure with Uchiha Fugaku. Baiyu said, "Can I ask about the Uchiha clan's plan?" "Yes, but you have to state your position first. Are you still on the side of our Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Fugaku asked. "Of course." Baiyu nodded. Uchiha Fugaku was relieved. "Our clan is worried about the village's delay in planning the station. They are worried that the 3rd generation is planning something and delaying time so that the plan can continue. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya are all in the village now. Those who have not returned for several years or more than 10 years are all back now. Uchiha Shisui has also left the village. I don't know if he really left or was killed by the village. The clan is afraid of this matter." Uchiha Fugaku sighed, with unspeakable fatigue in his tone. Chapter 563 Talk. Baiyu just thought of this when he heard it, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Tsunade came back not to treat him? Wasn't she summoned back by the 3rd Hokage? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who had met not long ago, the 3 ninjas of Konoha, are now in the village. What is the 3rd Hokage going to do? What is he going to do? Baiyu felt like a stone was pressing down on his heart and he couldn't breathe. No wonder Shisui had a fight with him, and the 3rd Hokage immediately forgave Shisui and agreed to their plan to seize the Samsara Eye. It turned out that they were trying to trick Shisui out so that they could surround and kill the Uchiha clan. When did this old man start to plan? Baiyu felt scared. According to the arrangement of the 3rd Hokage, the Uchiha clan was probably going to be destroyed and Izumi would be killed by Konoha's ninjas. When the village's plan succeeded, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and even if Shisui knew the news, it would be too late to rush back. What kind of despair would this man who could control other people's thoughts and wills fall into at that time? Would he accept the status quo, or would he try his best to attack the village? Even if it was an attack, the prepared Konoha village would set up a detailed battle plan based on Shisui's strength, right? If Shisui came back, he would only fall into the trap and be surrounded and killed by the village in endless grief and despair. And Itaki, even if Baiyu didn't like Itaki, he would take Itaki's feelings into consideration. What would happen to Itaki at that time? Baiyu took a deep breath and said seriously, "Maybe you think too much. The Uchiha clan is a big family. Even if the 3 ninjas of Konoha are here, they will not be able to take down the Uchiha clan unscathed. The village will pay a price for such an action." Uchiha Fugaku said, "There will be a price, but it is not as big as you think." Baiyu frowned. "Is the village strong?" "The overall strength is very strong, and there are many high-level combat forces. If it is a sudden war, we are not prepared, and the Uchiha's winning rate is less than 3 levels. What if the Uchiha clan is prepared?" Baiyu asked. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes. we have a high winning rate. It depends on who is prepared and who can take the initiative. Bai Yu understood. Bai Yu asked, what if both of you are prepared? Chapter 564. Why is this plot so familiar? Both sides are prepared and can't fight, but the relationship will be declared broken. The two sides can only do their best to prepare for the war. Once one side is stronger than the other, the one who has the advantage will kill the other without hesitation. Bai Yu was silent for a while and continued to think, what if a third party intervenes? Can the balance continue? There will be undercurrents. Open struggles will become secret struggles, and the contradictions will continue, just like now. Uchiha Fugaku heard that Bai Yu started to think of a way, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Uchiha Fugaku felt that Bai Yu was also a ninja of the same type as him, and he also knew the general trend of the future. Both sides can predict the future. Uchiha Fugaku knew that he was the strongest, but as long as the power related to time, it should not be underestimated. What kind of method would Bai Yu, who thinks about the problem from another perspective, have? It will be the same as now. Bai Yu side, equal strength cannot stop the war. It will only start crazy preparations for war, and the goal must be to defeat one side, and conflicts will only. The intervention of a third party cannot stop this trend. In the final analysis, it is still the lack of unity of consciousness. If the village had the same idea, there would not be such a troublesome situation. Unified consciousness was possible during the time of the first Hokage, but it is no longer possible after the development of time, especially the third Hokage. His position is vague and hesitant, which makes it difficult for me to judge his thought. Uchiha Fugaku said silently. Yes. Bai Yu nodded. The third Hokage was a hesitant person, so Danzo, who insisted on going all the way, was very useful. The two people performed their duties and would not affect their judgment for some uncertain factors. Uchiha Fugaku said, the Uchiha clan and the village were in this situation when I took over, but the situation was the most serious in my generation. With the death of the fourth Hokage, it has reached the edge of an outbreak. Do you have any solution? Uchiha Fugaku asked expectantly. Bai Yu heard Uchiha Fugaku ask him for a solution, and immediately said, yes. Oh, what is it? Uchiha Fugaku was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect there was really a solution. He knew that Bai Yu was a very smart kid. It would be great if Uncle Fugaku died. Bai Yu said seriously, he came here to send Uncle Fugaku to hell. Uchiha Fugaku noticed something was wrong. Is this human language? What do you mean it would be better if he died? Uchiha Fugaku stared at Bai Yu. If Itaka dared to talk to him like that, he would go up and punch him in the head. Bai Yu was scared. Only then did he remember that Uchiha Fugaku could predict the future. If he kept staring at him like this, he might be bullying Itaki, but he was going to die, so how could he bully Itaki? Looking at Uchiha Fugaku's current appearance, Itaka didn't seem to be in danger of his life being bullied by him. Bai Yu felt bitter. Having a father-in-law who could predict the future was not a good thing. What was worse was that he really didn't take Itaka seriously. Was he really going to treat Itaka better in the future according to what Izumi said? Or did his father-in-law know that he had other childhood sweetheart? Bai Yu hurriedly said, I can't think of any good way. I can only hit whoever hits first. Whoever hits first, you hit him. Uchiha Fugaku was surprised. What is this method? Bai Yu said, it's very simple. If the Uchiha clan attacks the village, I will come to fight you. If the village attacks the Uchiha clan, I will go to fight the third generation. If the two decide to fight together, I will fight both of you. In this way, the two forces will be leaderless, and the rest will naturally not fight. Oh, so this is the method. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized that he had misunderstood Bai Yu. It turned out that this was indeed a method, but why does it look so bad? Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought. Whoever takes the initiative to provoke a war will kill the leader first. This requires strong strength, just like what the first generation Hokage did on the spot, suppressing the entire ninja world with his own strong strength so that no one would provoke a war. This is a good method, but no one can do it. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku found something wrong. Why did Bai Yu appear here? Didn't this brat come here to tell him about Itaki? Uchiha Fugaku shuddered, and his eyes immediately became strange when he looked at Bai Yu. Smelly boy, are you here to beat me? Yes, Bai Yu said obediently. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked for a moment. This brat actually came to beat him. This action is strong enough. Fugaku thought Bai Yu came to discuss things with him, but it turned out that he came to kill him. Uchiha Fugaku quickly stood up and took a few steps back. He knew how troublesome Bai Yu's power was. He couldn't die at this moment. Uncle, you misunderstood. Bai Yu saw that Uchiha Fugaku was so nervous, and he became nervous, worried that he would be misunderstood by Uchiha Fugaku. Bai Yu stood up and said with a smile, I have changed my mind. What I have experienced during this period of time has made me understand a truth. Killing people can't solve the problem. Only when everyone discusses it together can we find an answer that everyone is satisfied with. Uchiha Fugaku leaned against the wall with his back next to the window. He looked at Xiao doubting suspiciously. What are you going to do? Chapter 564. Why is this plot so familiar? Bai Yu lowered her head and looked at the ground gently. I am sick and may die in the next few days. Even if I kill Uncle Fugaku and the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan and the village may still fight after we die. I don't want Chuan to get into trouble, so there must be no chaos in the village. Just now I asked my uncle about the Uchiha clan's plan, and I was actually assessing the situation. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku understood. It seems that you were also seriously injured in the battle with Shisui. No, it's not that serious. I recovered from the injury the next day. Uchiha Fugaku. Bai Yu coughed twice and said seriously, I am really sick and will not live long. Okay. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly didn't know what to say. It turned out that Shisui used Susanoo so majestically to scrape Baiyu.casco.net. The damage was not as serious as Baiyu's illness. Uchiha Fugaku had heard Mikoto mention that Sasuke's friend had a blood limit disease, so he was not surprised by this. Genius always pays a price in other aspect. Baiyu, like that dead 4th generation, died young. It is not uncommon. Who said that these two are geniuses? Good death. Uchiha Fugaku changed the subject and said, I won't ask where the Sharingan in your eyes came from. Since you are dying soon, don't interfere in the affairs of the village. I am very worried about Quan's safety. Baiyu said, if the Uchiha clan fights with the village, it will put Quan in danger, so I must stop your fight no matter what. From what I heard from uncle just now, I understand that you don't want to fight with the village, right? No matter what you see in the future, please don't let Quan be involved in the village's struggle. In exchange, if I am not dead by then, I will choose to help if the village takes the initiative to attack the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was not surprised that Baiyu knew his ability. After all, both of them could predict the future. Baiyu might have predicted his situation. If Baiyu was born a few years earlier, he might have predicted Baiyu's situation. It's just that Baiyu has just become a ninja and has just emerged in the village, so he has no time to learn about Baiyu's information. Protecting Chuan in exchange for Baiyu's combat power, it's a good deal. Wait, the Chuan you are talking about? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly thought of Chuan bringing Baiyu back to the village before. Could it be that these two people have some bad feelings? Uchiha Fugaku thought about his son and asked with some difficulty, the Chuan you are talking about, right? Uchiha Chuan. Yes. Baiyu nodded. Damn it, isn't that Ataka's? Uchiha Fugaku's heart was broken. Some time ago, it was determined that Ataka was in love, and he and Mikoto thought it was Izumi. Now, how come Baiyu stole his daughter-in-law? Itaki and Izumi haven't married yet. This kid is so quick. He started as soon as Izumi came back. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened. What's the matter with this stupid son? Did he run away from home because of this? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Baiyu with a bad look. Does Ataka have any objection to your affairs? Itaki, no objection. Well, I haven't had time to tell Ataka yet. Baiyu hid back in fear. I know this is very unfair to Ataki, but Izumi and I are in love with each other. Fell in love at first sight and decided to spend our lives together. Feed sugar, feed sugar, feed sugar. Baiyu's voice lowered involuntarily, thinking of the scenes with Izumi. Wait for me. Uchiha Fugaku didn't want to listen anymore. Why was this plot so familiar? It was just like Kushina and Mikoto back then. This brat not only looks like Kushina but also does the same thing as Kushina. Is it so easy to dig out the walls of the Uchiha clan? It's been passed down from generation to generation, and they dug up all the walls of his Uchiha Fugaku family. How can he be repaired? No wonder he died early like the 4th generation. God has eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, tell me where Itaki is. Itaki went out to perform a mission. This matter is very important. Baiyu said, it's more important than the village and the Uchiha clan. With Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly thought of something. He was also at the scene when Obito and Black Zetsu confessed and were lenient. Naturally, he knew about the Samsara Eye and the Moon Eye. Uchiha Fugaku said in shock, you are going to steal the Samsara Eye? Yes. Why didn't you take me with you? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't believe that he was such an important fighting force, but Itaki and Shisui didn't take him with them. Didn't Uncle Fugaku not contribute to Uchiha Obito's matter? Baiyu tilted his head and said, besides, you knew Sasuke would die, but you didn't stop him. Are you planning something? So we won't delay you here. You plan yours and we fight ours. I really don't know about Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Didn't you foresee it in advance? Baiyu asked uncomfortably. I know about this now. Uchiha Fugaku said, and you didn't foresee it, did you? If you had foreseen it, Sasuke wouldn't have died. I'm holding the script but you're reading it anytime, so how can it be the same? Baiyu didn't know what to say, so she could only talk around Sasuke's issue. Seizing the Samsara Eye is more important than the village and the Uchiha clan. As long as we get the Samsara Eye, it doesn't matter how many people die in the village. In the end, we can revive everyone and do many things with the Samsara Eye. Are you going to implement the Moon Eye plan? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Baiyu shook her head. It's okay to play with it when you're free, but the main purpose now is to use the Samsara Eye to revive the dead. Want to revive Sasuke? Uchiha Fugaku now knew why Itaka was not desperate and still had hope. It turned out that Itaki's last hope was in the Samsara Eye. As long as he got the Samsara Eye, Sasuke could be resurrected, but no one could activate the Mangekyou Sharingan. How can the mere Samsara Eye compare to the Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku sighed and his heart died. Itaka did not take the path he expected and failed to get the Mangekyou Sharingan. This was a terrible thing. What's worse is that Itaka has been away for several days and it's too late for him to catch up. Now tell me about the progress of your plan. Uchiha Fugaku sat cross-legged on the ground again. I need to know these things. Who are your combatants? What is the plan? Tell me. Okay, then I'll leave the village to you. Although no matter how many people die in the village, it will eventually return to its original state, but it's better to keep the family in order. Baiyu decided to shift the focus to Itaki, and he began to talk to Uchiha Fugaku about the battle plan of Rain Village. Chapter 565. Next time, Izumi is a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan and the village fight, or the village decides to attack the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Izumi cannot escape the vortex of the struggle between the two. Baiyu can't persuade Izumi to leave the village now. What's more, even if Izumi leaves the village now, the village has the ability to find Izumi later and kill Izumi, so there is only one way in front of him. After the Uchiha clan and the village fight, support the Uchiha clan. Only in this way will Izumi not not be liquidated by the village. If the plan of Rain Village fails and the Uchiha clan successfully occupies the village, Izumi can still live well in the village. This is the way out he arranged for Izumi. Even so, he would betray the Hidden Leaf village if it weren't for the fact that he himself would die. Killing Uchiha Fugaku and the Sandame, the two leaders, would actually be the best way. Let the fear of the village be attributed to him alone. In this way, the village will be forced to unite. Baiyu told Uchiha Fugaku about the plan of Rain Village's battle, and Uchiha Fugaku could still trust him. After all, no matter how this person calculated, it was all for the Uchiha clan, and their actions would benefit the Uchiha clan the most. After all, if the Samsara Eye was really snatched, the person who could use the Samsara Eye in the end would be Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shisui. If nothing unexpected happened, it would belong to Itachi. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Baiyu should be the best container for the Samsara Eye, but as I said before, he is dying, so he can't be the container for the Samsara Eye. Even if Itachi has the Samsara Eye, he needs to wait until the complete impure world reincarnation technique is developed before he can use the bug of the dead Uzumaki Nagato and the Pure Land to revive the dead, but that will probably be many years later. Even if he is resurrected, he will still look like a child. Baiyu thought of this and smiled bitterly. It is estimated that by then, Sakura, Hinata, and Ino will all become big sisters to him. After Baiyu and Uchiha Fugaku talked about the plan for the battle in the Rain Village, he immediately read and wrote to Itachi to ask about the recent progress. Except for the first 1 or 2 days, he would care about Itachi's speed when he had nothing to do, but he has ignored Itachi these days. Baiyu has been in a coma and low consciousness. Only after the operation today he got better. Naturally, he can't track the progress of the plan every day. As soon as Baiyu came to Itachi's side, he saw a cool girl dressed as an Anbu ninja sitting on a tree to rest. The black-haired girl had a pretty face and delicate and clean cheek. As she ate the rice balls, her cheeks would bulge slightly. On the construction site not far from the tree, Kakashi and Shisui were making a fire together. I have a friend who knows the 3-bedroom and 2-living room technique. He is very good when traveling and has a house to stay in at any time, Kakashi said with narrowed eyes. And everyone can have a separate room. Kakashi emphasized this sentence deliberately, looking back at his sleeping bag, a little regretful that he didn't bring Tenzo with him. Shisui exclaimed, "Is it so convenient to escape from the earth?" "Yes," Kakashi replied. Baiyu appeared beside Itachi. Itachi immediately noticed Baiyu. He put down his guard, silently stopped eating the dumplings, paid attention to Baiyu, and didn't speak. His boyfriend came to see him. The branches were very wide and could bear the weight of 2 people without any problem. Baiyu saw Kakashi and Shisui, and the two naturally saw him. Itachi didn't know that Baiyu was sick, and Baiyu didn't tell Itachi. It seemed that the relationship between the two had not progressed since Sasuke's death, but Itachi still believed that the two were very good. Even if Baiyu wanted to leave him, he would not allow it. Baiyu's opinion was not greater than his feelings. "Where are we now?" Baiyu asked. Itachi obediently took out the map and showed it to Baiyu. "Here we are. There are still 2 or 3 days left. We need to rest for a few hours to recover. Then I'll come to you in 2 days." Baiyu said. "Well, okay," Itachi replied. Itachi saw that Baiyu was about to leave after asking the question. There was no emotion in his black eyes. He just asked calmly, "Can you hug me next time?" "Next time?" Baiyu was silent for a while. He was very happy. Not much more. Itachi was surprised. "Could it be this time? Then let's talk about it next time when you return to the village," Baiyu said, and went back directly. Itachi took a deep breath, and his heart was involuntarily happy. When he got the Samsara Eye and resurrected Sasuke, the 3 of them could be together again. They could also be the same as before, and with the seal that Sasuke said, he and Sasuke would become real girls, not boys with good looks like girls. In this way, he can deal with his family in the boy state. She can accompany Baiyu with Sasuke in the girl state. The future is actually very good, isn't it? It won't be like what was planned before, and they will be forced to separate after Baiyu finds out. They can be together forever. When they were young, when they grew up, they were together. As long as they get the Samsara Eye. Itachi lowered his head, and the shadow of his bangs covered a small part of his face. He took out the half-eaten white rice ball, took a bite silently, and continued to eat dinner very quietly. In the ninja hospital, Baiyu returned his attention to his body and found that Chuan was motionless, and he was happy. Chapter 565. Next time, he ran away secretly, and Chuan didn't find out, which was great. If Chuan found out, he would say that he was running around and not concentrating on recuperating. Baiyu knew the condition of his body, and it was best not to use his ability if he could, but he had to make arrangements for the aftermath, so he naturally had to go to all parties. Baiyu had decided to turn to the Uchiha clan, and the biggest reason was that he couldn't let go of Chuan. He helped the village, but Chuan was a member of the Uchiha clan, and Chuan would be liquidated by the village. Once the Uchiha clan is destroyed by the village, Izumi will not be able to escape. Of course, it would be best if the village and the Uchiha clan did not fight, but this is already a luxury. The 3rd generation asked Tsunade and Jiraiya to return to the village, and Orochimaru was also there. I just read and wrote that Might Guy, the physical monster, was also rushing to the village. The high-end combat power in the village has gathered, and the 3rd generation's plan is self-evident. Now the Uchiha clan is very uneasy, and the 3rd generation has not expressed his attitude and is still delaying time. Maybe he is also waiting for the Uchiha clan to be suppressed to the extreme and can't help but take action first so that the village can occupy the upper hand. Baiyu knew that the struggle between the Uchiha clan and the village could no longer be avoided. The 3rd generation saw the power of Shisui and was afraid of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, how could it become like this now? In fact, it is also his fault. If he hadn't taken it out on Shisui and fought with Shisui, the village will not know that Shisui has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui have been hiding the information of the Mangekyo Sharingan for so many years. Isn't it because they are worried that the village will know about it, which will make the relationship between the two parties tense? So, what is he doing? Why is he still alive? Can you die quickly? If you die, you won't cause trouble to anyone. Isn't it because you changed the plot without authorization that the current situation has happened? Bai Yu covered his chest with one hand and felt pain. He showed a weak and melancholy expression, bit his lips, and told himself that it didn't matter. He was about to die. At least before he died, he would do something for everyone. Bai Yu couldn't help but shed tears. He wanted to live so much. Chapter 566. Brief. Are you feeling unwell? Chuan asked. Bai Yu covered her face with the quilt and also covered her cheek. No, I was thinking of something happy. If you feel unwell, tell me. I'll call Tsunade back. Chuan said seriously, a little worried that her heart and Bai Yu's were not compatible and there would be problems. Although Tsunade said there was no problem, Bai Yu's body had a strong recovery ability and was already assimilating her heart, but as a family member, the worry about her family was not enough even if there were more people. Let Tsunade rest for a while. She is very tired today. Bai Yu whispered. Well, let's rest too. Chuan closed her eyes. Chuan also underwent the same operation as Bai Yu. She did not have Bai Yu's recovery ability and her condition was not very good now, and she urgently needed to rest. Tsunade's medical skills are very good and there is no problem with the operation, but her recovery ability is not very strong. She was able to wake up like Bai Yu after the operation thanks to Bai Yu's heart. Bai Yu's heart is actively connecting with her body, driving her to recover. Thinking in the opposite direction, can her ordinary heart be suitable for Bai Yu's body? Chuan is a little worried about this. Outside the ward, in the cold, dimly lit corridor. At night, the hospital is more. It was even quieter during the day, and the corridors where no one spoke looked very creepy. Any slight noise would be magnified to be clear. Tsunade sat on a public chair, her golden hair hanging on her shoulders. She hugged her hands, nodded from time to time, and felt drowsy. She couldn't leave for too long. Even if she went to find the third generation, she would come back in a while for fear that Bai Yu would have some unexpected situation. After Tsunade came back, she didn't go into the ward. She saw the interaction between Bai Yu and Chuan outside the door. The relationship between the two was really good, which made people envy. Not everyone can rely on each other for life and death. Of course, due to the Senju clan's disgust for the Uchiha clan, Tsunade believed that only the Uchiha clan could do such a thing. It's crazy. Sacrifice your own life just to let the person you like live a little longer. Even if this period of time is only half a month or a few days, it's worth it. Because the little guy inside has some origins with their Senju clan, Tsunade is so dedicated. In fact, she is unwilling to accept that there is no solution to the family's blood limit and wants to get first-hand experimental data. Tsunade is the same when she rests outside. At this moment, Tsunade is dizzy. When the sky is light, Shizun came to the ninja hospital with cooked breakfast. She has a home in the village and invited Tsunade to live with her, but Tsunade refused. Shizun prepared breakfast early in the morning and came to find Tsunade. What Shizun didn't expect was that as soon as she arrived at the hospital, a nurse told her that Tsunade was performing emergency treatment in the operating room. The boy with red short hair suddenly vomited blood and was sent to the operating room after examination. Shizun quickly put down her things and went to prepare for the operation. After putting on the surgical gown, Shizun saw a pink-haired girl squatting by the wall and hugging her legs outside the operating room. The pink-haired girl looked haggard and looked up at Shizun with her pea-green eyes. Bai Yu will be fine, right? Shizun didn't know how to answer. Sharingan consumes too much chakra. I want to take his eyes off again. Is that okay? Tsunade asked. Chuan lay weakly on the operating table next to him, looking at the unconscious Bai Yu with a sidelong glance. There was a worried look in his light green eyes. If this can make it better, just do as you say. He has seen me for the last time. Tsunade took off the Sharingan for Bai Yu. The round red eyeball was removed from the eye socket, soaked in a transparent cup, and covered with liquid water. When the eyeball rolled in the water, the red blood diffused and dissipated, and the black 3 megatama inside the eyeball changed angles in the cup like a delicate glass ball. Bai Yu didn't have Sharingan, and the pressure on his body was everything. His own recovery ability was improved to a certain extent under the effect of chakra energy. However, under the influence of the blood limit disease, this recovery ability will continue to decrease and reduce, and after all the chakra energy in the body is dissipated, it will further affect the normal functioning of the organs in the body. After the life force and spiritual power of the ninja are integrated into chakra energy, the chakra energy will automatically extract these two forces in daily practice to replenish and expand itself. The disappearance of chakra energy also means the loss of the ninja's life. This is an irreversible death. Why did the Jinchuriki die when the tailed beast was extracted? It is because when the tailed beast was extracted, the chakra energy of the body was also extracted, dissipated from the body to the outside, and disappeared irreversibly in nature. It is as if all of one's own life has disappeared. Even if the ninja is physically and mentally normal, he will die if he loses chakra. This is why so many ninjas in the ninja world, in addition to mastering ninjutsu, also practice physical skills, ninja tools, and swordsmanship. Excessive use of ninjutsu will kill oneself, so ninjas need a method of attack without chakra energy to protect themselves, and they do not consider using ninjutsu in the first place when fighting. Once again, my hands are stained with the blood of my clan members. Tsunade pulled her hands out of Bai Yu's stomach. She looked at the blood on her hands, and gray scenes of the past appeared in front of her eyes until she finally stopped at the moment when Rope Tree died. Chapter 566 omitted. Tsunade closed her eyes, opened them again, and held back the fear and helplessness in her heart and continued the operation. Fortunately, Shizune came in the morning and could help her part, otherwise it would be really bad. Tsunade exchanged part of Izumi's organs with Baiyu again. I don't know how long she can live this time. Can she live for one day? Tsunade didn't know. She just wanted to see where Baiyu's illness came from. Even if the Senju clan was to be extinct in her generation, at least there should be a solution to the disease that was passed down in the family. Compared to Baiyu, Tsunade was more worried about whether Uchiha Izumi could continue to hold on. After all, this girl didn't have Baiyu's recovery ability. It's possible that she would die earlier than Baiyu. Now Chuan's survival depends entirely on the transplanted organs of Baiyu. The little guy is hopeless. It's time to make a decision. In the Hokage's office, Yudin Koharu said, even Tsunade can't be saved. There is no one in this world who can save him. The Uchiha clan is very dangerous. They killed Denzo before, which shows that they have reached the limit of their patience and started to threaten the upper echelon. Tsunade and Jiraiya are back, and they are also aware of this. If we don't take the initiative to prepare them, the surprise attack will turn into a full-scale war. Orochimaru is not here. The situation is not safe. Midaman N said, just now I got the news that Orochimaru rushed to the land of Earth. If we had known that he would leave, we would have let him stay before. What happened that he left the village without telling the Hokage? What if he went to the land of Earth and attracted the attention of the Rock Village? What should we do? I can't take care of the Rock Village. Now the things in our village are important. Sandame, Tsunade, and Jiraiya know our plan, right? Yudin Koharu looked at the Sandame. Casco.net. They know, right? Yudin Koharu and Midaman N's faces changed. Sandame coughed. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Jiraiya is still washing dishes in the hotel. If a fight really breaks out in the village, they won't sit idly by. Let's keep waiting. We have the advantage. If the Uchiha clan can't bear the pressure before the war and attacks us without authorization, their clan will be destroyed. Other villages in the ninja world, including the other ninja families in the village, will not blame us or laugh at us. Calculate the time carefully. Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi are about to arrive at the Rain Village. They don't have time to rush back. During this time, we have the advantage. Their goal is the Samsara Eye. They can't get away without the death of one or two people. Will the Uchiha clan take the initiative? Midaman N asked. I have relaxed the supervision of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Since the Uchiha clan is preparing for war, they will definitely target the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As long as they are given a little pressure, they will go and snatch the Nine Tails Jinchuriki away. Chapter 567 All Parties. Nine Tails. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at each other and looked at the third Hokage together. Are you sure you can deal with the Nine Tails? It's better for us to use this combat power ourselves than to give it to the Uchiha clan. The third generation said, giving it to the Uchiha clan can confirm their attack on the village a few years ago. When the fourth generation's death and the casualties in the village, they will arouse the anger of the villagers and they will take revenge on the Uchiha clan. I will deal with the Nine Tails and Uchiha Fugaku before there are major casualties in the village. But after that, don't let Jiraiya run away. The village needs a ninja of the level of Kage to take charge. The third generation still has high hopes for Jiraiya. Neither Orochimaru nor Tsunade are his ideal candidates for Hokage. Orochimaru has taken the wrong path. If Orochimaru becomes Hokage, the ninja village will become darker and colder. Tsunade has complaints about the ninja village, and she is a member of the Senju clan. This will turn the Hokage into a family inheritance, which is not conducive to the development of the village. Although Jiraiya is not in tune, he knows right from wrong, and he is not lacking in wisdom and responsibility. In addition to being afraid of trouble, Jiraiya is much more suitable than Orochimaru and Tsunade. Midaman N did not speak. The third generation left a will, which means that he intends to sacrifice himself in the battle of the Uchiha clan. This time, the Uchiha clan will definitely solve the future troubles in the ninja village. Yudin Koharu has no opinion on the choice of the third generation. In fact, Jiraiya is indeed a suitable candidate, but she actually prefers Tsunade in her heart. She thinks that Tsunade's prestige is more suitable for managing the ninja village than Jiraiya, who is born in a civilian family. Jiraiya is the apprentice of the third generation, and the fourth generation is Jiraiya's apprentice. If Jiraiya becomes Hokage, the third generation is almost equivalent to creating a master-disciple inheritance of Hokage in the ninja village. Although Tsunade is also a disciple of the third generation, the aura of the Senju clan itself is greater enough to cover the identity of the third generation's disciple, and Tsunade will not get married, which is equivalent to the Senju clan disappearing in the ninja village after Tsunade. Just like the Uchiha clan, there is no need to worry that the Hokage will be a family inheritance. Therefore, Yudin Koharu thinks Tsunade is more suitable to be the Hokage. Yudin Koharu has no opinion on the choice of the Sandame, nor does she say that Tsunade is more suitable. With Jiraiya's personality, he will refuse the Hokage as soon as he hears the news. When the Sandame dies, can Jiraiya still be kept in the position of Hokage? On the streets of Konoha, the blonde and blue-eyed boy walked on the road melancholy, and he looked up at the blue and white sky. Casco.net. Baiyu hasn't been to school for several days. Oh, are you disappointed that you didn't see him? Kyuubi asked in Naruto's heart. Naruto bit his lip and pulled the black collar on his neck with his fingers. He should take me to buy food today. This should be called feeding. Right, does he think I'm not good and doesn't want me anymore? Hehe. Kyuubi laughed twice and realized that in a certain hospital the individual whose aura was dissipating did did not tell Naruto about this. The situation in the village was very abnormal. The level of the Anbu around Naruto was reduced to genin, and there were ninjas from the Uchiha clan following and observing in secret. Kyuubi was slightly excited and decided to tell Naruto about Bayu's death at the most critical moment to stimulate Naruto's anger. He told Naruto that the person who had always kept him as a pet was actually his younger brother, and now his younger brother died in the village. The last relative was gone. The culprit was this ninja village. What would happen then? The Uchiha clan wanted to control it again, and the village was indulging the Uchiha clan. Kyuubi felt that he could get the final benefit. It wanted to make a big fuss in the village and act recklessly with its own will, not being controlled. After the transplant operation, Baiyu and Chuan were sent back to the ward. This time, Tsunade did not allow the two to be together, and they were separated on two beds. After the operation, Baiyu actively accepted Quan's organs, and the fusion was very good. Quan's condition was worse than Baiyu's. He had 2 consecutive operations in one day. Even though Tsunade used ninjutsu to maintain Quan's life and let Chuan hold on, he was still in a serious condition after the operation. For example, Baiyu, if he cut with a scalpel, the wound would heal by itself, but Chuan, the wound needs to be sutured. Now there are scars on his body. This is the difference between the two. The anesthesia effect on Baiyu's body wore off. He woke up and found that he could not see anything. Just like the previous few days, he was blind again. The Sharingan consumes too much energy, so I took it off, Tsunade said on the side, her voice tired. Don't worry, the eye is here. I took it off with the consent of your wife. Baiyu felt relieved. Where is Izumi? Tsunade, Izumi is resting next to you. I know you are lively and active. You want to talk to someone when you are sick, but at least don't delay the girl's rest time. Don't you know the importance of sleep to girls? Baiyu lowered her head embarrassedly and smiled. I know, let Izumi have a good rest. I talked to her a lot yesterday. Baiyu's voice became low. It's really good to have her around. Tsunade looked at Baiyu with a complicated expression. By the way, there is one more thing. The girl with pink hair came to see you again. Tsunade was a little speechless. If Baiyu hadn't been unlucky and sick, Tsunade really believed that Baiyu could restore the Senju clan. 8961 Chapter 567 All parties. This girlfriend is really a lot. I heard that there are still a few who don't know Baiyu's condition, otherwise the hospital would be noisy. All ancient families don't care about things like having 3 wives and 4 concubines. In recent years, technology has developed and some urban cultural ideas have been accepted, and monogamy has appeared in the village. Tsunade doesn't care about this situation. Baiyu has this ability, so let Baiyu enjoy it. As Baiyu's guardian, well, not yet a guardian, there is no such fate, but Tsunade was still happy to see that Baiyu had many wives. Especially for Izumi, she was very satisfied. It was like seeing the reconciliation between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. This was probably what the first generation wanted to see, right? Tsunade felt regretful. What was even more regrettable was that she didn't see Baiyu and Izumi getting married. But if this kid got married, he would have a lot of bride. Is Sakura here? Baiyu was surprised. He hesitated for a moment and felt that he couldn't let Sakura enter the ward, which would disturb Izumi's rest. Baiyu got out of bed and walked outside. He was not feeling well, but he could move. Tsunade watched Baiyu walk out of the ward in silence. Outside the corridor, patients and nurses came and went. Sakura sat in a chair in a daze. After a while, she saw a boy in hospital gowns and white gauze covering his eyes walking out of the ward. The boy sat next to the girl and swung his feet on the chair. Sakura bit her lip and looked at Baiyu cautiously. I made breakfast for you, and for the person inside. Thank you, Sakura. Baiyu said happily. Where is it? I'm so hungry. I didn't expect to have breakfast made by Sakura in the morning. I'm so happy. I'll feed you. By the way, can you eat? Sakura asked. Is it okay? I'm hungry. Drinking some porridge should be okay. I smell the fragrance of porridge. Chapter 568 It's fate, not real _standard in Konoha _1 bird _ Early in the morning, the golden sunlight shone in from the corridor window, reflecting on the 2 people sitting on the public bench in the corridor. The boy with short red hair had fair skin and wore a loose and cool hospital gown. He sat on the chair obediently, shaking his feet hanging in front of the chair. The boy's eyes were covered with white gauze and he couldn't see anything. The exposed little face was delicate and cute with a warm smile. A girl with pink hair was standing next to him. She had a red bow on her head and wore a simple dress. She scooped the porridge in the food box with a spoon. Xiaoying fed Baiyu carefully. Baiyu accepted Xiaoying's feeding very quietly. After breakfast, Baiyu talked to Xiaoying for a while. Xiaoying had to go to school. She said that she had taken notes for Baiyu and would give Baiyu extra lessons when she had time. Baiyu thought about the school and agreed to Xiaoying with a smile. Baiyu returned to the ward and counted on his fingers. Izumi was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb her. He held the food box left by Sakura in both hands and put it on the table, intending to give it to Izumi when she woke up. Baiyu felt the sound of Izumi's breathing, smiled softly, came to the window alone, jumped up on tiptoe, sat on the windowsill, blew the morning breeze, felt the cool air outside and the heat of the sky. Baiyu couldn't see anything. His body couldn't support the use of Sharingan anymore. Tsunade took it off during the last operation, but fortunately he saw Izumi for the last time. According to the agreement with Uchiha Fugaku, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan will choose the right time to come and bring Izumi back to the clan. After that, the Uchiha clan will be responsible for protecting Izumi and arrange for Izumi to evacuate the Hidden Leaf village as soon as possible. Probably not today or tomorrow. Baiyu had a hunch that the village would probably take action after the plan to seize the Samsara Eye was implemented. Once the action of the the rain shinobi village begins. It is impossible to withdraw halfway. In this way, even if Shisui knew what happened in the village, he could not return to the village to stop the fight between the Sandaime and the Uchiha clan. In addition to the power of the Samsara Eye, there will be sacrifices in this operation, but we don't know who will die. But no matter who dies, it is a good thing for the village. It will be around this time. Bai Yu looked out the window in a good mood, using other senses except the eyes to experience the beauty of this world, just like he can see the bright sun in the sky. 2 days later, Bai Yu had several more operations. His condition was getting worse and worse, and his awake time was constantly decreasing. He often slept for several hours before waking up. Fortunately, every time he woke up, the operation was over. Otherwise, it would be really scary. But what made Bai Yu uneasy was that the Uchiha clan did not let the ninja take Izumi home as agreed with him and Fugaku. The village was as quiet as ever, just like the time before the storm. It makes people feel depressed. Bai Yu took a deep breath and his heart ached slightly. He was dazed and called Chuan. No one answered, so he took a few breaths to relieve the fatigue of his heart. His condition has been getting worse in the past few days. He is afraid that he will not wake up next time he falls asleep. Sometimes he keeps talking to Chuan, so Chuan does not have a good rest. During the day, Chuan spends most of his time catching up on sleep. Bai Yu understands this and feels distressed about it, but there is no better way. He is very afraid of death and wants to talk to Chuan more, so he is like this. But if he doesn't talk, he is very reluctant, the kind of reluctance that is afraid of not seeing people and being forgotten in the future. Bai Yu wants to call Chuan again. As long as he hears Quan's voice, he will feel extra stable and safe, but he still holds back, wanting Chuan to rest more. Bai Yu subconsciously reaches out to the bed next to him. Chuan likes to shake hands with him, saying that he can feel the beating of the other person's pulse through the touch of his fingers, so when the two of them rest, they will put their hands next to each other. But this time, Bai Yu did not hold Quan's hand. The bed next to it was empty, and there was no temperature. Tsunade went to rest. The treatment had reached the final stage. There would not be much fluctuation in the future, so there was no need to pay attention to the patient's condition. The person who stayed in the ward to watch Bai Yu was Shizuan. Shizuan noticed that Bai Yu had woken up. When she saw Bai Yu, the first thing she did was to find Chuan. Her face became complicated. She didn't know how to tell Bai Yu the news. How should she tell Bai Yu about Quan's death? Shizuan remembered what the girl said when she was weak on the hospital bed. If possible, don't let Bai Yu know about my situation. The most painful thing for a person is to know clearly that someone is leaving, but it is impossible to save him. I don't want him to die in pain after hearing about me. Please. Shizuan saw that Bai Yu was still looking for Chuan, so she got up immediately. Chuan, is that you? Bai Yu heard the noise and asked in a childish voice. Jing Ian said, the little girl named Chuan has left the hospital. It seems that something happened. She will probably be back soon. You should have a good rest. Is that so? All right. Bai Yu lay down again. He moved his limbs like a fish, feeling bored without Chuan by his side. After a while, Bai Yu heard the sound of his sister named Jing Ian leaving the ward. Before Jing Ian closed the door, she glanced at the boy on the bed. This red-haired blindfolded child has replaced most of his organs with that girl's. His super recovery ability is indeed easier to bring than ordinary people. Miracle. Chapter 568. It's fate, not real. It's strange to say, the blood of the Senju clan and the blood of the Uchiha clan do not have much rejection reaction, or it may be that Bai Yu is special. Bai Yu counted with his fingers and found that Chuan was still in the hospital and was about to leave. It was really unfortunate that he just woke up and Chuan left. There was no Uchiha clan ninja around Chuan. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku did not keep his promise. According to the plan, the Uchiha clan should come and take Izumi away. Why haven't they taken action yet? Bai Yu thought about it and planned to go to Uchiha Fugaku to take a look and ask him what's going on. Uchiha clan patriarch, please let us see the power of the Uchiha clan. 2 Uchiha clan ninjas knelt on the ground, looking at the expressionless Uchiha Fugaku with fanatical eyes. The Uchiha clan members outside the house were also waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's decision with high spirit. Uchiha Fugaku looked at these people with a painful feeling. Casco.net. The blonde and blue-eyed boy next to him was trapped like a mummy, looking at them in horror. You guys acted very quickly, but this thing is not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at all. It's fake. It's fake. It was the bait thrown by the third Hokage to lure the Uchiha clan into the trap. The real Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still lying in the ninja hospital. How can you be so naive and so easy to deceive? Uchiha Fugaku looked at his subordinates with some regret. If these subordinates had a bit of his rationality and clear mind, it wouldn't be so difficult for him. Just when Uchiha Fugaku was about to speak, a weak boy in hospital clothes suddenly appeared beside him. Uchiha Fugaku, do you take our cooperation seriously? Do you want me to remind you so that you know what to do? Chapter 569. Shocking plan. You should know that the Uchiha clan is nothing to me. What really matters to me is Izumi, Bai Yu said coldly. At this point, Bai Yu no longer cares about the matter of righteousness and villain, justice or evil. It doesn't matter to him. His own affairs are the top priority. But Uchiha Fugaku has not arranged for someone to take Izumi away for so long, which makes Bai Yu angry. This is not a small matter. What if Izumi is involved in the fight between the village and the Uchiha clan? When he was healthy, he could still kill a person from the ninja village. Now that he is sick, he can no longer do this. For a stand user like him who has no moral switch in his heart to restrain the power of the stand, killing ordinary people and low-level ninjas is no different from cutting wheat. Bai Yu was angry because Uchiha Fugaku hadn't done the job. Uchiha Fugaku and the people in the room noticed Bai Yu. Except for Uchiha Fugaku. The rest of the people were shocked and didn't know how the voice came out. They opened their Sharingan and saw the boy with a gloomy expression and wearing a hospital gown next to Uchiha Fugaku. Naruto heard Baiyu in the voice and his blue eyes suddenly widened and made a humming sound, trying to attract Baiyu's attention. Baiyu heard the voice and looked in Naruto's direction, but unfortunately he didn't have eyes and couldn't see who fell to the ground, but he felt that the voice was familiar to him, but it was none of his business. Who are you? How dare you speak to the clan leader in this tone? A ninja from the Uchiha clan immediately got red eyes. Wait a minute, it's the kid who broke into the forbidden area a few days ago. The guard mentioned it. The person next to him said, don't be nervous, he is our ally. With him, the chances of success will be much greater. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Baiyu and said, you came at the right time. My incompetent subordinates brought Uzumaki Naruto here. This matter may alarm the third Hokage. In other words, things have already begun. Baiyu said expressionlessly, where is Chuan? I will ask them to bring Chuan back and bring you back. By the way, I didn't send anyone there before because I was worried that bringing you back would alarm the third Hokage. But now, these two idiots touched Uzumaki Naruto in advance and have triggered the third Hokage's bait. Things have to be moved forward. Hearing this, the two ninjas immediately said, Master Clan Leader, what's wrong? Uchiha Fugaku looked at the two. One of them said, we heard from the Anbyo guarding the Jinchuriki that the third Hokage wanted to hide the Jinchuriki, so we realized that it was not good and could only bring back the Jinchuriki. Yes, once the Jinchuriki is hidden by them, it will take more effort to easily get the 9 tails. Another person added, old fox. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly. That's why I said you are idiots and were deceived by the Sandame. Listen carefully, Uzumaki Naruto is not the 9 tails Jinchuriki at all. The real 9 tails Jinchuriki is Baiyu. Ah, Baiyu was stunned for a moment. It's me? What is me? What? The two Uchiha clan ninjas were dumbfounded, looking back and forth between Baiyu and Naruto. Neither of them was stupid, except for the guys with genetic mutations. The IQ of the entire Uchiha clan was basically online, and they figured out the reason at once. Even the two of them brought back Uzumaki Naruto. Not all of them were deceived but pretended to be real, wanting to force Uchiha Fugaku to make up his mind. At this time, the two people figured out the reason, and they kept saying so that's it. They admired the wisdom of the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku was quite satisfied with the shocked expressions of several people. When he thought of the plan of the third generation, he was also shocked by the insidiousness of the third generation Hokage. How old a coin can come up with such a plan? Uchiha Fugaku never thought that the third generation would replace the prince with a cat. Let Naruto replace Baiyu to bear everything of the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and Baiyu was carefully cultivated by the third generation Hokage. That would be fine. Uchiha Fugaku wouldn't be too angry. The reason he was angry was that the 9-tailed Jinchuriki thrown by the Sandame was to lure the Uchiha clan, but he didn't even give them the real bait, throwing a fake 9-tailed Jinchuriki to the front desk trying to lure them into the trap. Who was he looking down on? But what made Uchiha Fugaku feel relieved was that he was the only one in the Uchiha clan who didn't take the bait, otherwise it would be over, and he would be tricked by the old coin of the Sandame Hokage. Now it's good. The conspiracy of the Sandame has been seen through by him. The conspiracy of the Sandame Hokage is doomed to fail. Uchiha Fugaku said, Baiyu, it seems that you don't know about this yet. I have asked Ataka to confirm that you have a seal on your body, which is actually the seal that seals the 9-tailed demon fox. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he was just a target thrown in front by the Sandame Hokage to attract hatred. There has always been only one real 9-tailed Jinchuriki, and that is you, Baiyu. Baiyu was shocked when he heard this. He looked around helplessly, but he couldn't see anything useful. The child was completely confused at this moment. Baiyu had never thought that he would hear the truth before he came. This is really unexpected. When did Ataka see the seal on him? This idiot. He confirmed his identity without telling him. Chapter 569 Shocking Plan. Baiyu felt that this wife was really dull, and it would be great if she could open her mind. Impossible? Is there something wrong? Baiyu pointed at Naruto and said, this guy has cat whiskers on his face, which is a very obvious feature of the 9 tails. I don't have them. That doesn't mean anything. Uchiha Fugaku folded his hands and said confidently, the chakra energy of the beast will affect the human body and make people grow other organs. Uzumaki Naruto has the chakra energy of the 9 tails, which will affect him. The two brothers Kinkaku and Yinkaku also had cat whiskers on their faces, which were all grown under the influence of the 9 tails chakra. This difference between Naruto and you can better explain the sinister intentions of the third Hokage. Baiyu was stunned by Uchiha Fugaku's words for a moment. Suddenly he understood why the Sandame valued him so much. It turned out that he was not only a living ancestor, but also the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Baiyu hurriedly used the purple hermit to check his body. Damn, there was no fox in his body. Baiyu had a dark face, feeling that Uchiha Fugaku was teasing him. If I'm not mistaken, Baiyu, the seal on your body is more perfect than Naruto's seal, so perfect that there is no energy leakage, so people will not suspect that you are the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Baiyu was speechless. This police captain, does he rely on guessing to solve cases? Could it be that all the cases he handled on his resume were self-destructive? Baiyu said, I'm not the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The 9-tailed Jinchuriki is him. Uchiha Fugaku said, as long as it is a seal, it will definitely seal something, and it can't exist for no reason. Is there anything in the world more precious than the tailed beast that needs a more perfect seal than the one that seals the tailed beast? Baiyu thought about it. Yes, he never seemed to care about the seal on his body. It's mainly because it's too embarrassing, and he doesn't want to study it. But what's the use of this? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Baiyu and and said, "You're going to die anyway, so help our Uchiha clan in the end." Baiyu, "Okay, let's see what can be unsealed." Baiyu was speechless. "This is good. You can keep an eye on my body and prevent the people in the village from killing me in advance. I need some time in the meantime. Start the rain village thing. You have to do your best." Chapter 570 Let his plan fail. Because of the reckless behavior of the Uchiha clan ninja, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto was brought back to the Uchiha clan. The last bit of tacit understanding between the Uchiha clan and the village was gone. What will happen in the village next? The agreement between Baiyu and Uchiha Fugaku is that the Uchiha clan will do their best to protect Chuan. Because of this matter, he is willing to help the Uchiha clan to provide certain assistance under the attack of the village. But his own focus is still on the actions of the Rain village, so he will not pay too much attention to the war in the village. After all, for him, no matter how many people died in the village, as long as the plan of the Rain village could succeed, everything would be fine. Even if Uzumaki Nagato in the state of impure world reincarnation could not revive too many people, he could use the impure world reincarnation technique to revive all the people in the village who died in the war. In this way, although there are no living people in the village, what does it matter? A village of the dead is still a village, and Sakura and the others will move to the shelter after the struggle begins. Only the village and the upper echelons will fight. After all, the Uchiha clan also wants the ruling power in the village, and the whole family also wants a clan member to become Hokage. With this ambition, a village chief is the end. Since he wants to rule the village, he will naturally not do anything to innocent civilians. Therefore, Baiyu does not care about the affairs of the village except Chuan. Anyway, his original body is destined to die, and if Uchiha Fugaku has any use for his body, he can use it. Baiyu also wants to see what will come out after the seal is unlocked. Such a shameful seal. The seal must not contain anything serious. Who knows what Orochimaru and the Sandome group put in his body, especially Orochimaru. Most likely it was this guy who did it. Baiyu was a little angry. He notified Uchiha Fugaku and went back immediately. The Sandome Hokage deliberately let the Uchiha clan take Naruto away. Maybe there was a traitor in the Rain Village action team who informed the Sandome. There is no doubt that Shisui did it. This abominable traitor made the village dizzy and unwavering, which is really hateful. If he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to kill him with a knife, hoping that this guy could do a lot of work against Six Paths Pain. Itaki and the others didn't approach the Rain Village, and the Sandome would not take the initiative to start a war, because he had to use the Samsara Eye to hold Shisui back. Otherwise, Shisui heard the news of the explosion at home and rushed back to the village madly. How many people in the village can stop Susanoo? How many people can stop Kota Amatsukami? Baiyu felt that even if the Sandome was not prepared for Shisui's eye technique, he had some understanding of the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, otherwise he would not act so cautiously. Uchiha Fugaku said, "Now you know, it's not that I don't let you act, it's that the Sandome Hokage is too insidious and cunning. If you don't think carefully, our Uchiha clan will be eaten by this old bone without any residue left. The clan leader is wise." The two Uchiha clan ninjas looked at Uchiha Fugaku with admiration. Uchiha Fugaku, "Okay, you guys go to the ninja hospital and secretly bring back Baiyu and Izumi. Now that the third Hokage knows that Uzumaki Naruto is here, he must think we have been fooled and is laughing at our stupidity, but in this way he will relax his vigilance against Baiyu, and this is our chance to fight back. We must make his third Hokage's plan fail." Yes, the two Uchiha clan ninjas immediately went out with their heads held high. With such a clan leader, why worry about the Uchiha clan not prospering? Uchiha Fugaku saw that everyone had left, so he left too. In the room, the blonde boy blinked, wondering if these people had forgotten him. Naruto asked in his heart in confusion, "Kuroma, am I really not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" No, you are." The Nine-Tails was still shocked at how Bai유's vitality was so tenacious. He hadn't died yet, and when he heard Naruto's question, the Nine-Tails immediately answered. The Nine-Tailed Fox has been feeling that Bai유's aura is decreasing, and it keeps decreasing. If an ordinary person were to decrease to this level, he would have died several times. But Baiyu seems to have no bottom line, and this aura cannot be reduced. It just didn't see Baiyu die. If Baiyu doesn't die, how can it use Baiyu's affairs to stimulate Naruto so that Naruto can borrow its power and go completely berserk? The Uchiha clan, the third generation Hokage, all think that they are hunters, and a good hunter often appears in the form of prey. The real hunter is it, the Nine-Tailed Fox. The Nine-Tailed Fox answered Naruto and immediately added, "I don't know what they said about the seal on Baiyu's body, but you are undoubtedly the Jinchuriki of my nine-tailed demon fox. By the way, the beard on your face is not a cat's beard but a fox's beard." Yet, Naruto lowered his head. "This beard is ugly." "It's not ugly." The Nine-Tailed Fox was furious and said, "How many humans want to have it but don't have it yet? You dislike me. You dislike me." In the Hokage's office, really? Naruto has been captured. The Sandome Hokage crossed his fingers and looked at the crystal ball on the table with deep eyes. Then it also means that the Uchiha clan has decided to fight to the death. What should we do next? A Jonin asked. The Nine-Tails has been taken away by them, and they need to unseal the Nine-Tails. Only when the Nine-Tails demon fox appears will the villagers remember the fear of the Nine-Tails Knight a few years ago and their hatred for the Uchiha clan. Chapter 570 Let his plan fail. The third Hokage said, "The appearance of the Nine-Tails means that the Uchiha clan has officially broken with the Hidden Leaf village. It is a signal for war. Now, arrange an evacuation drill in the village and let the villagers go to the shelter. The attack of the Uchiha clan may come at any time. Let others pay attention to defense." Yes. In the office, a ninja immediately went out to arrange for the villagers in the village to take shelter. This is an emergency evacuation drill, but the war has been drilled many times before, so the villagers are not unfamiliar with it, and the evacuation will be orderly. Konoha village does not belong to any family, but to all villagers. What the Uchiha clan is going to do is destined not to be forgiven, so let us completely eliminate this ambitious family. Hokage, it has been detected that the Uchiha clan ninja is approaching the hospital. A meeting was in progress in the office, and suddenly an Anbu appeared in the office to report the situation. The person who went there is the Uchiha who attacked the Nine Tails Jinchuriki before. The Anbu said, "Strange, what is the Uchiha clan doing? Are they going to destroy the ninja hospital? This is not a tug-of-war between two ninja villages, and they need to destroy the rear medical facilities." Some people were puzzled. The war will have a result in a month at most, and they don't need to destroy the important buildings in the village. Right. Hokage, is there anything important in the ninja hospital? Someone asked. The third generation thought for a while. There is a child. Forget it. It's not important, but we still have to arrange someone to take a look. No matter what Uchiha Fugaku's purpose is, it's good for us to prevent him from succeeding. Nara Shikaku, you Ino Shikacha, go there. The third generation Hokage ordered. Is it to let the general go at the beginning? The lazy young man touched the back of his head and walked out of the crowd without refusing. It's not far from the Hokage building. We can fight quickly. Yamanaka Inoichi said. Not only that, now is the warm-up before the war. The villagers have not all evacuated. Arranging you to enter the field can control the scale of the battle and prevent casualties. The third generation Hokage said. The battle will not really start before the field is cleared and the Nine Tails appears. Your main goal is to capture the Uchiha team going to the ninja hospital. It's best to catch them. If they resist, it means something is wrong. You can kill them on the spot. Chapter 571 Uchiha Clan Team stand envoy in Konoha a bird passing the sun is scorching. In the dense and tall forest, 3 people in Uchiha clan uniforms walked through the branches. Listen, the goal of this mission is to bring back Baiyu and Uchiha Izumi. The 2 of them are in the ninja hospital. The target features are obvious. The male is a boy with short red hair and lost both eyes. You all know the female target. She is Uchiha Yayu's daughter. Uchiha Shosai said that he did not carry out the mission with his brothers this time, but led the clan members here alone. Before, the 2 brothers took advantage of the situation to bring the nine-tailed Jinchuriki back to the family, wanting the clan leader to make up his mind, but it turned out to be a big mistake. What they brought back was a fake nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and the real nine-tailed Jinchuriki was in the ninja hospital, and they conspired with the clan leader about the village. They underestimated the clan leader. It turned out that the clan leader had always been confident, and they disrupted the clan leader's plan. This time he will definitely bring the real nine-tailed Jinchuriki back to the family. As for his younger brother, there are other things to do. A boy with short red hair and lost his eyes. The girl with short black hair opened her eyes wide and asked hurriedly, "Is he wearing a hospital gown?" Gui Xin, you are stupid. Of course he is wearing a hospital gown, and the target is the ninja hospital, said Uchiha Zhu next to him. I didn't react at once. Uchiha Gui Xin hurriedly explained. Quite embarrassed, she lowered her head and hurried on her way with a heavy heart, and glanced at the branches and leaves of the trees in front of her that quickly passed by. Uchiha Gui Xin gritted her teeth, unable to forget the boy with short red hair who played tricks on their team a few days ago, and now she and her tribesmen are going to the ninja hospital to snatch the boy back. I feel so upset. Yayu's daughter, isn't she in the daimyo prefecture? Uchiha Zhu asked. She came back some time ago, but I don't know why she didn't return to the family. Uchiha Shosai answered, and then said, if they are in the hospital, it means that one of them is sick, or the disease is so serious that it needs to be treated in the hospital. It may be impossible to walk, and we need to send someone to take the target away. Gui Xin, I'll leave this matter to you. Whether it's Uchiha Izumi or Baiyu, no matter which of them has a disease that makes them unable to walk, you are responsible for taking Baiyu away. You can give up Izumi when necessary. Uchiha Shosai looked at the girl with short black hair on the side. Although Baiyu's deal with the clan leader is to protect Uchiha Izumi, Baiyu is more important to their clan. C.E. Poundy, the nine-tailed beast in Baiyu's body is an important target for their Uchiha clan, and only their Uchiha clan can drive this ferocious beast. Uchiha Kaishin nodded. No problem, but if the target is that Baiyu, he is so strong that we don't need to go there. Right. Uchiha Shosai said, is it the forbidden area? A few days ago, I seem to have heard about this matter. The forbidden area where ninjutsu is stored has been found. Right. Uchiha Zulai said. Uchiha Kaishin nodded. Yes, that's it. The person who broke into the forbidden area was Baiyu. That's why I was surprised. It was our team's turn to be on duty at that time, and he defeated him easily. Even the teacher. Uchiha Kaishin choked up when she said this. She was so wronged that she almost helped the teacher to avenge her. As a result, the teacher did not die unexpectedly, and she was hit on the head a few times. These days, Uchiha Kaishin has been hating Baiyu and wants to avenge her previous shame. Who knows that the goal of today's mission is to rescue Baiyu, and her heart is tangled all of a sudden. We told the clan leader about this, but he said it didn't matter and pretended it didn't exist. So that's how it is. Uchiha Shosai lowered his head. The clan leader and Baiyu have had a cooperative relationship for a long time. After listening to your explanation, I now know something about the situation. Baiyu appeared beside the clan leader before. Now it seems that it may be a secret technique like soul separation. The clan leader asked us to bring him back from the ninja hospital, which means that his body is indeed unable to move, so we need to go there. Of course, the condition for the clan leader to cooperate with him is Chuan. Uchiha Shosai thought for a while and said, try to bring Chuan fun with you. Uchiha K thought of the girl with long black hair who liked to wear purple coat and thought of Bai Yu. For a moment he seemed to know something and immediately said, there is another thing. Bai Yu transplanted a Sharingan. This eye may be Quan's. After that, Uchiha K said with some envy, it's still a 3 Magatama Sharingan. The Uchiha clan doesn't have many Sharingans of this level of 3 Magatama. Everyone who has this kind of eyes is undoubtedly a genius in the clan. In the team they came out this time, only Uchiha Zolai has 3 Magatama Sharingan. She and Uchiha Shosai both have 2 Magatama, and she is even a little short of it. One of her eyes is not fully evolved, only 1.5 Magatama. Her teacher said she has no conscience. 2333 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Shosai was concerned about this and said, no, when I saw Bai Yu next to the clan leader, he didn't have a Sharingan. His eyes were empty, and it is possible that his body could not support the consumption of the Sharingan, so he took it off. Then it looks like he is in a bad condition. Uchiha Zolai said, yeah, okay, we are going to the village. You all know the details of the mission. Now approach the ninja hospital. The target is a person that everyone in the village cares about. He is not easy to move, and there will be real, quite scary ninjas around him. Chapter 571. The Uchiha clan team _ the stand in Konoha. The ninjas guarding him will be sent away by me and Zhu Li and Gui Xin. You will find a chance to take Bai Yu away. Uchiha Shosai ordered. Bai Yu is the real nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and the Anbu guarding Bai Yu will definitely not be as weak as the Anbu around Uzumaki Naruto. On the contrary, it will be very scary. Is it a Chunin or a Jonin? No, it can't be a Chunin. Now is a critical moment. The village may arrange a Jonin to protect Bai Yu, the real nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He and Zhu Li may die. The 3-person team turned into 3 black lines, jumped out of the wood, and entered the town of Konoha. The moment he came out, he used the transformation technique to disguise himself into another appearance. Attention, there are ninjas from the Uchiha clan returning to the village from the Konoha forest. In a house in the town, a ninja from the Hyuga clan said with a walkie-talkie. Next to this Hyuga clan ninja was a companion who was also a member of the same clan as the Hyuga clan ninja. The Hyuga clan ninjas like to perform tasks together, and the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan is very popular in the village, so there is no shortage of teammate. When graduating, the Hyuga clan ninjas usually team up with ninjas from the village family. The general team is still I can't get such a good deal. However, during the window period of executing task, when encountering such sudden emergency task, I am used to pulling people from the same clan to execute together. In the village, people from the same clan are more reliable than companions. I saw this evil chakra from a long distance. Although there are ninjas from the Uchiha clan in the police department in the town, at this time, the ninjas from the Uchiha clan suddenly came to the village from the clan, and their purpose would not be simple. Well, don't worry about these things. When I opened my white eyes just now, I noticed that the chakra of the 9 tails disappeared in the village. The matter has been reported, so let the people above worry about it. Chapter 572. Battle in the ninja hospital _ the stand in Konoha. The ninja hospital is in front. The Uchiha clan team disguised themselves as villagers and quietly approached the ninja hospital. The ninja hospital is an LL-shaped building, with the L being the front row hospital outpatient department and the L being the inpatient department. The inpatient department is in a row behind the outpatient department of the hospital. There is a square between the 2 buildings. There is a skybridge corridor in the middle of the 2nd floor connecting the 2 departments, making the 2 buildings look seamless. The square is a small park with birds singing and flowers blooming, small trees in the shade, cobblestone path, and a small open space for activities. The Uchiha clan team approached the outpatient department. Their goal was to go to the inpatient department to bring back Bai Yu and Chuan. Because they didn't know much about the situation, and Uchiha Fugaku didn't explain anything to them, so they didn't know which floor Bai Yu lived on. And both targets are living people, and it is uncertain whether they will move. The specific situation needs to be investigated in the hospital. The 3 came to the square between the 2 buildings from the side. When they were about to enter the inpatient department, Uchiha Shosai suddenly noticed a fat man coming out of the inpatient department. In front of a window on the 2nd floor of the outpatient department, Narashikaku held a walkie-talkie in his hand, and a voice came out of it. The Uchiha clan is already in the ninja hospital, between you and Akimichi Choza. Yes, I have seen it. Narashikaku hung up the call, put his hands on the windowsill, and looked at the 3 people standing slightly scattered in the square below. According to the habits of ninjas, the common formation of a team of 3 is a triangle, which can protect the target person in the middle, or guard against enemies from 3 sides. You're quick enough, but the Hokage building is closer to the ninja hospital, and the village has been prepared. You were noticed the moment you walked into the town of Konoha. Narashikaku looked at the inpatient department and frowned. Are you targeting someone in the inpatient department? The Sandame seemed to have mentioned an important child before, but he didn't tell us, so it's obviously not important to the village anymore. But this child is very likely to be very important to the Uchiha clan. In the square, Uchiha Shosai and his companions saw Akimichi Choza and thought they just happened to meet in the village. But when Uchiha Shosai noticed Narashikaku standing behind the 2nd floor window behind him, he sweated on his forehead and said, the situation is bad. The opponent is the Inoshikajo trio. Choza and Shikaku are here, and Yamanaka Inoichi must be nearby. Be careful of the shadow imitation technique and the heart turn technique. Choza, their target is Bai Yu in the inpatient department. Stop them from getting close to the inpatient department. Akimichi Choza retracted his sight from the 2nd floor opposite, looked at the 3 villagers in front of him, grinned, stuffed the unfinished potato chips into his pocket with his big hands, patted his round belly, and said honestly, I can't let you pass. It's not up to you if we can't pass. Uchiha Shosai sneered, holding 3 balls in his hand and throwing them to the ground. With a bang, a large piece of white smoke expanded and quickly spread to the surroundings. In a few seconds, half of the square was covered by white smoke, making it difficult to see what was happening in the smoke. Then more than a dozen people rushed out of the smoke and ran towards the inpatient department. Akimichi Choza stretched out his arms to the side. Multiplication technique. Extend both arms. The fat man wearing armor and with long red hedgehog hair quickly extended his arms more than 10 meters, colliding with branches and flower pots along the way, and even the stone bricks on the ground were plowed out with a visible dent in the soil. Akimichi Choza extended his arms, and the muscles on his arms also began to swell. In a short moment his 2 arms were like thick pipes, blocking the shadow clones from both sides. Several shadow clones had no time to dodge and were rubbed by his arms. After a few bumps they turned into smoke and dissipated. Many shadow clones immediately jumped up from above the arms and took various ways to break out. 2 of them were killed by Akimichi Choza's big hand, but there are already shadow clones that have successfully sneaked into the inpatient department. C.E. Poundy. Narashikaku is very sure that the shadow clone that successfully sneaked into the inpatient department is the real body. It seems that it is a person named Uchiha Zolai, but it is still unknown whether it is Uchiha Zolai. After all, there are 3 Uchiha present. Is their target really by you? No. Observe again. It may be a feint to the east and attack in the west. Narashikamaru looked at the battlefield below. Narashikaku, your opponent is me. Uchiha Shosai jumped from the first floor to the second floor, forming a seal with one hand, and with the other hand he took out the knife from his back and slashed at Narashikaku at the window. Spiritual summoning. Katsongya. Uchiha Shosai jumped into the window and slashed at Narashikaku with a knife. Just when the knife hit Narashikaku, the 2 Magatama Sharingan in Uchiha Shosai's eyes suddenly noticed that there was no human shadow under Narashikaku's feet, but the move had already been made. When Uchiha Shosai slashed Narashikaku's body, no blood splashed out. Uchiha Shosai's left hand, which was in a seal, suddenly slapped the back of his right hand. Black runes immediately spread on the back of his right hand holding the katana, and the summoning technique was activated in an instant. The moment the white smoke appeared, it enveloped Uchiha Shosai's figure, and a huge white cat head instantly appeared in the narrow staircase with its straight whiskers on both sides scraping against the wall. The moment the summoning cat appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and bit forward. Its huge body was still coming from the spiritual land, and in the blink of an eye it squeezed into the top of the stairs. Like a cat made of water, it crawled into the corridor and ran away from the corridor, leaving only cat paw prints around the wall. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 572. The battle in the ninja hospital. Uchiha Shosai walked out from the smoke, looked around the stairs, and did not see Narashikaku. He gritted his teeth and looked around cautiously. Above Uchiha Shosai's head, Narashikaku made seals with his hands, looking at Uchiha Shosai who was within half a meter and directly below him, and shouted in his heart, shadow imitation technique. You can't even spare the chakra of your shadow clone. You use the most basic clone technique to deceive me. Uchiha Shosai shouted, and the veins around his face popped out. A dark shadow emerged from the shadow beside the corridor and quietly extended to Uchiha Shosai's feet. Success. Capture. The shadow imitation technique connected to Uchiha Shosai's shadow in an instant. Shadow strangulation technique. The black shadow climbed from Uchiha Shosai's legs to his neck and was printed on his face like a facial pattern, trying to break his neck. Uchiha Shosai's body froze, and he held the sword in his hand, motionless. He gritted his teeth, and the Sharingan in his eyes turned wildly. The sword in his hand was slowly approaching his neck under the pull of the shadow, and was about to cut off his head with one knife. Uchiha Shosai was still resisting the shadow imitation technique. Narashikaku frowned and looked at Uchiha Shosai with his back to him below. Where did the cat go? Back to the spiritual place, or took a detour back? My current position is not easy to be attacked. Although I am very close to Uchiha Shosai, the closer distance is equivalent to enhancing the power of the shadow imitation technique. Hey, if you surrender, I can spare you, Narashikaku said. Uchiha Shosai gritted his teeth, staring at the shadow on the ground with red eyes, beads of sweat sliding down his face. Do you think you won like this? You underestimate my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shosai used all his strength to wrestle with the shadow imitation technique, and his back muscles bulged suddenly, tearing the black uniform of the Uchiha clan behind him, revealing the strong muscles on the back as well as the black lines and summoning spells printed on the back. Narashikaku thought of the cat that Uchiha Shosai summoned before, and his eyes widened. The most dangerous part of a ninja is the back. After knowing that my opponent is you, how could I not guard against the shadow secret technique of your Nara clan? Uchiha Shosai laughed wildly. A white furry claw stretched out from the white mist, lightly grabbing Narashikaku, and on the way, sharp nails appeared from the cat's claws. Bang! A violent collision. The wall behind Narashikaku's back made a violent noise, and cracks spread along the wall like a spider web. With a snap, the wall broke apart, revealing a big white cat outside the building. The huge cat's head was covered with brick dust, and its cat eyes opened curiously, looking at the psychic inside and the horrified Narashikaku through the hole. Chapter 573. That's it. I like playing with mice the most. The big white cat spoke human language. This flexible way of using summoning skills, Narashikaku had to say that he miscalculated, and he immediately moved into the corridor. He avoided the attack of the cat's claws and head at once, but this dodge also forced Narashikaku to give up a great advantage and temporarily loosen the shadow imitation technique, allowing Uchiha Uchiha Shosai to gain control of his body. Uchiha Shosai regained his freedom and raised his knife to chop at Narashikaku, who had just landed. I won. Uchiha Shosai's eyes flashed with excited look. Narashikaku turned around, looking at the knife in front of him without changing his expression, slowly re-engaging the seal and using the shadow imitation technique. I still say the same thing. As long as you surrender, I can spare your life. How shameless. You are about to die. Uchiha Shosai shouted. Sharingan illusion. The Sharingan illusion that does not require seals entered Narashikaku's eyes along Uchiha Shosai's line of sight. Narashikaku was hit by the Sharingan illusion and lost control of his body all of a sudden. You are the one who will die. The Inoshikajo trio. Let's regroup next time. Uchiha Shosai was about to chop Narashikaku's head but suddenly found that his body could not move and he kept holding the knife. How could it be? I clearly controlled you with the Sharingan. This sword, this body can't move. It's as if I'm the one being controlled. Uchiha Shosai looked at Narashikaku in disbelief. Narashikaku was indeed controlled by the Sharingan illusion and his hands that were forming seals were separated and he didn't maintain the shadow imitation technique. So, it wasn't Narashikaku who controlled him. You just said, be careful of me, right? Uchiha Shosai said with a smile on his face. Uchiha Shosai's expression changed. Yamanaka Inoichi. In the stairs, one floor upstairs, Yamanaka Inoichi lowered his head and the heart turn technique had been successfully used. The position where Narashikaku fell was not chosen randomly but was deliberately set as the next trap to lure Uchiha Shosai into. Who said that there was only one trap? It looked thrilling but in fact everything was going according to plan. Narashikaku had to work hard to break free from the illusion. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusion is indeed well deserved. If you don't become your enemy, it's really hard to realize how terrifying you are. Narashikaku came out of the illusion with sweat all over his head. The moment he was controlled by the Sharingan illusion just now, he immediately lost his ability to move like a lamb to be slaughtered. In this dangerous situation, if he can't get rid of the illusion in time, his body will be killed by the Uchiha clan. Narashikaku felt that he was too arrogant. This is only a 2 Magatama Sharingan. What if it is a 3 Magatama Sharingan? I'm afraid that one person can't solve the illusion at all. What did the enemies of the village face before? Narashikaku looked at Uchiha Shosai who was angry. He stood up slowly and said, there is a rule in the ninja world. To deal with Uchiha clan ninjas, you have to fight 2 to 1 and keep your head down. You must never look into your eyes. You saw that I was under the illusion, so you let down your guard. Right. I'm sorry. I gave you 2 chances just now. In fact, the village may no longer need the Uchiha clan, so the person who is going to die is actually you. Thank you for your contribution to the village, but it ends here. Narashikaku looked at Uchiha Shosai apologetically. Uchiha Shosai was very unwilling, and Narashikaku stepped forward and pierced his heart with a kunai. Yamanaka Inoichi walked down from upstairs. Now that the most dangerous situation has passed, it's our turn as the Inoshikajo trio to deal with the Uchiha clan member downstairs. Well, if the other party is a group of 3, the current situation is the best solution. We have successfully killed one, and another was stopped by Dingzhou in the square. As long as we deal with him, even if the person who broke into the inpatient department successfully took something away, we can get it back, and it's still 3 against 1, which we are best at. The next 2 battles will be 3 against 1. Narashikaku said, the mission is almost completed. It's easier than expected. Do you think the 3rd generation is really going to deal with the Uchiha clan? Yamanaka Inoichi asked. Narashikaku said, if the 3rd generation doesn't want the Uchiha clan to rule the ninja village in the future, he will definitely do this. Their family is not as mediocre as us. The Uchiha clan is really excellent, so that we mediocre people must unite to fight against it. Narashikaku said seriously, this is also for the future interests of the family. Small families like them can only survive by uniting and relying on large families. If the strong men shook hands and made peace without fighting, how could their small family come forward? Now in the village, there is only one super family left, the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Shosai died, the summoned beasts also automatically returned to the summoning place according to the contract. Even if the white cat wanted to come and kill them unwillingly, it could not do it. Let's go. Help Dingzhou deal with the Uchiha outside and then unite to catch the people who ran into the inpatient department. Narashikaku sealed Uchiha Shosai's body with a scroll. This body is still useful to the village and even to their family. Inside is the 2 Magatama Sharingan and the powerful secrets of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 573. This is the end. In the small square between the inpatient department and the outpatient department, Akimichi Chose's hands returned to their original size and protected his head. He lowered his head and tightened his muscles resisting Uchiha Juri's kicks and punches. At this moment, Akimichi Kozu accidentally saw a big white cat jumping out of the building on the side of the outpatient department and rushing towards the window where Narashikaku was. Oh no, it's something beyond the plan. Akimichi Kozu thought to himself. He raised one hand and wanted to pull down the big cat that was crawling on the 2nd floor. He was kicked in the abdomen by Uchiha Juri again and flew out. So, where is Yamanaka Kiki? Could he have gone to the inpatient department? Uchiha Juri gracefully retracted his kick, stood in the smoke with his hands in his pocket and his long black hair fluttered on his back. Uchiha Juri looked at Akimichi Kozu who fell to the ground. It's been a minute or 2 and the Anbu haven't appeared yet. The Sandame judged that you can deal with us so tactically. Are we the weaker party? Maybe you noticed us when we entered the village. The village chief reacts very quickly. It seems that you have been prepared for a long time. In that case, let's deal with you quickly and then go to the inpatient department and deal with Yamanaka Inoichi Inoichi. As soon as Uchiha Zolai finished speaking, he immediately appeared next to Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza's face changed and he immediately rolled into a ball. Multiplication technique, meat bomb spin. Akimichi Choza's size instantly increased several times and he hugged his legs with both hands. The whole person rolled into a ball and spun rapidly on the spot. Uchiha Zolai arrived instantly and in the Scarlet Sharingan, the three Megatama quickly saw the speed of Akimichi Choza's rotation. You bugs who don't even dare to look up at us really disgust me from the bottom of my heart. Uchiha Zolai saw clearly the defensive moves of Akimichi Choza and didn't dare to rush forward. If he rushed forward he would be bounced away immediately. This size and speed will bring great power. Uchiha Zolai immediately stopped in front of Akimichi Choza. Uchiha Zolai held a kunao in his hand and inserted it into Akimichi Choza's armor. The other end of the kunao was connected to a flexible wire. When Akimichi Choza rotated in place to defend against Uchiha Zolai's instant body technique, the wire on his body became more and more entangled. If you continue to expand your volume with the multiplication technique you will be cut into pieces by the wire, so you can only choose to reduce your volume next. This. Uchiha Zolai opened his eyes wide and saw a red line floating towards the rotating ball. Uchiha Zolai immediately stepped back. It's the hair. Then how do you deal with the detonating tag attached to your body? And this fire style? Great fireball technique. Chapter 574 Pig Deer Butterfly. A large handful of hot red flames rushed towards Akimichi Choza. The moment the flame rushed out, it formed a fireball attached to the face and rolled forward, dragging a long red tail. Akimichi Choza half closed his eyes and two detonating tags exploded on his body and he was hit by the great fireball technique at once. The fat on his body was roasted under the extremely hot temperature and the skin made a crisp sound. Akimichi Choza lost consciousness for a short time. His eyes turned white. It was too difficult for one person to fight against the Uchiha clan's Jonin, especially the Uchiha clan with 3 Megatama's Sharingan. This level of strength is almost equivalent to the combination of multiple Jonin. It is extraordinary and powerful. Kozeo, Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi heard the loud noise outside the building and the fiery red light and they couldn't help but worry. They immediately came outside the building and stood separately beside Uchiha Juri. Uchiha Juri noticed the people behind him in an instant. He looked back and said in a cold tone, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi, you were hiding beside Narashikaku, so that means my young junior is dead. Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi lowered their heads to look at the ground and Uchiha Juri's feet and did not dare to look up at Uchiha Juri's eyes. As long as one of them sees Uchiha Juri's eyes, the battle will be decided in an instant. I thought you were hiding in the inpatient department so that we can better protect our mission target. It turns out that you are trying to kill one person first and then kill the remaining two people in a 3-on-1 situation. Uchiha Juri grinned and laughed, not caring about the situation in front of him that was 3-on-1 by the terrible combination of Inoshikajo. The flames behind Uchiha Juri dissipated. A huge scorched body was revealed. Akimichi Choza regained consciousness, slowly opened his eyes, put his big hands on the ground beside him, propped up his body and stood up. Together with Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, they maintained a triangle formation, and Uchiha Juri stood in the middle of this triangle. Are you not dead? Uchiha Juri looked back at Akimichi Choza, and when he saw Akimichi Choza stand up, he lowered his head and looked at the ground with a flash of anger in his eyes. He was angry. He had such a strong illusion, but he couldn't use it because of the weakness known by the enemy. This unpleasant feeling brought the suppressed anger in his heart burning fiercely in his heart, and he looked down on these people even more. They were all head-down people. I almost died, but our Akimichi clan chakra, only yang chakra, the chakra energy of medical ninjutsu is also yang. Akimichi Choza grinned. In other words, I am thick-skinned and good at taking a beating. Do you want to continue to hit me? Uchiha Juri gritted his teeth and rushed to Yamanaka Inoichi first. First, deal with a ninja who can control. As for the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan, just be careful of the shadow under your feet. Be careful of Inoichi. He's going to your side. Narashikaku reminded. Well, I know. Yamanaka Inoichi retreated quickly, even staying within the reach of Uchiha Juri. Narashikaku also moved, running around Uchiha Juri, looking for an opportunity to attack. Akimichi Choza got rid of the wire, took out his weapon and entangled Uchiha Juri. The three people kept circling around Uchiha Juri, with Yamanaka Inoichi as the main body, pulling Uchiha Juri's attention. And once Uchiha Juri went to trouble Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza would immediately pull Uchiha Juri's leg. It was extremely annoying, and if he was controlled by Yamanaka Inoichi and Narashikaku alone, what he would encounter next would undoubtedly be a fierce attack from Akimichi Choza. This is the pig, deer, and butterfly combination in the hermit village of Konoha. Damn it! Uchiha Juri saw that he couldn't catch up with Yamanaka Inoichi, and he had to be careful of Narashikaku and Akimichi Choza's attack, so the fire in his heart suddenly exploded. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of flames like darts scattered around. The Inoshikacho combination immediately dodged. Go on, go slower. He's getting anxious. Narashikaku said. Understood. Yamano Inoichi made a gesture. Uchiha Zolai stood breathlessly in the center of the three people's encirclement, unable to break through, unable to take the lead in solving one of them, and was entangled to death. Uchiha Zolai suddenly understood the annoyingness of the pig-deer cho combination. No wonder the third generation did not send support and let the pig-deer cho combination deal with them. This combination is professional in using the majority to bully the minority. Uchiha Zolai was so irritable that he could hardly suppress his emotions. The veins around his eyes were like when the Hyga clan opened their eyes. He was so angry that he trembled all over. It's not that he is not strong. He is strong in Sharingan illusions and ninjutsu. But there are too many controls here, and if you are not careful, you will be doomed. There is also a fat man who has maxed out the defense and attack power. Uchiha Zolai felt more and more depressed and desperate. He clenched his fists in humiliation, wanting to get angry but couldn't. These three were like flies buzzing and shouting beside him, which was really annoying. He can't run away, and he can't fight. If this goes on, even if Uchiha Kaishin finds Bai Yu, he can't take her out. Why would the Sandame let the combination of Zhu Lu Dai be here? Chapter 574 Zhu Lu Dai. Even if he changed a few opponents, he wouldn't be so frustrated. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this, but you did this, so I had to use this trick. The three of them paid attention. The beast dying counterattack is always dangerous, so you need to pay extra attention to safety at this time. Uchiha Zolai made seals with both hands, looked around, and looked at the group. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen shadow clone techniques appeared around Uchiha Zolai in succession. The shadow clone just now was released by him. This shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique because it will evenly divide the chakra energy of the main body when it is released. The more shadow clones are divided, the more chakra energy will be evenly distributed. This will cause the chakra energy of the main body to drop below half in an instant, seriously affecting the main body's mental strength and life force. And this is just the beginning of the danger of the multiple shadow clone technique per thousand w.casco.net. When the shadow clone is retracted, the pain and fatigue suffered by the shadow clone will be returned to the main body exactly. The main body is already using the multiple shadow clone technique, which causes its own chakra energy to decrease, affecting the spirit and body. When it receives the shock of the return, most people will die almost immediately. Even if they don't die, they may fall into a coma. Worse, it may permanently affect the future mental state and cause a significant change in personality. And this forbidden technique actually has a way for ordinary people to use it carefully, then release quickly and take it back quickly. In this way, the shadow clones will not encounter painful attacks and fatigue, and will return to the main body when they disband, which will not cause too serious problems to the main body. The difficulty is just the fatigue and bad mental state of the few seconds of separating the chakra energy. But now, I can't care about so much. If he doesn't run away, he will be dragged to death here by the pig, deer, and butterfly combination. Go to the inpatient department, find Bai Yu and take her away. Separate actions. Uchiha Zolai shouted. More than a dozen clones immediately scattered and ran everywhere. Liang Luyu narrowed his eyes and calmly judged. Attack the shadow clones. Destroy as many as you can, and then his condition will inevitably decline. Then we will enter the inpatient department. We already know who his mission target is. He will find a way to complete the mission no matter what. Uchiha Zolai fled to the inpatient department. He looked back and saw Zhu Lucho trying his best to kill his shadow clone. At this point, I still don't understand how Shisui created a physical clone, but I can do one thing, which is to use the shadow clone technique to the extreme. That is, when the shadow clone is about to be destroyed and causes a lot of pain, actively dissolve the attacked shadow clone. In this way, the chakra energy returns to the main body, and the shadow clone will not cause pain and affect the state of the main body. I can do such an extreme operation. My 3 Magadama Sharingan can detect and see the moment when the shadow clone is killed, then actively dissolve the shadow clone. 7490. Chapter 575. Chasing into the inpatient department. Uchiha Zolai escaped into the inpatient department. The matter of removing the shadow clone does not necessarily require the main body. Other shadow clones can do it. Now his main goal is to find Uchiha Kaishin, Baiyu, and Chuan. A few minutes have passed from the encounter to Uchiha Shusai's death and then to his escape into the inpatient department. During this time, Uchiha Kaishin has found Baiyu and Chuan. Right, damn it, if they had only looked at my Sharingan, they wouldn't have been beaten like this. Shame. Too shameful. I'll learn a more powerful attack technique when I get back, preferably a ninjutsu with strong enough piercing power. All my attack ninjutsu were blocked by that fat guy. I'm going to pierce that fat guy with full defense all at once. Uchiha Juri was chased like a dog and ran into the inpatient department. Narashikaku judged the situation and noticed that the shadow clones disbanded voluntarily at the moment of being destroyed, knowing that he couldn't weaken the state of Uchiha Juri's body. But the shadow clones have to be cleaned up. These shadow clone techniques are all physical clones, inheriting all the abilities of the body, except for the limited chakra energy. They are almost the same as the body. If you leave it alone, it will be very troublesome. You can only actively force these shadow clones to disband. After disbanding all the shadow clones, Narashikaku took out the intercom and said, Hinata, I need the location of the person in the ninja hospital. Next, we will enter the inpatient department to continue hunting Uchiha. I want to make sure that they escape when we enter the inpatient department without paying attention. Per thousand w.casco.net. No problem, we have opened the Byakugan here. One is on the first floor and the other is on the third floor. The one on the third floor is checking each room. Okay, I understand. Narashikaku hung up the intercom and said to the person next to him, go on. Now it is 100% certain that the person they want to catch is Bai Yu. That is the person who was judged to be very important by the third generation, but now it is not important. Bai Yu. Yamanaka Inoichi thought about his silly daughter. Is it not important? That means that she has an incurable disease. Tsunade has recently returned to the village, and even Tsunade can't be cured. Maybe it's really useless. Narashikaku added, but we still can't let the Uchiha Uchiha clan take Baiyu back because we don't know what the Uchiha clan plans to do with Baiyu. Now continue to chase. Remember to be careful. Don't let Uchiha Zhu Li defeat us one by one. He is still very strong. One-on-one, any of us will be killed by him. Got it, Yamanaka Inami said. Anyway, I'll go with you. Akimichi Choza took out a bag of potato chips from his ninja bag and quickly replenished his calories. Several people walked into the inpatient department and were about to chase Uchiha Zhu Li. Suddenly, they saw many patients and nurses in clothes in the corridor on the first floor of the inpatient department. These people stood in the white corridor, looking at them with the red light of Sharingan in their eyes. At the back of the crowd, Uchiha Zolai raised a hand, his eyes glowing red, and laughed wildly. Let's use them to delay time. I've said that my illusion is the strongest, but it's useless against you cautious guys. What a pity. Pay attention, if you still plan to live in the village, it's best not to kill them. Knock them out one by one, then you can successfully delay time. And now, time is the most important, so I'll do my business. Uchiha Zolai waved his hand, turned around and continued to run. Damn, this bastard. Yamanaka Hai gritted his teeth and looked at the patients and nurses in the corridor who were walking towards them with stools, fruit knife, kunao, ninja tools, infusion tubes, and other weapons. Yamanaka Hai felt cold in his heart. Do we have to knock them out one by one? If we continue like this, Uchiha Juri will successfully buy time, and if we knock them out one by one, when we reach the second floor, the people on the second floor will be controlled by Uchiha Juri again. When we finish cleaning up the second floor, Uchiha Juri will control the third floor again. Yamanaka Inoichi held his head. We can't complete the mission at all like this. Narashikaku narrowed his eyes and looked at Yamanaka Inoichi speechlessly. Just when Narashikaku wanted to speak, he heard Akimichi Choza say next to him, "Do you want me to roll over like a human bomb tank?" Akimichi Choza ate potato chips and looked at this corridor, this width, this height, this spotless white ground and wall. He rolled over like a human bomb tank, crushing the corridor into a bloody mess of flesh and bones, and he could just catch up with Uchiha Juri. Narashikaku, I'm afraid maybe this is the only way. Yamanaka Inoichi said painfully, there is nothing we can do about this situation during the mission. The trolley problem is something every ninja may encounter, but for us, we have already sold our conscience to the village. The important thing is to complete the mission. Well, then, Akimichi Choza finished his potato chips in one bite and was about to take action when Narashikaku patted his arm. Narashikaku pointed outside, then pointed to the roof and said weakly, we will climb up the wall from the outside. Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza. Yamanaka Inoichi coughed twice. Akimichi Choza felt uncomfortable all over, and they saw Narashikaku climb out the window and walk upstairs on the wall. Chapter 575 Chasing into the inpatient department. Then he hurriedly ran out. The three of them crouched and walked upstairs step by step. On the second floor, Uchiha Juri worked hard to control the patients in each ward. In a blink of an eye, Narashikaku and the other two surpassed Uchiha Juri and took the lead to reach the fourth floor. When Hinata said we were going to locate them, there was already someone from the Uchiha clan on the third floor. This person helped us check the location of the target, so it's obvious that Baiyu is on the fourth floor. Narashikaku went in through the window in the corridor and said, take their target away first and take it to the Hokage building, and then continue to hunt down the two Uchiha clan members. No, we may not need to hunt them down at that time. Even if we let them go back, losing the target means their mission has failed. Going after them will easily lead to an attack from the Uchiha clan. Now the villagers have not completely evacuated and the battlefield has not been cleared. It will be detrimental to the overall situation if we start fighting rashly. The party that breaks the rules first will definitely bear the consequences of breaking the rules, and the latecomers can do whatever they want after breaking the rules. Narashikaku entered the corridor from the window. Just as he stood firm, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill on his body, which made him feel uneasy. Something's wrong. Narashikaku quickly looked towards the corridor on the fourth floor. He saw a large black area in front of a ward at the end. An indescribable atmosphere of terror spread from that room to the surroundings, as if the air was frightened, twisted into specific words, and jumped out from the door one by one. The sun retreated in front of this darkness. It was not the darkness of the shadow under the sun, but a kind of extremely terrible depression that existed on the spiritual and psychological levels. This kind of depression is black fear and death. It is a piercing feeling that even the sun cannot warm. Narashikaku looked at the room with a solemn expression. With a creak, Narashikaku heard the sound of the door being pushed open. A red-haired boy walked out of the ward barefoot. The child turned his head and looked at them. The delicate and cute face was covered with white gauze covering his eyes. Are you the ones who are here to take me away? Chapter 576 The end of the chase is the boss. Are you the ones who are here to take me away? In the corridor, Baiyu heard the voice and asked. He counted with his fingers and found that there were exactly 3 people in the corridor. It was the same number he had read out before. The Uchiha clan would send 3 people to take him and Izumi away from here. So, are these 3 people? Facing the red-haired boy's question, Narashikaku and the 2 people behind him rarely made any sound. They looked at the boy carefully. No matter how cute the child looked, he couldn't hide the feeling of death. It was very strange. They, Ino, Shika, and Joe, were here. This combination could kill almost all the Jonin. Even with preparation, even the shadows could be killed secretly. Kill. But even though they were like this, they all felt the danger of death here. This was incredible. It also made them realize that if they didn't handle it well, they would face something more terrible than encountering the Uchiha clan. What kind of kid is the Sandame raising? Narashikaku felt bitter, but he couldn't not answer at this time. He couldn't not answer. The consequence of not answering might be to arouse the boy's suspicion. Something would definitely happen at that time, and this kind of threat is almost the aura that only the top ninjas have. Well, we are here to take you away, Narashikaku said. Yamanaka swallowed his saliva and felt relieved when he heard Narashikaku's voice. No matter what the situation is, Shikaku has a way. Casco.net. This is the brain of their pig, deer, and butterfly trio. Is that so? Let's go quickly, Baiyu said, walking towards Narashikaku. Narashikaku winked at his companions and decided to leave through the window to avoid the remaining two members of the Uchiha clan. No matter what the situation is, taking Baiyu to the Hokage building first is the best choice. The Sandome will definitely keep this child under control. Right. Narashikaku didn't know why and suddenly felt unsure. Would he transport the nuclear bomb back to the Hokage building? That's their base camp. How are you? Can you walk by yourself? Narashikaku said in the accent of Uchiha Shosai. He saw that Baiyu's eyes were injured and he couldn't see anything. The first sentence Baiyu said just now was to ask them if they were here to take him away, and the target of the Uchiha clan team is obviously Baiyu, so that means Baiyu is waiting for someone from the Uchiha clan. Baiyu has a connection with the Uchiha clan. At this time, it is most appropriate to disguise as a member of the Uchiha clan. Sure. Baiyu pursed her lips, a little scared, and said softly, I'm not in good health, but I should be able to go to the Uchiha clan. Then hurry up, the people in the village have found us. We need to leave the ninja hospital quickly and go through the window, Narashikaku said, taking the lead to climb the window. Giving Baiyu a psychological hint, motioned Baiyu to follow him. Baiyu came to the window, looked outside, and his expression became gloomy. A cute little face, looking scary. You lied to me. Lied to you. Narashikaku was shocked, not knowing what went wrong, which made Baiyu suspicious. Could it be that these people gathered with a secret code? It doesn't have to be so complicated, right? It's only a short distance from the ninja hospital to the police department and the Uchiha clan. He actually thought of the possibility that the contact person might be wrong. The Uchiha clan is too careful, right? Narashikaku saw Baiyu retreating constantly and signaled to Yamanaka Inui. He also secretly made a seal, and the black shadow in the corridor approached Baiyu's feet. Baiyu couldn't see anything. He just walked back step by step. Akimichi Choza stood in front of Yamanaka Inui. Yamanaka Inui used the heart-turning technique on Baiyu, and the spiritual impact rushed towards Baiyu along the hand seal. Very accurate. It hit directly. Then it penetrated directly through Baiyu's body. Yamanaka Inui's spirit penetrated Baiyu's body, and he looked back and saw that Baiyu was still retreating. You lied to me. Didn't you say you would take me and Chuan away together? Chuan didn't leave, and I wouldn't leave either, Baiyu said in a childish voice with a hint of missing his parent. It turns out there is another person. Narashikaku breathed a sigh of relief. He said that there was something wrong. It was really a problem caused by the unequal intelligence. In the mission, anything can happen. There is still a chance to save it now. Wait, didn't Yamanaka Inoichi use the heart turn technique? Why didn't he successfully control Baiyu? Narashikaku suddenly woke up, and his heartbeat almost stopped at this moment. Yamanaka Inoichi failed to use the ninjutsu, and after a few seconds he returned to his body. He raised his head and said, this child is not the body. The body is still in the ward. In the ward. Narashikaku looked up at the ward, which was still pitch black. A psychologically terrifying darkness. Unspeakable dangerous onomatopoeia jumped out from it. I clearly heard the sound of the door opening just now. Could it be that I was too focused, scared, and had hallucinations with the picture? In fact, he just walked out through the door directly, but because it was too contrary to common sense, the brain automatically normalized the picture. Chapter 576. The end of the chase is the boss. Narashikaku took a step back. He couldn't believe that he would be suppressed and his instinct to make up was suppressed. This was something he had read in a book many years ago, and now it actually happened to him. Narashikaku suddenly saw the boy with short red hair in front of him looking up and smiling. Baiyu smiled and said, I just heard the ninja downstairs. I heard the sound of the explosion of the technique and I tested it a little. I didn't expect the Uchiha clan's ninja to be so useless. Not only did they fail to come to pick me up, but they let you find me first. It seems that I can only go to the Uchiha clan by myself. Baiyu said, turned around and walked into the ward, waved his hand and said, don't chase me. My condition is very bad. If you must stop me, I will not hold back. I will kill you. At the corner of the stairs, the girl with short black hair hid behind and gritted her teeth and said, who is useless? Who knew you actually lived on the 4th floor? I started looking from the 1st floor. There is a 50% chance of finding you. Who knows that I just happened to be unlucky and encountered the 25% probability. What should I do now? Zhu Ludi blocked me and I can't get through at all. What's worse is that I didn't get any news about Chuan. Narashikaku took a deep breath, took out the intercom, and said to Akimichi Choza, go and deal with the Uchiha on the stairs. We need reinforcements here. Since we can't take Baiyu away, then surround this place so that the Uchiha clan can't take Baiyu away, and Baiyu can't leave by herself, which is the best solution. Hello, is this Anbu? I want to contact the Sandome. Yes, there is an emergency. Narashikaku looked at the scene outside the window. Okay, we will try it here. Please arrange for people to come to support immediately. I am worried that our team may be destroyed here. Trust my intuition and judgment. Okay, good boy, good ass. Okay, that's it. What? Why do I talk to you like this? Are you the Hokage? Then tell me, was Baiyu fighting Uchiha Shisui a few days ago? Yes. Narashikaku looked at the clouds in the sky. If he remembered correctly, Shisui's Susanoo was as high as the cloud, and their opponent, Inoshikacho, was a guy who could fight with the power of God. Chapter 577. It's like Orochimaru. The Sandaime received a call from Narashikaku and was stunned for a while. He looked at the phone in his hand depressedly and said to himself, he is indeed a good boy. The Sandaime sighed. Before the start of the ninja school, Baiyu was still soft and timid. Now he has changed so much, which is why he didn't pay much attention to him. At that time, Baiyu didn't dare to leave home. He stayed by the window all day, tiptoed and looked outside. If there were pedestrians passing by, he would lower his head in fear and hide with his leg. Not like now. It's like Orochimaru. The phone hasn't been hung up yet. The Sandaime's thoughts were interrupted. He thought about it and said, I probably know why he contacted the Uchiha clan. Let's do this. You try to stop him and don't let him leave the ninja hospital. If there is really no way, just tell him about it. Tell him that Uchiha Izumi is dead and he doesn't have to cooperate with the Uchiha clan for Izumi. It depends on the situation. If Baiyu insists, wait until he relaxes his vigilance and kill him. Don't damage his body. His physique has great research value. Yeah, I understand. Narashikaku hung up the phone. Everyone has weaknesses and family is usually one of them. Why should ninjas be ruthless? It is to eliminate their own weaknesses as human beings as much as possible. Only in this way can they do more for the village and the family. Narashikaku thought of the red-haired boy he had just seen, and a solemn look appeared on his face. This matter is really tricky, but the higher UPS have given instructions, so we have to do it. The errand runners, I'm talking about them. Narashikaku turned around and faced one of the wards at the end of the corridor, and said to Yamanaka Inoichi with his back to him, I'll go explore the way first. If the situation is not right, evacuate immediately and wait for support. Tell the two Uchiha clans that the village has changed its attitude and reinforcements will arrive soon. If you want to die, just keep fighting. Anyway, we will try our best to delay time. After saying this, Narashikaku walked towards the room shrouded in darkness. Yamanaka Hai nodded, paying attention to Narashikaku's back, and then to Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza went to deal with the Uchiha on the stairs. He would support Narashikaku according to the situation, and pay attention to Narashikaku's contact with Baiyu. Baiyu wanted to leave the ninja hospital and go to the Uchiha clan, so he would definitely leave now. They needed to stop Baiyu. After the third Hokage gave instructions to Narashikaku, he immediately arranged for people to go to the ninja hospital to support the Inoshikajo trio. These people were not there for the Uchiha clan team, but to stop Baiyu from leaving Konoha. As I said just now, Baiyu is still useful even if he dies. He is an important asset in the village. He must not be handed over to the Uchiha clan easily, even if it is a corpse. By the way, how is Tsunade now? The Sandaime asked the Anbu. The Anbu ninja immediately replied, still in the village. After Uchiha Izumi died on the operating table yesterday, Tsunade persisted all night and is now drunk in the izakaya. Alas, the Sandaime sighed. He knew about Baiu's surgery. Izumi died, and then two organs were replaced one after another. Tsunade didn't know why, and suddenly lost her faith. Heart fear of blood, no longer intending to continue the transplant, saying that he did not want to see hopeless continuation of life which was meaningless. C.E. Poundy. He did not tell Tsunade about the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. Tsunade was persuaded to return to the village by him, and what moved Tsunade the most was Baiyu, but Baiyu was suffering from an incurable disease and the village broke up with the Uchiha clan. He used Tsunade, but if Tsunade was there, at least the village would not have any worries when fighting. It can be said that the reason why Tsunade came back was because Baiyu was here, which made Tsunade feel that there were relatives in the village who were connected by blood, so she would have the idea of a euro returning to her root. Compared with Tsunade, Jiraiya knew the difficulties of the village, and was willing to come back to help, but it was impossible for him to have no emotions in his heart, otherwise he would not be far away from the village until now. Jiraiya probably didn't want to see the village and the Uchiha clan fighting, right? Three disciples went to the land of Earth without even saying hello. One of them persuaded them to return to the village with lies, and the other was cautious and watched the situation from the edge of the village. Jiraiya thought that as long as he didn't come back, he would show his attitude and the village would not dare to attack the Uchiha clan. But if something really happened between the village and the Uchiha clan, would Jiraiya be able to stand by and watch? As a teacher, he still knew the character of his disciples, so Jiraiya was also used. This child has always been disgusted with the invisible struggle in the village, but real swords and guns will kill people. How can people die unless it is absolutely necessary? The third generation felt painful and took out his wallet and said to the Anbu, go and call Jiraiya back and tell him that I will pay for his consumption so he doesn't have to wash dishes and do chores. Okay. The Anbu ninja heard Jiraiya's name, cheered up, turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly heard the third generation say something. Can you help advance the money? I'll pay you back next time. The third Hokage said, then smiled and said, my grandson is about to be born, and as a grandfather, I need to prepare a gift. The Anbu was speechless. He just said generously that he would pay for it. Don't worry, I will definitely pay it back next time. Ninja Hospital. Chapter 577. It's like Orochimaru. Akimichi Choza strode towards the corridor and saw a girl with short black hair holding the wall with one hand at the corner, looking at him nervously. Akimichi Choza said honestly, you go back. With Shikaku here, you can't bring the kid back. Uchiha Kaishin raised her head and looked at the tall and wide fat man above. The figure under the sunlight outside the fat man covered her completely. It was like taking a cool under a big tree. Gulp. Uchiha Kaishin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, holding the kunao in his hand, and said, you are the ones. Get out of the way, or I will be rude to you. Haha. Akimichi Choza laughed, but before he finished laughing, he saw the girl downstairs raised her hand and a bunch of kunao kunao flew over. Akimichi Choza hurriedly protected his head. The kunao hit the solid armor with a crackling sound and fell to the ground. Akimichi Choza raised his head and did not see Uchiha Kaishin's figure. He did not wait for the follow-up attack. He looked around, under the stairs, above, left and right, but still did not see Uchiha Kaishin's figure. Akimichi Choza narrowed his eyes and did not chase him. He stepped his right leg to the side, stood firmly, took out a bag of potato chips from his ninja bag, and continued to replenish calories. Damn it, why didn't I stop any of the pig, deer, and butterflies? The seniors are too useless, aren't they? Uchiha Kaishin went down to the third floor, walked through a ward, and came to the window with a swish. The window opened. Uchiha Kaishin stepped on the windowsill and looked out. The white curtains next to him swayed in the wind. Only fools would fight monsters one by one to enter the last level. Look, I'll take a shortcut and take the person away without anyone noticing. Uchiha Kaishin laughed secretly and walked along the wall to the ward at the end of the corridor on the fourth floor. Uchiha Kaishin just saw that Baiyu's room was at the end of the fourth floor, so she only needed to change sides, step on the wall from the third floor, and then enter from the window of the ward where Baiyu lived, and she would reach her destination. Chapter 578. You have to live a good life in the future. Ninja Hospital. Fourth floor of the inpatient department. The corridor was quiet. Akimichi Choza stood at the stairs like a door god, looking down and not letting anyone go upstairs. Yamanaka Inoichi paid attention to the situation on both sides. After realizing that Akimichi Choza forced back the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, he immediately focused his attention on Narashikaku and was ready to support at any time. He also felt what Narashikaku felt about Baiyu just now. Arrived. That is a kind of psychological pressure. People with weak perception ability can't perceive this at all. Only Narashikaku and people like him who master the yin attribute secret art can understand another level of horror. In their sight, the ward where Baiyu lives seems to be shrouded in darkness, weird, silent, and lifeless. Even those who approach can feel great pressure. It's as if they will face the danger of death as long as they walk over. This child named Baiyu is more dangerous than they imagined. Don't look at him being sick and dying now, but it seems that Baiyu's own death is an extremely dangerous thing. It is this feeling that makes him and Narashikaku very psychologically stressed. Now, Narashikaku is close to the ward. What will happen? Is it a sudden and strong attack or some other assassination method? Yamanaka Hai is nervous. Narashikaku stood at the door. He looked at the door handle and felt that this corridor and the surrounding houses were all shrouded in darkness. A drop of sweat slid down Narashikaku's face and the sweat dripped down his chin. Narashikaku knew that he could not hesitate any longer and had to make a decision. He suddenly raised his hand and grasped the door handle. A second before opening the door, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, made full preparations, and dodged the posture of hidden weapons and pushed the door open. The door was pushed open suddenly and hit the wall, making a huge clanging sound. This sound was extremely clear in the inpatient department. Everyone around heard the sound of the door opening. Uchiha Zolai, who was working hard to hypnotize the patient on the second floor, heard this sound and hurriedly looked up and immediately gritted his teeth, thinking that he was tricked by Zhu Ludi. What happened? Uchiha Kaishin stepped on the wall and climbed like a gecko to the bottom of the window of the ward where Baiyu lived on the fourth floor. The girl leaned on the window and looked into the room. She saw a boy with short red hair and hospital gown sitting on the bed with his back to her. She looked at the door. There was a man standing at the door. A man with a sky-high braid. The man opened his eyes wide and looked at Baiyu in shock. Casco.net. Uchiha Kaishin lowered his head quickly. Oh no, it's the deer of Inoshikajo. They came to take Baiyu away first. What should I do? Should I go out and fight Narashikaku? This is a veteran jonin who participated in the Third Ninja World War. If I join Baiyu, the two of us are sure to kill him. Uchiha Kaishin has not forgotten Baiyu's magical ninjutsu in their Uchiha clan's forbidden area. He can perfectly reproduce the scene a few seconds ago and let their own past chase him. This ninjutsu is so strong that it doesn't look like a ninjutsu. If it's Baiyu, he will definitely be able to kill Narashikaku. However, Narashikaku is good at shadow magic and has a terrifyingly high IQ. Can Baiyu beat Narashikaku? This distance is already within 10 steps. By the way, Baiyu is also sick. Will it affect his combat effectiveness? When Uchiha Kaishin was about to risk his life to snatch Baiyu, he just stuck his head out and suddenly saw the curtains being slammed shut by something strange. The originally sunny ward suddenly became pitch black, and only the place where Narashikaku stood at the door had the sun's light. This rectangular light spread all the way to the boy's feet on the floor, making the boy with short red hair reveal some outlines in the darkness. Narashikaku clearly saw that the appearance of the red-haired boy was different from the appearance he saw outside just now. Maybe the appearance outside before was the real appearance of this child, and the boy didn't see it with his own eyes at this moment, so he didn't know. The boy with short red hair looked as delicate and cute as ever, but on his delicate face there were traces of scalpel cuts and surgical sutures on both sides of his mouth. These traces spread all the way to the collar of the hospital gown, extending a terrifying pattern on the white skin, as if the whole person had been disassembled and then put together again. Coupled with the dark and empty eyes and the expression with a curious smile, it can be said that the cuter Baiyu is now, the more terrifying it is. This is no longer the image of an ordinary person. It is like a doll filled with the breath of death. It looks lifeless but also contains life. This life gives the dead object a weird atmosphere. It's like a ghost. Baiyu sat by the bed, holding a lighter in a hand covered with suture scars, and shook it. Click. Flames came out of the lighter. The red flame connected to the silver-white lighter, turning beautiful sparks in Baiyu's hand. I have been having a question recently. I have only recently had this question because because I also got it recently. Chapter 578 You have to live a good life in the future. Bai Yu looked at the person at the door and flicked the finger to open the cap of the lighter click, and the fire in the room disappeared in vain. An invisible pressure suddenly spread around. Narashikaku stayed at the door, not understanding where the pressure came from. He looked at the boy on the bed. A figure wearing a black cloak walked past Narashikaku like a gentleman, looking at the only person in the room except the original body with a sidelong glance without emotion. Bai Yu extinguished the lighter and sat on the bed, curiously saying, I have always been curious who is more powerful, the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan or my Black Sabbath. Not good. Narashikaku understood Bai Yu's ability in an instant, and it was Bai Yu's action of closing the curtains just now that reminded him. He thought that the room would be dark and he would be at home, but he didn't expect that Bai Yu would always be at home in the dark environment. Narashikaku immediately retreated. Suddenly, a big white hand stretched out from the door and grabbed Narashikaku's arm. Narashikaku couldn't break free and was pulled to the side by the man. The whole person was pulled into the darkness and away from the light source at the door. Shikaku turned his head and saw a humanoid monster wearing a black cloak, revealing a white face like a toad, and looking at him emotionlessly with golden eyes. I have no strength, I can't move. Narashikaku was stiff all over. The longer he was, the harder it was to move. He stood there like an ice sculpture, and even his eyeballs couldn't move. He kept the posture just now and saw the black humanoid monster who was still pulling. A transparent figure broke away from his body. It seems that my Black Sabbath is more powerful. Have a good journey, Uncle Nara. When your body dies, I will release your soul so that you can go to the Pure Land. Bai Yu played with a lighter and jumped off the bed. He stepped on the cold ground barefoot. His body swayed, and his body covered with surgical scars was like a corpse. He had to work hard to stand. The boy in the hospital gown staggered to the door. Chuan, why are you still there? Okay, I'll go find you. Then we will go to the Uchiha clan together. I will kill anyone who prevents us from leaving. No one can hurt you. In the future, you have to live a good life. Chapter 579 Don't say anything, Shikaku. A corpse was thrown out of the ward. Casco.net Yamakatsu Inoichi shouted excitedly. Akimichi Choza also looked at the door. When he saw Narashikaku lying motionless on the ground, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he forgot to put his raised hand into the food bag. Yamakatsu Inoichi did not go up to check immediately, but looked at the direction of the door cautiously, and saw a boy wearing a hospital gown and covered with surgical scars walking out with the door frame. Bai Yu looked sideways at the place where the sound came from. This voice is Uncle Yamanaka. Can you get out of the way? I don't want to make Ino sad. Yamakatsu Inoichi took a step back and raised his hands to Bai Yu, knowing that if he didn't hit it right this time, he would be finished. Shikaku is dead. Akimichi Choza strode towards Bai Yu. Yamanaka Inoichi noticed the situation and subconsciously made way. The fat man in armor rushed past Yamanaka Inoichi without saying a word, holding a stick in his hand and smashing at Bai Yu. Hey! Bai Yu found something wrong, raised his hand, turned his claws, and aimed his palm at the iron stick that Akimichi Choza smashed down. This hit Bai Yu's palm accurately, and the heavy force pressed Bai Yu's body to the ground. Bai Yu was knocked down by a stick and fell to the ground, his face against the ground. He was a little puzzled, and then he was relieved about his condition. In a healthy period he could dodge it and fight back with physical skills, but now it's not possible. There was a sound of broken bones in the arm. Although I don't know why Tsunade was able to find his broken arm and transplant it to him again, it feels really good to have a hand. Bai Yu felt sorry for his condition. His body was not as good as before. He had no ability to react at all, and even the wounds on his body had lost their super recovery ability. I didn't expect that his condition would be so bad. Akimichi Kozuo didn't expect that he would achieve victory in such a short time. He was surprised and didn't understand how he could kill Shikaku with such a weak strength. Could it be that Shikaku was not dead? Akimichi Kozuo protected Shikaku's body behind him with his big hands and looked at Bai Yu lying on the ground. In the invisible field of Akimichi Kozuo, purple vines spread out from Bai Yu's body like weeds growing, and in the process of growing, they spread to Akimichi Kozuo. Be careful! Yamanaka Inoichi jumped out of the balcony and barely stood firm. He put his hands together and made a triangular seal aimed at Bai Yu's back on the ground. Heart-turning technique. Just when Yamanaka Inoichi used the heart-turning technique to freeze Bai Yu, he suddenly saw a strange man wearing a black cloak and a hat standing in the dark room. When Yamanaka Inoichi saw it, the figure slowly walked towards the wall and disappeared in an instant. Then, suddenly, Yamanaka Inoichi saw the window again. The curtains were slightly opened. A red 2 Magatama Sharingan looked at him from the gap in the curtain. Sharingan. Black shadow. Yamanaka Inoichi judged that after he fixed Bai Yu, he would be pulled into the illusion by the Sharingan in the next moment. There was also a black figure in the ward staring at him. In order to avoid being hit by the Sharingan illusion, he could only forcibly change the target, raised his hands slightly, and the heart-turning technique immediately burst out. Sharingan illusion. Uchiha Kaishin opened his eyes wide and stared at Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes. The pupil power of the Sharingan passed through the line of sight and went straight into Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes, spreading from the eyes to the brain. Heart-turning technique. In the triangular mark, a mental force burst out and rushed into the house in an instant, brushing shoulders with the pupil power of the Sharingan in the dark house and attacking each other's body. Bang, bang. The two people were hit by each other's technique at the same time, and they were both at the edge of the building and fell to the ground together. Yamanaka Inoichi's body was controlled by the Sharingan illusion, and his spirit flew out of his body and rushed towards Uchiha Kaishin. At this time, under some kind of conflict. His body coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Uchiha Kaishin's body was also falling, floating in the air and continuing to fall. Suddenly, Uchiha Kaishin opened his eyes and his slender body changed the falling posture in the air, approached the wall, climbed up again, pushed open the window, and entered the ward. Uchiha Kaishin looked at the environment in the ward. Where is the black figure? That guy must be killed immediately, otherwise Dingzhou will. Just when Uchiha Kaishin was looking for Black Sabbath, he suddenly saw purple plants covering Dingzhou's body and growing out of Dingzhou's flesh. This man who he had played with since childhood and would stand in front of him and Shikaku to protect him from wind and rain in any dangerous situation, now opened his eyes wide. His eyes were white, his muscles bulged, and the armor he supported was cracked. Yamanaka Inoichi knew that this situation was not normal. The multiplication technique is to enlarge the body, including the muscles. In this process, the muscles are not actually tense, and now, Akimichi Choza simply relied on his own strength to burst out and crack the armor on his body with his muscles. He had never seen such a situation before. Who are you? Bai Yu climbed up and looked back at the house. He counted with his fingers. It's from the Uchiha clan. Yamanaka Inoichi was speechless. He didn't find the black figure and immediately rushed towards Bai Yu. But at this moment, Uchiha Kaishin's spirit was strongly resisting, and his body seemed to fall to the ground. Under the double pressure, Yamanaka Inoichi was on the verge of losing control. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 579. Don't say anything. He opened his eyes wide, took out the katana on Uchiha Kaishin's back, rushed to the door with a step, and stabbed Bai Yu with a knife. Wow! Akimichi Choza, whose body was covered with purple vines and whose eyes were white, shouted, and reached out to grab the knife. What? Yamanaka Inoichi was shocked to see Choza catch the katana with his hand, and for a moment he couldn't stop it. The tip of the knife pierced into Choza's palm, and the blade went straight along the skin of Choza's wrist, sticking to the hand bone and arm bone. It looked like the arm had become a scabbard, and the blade cut the flesh and sank straight into the handle. Bright red blood flowed down the blade. Drops fell to the ground. Bai Yu tilted his head in confusion. Why are you attacking me? Uchiha clan? Forget it, you can die too. Akimichi Choza strode forward, raised his other intact arm, and covered the girl's face with his big hand, about to crush the Uchiha girl's skull. No, I was controlled just now. Uchiha Kaishin shouted hurriedly. Akimichi Choza's big hand stopped suddenly. Uchiha Kaishin timidly put down the arm that was protecting his head and added, just now Yamanaka Inui wanted to control you with the heart turn technique, so I used the Sharingan to deal with it, and then he controlled me with the heart turn technique. Is that so? Where is Uncle Yamanaka? Bai Yu asked, and he raised his hand again to stop him. I already know. He is still alive. Alive. Uchiha Kaishin went to the balcony and looked down. He saw Yamanaka Inui lying on the lawn below the inpatient building and vomiting blood. Why didn't he fall to death from such a high place? Uchiha Kaishin said angrily. Sharingan illusion can't beat the heart turn technique. What the hell is this? This is the first time that Uchiha Kaishin has encountered the Yamanaka clan, who don't even care about the main body and directly use the heart turn technique to fight hard. It's like Yamanaka Inoichi is holding Kamehameha instead of the heart turn technique. As long as it hit, it doesn't matter whether the main body dies or not. The enemy will definitely die. How can you play like this? Yeah, hey, aren't you leaving? Uchiha Kaishin asked, and suddenly saw that Bai Yu's two hands were very uncoordinated, and it looked like two people's hands. Looking closely, Bai Yu's body is very strange. There are incoordination everywhere, like a monster. Bai Yu looked at Akimichi Choza beside him. Wait a minute, if we want to get out of here, we are not enough. I want to make two puppets. Are there any other people alive besides you? Bai Yu asked. Uchiha Kaishin was about to say something, but suddenly saw the boy raised his hand to stop her from saying anything. Forget it, don't say anything. I know you have another teammate alive. Uchiha Kaishin looked around at a loss, and then got angry. You know everything. Why are you asking me? You think I will tell you? I won't tell you. You can just get upset and angry because I don't tell you. Haha. Chapter 580. Puppet making. Under the inpatient building, Yamanaka Inoichi was lying on the lawn, with bright red blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. He coughed violently, his eyes fixed on the fourth floor, and he could vaguely see Akimichi Choza's red hair from the balcony. Dead, all dead. It's only been a few minutes from the time they arrived on the fourth floor. Nara Shikaku entered the ward, and then they found something wrong and attacked Bai Yu. How long did it take? Was it 3 minutes? Shikaku entered the room, and it seemed that he had only said 2 words without any resistance and was killed. Choza approached Bai Yu. He was controlled by the Sharingan, exchanged Uchiha, and returned to the 4th floor again, and Choza also died. 2 Jonin died just like that. What happened? Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't believe that his 2 friends would fall here like this, and he didn't want to believe that Shikaku and Choza were dead, but the ironclad facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. No, Choza might still be alive. He was controlled by that little devil. He should still be alive. As long as Bai Yu is defeated, it is possible to save Choza. Yamanaka Inoichi got up from the ground, holding his wound, raised his head and looked up angrily, and found that Bai Yu and the others had not left. Yamanaka Inoichi gritted his teeth and limped back. He wanted to tell the Sandame what happened here, ask for Bai Yu's intelligence, and then let the village design a special battle plan against Bai Yu. With Shikaku's intelligence and personality, it is impossible for him to be killed without resistance. Shikaku must have noticed something and then tried his best to leave clues. If necessary, that room needs to be entered again. Bai Yu panted and used the purple hermit to fix his injured arm. This arm was not the one that was broken before. The broken arm was not his dominant hand, so he did not use it when when he was attacked just now. As a result, the arm that was originally good was disabled in an instant. Now the hand hurts a lot and the bones were almost broken by Akimichi Choza's stick. But Baiyu is used to the pain and can use this arm forcibly without caring about his body. He only needs to activate the Purple Hermit. Let the Purple Hermit drill into the flesh and wrap the bones, and then command the Purple Hermit to drive the arm to move, and then he can use this arm normally. Casco.net. He also did this to control Akimichi Choza. Directly let the Purple Hermit drill into Akimichi Choza's flesh and blood, wrap the bones with vine, command the Purple Hermit to move, and drive Akimichi Choza's body. This is like operating a puppet. The chakra energy in the ninja's body is a very good energy source in itself. It is enough to provide the Purple Hermit with activities. If there is any side effect, it is that after the Purple Hermit touches the chakra energy, it will materialize, which will be very painful in the ninja's body. This kind of pain is enough to make people lose consciousness. This is the case with Akimichi Choza. Baiyu is about to lose the chakra energy. At this time, he has no recovery ability, so he can only keep hurting. Baiyu's face is ashen. He heals his arm and goes to see Akimichi Choza. At this time, Akimichi Choza stood at the door. His eyes were white and purple facial patterns were embroidered on his fat cheek. These were small vines wrapped around his head, not only on his face but also on Akimichi Choza's body, as if plants had taken root and sprouted in the ninja's body. Baiyu did not kill Akimichi Choza. He didn't have time to kill him. Now she changed her mind and had a better way. Not long ago, Baiyu came to the ninja hospital to deal with the bodies brought to the hospital by the Uchiha clan. As a result, that night he realized the ability to use the Purple Hermit to extract the memory of brain cells, which is a variant of the application of reading and writing information. This method can allow him to obtain the ninjutsu that the corpse learned before his death. At this time, Baiyu decided to make Akimichi Choza into a puppet and naturally let this puppet master the secret techniques of the deceased before his death. Baiyu raised one hand and without any operation, the reading and writing took effect immediately. A large amount of information and memories about Akimichi Choza appeared in Baiyu's mind. Deliberately ignoring those complicated memories that have nothing to do with ninjutsu, Baiyu mastered the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique and the butterfly secret technique. Among them, the butterfly secret technique is a physical technique that is no less than the 8 gates of Dunjia and is almost equivalent to the last gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the death gate. The probability of death after using the butterfly is very high, but the survival rate is still higher than opening the death gate. Both are physical techniques that multiply physical fitness. The butterfly secret technique bursts out all at once and then all shrinks back into the body. The limit of explosion and compression, the body. If the body can't bear it, it's over. It can be said that the higher the potential and endurance of the user, the stronger the strength after the butterfly transformation. The 8 gates of Dunjia are opened one by one, and there is a transition process in the middle. The user can adapt to the power of the 8 gates of Dunjia stage by stage, improve his endurance and then practice the next one. Compared with the butterfly transformation secret technique, it pays more attention to cyclical and gradual progress. Although the Akimichi clan has a strong physique and a lot of energy storage, it is still not as good as the users of the 8 gates of Dunjia who temper their physique day after day. So in terms of performance, the 8 gates of Dunjia are stronger. The Akimichi clan's butterfly transformation secret technique with the physique of this fat family is that the heart can't bear it after using it once and it will definitely die. It can be said that the fatter you grow, the more your internal organs can't bear the consequences of the explosion. This secret technique made Baiyu's eyes light up and then he felt extremely regretful. My dear, there is more after this chapter. The later is more exciting. Chapter 580 Making Puppet. His body can no longer make such an attempt. Although he knows how to use it and has mastered the principles of ninjutsu, this ninjutsu is now worthless to him. He may kill himself the moment he turns into a butterfly. However, isn't there someone who is not afraid of death here? Baiyu looked up at Akimichi Choza, thinking about when this puppet should be used for the final butterfly transformation. In addition, Narashikaku is also a good puppet seedling. He needs the shadow imitation technique. It can complement Black Sabbath, but ironically, what Baiyu needs is not the control ability of the shadow imitation technique but the ability of this ninjutsu to make the shadow spread in the sun. In terms of suppression power, the Black Sabbath, which directly suppresses the opponent's soul, has far exceeded the power of the shadow imitation technique. Baiyu does not need the control power of the shadow imitation technique at all. He only needs the ability to spread shadows in the sun. Narashikaku's soul was extracted from his body by the Black Sabbath and was thrown aside by Baiyu not long ago. Baiyu has not seen Narashikaku's soul for a while, probably either left or went to the Pure Land. So Narashikaku's situation is different from Akimichi Choza. Narashikaku is dead, while Akimichi Choza is still alive. Making Narashikaku's puppet was very smooth, and the Nara clan's shadow secret technique was also very easy to obtain. These two people died not long ago and are still fresh. This freshness allows the memory in the cells to be preserved. After Baiyu dealt with Narashikaku, he looked at Akimichi Choza again. He raised his hand and said, "You are in too much pain. You will have to watch yourself hurt people in the same village. It is better to die than to live. Just die for now. When the time is right, I will revive you." After Baiyu finished speaking, he casually pulled out Akimichi Choza's soul. No matter how angry Akimichi Choza was, Baiyu could not see it. He really could not see it. Chapter 581 Neat and crisp voice _ a bird passed by _ Akimichi Choza punched Baiyu, but it was in vain. He could not hit him at all. This action attracted the attention of of Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath stood quietly and elegantly in the shadows, his black cloak wrapped around his pale, inhuman body. Under his hat, his golden pupils watched Akimichi Chosa's movement. Baiyu released Akimichi Chosa's soul and asked the girl from the Uchiha clan next to him, "Did you see it?" "Ah, what did you see?" Uchiha Kaishin asked with his mouth wide open, looking around in confusion. Baiyu pointed to the sky and said, "My eyes are blind and I can't see anything, but I think Akimichi Chosa and Narashikako should be flying to the sky. Look at them, do they look like kite?" Baiyu asked innocently. In fact, Akimichi Chosa's soul was still beside him, powerless and furious. Uchiha Kaishin puffed up his cheek, looked away, and said angrily, "You said you didn't see it. That's great, I like flying kites the most." Baiyu held his head with both hands, walked like before, and went to find Chuan leisurely. He wanted to take Chuan to the Uchiha clan, and then concentrate on dealing with the affairs of the Rain Village. After carefully calculating the time, it is true that we have arrived at the Rain Village today. Black Sabbath took a step back like a gentleman and went back into the room. He saw the bodies of Akimichi Chosa and Narashikako following Baiyu like security guard. Behind the two security guards was the Uchiha girl. The two people blocked the corridor tightly. Uchiha Kaishin couldn't get through at all, and he became even angrier. Just when Baiyu was about to go downstairs, a ninja from the Uchiha clan suddenly rushed upstairs. Baiyu put down his hands and looked at this person curiously. "Are you Baiyu?" Uchiha Zhu Li asked. He just after asking, he saw Narashikako and Akimichi Chosa following Baiyu abnormally. The two people were like zombies. This strange scene made Uchiha Zhu Li feel cold in his heart. It was only a short while ago that the Inoshikacha, who made him feel difficult and had to run away, killed two people. Yes, Baiyu admitted it, and a hand like a woman was slightly raised. The delicate and beautiful hand held a silver lighter. "Can you make way?" Baiyu asked. "Oh." Uchiha Zhu Li hurriedly made way. Their Uchiha clan recognized the strong Baiyu was stronger than him, and Baiyu had to listen to what he said. Moreover, it was not easy to quarrel now, and it was the right thing to leave here quickly. You know, this is almost the center of the village. If the third generation had not taken into account the casualties and believed that the Inoshikacha could take them down, the ninja hospital would have been surrounded by the Anbu early. To be honest, the Inoshikacha was so strong that he could really kill several of them intact. Even if it is very unwilling, it is so. This is the fact, but I didn't expect that this person would be so strong. No wonder the chief of the Fugaku clan would think so highly of him. Uchiha Zolai followed behind, looking at Baiyu with a look of pity. Even if Baiyu is so powerful and has such great potential, he will still die young. Whether it is illness or the withdrawal of the nine-tailed demon fox, Baiyu will die. By the way, is that fox as strong as Baiyu? Could the clan leader have thrown away the watermelon to pick up sesame seed? However, the nine-tailed fox can kill the fourth Hokage, so it should be very strong. Uchiha Zolai thought. "Hey, Zolai," Uchiha Keksen whispered secretly, "why are you so slow? I completed the task alone." Uchiha Zolai's mouth twitched. "You still call this action fast? Inoshikajo has caught up with you." Slightly Uchiha Keksen stuck out his tongue and didn't ask how Uchiha Shosai was. Baiyu just said that she only had one teammate left. Now that she saw Uchiha Zolai, Uchiha Shosai was naturally dead. Just as the group was going down the stairs, a dozen Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared on the balcony on the fourth floor. Uchiha Zolai found that something was wrong and immediately looked back. The Sharingan illusion instantly controlled three Anbu, causing them to turn against their own side and attack the people next to them. There are still people from the Uchiha clan alive. Be careful of the Sharingan illusion. Hold the people who are trapped in the illusion and kill them when necessary. The rest continue to attack. Anbu took action immediately. Some held their companions who were controlled by the illusion, and some immediately stepped towards the stairs. A team of ninjas wearing Anbu costumes and Anbu masks moved lightly and quickly to kill Baiyu and others. Looking directly at the balcony on the fourth floor of the inpatient department, I only saw this team of people running between the windows at high speed. "I'll deal with them," Uchiha Zolai said solemnly. Not all ninjas are as difficult and scary as Inoshikajo. In fact, Inoshikajo alone is nothing. What is scary about Inoshikajo is their tacit cooperation. This cooperation has magnified everyone's ability. It seems that this combination can even hunt down shadow-level ninjas as long as they are in the right time and place. However, those who can enter the Anbu are usually very talented and have great potential. They either master the blood limit or the family secret. Just now, he used illusion to control three people unexpectedly. The Anbu left two people to hold the people he controlled, but there were still as many as 9 people in the Anbu team, and it was not even clear whether there were any hidden people shooting cold guns. At this time, staying behind to cover the rear is almost equivalent to leaving your life here. Chapter 581. A neat and crisp voice. Uchiha Kaishin was moved and wanted to say that she would stay, but at this moment she found that her strength was not enough to resist these Anbu. It was also at this time that she unwillingly discovered that she was not very useful. Uchiha Kaishin said nothing, opened the Sharingan and wanted to control one of the Anbu to relieve the pressure on Uchiha Zolai, but these Anbu were already prepared and ran with their heads down. There was no chance for the Sharingan illusion to play, and there was a large string of kunao and darts thrown over. Kunao darts do not need to be sealed, and they only have one throwing time, which is very suitable for feints to interrupt the enemy's attack rhythm. It looks harmless, but you have to dodge. Uchiha Zolai and Uchiha Kaishin dodged for a while, and the walls and the ground were nailed with various hidden weapons. Baiyu looked back. He could not see the two people waiting in battle array. He only knew that an Anbu had gone upstairs. Perhaps the support that Inoshikacho had called for had arrived. The speed of counting troops steps in the Hokage building was quite fast. Baiyu read out the number of Anbu behind him and immediately controlled Narashikaku. Narashikaku turned around, formed seals with both hands, communicated with the original body through reading, and accurately obtained the positions of the Anbu. Then, Narashikaku raised his hands and formed seals. Shadow imitation technique. Black Sabbath. The shadow under Narashikaku's feet quickly extended to the top of the stairs and turned upstairs close to the ground, splitting into more than a dozen groups and attacking the running Anbu. The Anbu who reached the stairs the fastest, holding a kunao in one hand, was about to attack Uchiha Kaishin, but as soon as he raised his arm, he was controlled by the shadow imitation technique. Uchiha Kaishin's expression was calm, and she didn't feel very nervous. She could dodge this kind of attack by herself. At this time, Uchiha Kaishin retracted the action of drawing the sword. Can you use the ninjutsu from your lifetime? Uchiha Zulai looked at Baiyu in surprise. Baiyu crossed her hands on her face. One hand was covered with purple vines, and the other hand was as beautiful as a girl's hand, standing in a weird posture. Narashikaku changed his hand seals and said coldly, shadow strangulation technique. In the corridor, more than a dozen people controlled by the shadow imitation technique raised their heads uncontrollably in sweat, and the faces wearing white masks looked directly ahead. Click. A crisp and orderly voice rang out in the corridor. Chapter 582 Red Devil. Normal shadow imitation naturally does not have such strong control, but combined with the absolute suppression of Black Sabbath in the shadow, it will form a terrible hard control. Shadow imitation combined with Black Sabbath can fully exert the strength of Black Sabbath. Even in the daytime, when the sun is scorching, Black Sabbath can come out and wander with sufficient chakra energy, completely avoiding the weakness of fearing the sun. Of course, Black Sabbath is still at its strongest at night. Night is the home court of Black Sabbath. More than a dozen Anbu died on the spot. Uchiha Kaishin and Uchiha Juri were both stunned. For the first time, they understood the unfathomable strength of the target. The Anbu team that they all felt was difficult and unable to deal with was killed by Baiyu in one encounter. With this kind of strength, is this guy a monster? Per thousand w.casco.net. Uchiha Juri and Uchiha Kaishin looked at Baiyu. When they saw Baiyu's uncoordinated body, they all had the same idea in their heart, maybe this guy is really a monster. But then, something even more terrifying happened to the two of them. Baiyu controlled Narashikaku to walk to the corridor and return to the corridor on the 4th floor. Then the purple vines in Narashikaku's body extended to more than a dozen Anbu ninjas and connected to the bodies of these Anbu. These Anbu moved just like Narashikaku. They were controlled by Baiyu. The enemy just now became a friendly party in an instant. You made puppets so quickly, Uchiha Juri said in surprise. If all puppets can use the ninjutsu they used in their lifetime, then Baiyu's speed in making puppets will undoubtedly be a headache for every ninja village. Even Baiyu alone can be called a ninja village. In this case, how can Uchiha Juri not be surprised? According to Baiyu's performance, he will become stronger and stronger in the future, and his people will become more and more. Then how can others fight? How to play in the ninja village? There is absolutely no such bug in this world. How slow can it be to make a puppet? Baiyu asked strangely. Uchiha Juri, shouldn't you collect a lot of materials, design drawings, and then work together for a few months? Why make a fuss? Lord Baiyu is invincible, Uchiha Gaiksen said arrogantly, not hiding his admiration for Baiyu. In a short while, Uchiha Gaiksen was already conquered by Baiyu. Baiyu heard this tone and trembled in his heart. Here it comes, this damn woman's fate. Baiyu once again thought of finding Chuan. Only Chuan can protect him and give him a sense of security. Too many puppets will reduce the control accuracy. I don't need these rubbish. Narashikaku and Akimichi Koji are enough. After Baiyu finished speaking, he guided the chakra energy in these ninjas, and the chakra energy of various colors was transported into Narashikaku's body through the purple hermit's pipe. The purple hermit is between reality and illusion. Baiyu once used the purple hermit to extract air from the abdomen of the snake. That was when he was with Suzuki. Baiyu's face turned cold. He missed Chuan more in his heart. Only Chuan would protect him, not hurt him, and give him a sense of security. Shadow imitation consumes a lot of chakra energy, but fortunately, there is plenty of chakra energy in the village. After Baiyu did all this, he took Uchiha Zulai and Uchiha Kaishin to continue going downstairs. What surprised him was that there were also ninjas from the Anbu on other floors, which seemed to be an encirclement from bottom to top. Baiyu took a lighter in one hand and led the way downstairs. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, he suddenly realized that there was someone in the sky outside the building observing him. Baiyu looked up. The delicate expressionless face was reflected in the crystal ball in the Hokage's office. The Sandaime Hokage looked at the crystal ball with a serious expression. The picture in the crystal ball shifted from Narashikaku and Akimichi Koji to the face of the boy with short red hair. The strange and delicate face made people feel terrified. The Sandaime did not expect that Konoha before the village went to war with the Uchiha clan. Their military advisor died. Of the Inoshikacho trio, only Yamanaka Inoichi returned. Don't look at me. Baiyu raised his hand and gently grabbed the sky. The barrier covering the entire village suddenly lit up, and a light spot appeared. After the light spot appeared, the entire sky seemed to be out of power. A translucent glass cover flashed from the blue sky. This glass cover was very large and covered the entire Konoha village. The glass cover disappeared again the moment it appeared. The crystal ball cracked under the sight of the Sandaime, and it broke into pieces in a few seconds. The Sandaime took a breath, not expecting Baiyu's power to affect here. This has exceeded the scope of wood release. Has this child been hiding his true power? The Sandaime realized that Baiyu's information was wrong, and he might have been wrong about Baiyu all along. This is not wood release at all. It's another blood limit. The Sandame thought of Orochimaru and regretted not asking him about the details of the experiment. Orochimaru had already left the land of fire and arrived at the land of earth. What to do? The Sandame thought about it. If Baiyu succeeded in joining the Uchiha clan and joining forces, who knows what would happen. Although Baiyu was dying, he was still alive, wasn't he? Chapter 582 Red Devil. Baiyu must be stopped from leaving the ninja hospital and joining the Uchiha clan. He must defeat the two people who can join forces one by one. The Sandame stood up and took off the white Hokage hat on his head. He might die this time, so it is no longer appropriate for him to wear this hat. The Hokage who died in battle cannot wear clothes with the symbol of Hokage, which will bring a heavy blow to the morale of the village. The Sandame changed into a ninja combat uniform, put on a convenient armor, stabilized the helmet he was wearing, and strode out of the office. To be honest, he didn't see how Narashikaku and Akimichi Choza were killed by Baiyu just now. The specific situation needs to be analyzed and understood at the scene, but he saw that Baiyu quickly turned living people into puppets and absorbed chakra energy. If this model continues to expand, the military force will be accumulated infinitely. Not to mention the Hidden Leaf Village. The entire ninja world can be overthrown by this child. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will kill you. A ninja holding a kunao shouted upstairs. The people in the ninja hospital have been evacuated. This is the first battlefield opened in the village, and the enemy is just a child who has not graduated from the ninja school yet. But it was this child who just killed many people mercilessly, just like a demon, a red demon. You can try. Baiyu's expression was indifferent, and he walked down the stairs step by step. The two puppets behind him launched an attack. Chapter 583. Both inexperienced and playful. The little boy with short red hair came down from upstairs. He closed his eyes, and there was no emotion on his delicate and cute face. He just tilted his head and looked at the ninjas around him. Following Baiyu's move, the surrounding Konoha ninjas took a step back in unison. The strategy adopted by the ninjas in the village was to surround the entire inpatient department, with ninjas entering each floor and then attacking Baiyu on the third and fourth floors. The rest of the people would leave and rush over to support after hearing the noise. Baiyu cleared the ninjas on the fourth floor so quickly that he had already gone down to the third floor before he completed the encirclement. According to the strength shown by Baiyu, low-level ninjas are all weak. Just pick up the sickle of the god of death and wave it lightly, and a large number of people will fall here. But no one is a paper man, and everyone has their own life. They can sacrifice their lives for the village, but it is meaningless to go up and die. This worthless thing makes people hesitate. This death is not worth it. It is meaningless. Wow, there are so many people. Uchiha Kaishin stood at the back, looking at the dense Konoha ninjas standing in the corridors on both sides, on the square, and in the hospital opposite, and a sense of pride appeared in his heart. These hundreds of ninjas came to kill them. With Baiyu here, they must accomplish an unprecedented feat today. Are we going to fight our way out? Uchiha Kaishin became excited and kept drawing his sword eagerly. The girl with short black hair and delicate and pretty face, wearing a convenient Uchiha uniform and ninja clothes, looked handsome and heroic. She looked at the red-haired boy with longing eyes. As back from being defeated by Baiyu, to unwillingness, and then to the ninja hospital. These experiences have made her heart change a lot. Uchiha Gaiksen admires Baiyu very much. Good, likes such a strong guy. Gaiksen, you are really a rookie and love to play. Uchiha Zulai helplessly held his forehead. We will die if we are not careful. Then die. It is my honor to die with Lord Baiyu, the girl said with shining eyes. You can just follow me. Baiyu raised his hands, and all the ninjas in the ninja hospital subconsciously reacted to Baiyu's actions. Read and write. Circle the direction. In Baiyu's dark and lightless world, a specific figure of the ninja hospital appeared. This picture is like a three-dimensional picture, showing the architectural structure of the ninja hospital, and there are many human figures in a bunch of outlined lines. These human figures are the Konoha ninjas who came to the village to surround them. Narashikaku, release all the chakra energy and surround this place with the shadow imitation technique. Narashikaku stood up, formed seals with both hands, and the black shadow stretched forward from his feet, just like a flashlight suddenly illuminated the ground at night. A black beam of light cut the ground horizontally under the scorching sun. The ninjas in the corridor, the square, and the high-rise building opposite all made way for the black shadow on the ground. Be careful, it's the shadow imitation technique. Using ninjutsu on such a large scale, is he going to die? Will the chakra energy be exhausted? Casco.net. It seems Lord Shikaku is dead. The black shadow reached its maximum extension in a few seconds, like a black pen and ink, drawing a line on the ground and walls of the ninja hospital. Baiyu turned his right hand, and the straight black shadow on the ground began to rotate in a clockwise direction. Konoha ninjas dodged one after another, and after noticing that Baiyu was going to use the shadow imitation technique to cover the entire ninja hospital, they hurriedly left the ground and jumped to the upper floors. This shadow cannot be touched, and if you touch it, you will be caught. Use ninjutsu. Focus fire to stop him. A ninja gave orders. Immediately, a large area of a red fire escape, deep blue water escape, and transparent wind escape attacked the inpatient department where Baiyu was standing. Akimichi Choza walked out from behind Baiyu, holding a steel stick in his hand, and jumped out of the corridor. In midair, he spread his hands in front of several people. Multiplication technique. Akimichi Choza's size began to expand. One of his hands rubbed across the corridor on the third floor. The wall was like a dead tree and rotten wood. The big hand dug a ditch horizontally, stained with blood-red flesh, and was painted on the wall in the corridor like red paint. On the ground, you can vaguely see the broken corpses mixed with mud and stone. A few ninjas ran fast and were not crushed to death by the big hand. Looking back, they were so shocked that their scalps tingled. The purple vines in Akimichi Choza's body are like a school of fish under the sea, running through Akimichi Choza's skin and muscles and covering the surface of Akimichi Choza with a layer of solid armor. When Akimichi Choza landed, the ground shook and made a rumbling sound. The gigantic Akimichi Choza was like a giant, just standing up. He was taller than the ninja hospital, and the stick in his hand was also enlarged to the point where it could be used. All the ninjutsu used by the Konoha ninjas bombarded Akimichi Choza's body, leaving various traces of trauma, but they had no effect at all, and were all blocked by the purple armor, leaving no damage. The black shadow on the ground quickly swallowed up the entire floor of the inpatient department. It looked like a black disc embedded in the floor of the inpatient department. Narashikaku's forehead had blue veins, and all the chakra energy was transferred into the shadow imitation technique. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 583, Noob and Love to Play. The edge of the black shadow disc on the ground of the inpatient department suddenly rose to the sky, like a curtain of water, to isolate this place from the outside world and form a dark barrier that wraps the entire inpatient department. Bai Yu is very experienced in using the water prison technique, and at this time he also wants to use the same method to turn this place into a dark cage and make it the home of Black Sabbath. The barrier closed very quickly, and the sky was pitch black with only a little exit left, with the light of the sun and the blue sky. A ninja found that something was wrong and jumped out immediately. Bai Yu ignored the ninjas who were trying to escape. In his slender and beautiful hands, which looked like those of a woman, he held a lighter. At this moment, Bai Yu lit the lighter and threw it out into the corridor. As the silver-white lighter spun in the air, the flame went out. The cloaked figure walked past the feet of Akimichi Choza step by step and walked towards the remaining ninjas in the hospital opposite. You guys follow me. Bai Yu continued to walk downstairs. Uchiha Zhu Li was stunned for a moment and said, they use chakra like this. The chakra energy will disappear soon. Right, let it disappear. It can be replenished if it is gone. Aren't there still a lot of chakra batteries over there? Bai Yu didn't even turn his head back, said. Uchiha Kaishin hurriedly followed him. She didn't care about that. Bai Yu was so handsome, so cute, and his sick look touched my heart. Battery. Uchiha Zulai looked at the building opposite and found that the ninjas were running around. When he thought of the way Bai Yu replenished Narashikaku's chakra energy just now, he couldn't help but shudder. It's really a battery, a human-shaped battery. Uchiha Zulai didn't think much and hurriedly followed him. How do you plan to leave here? Uchiha Zulai asked, unconsciously adding honorific. Hey, you talk a lot. Lord Bai Yu will arrange it. You just need to listen to the orders honestly. Uchiha Kaishin said dissatisfiedly. Why are you turning your elbow outward? Uchiha Zulai was speechless. Find Izumi first, then leave. Leave, maybe you need to find a way. Bai Yu shrugged softly and said, I may not be able to run away. I will stay to cover you. You just take Izumi away. Chapter 584, Black Barrier. Lord Bai Yu stays to cover the retreat. How can such a thing happen? Uchiha Gaiksen patted his ordinary chest and said with great momentum, let me stay. If you stay, can you stop so many people? Uchiha Zulai complained. In the end, it's still me who stays. Then you stay. I will escort Lord Bai Yu and Lord Izumi back. Uchiha Gaiksen said. Uchiha Zulai, you really have no conscience. Bai Yu heard this, smiled warmly, shrugged and said, no need to push it back and forth. Anyway, I am also a dying person. Let me do something for you in the end. But the nine-tailed fox in your body is very important to our family. Uchiha Zulai bowed slightly. I hope you will take yourself seriously. I don't have the nine-tailed fox. Your clan leader lied to you. Bai Yu explained. No nine-tailed fox. Uchiha Zulai's face changed and then said, impossible. The clan leader will not lie to us. You have a seal on your body. Right, yes, there is a seal, but the thing inside will never be the nine-tailed fox. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. When I die, whatever it is inside will dissipate with my death. Bai Yu smiled gently and said, that's it, be obedient. Don't let me kill you. Uchiha Zulai and Uchiha Gaiksen looked at the red-haired boy with a warm smile in front of them, and their backs felt cold. Does this person have no sense of good and evil? If he said he would kill them, he would really kill them. Uchiha Zulai's forehead was sweating, and he felt nervous. His hands and feet were a little weak. After all, he had seen Bai Yu's murderous nature and strength with his own eyes. Killing people was like stepping on ants on the roadside. He would die. He would really die. Uchiha Kaishin trembled, but she became more and more excited. The more afraid she was, the happier she felt. Such a person is worth following. When the three people went downstairs, Casco.net, Bai Yu's figure suddenly paused. He seemed to have noticed something and looked back at the dark sky outside. It was dark inside the shadow barrier, and there was no sunlight. There was only the light of torches and the white light from light bulbs in the hospital. After blocking the attack, Akimichi Choza shrank in size. Like a sculpture, he stood motionless in the dark square, watching the fighting in the hospital building opposite. Black Sabbath kept hunting the ninjas in the hospital building. Anyone who fell into darkness would be caught by Black Sabbath and his soul would be extracted. No matter how powerful a person is, once he is touched, he will be suppressed by the power of darkness and unable to move, and can only wait for death. Bai Yu got Black Sabbath too soon, and he didn't have time to study this substitute, so he could only let Black Sabbath play on his own. Fortunately, he created a home advantage. In a short time, Black Sabbath had killed dozens of ninjas. Just like a ghost, anyone who was touched died silently one after another. But Black Sabbath's own killing pattern was also discovered by the remaining ninjas. Now these ninjas are taking action. However, Bai Yu's focus is not on these ninjas but on the people outside the shadow barrier. Outside the barrier, there are big people coming. Bai Yu showed an interested look on his face and looked up at the place where the man appeared. Even if he couldn't see anything, he could get some information through reading and writing and the transmission between signals. The third Hokage put on his armor and rushed to the ninja hospital. He saw the dark barrier covering the entire hospital from a distance. This barrier seemed to absorb sunlight. The darkness on the surface made people panic. There were terrible things hidden inside, which made people feel uneasy. What's the situation now? The third Hokage asked the people around him. The surrounding ninjas hurriedly made way for the third Hokage. A ninja who ran out of the ninja hospital came over to report the situation immediately. Hokage Narashikaku and Akimichi Chozo were both controlled by a red-haired child inside. This barrier was formed by the shadow imitation technique. Shadow imitation technique? I know. The Sandaime looked at the black barrier in front of him with a tricky feeling. This thing cannot be touched easily. Once caught by the shadow imitation technique, you will instantly lose control of yourself. Only with extremely strong chakra energy and mental power can you get rid of the control of the shadow imitation technique. But the specific situation still depends on the confrontation with the caster. That is the confrontation of chakra energy and mental power. But it is impossible for ordinary ninjas to use this kind of range of ninjutsu. If Narashikaku is so NB, he wouldn't still work for him. He can give the position of Hokage to Narashikaku, so there is only one person who can use this large-scale ninjutsu. By you. The Sandaime's face became solemn. The most important thing about ninjutsu is who is the user. The shadow imitation technique in Narashikaku's hands and Bayu's hands are two different concepts. Narashikaku likes to use strategies. Bayu likes to crush with strength. In a battle between ninjas, if the level difference is not too great, strategy often plays a decisive role. If the difference is too great, it's like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Didn't Tsunade say that his chakra energy is constantly draining away? How can he still use such a large-scale ninjutsu? Having a lot of chakra is amazing. Chapter 584 Black Barrier. The Sandaime sighed. If there was no barrier, he could teach Bayu a lesson. Just like when this kid was so bold and wanted to kill Shimura Danzo as a ninja student. Although later this kid did not give up on Shimura Danzo and was so persistent that he had been secretly assassinating Danzo, which made Danzo frightened and unable to sleep at night. But he still has the ability to stop Bayu and let Bayu go on the right track. Until now, the Sandaime still believes that Bayu just lacks the correct guidance. It's all his fault. Bayu has come to this point only because Bayu has a good relationship with the Uchiha clan and needs to take care of the Uchiha clan. If he could come again, Bayu and the Uchiha clan would not have such a close relationship. Bayu may not oppose the village for Chuan, so if he is taught correctly, Bayu will be a good child in the village. The Sandaime sighed and felt that there was no way. Now the best way he could think of was to wait for the people inside to be unable to support the barrier so that the barrier power would be exhausted and disappear. In this way he could go in and catch Bayu. After Yamanaka Inoichi escaped, he originally wanted to find the Sandaime Hokage to tell him about the mission, but he met Shizuan on the way, so he asked the nearby Anbu to relay the news here and received Shizuan's first aid. Shizuan was shocked to hear that the things in the ninja hospital were done by Bayu. No matter what, he could not think that the boy who was so weak that he had difficulty walking would do such a big thing. What's worse is that Lady Tsunade is drunk and is still unconscious at her house. She came to the ninja hospital to take care of Bayu. After all, Uchiha Izumi is dead and no one is taking care of Bayu. Who knew that on the way back such a big thing happened in the ninja hospital? Shizuan's face was complicated. Bayu asked the Uchiha clan to pick them up for Uchiha Izumi. He will die for this, right? Moreover, he doesn't know that Izumi is dead. Well, this kid is very smart and decisive. We had already received the news that Uchiha Izumi was dead, but Shikaku was killed before he could say it. Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't let it go and said, if this information was revealed, Shikaku and Chozo wouldn't have died. We would kill him while he was distracted. The third Hokage has already ordered that Bayu should be killed and only a complete body should be left. But this operation failed at the most critical moment. The Uchiha clan team was not a problem for them. The problem was Bayu, a ruthless character who would not listen to a word and would start fighting right away. What's more terrifying is that Bayu's first sight killing ability is very strong. Yamanaka Inoichi looked at the huge black barrier covering the ninja hospital. He knew that this was a ninjutsu used by his good friend Narashikaku, but how could his friend have such a strong strength? Is there really no way to deal with that guy? Yamanaka Inoichi said unwillingly. There is a way. Shizuan didn't know whether to say it or not, but judging from the medical staff's judgment, Bayu no longer needed treatment, but if Bayu lived, more people would die. The only thing Shizuan was worried about was that Bayu was Tsunade's relative. At this moment, Bayu's physical condition is not good, and he can't hold on for too long. Using poison can speed up his death. Shizuan lowered her head, feeling extremely painful. Chapter 585 Method. Use poison. Yan's Hongai's eyes lit up. It's a good method. I can't provide medicine. Shizuan cured Yamanaka Yi's injuries and stood up. The black bangs covered the woman's face, making it difficult to see her expression. It's okay. There are some poison-making experts in the village. Yamanaka Yi stood up and left immediately. Shizuan clenched her fist and looked back at the black barrier outside the ninja hospital. She turned around and walked home, but she didn't know how to face Tsunade. Shizuan followed Tsunade and left the ninja village when she was very young. At that time, the village had just experienced a war, and there was suffering everywhere, not only in the village, but also outside the village. Tsunade saw that the war had stopped and decided to leave the hidden village of Konoha. Tsunade, like her, had no relatives in the village. The two were homeless and wandered outside for so many years. years. Tsunade finally had a relative, but she killed him. Shizuan couldn't face Tsunade. Shizuan, do you know, I have a nephew in the village, Tsunade said cheerfully. There are not many people in Konoha village who are good at making poisons. It is obviously inappropriate to look for people in the village at this time. Yamanaka Inoichi turned his head and reported the news immediately. They are a ninja village, and the strong is a whole, with all kinds of talents in it. He can't find an expert in making poisons here, but it is not a problem for the village. The third generation learned about Yamanaka Inoichi's battle plan and immediately understood the significance of the plan. Baiyu's health was not good to begin with. Now he can live only by relying on his own physical fitness. How long he can live is unknown. In Baiyu's current situation, I am afraid that only a small amount of not serious poison will accelerate Baiyu's death. Yamanaka Inoichi's plan is to make poison the last straw that crushes Baiyu, so that Baiyu will be dragged down by poison and blood limit disease and die little by little. This is the best way now. It can kill Baiyu at the lowest cost and stop this disaster. The third generation thought about it and immediately made a plan to transmit the message to the inside of the barrier. This black barrier only blocked the light and prevented people from entering and leaving, but did not cut off the wires. What surprised them was that the phone was still accessible, but the signal was not good and it was intermittent. This created an opportunity to contact the people inside. Inside the barrier, the sky, the ground, and the surrounding environment were all pitch black without any light. Staring at the darkness all the time, it was as if the whole person would lose his way in the dark. People dared not step out of the light source. There were screams before disappearing everywhere. When people found it, there was only a corpse without life characteristics left on the spot. They didn't even know how the other party died. They only knew that it was killed by something in the dark. After enough sacrifices, the remaining people gradually found out the killing pattern of the monster in the dark. Be careful, don't leave the light. Keep yourself completely in the light. No, the light of the torch will connect our shadows to a darker place. Only the light in the ward can drive away the darkness for a long time. Go and turn on all the light. In the hospital, which was as dark as night, the lights in each room were turned on, and the white light illuminated the inside and outside. The situation that was pitch black just now was reversed instantly. The whole hospital was lit up in the darkness, and the giant as tall as a mountain outside the hospital building was also illuminated. The giant stood quietly outside without any movement, but the sense of oppression it brought to people was very strong. Some people can't forget that the giant was unscathed after so many ninjutsu were blasted out just now, but what puzzled them was that the giant had not taken any action until now. Then, when the lights in the hospital were turned on, in addition to the giant outside the hospital, there were also many corpses of companions. These corpses were dragged by the purple plants on the ground and dragged outside the building. Looking carefully at the black sky outside, one figure after another was hanging and shaking on it, and the number was terrifying. These people died in the darkness and did not live to see the arrival of light. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of ninjas died in the hospital, as if they had encountered a small battle. The Konoha ninjas who came to their senses found that the bodies of their companions were everywhere around the ninja hospital, and they were all in great panic. At this moment of seeing the truth, it is better not to see anything. If you don't know anything, you won't be so scared. You won't know clearly how strong the people who killed these people are, and how low your chance of survival will be. These people are useless. The ninjas in the Anbu looked at the panicked ninjas from the same village. There is a huge difference between Anbu ninjas and ordinary ninjas. At this time, ordinary ninjas no longer have the courage to fight, but the ninjas in the Anbu still know clearly what they are going to do. This is the difference. Among them, the Anbu with some experience looked in the direction of Nara Shikaku. This barrier was used by Shikaku. Let's kill him and make the barrier invalid. What about the red-haired kid? Someone asked. If we leave it alone and kill Luju to remove the barrier, the people outside can join us from the inside and outside. If we can't remove the barrier, we will die in here sooner or later. If someone tries to stop us, we must do our best. Try to hold them back as much as possible and start the action now. After the man finished speaking, he was about to act when suddenly the phone rang in the office. Chapter 585 Method stand envoy in Konoha a bird passing The man's eyes condensed and he walked over to pick up the phone. Is there anyone alive inside? The phone sounded intermittent and the voice of the person could barely be heard clearly. Can I hear you? What does the Hokage have to say? Asked the ninja. Go and kill Baiyu. Use the poison you carry. Use poison. The ninja immediately looked at the boy with short red hair in the inpatient department opposite. The boy raised his head and looked at the dark sky, not knowing what he was looking at. Understood. The Anbu ninja hung up the phone and said to the others, divide into two groups. A few of you will go with me to kill Nara Shikaku, and the rest of you who are carrying poison will attack Baiyu. According to the Hokage's instructions, just let him be poisoned. After the man finished speaking, he immediately ran to the opposite inpatient department where Nara Shikaku was standing. The remaining Anbu ninjas immediately followed. They split into two groups. One team holding torches ran towards Nara Shikaku, intending to kill Shikaku, remove the shadow imitation technique, and make the barrier invalid. The other team went to poison Baiyu according to the plan. You can't walk on the ground. The ground and the sky have formed a barrier covering the sky and the earth and the surroundings. Once you step into the black shadow, you may be attacked. The Anbu can only run on the giant and jump to the opposite inpatient department. Black Sabbath noticed that someone was approaching the main body and immediately teleported to where the shadow existed. Although the lights in the hospital illuminated the ground on the square, as long as there is enough chakra energy, Nara Shikaku's shadow can move under the sun. Nara Shikaku paved the way for Black Sabbath, and Black Sabbath immediately quickly approached the few people people close to the main body in the shadow formed on the ground. The priority of the main body is higher than that of Narashikaku. Black Sabbath began to act and the square immediately rang with the screams of several ninjas being killed. The sound appeared suddenly and stopped abruptly, which was very strange. It looked as if they were caught by an invisible person and then died suddenly, which made people wonder what crisis had happened. The few people who attacked Narashikaku heard the sound and looked back. The other team was about to be wiped out, but they couldn't see clearly what killed these people. They thought the plan was just the beginning of success, but they didn't expect that it was only a matter of time before the team was wiped out. The stand in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 586. I can also sing. The gap in strength is too big, someone in the team said in fear. The plan arranged by the village is correct, but they must have the strength to implement it. Now the plan has just begun, and the other team is on the verge of being wiped out. When they go to deal with Narashikaku, the thing that destroyed the other team will follow. What's the need to continue to execute it? It depends on us. Use them to hold that thing, and you follow up. Kill Narashikaku and break this barrier. The leader ran on the wall to the floor where Narashikaku was. Oh, Baiyu made a cute sound and heard the movement. Shadow clone, multiple thousand books technique. The ninja threw a handful of senbon toward Baiyu. These senbons had a purple sheen. During the throwing process, they multiplied and flew towards Baiyu in a flash. Uchiha Kaishin immediately stepped forward and looked at these senbons nervously. It was obvious that these senbons were poisoned. Although Konoha village was not a village that used poison, the types of ninjas here were too comprehensive. Everything that existed in the ninja world was more or less available in the village. Uchiha Kaishin did not dare to bet on the effect of these poisons. She only knew one thing: Baiyu could not see anything. If these senbons accidentally stabbed Baiyu's body, Baiyu might die. Uchiha Kaishin stood up decisively. She wanted to protect Baiyu and was ready to use the inside of the Sharingan and the knife in her hand to chop off the flying hidden weapon. Wind escape, suppress harm. Baiyu raised a small hand. The sleeve fell on the white arm, and the palm was facing the ninja in the air. 10 times the harm. Bang! The originally calm space was blown by a strong wind. The flying senbon was immediately blown away by the wind and flew back at a faster speed than before. The ninja was still in mid-air, and before he landed, his body was instantly pierced by the poisonous needles of the senbon that flew back. The whole person was also blown to the ninja hospital opposite. The several-story building in the ninja hospital, all the glass windows facing this side were broken by the strong wind one after another, and many ninjas had to work hard to stand firm and not be blown away by the wind. After reaching the Anbu upstairs, he took a look at the opposite side, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Oh! Baiyu lowered his head in disappointment. On the wall behind him, a strange figure was reflected. This figure slowly retracted dozens of arms, and these hands were pinching the hand seal gesture. Uchiha Kaishin's forehead was sweating, and she looked back at Baiyu in disbelief. Such a strong ninjutsu power. She felt that she was redundant at this moment. Is it over so easily? No wonder Baiyu felt bored. At this time, Uchiha Zulai on the side said silently, Master Baiyu, there are a few bugs upstairs. I will deal with them and protect Narashikaku. Yet, Baiyu hummed, not caring about it. Uchiha Zulai went upstairs. If the opponent is not Ino Shikacha but just an ordinary ninja, he is not his opponent at all. Master Baiyu, are we going to find Master Chuan? Uchiha Kaishin asked happily. No, not yet. A troublesome guy is coming. I have to stay to stop him. Although he has not entered the barrier yet, he will come sooner or later. The village will find a way for him. Baiyu bit her finger and said uneasily, go and take Izumi away. Right? She is in room 203. No matter what she says, you must take her away. When you find her, I will create a way for you to leave here. Well, leave it to me, Uchiha Kaishin said confidently. The girl with short black hair immediately went downstairs and went to find Izumi happily. Baiyu glanced at the back of this person, hugged her shoulders in fear, and trembled. Izumi, the Anbu ninja has come to Narashikaku. Narashikaku kept the hand seal gesture and did not move. The Anbu ninja took out a kunao and cut off Narashikaku's head. A large head with a sky-high braid fell to the ground. In the dim environment, only black blood was seen splashing out and throwing on the wall. What made the Anbu feel weird was that Narashikaku's body still kept the hand seal. The black barrier covering the sky was not lifted. The ninja hospital was still shrouded in darkness. How is it possible? He is dead. How can a dead person use ninjutsu? He used the ninjutsu. He still kept the hand seal. Don't worry about the head on the ground. Go and chop off his hands. The Anbu took action and were about to chop off the headless body in the corridor when suddenly a person appeared in front of them. Uchiha Juri instantly appeared in front of these people and used a long-prepared fire escape immediately. Fire escape, great fireball jutsu. The fire instantly illuminated the masks and clothes on the faces of several Anbu ninjas in front of him. The huge fireball bombarded forward along the corridor, and the fire came out of the window, which was very conspicuous in the dark environment. Uchiha Juri noticed Narashikaku's situation. It's bad. No, it's not bad yet. He was dead in the first place. He can use ninjutsu thanks to Baiyu's control. That is to say, just keep him mostly intact. Is the hand seal the key to the formation of ninjutsu? Uchiha Zhu stood beside Narashikaku, watching the disappearing fire in front of him with a vigilant look. These Anbu will not die so easily, and the trouble will come next. Chapter 586. I can sing too. Third generation. Let me kick it. Bet on youth and blood. Such a barrier can be broken with one kick. Might guy who once kicked a mountain in practice looked at the pure black barrier with blood boiling and had the idea of a euro kicking it. This thing looks very solid. It's time to verify the results of his practice. No, Akai, you just came back. You'd better have a good rest. The third generation looked away with a headache and had to explain, this is a barrier formed by the shadow imitation technique. If a person touches it, he will be caught. The situation inside is very complicated and there are dangerous things. It's better to follow the steps. This thing can be said to be a natural ninja of physical skills. After the Sandame finished speaking, he ignored Might Guy, who looked thoughtful, turned around and said to the others, how is it? Are you ready? Report to the Sandame. The ninjutsu team is ready and is measuring the specific location of the target and planning the shortest route of action. How is it? Have you determined the location? Someone asked. A ninja from the Hyuga clan pressed 2 fingers on his temple and veins popped out on his face, confirmed he has not taken any action. Casco.net. Report the coordinates to the action team, the man said, looking at the Sandame Hokage. The Sandame nodded. After the barrier is opened, let the decapitation team inject the toxin into the target as quickly as possible. Now the first stage begins. The Sandame did not put all his hopes on the people inside the barrier. He prepared a team of ninjas who are good at the instant body technique outside. These ninjas will carry medicines, and after the barrier is opened, they will go to Bayou as quickly as possible. As long as one person can succeed, the combat goal was achieved. The first stage begins. The person next to him waved his hand. The fire style team is ready. Dozens of fire style ninjas stepped forward and stood in front of the black barrier that covered the entire ninja hospital. Ninja army link technique. Fire style. Great flame technique. Dozens of ninjas used the great flame technique together, and the flames shot up into the sky. The red flames concentrated on the same place. The temperature continued to rise. The black surface of the barrier was like ice cream, and it was burned by the flames in an instant, revealing the purple plants inside. Seeing that the attack worked, everyone present was happy. Bai supported his chin with one hand, lying on the balcony board and looking at the corner of the black barrier and the flames. Why don't you come over? Controlling you should be more fun than controlling Akimichi Choza. Right. Bai's palm moved lightly. In the black barrier in the sky, purple plants covered the whole. The flames burned on the purple plant, and Baiyu also had many burns on her body. Some parts were cooked and only the purple plants were left in the flesh to support the cooked part. The inside of the barrier had already been covered with a layer of purple plants. Some bodies killed by Black Sabbath were neatly arranged, hanging in the air, hanging on the barrier, densely packed. These are all sources of energy. Rather than saying that the shadow imitation technique formed a barrier alone, it is better to say that the shadow imitation technique covered the barrier formed by the purple hermit. The purple hermit himself supported this barrier, and the substitute would become stronger and stronger when it came into contact with chakra energy. Baiyu hummed a little tune indifferently, not caring about the smoke coming out of his body. Suddenly he turned around with interest and said to the empty place behind him, Chuan, I haven't told you yet. Right, I can sing too. Fly the bug, who are you missing? Chapter 587. 8 Gates of Ninja. Shocking gate failed. Outside the barrier, everyone looked at the newly healed barrier and was extremely surprised. This is a ninjutsu used by the entire fire escape class, and its power is almost equivalent to that of an S-level escape technique. Why does the barrier feel stronger the more it is burned? A barrier that can heal automatically. The Sandame felt it was difficult. This type of barrier ninjutsu was not uncommon. It only took an attack of more than the barrier's carrying capacity for a moment to break the barrier. However, it was the first time he had seen a barrier that could not be penetrated by an entire fire escape class using fire escape. This showed that the barrier formed not only had excellent carrying capacity but also excellent in absorbing chakra energy. The Sandame was not going to take action himself. If he took action, it would affect his condition. Who would deal with Uchiha Fugaku, the drunk Tsunade, or Jiraiya, who was wiping dishes outside the village to pay off his debt? The Sandame turned around and told the people around him, let the Earth Escape team gather and sneak in from underground with the assassination team to create a safe environment inside. Although we don't know what's going on inside, we have to take the risk now. Got it. Gather the Earth Escape team immediately. Yes. The Sandame turned around and looked at the black barrier. The Earth Escape team was not good at assassination operations. Now the specific situation inside the barrier was not clear. We only learned through the communication that there were invisible things hunting ninjas inside. Now there are heavy casualties. This proves that the barrier is very dangerous, and after the Earth Escape team goes in, it means that they will not get support from the outside world. Some people will die, but there is no way. Just bring the assassination team in. The assassination ninjas he chose are all extremely fast guys. Not everyone can master the Earth Escape technique, so they need the help of the Earth Escape team. Let me kick it. Sandame. Might Guy looked at the Sandame Hokage seriously. The barrier looked very hard at a glance. He wanted to try it. The blood in his body began to burn. The third generation was speechless, so Akai stopped making trouble now. Akai, go and rest first. I made it very clear just now that the shadow above cannot be touched. I have thought of a way, Might Guy said seriously. Seeing Might Guy's serious expression, the third generation asked with the idea of a euro giving it a try. What is the method? The barrier above is a shadow imitation technique, right? If you kick it, you will be caught by the shadow, so as long as I wear an extra shoe, there will be no problem. Might Guy raised his thumb and grinned confidently, his teeth shining in the sun. I am confident that I can take off my shoes before being caught. My speed is super fast. The third generation was stunned for a moment. Might Guy continued to show off his teeth. The third generation turned around and said to the person next to him, is the Earth Escape team ready? Let them hurry up and come out immediately after sending the people in. The Earth Escape team is just a transport vehicle, transporting the assassination team into the barrier. What happens next depends on the hint team, so the Earth Escape escape team naturally cannot stay in it. As for whether the assassination team can return safely, it is not considered. After all, if the plan succeed, the barrier will lose its effect and rescue will be naturally available at that time. If it fails, then there is no need for rescue. Third generation, if it is the 8 gate, it must be possible. Might Guy lowered his head and showed a hearty smile of a tough guy. It can break the upper limit of this barrier in an instant. The third generation turned around. Akai, are you serious? Yes, third generation, Might Guy said loudly. No, I mean you are serious about wearing 2 layers of shoes. I'm already wearing them. Might Guy put on his shoes and jumped on the spot. Third generation, okay, let's try it. Fly the bug, who are you missing? Bai Yu hummed a song, swinging his slightly familiar arms, and purple vines like crystals inadvertently emerged from his scorched arms. Bai Yu imitated the appearance in his memory and danced for Chuan. Suddenly, Bai Yu felt a strong chakra energy emerging from the outside of the barrier. The moment this powerful chakra energy burst out, it suddenly grew several levels higher, and he could clearly feel it through the barrier. Bai Yu stopped his puppet-like movement, turned around and looked at the place where the chakra energy burst out with an ecstatic look. Is it here? It's finally here. Let me see what kind of chakra energy it is. No, wait, I have to make some preparations. Bai Yu looked at the giant Akimichi Choza outside the building. Using the multiplication technique to increase height like this consumes a lot of chakra energy and physical strength, but for the dead there is naturally no such thing as physical strength, and the chakra energy is also absorbed and stored by the purple hermit. As long as he doesn't move, it will not dissipate. It can be said that the current Akimichi Choza has been supported by the purple hermit, and it is no different from a clothes rack. Bai Yu lifted Akimichi Choza's multiplication technique and asked Akimichi Choza to take out the special medicine from the ninja tool bag and swallowed 3 pills of 3 colors in a row. He grabbed a handful of Bing Liang pills and swallowed them desperately. At this time, the chakra energy outside the barrier became stronger and stronger, as if a volcano had erupted, giving the skin a burning sensation. That's it. Bai Yu turned to Might Guy. There was only a barrier between the two of them. Chapter 587 8 Gates of Dunjia. Jingman. Akimichi Choza strode to the side, his eyes white. The gas exhaled from his mouth brought a scorching temperature, and a trace of chakra energy emerged. Might Guy's skin was burned red. He took a running posture and looked at the black barrier in front of him with a ferocious face. His whole figure seemed to overlap with the shadow of someone in his mind. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. The 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Open. Blue chakra emerged from Might Guy. The Sandame opened his eyes wide. Can Might Guy open the 7th gate? From today on, I am the blue beast of Konoha. Might Guy exerted force on his feet, and the flat stone floor cracked like a spider web, and the ground sank instantly. Burn, my youth. A blue figure rushed towards the dark barrier at a high speed. Bai Yu felt the strong wind blowing across the barrier. He was in a joyful mood, and his beating heart made him feel the joy of being alive again. Akimichi Choza, prepare to turn into a butterfly. Bai Yu shouted loudly. The moment the voice came out, Might Guy's attack had reached the barrier. The powerful chakra energy first bombarded the barrier. The damage caused by the substitute was shared, and Bai Yu flew up from the spot in an instant. The blue chakra airflow hit the black barrier. Bai Yu's 6-layer mature body flew in the air, and the skin on his body rolled up and flew backwards along the muscle texture. The shedding of the skin exposed the purple vines growing in the muscles. These purple vines were all over Bai Yu's body and extended through the ceiling and floor tiles of the corridor on the 3rd floor and the wall next to it, fixing the body like a spider web. At this moment, all the white skin and cute faces were invisible. All that could be seen was a bloody human body and short red hair blown by the strong wind. After being hurt by the wind pressure, it was followed by the huge power brought. This power broke Bai Yu's limbs in an instant, and when the wind blew, he left the human body very cleanly. If it weren't for the purple hermit involved in the bones of the limbs, playing the role of breaking the lotus root and connecting the silk thread, I'm afraid that this kick from Might Guy would tear Bai Yu apart. This is to withstand the full force of the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu without dodging or evading. It's just as refreshing as he imagined. Bai Yu was hanging in the air. His hospital gown was tattered, but he looked up and watched the black barrier with a little crack. As early as when he controlled Narashikaku and Akimichi Koji, he used the purple hermit to wrap around his bones layer by layer in his flesh and blood. Casco.net. Now it's not him who controls the body. It is not the power of action of the body, but the spiritual power of his body as a stand user. It is just a fatal injury. His heart and brain are not damaged. Just use the purple hermit to sew it up. He needs life characteristics to live, but the purple hermit only needs a body to live. Bai Yu smiled miserably and coughed up blood. He used the stand in the opposite way of a normal stand user. A normal stand user controls the stand with the main body, but he abandoned the body and controlled the stand to control the main body. Isn't sensory sharing used in this way? The purple hermit is his stand. Why can't he be the stand of the purple hermit? And the stand does not only need a host. Bai Yu's broken limbs were connected back under the control of the purple hermit, just like an operation, and reattached to the body. Such a strong force. I almost died, but next, let Akimichi Choza, who turned into a butterfly, be your opponent. Bai Yu lowered his head, raised his hand with a sick smile, and a hole slowly appeared where Might Guy kicked. Might Guy, who was full of blue chakra energy, entered the barrier without any preparation. Immediately, several black figures ran in from the gap at a very fast speed. Bai Yu was missing his eyes and couldn't see anything. He only noticed that someone followed him in. He was very angry, but he didn't have time to pay attention to these garbage. After letting Might Guy enter the barrier, he immediately closed the barrier. There is also an invincible 3rd generation Hokage outside. Bai Yu didn't want the third-generation Hokage to enter the barrier. He didn't want to try how strong the third-generation Hokage was at all. If this old man can't beat him, he will definitely use the ghost ceiling. Chapter 588. This last move will end you. The Sandame cannot be allowed to enter. If the barrier is lifted, the Sandame will come. Baiyu does not want to test how strong the Sandame is. If this old man cannot beat him, he will use the Shikigami Fusion. Baiyu does not want to end up worse than death. He wants to avoid becoming another villain with a strange death. The moment Might Guy entered the barrier, the hole behind him had not been completely closed. There was still a blue and white sky and a bright sun behind him. The sun's rays shone in, just like a beam of light falling on the stage. Hundreds of corpses were hanging on the ceiling of the stage. These corpses were shaking, as if they were still alive. Might Guy saw this scene, his eyes widened with anger, and there was a crack in the corner of his eye. At first glance, Might Guy saw the most threatening person in the square, Akimichi Choza. Akimichi Choza swallowed all the drugs that can enhance chakra energy. If a normal person takes these drugs, although they will burst out with powerful strength, they will die. But Akimichi Choza was originally a dead person. He just died. His body functions have not completely disappeared, and he can still squeeze the potential of cells. At this time, after taking a handful of drug, his whole appearance was distorted. His skin color seemed to be scalded by magma, and terrible smoke was coming out of the red. Secret technique: butterfly transformation. Akimichi Choza hunched his body and compressed the chakra energy to the minimum. All the chakra energy was concentrated on his back. The next moment, blue butterfly wings grew from his back. Akimichi Choza also lost weight, and his long red hedgehog hair fell down, looking at Might Guy, who entered the barrier expressionlessly. Soon, purple plants grew out of his muscles, forming a set of armor and a helmet on the surface. On the visor of the helmet, the screen changed and Baiyu's face appeared. It's fun, let's change people to operate now. The little face on the armor showed a playful expression of a child. Akimichi Choza raised his hands to deal with Might Guy. The moment Might Guy fell, he used a physical technique, Konoha Whirlwind. The chakra energy and power increase brought by the 8 gates of ninjutsu made this simple move incredibly powerful. The strong airflow swept around his leg, and Might Guy kicked Baiyu. Baiyu said, "Oh!" Catch Might Guy's legs with both hands, take a step forward, and hit Might Guy with a palm. 8 diagram 64 palms. Instant body, bad rock rising. Might Guy instantly appeared behind Baiyu, lowered his head and raised his hands, leaning sideways to push Baiyu's back with an elbow. Purple Hermit. 2 arms composed of purple hermits appeared from Baiyu's back and grabbed Might Guy's hands at once. As a result, Might Guy failed to connect with the next lotus, and both sides could only wrestle with all their strength. However, the 7th gate of the shock gate was not comparable to the power that Baiyu squeezed to death. Baiyu let go of Might Guy's arm, took a step back, and made different movements with his forearms. "You are not as strong as you will be in the future, which is a pity. Come on, I'll give you another chance," Might Guy shouted. "Okay, watch my punch." Might Guy launched a rapid siege on Baiyu, and the whole person seemed to turn into light, appearing around Baiyu and rushing towards Baiyu again. Baiyu blocked all of Might Guy's attack. The soft fist is used for defense, which is much more useful than offense. Useless, useless, useless. I don't use my eyes to see your movements. You can't beat me with fake moves in my reading. Every move you make, every action, even where you will appear in the next moment, I have read it out. Casco.net. You can't beat me like this. My physical talent is better than yours. Baiyu just finished speaking and was hit in the face by Might Guy, and he flew backwards immediately. "Why did you kill so many people? You are also a ninja in the village, right?" Might Guy asked loudly, and followed closely. "Oh, are you angry about this kind of thing?" Baiyu said very badly. "They are not dead. They just entered the reincarnation one step ahead. Don't you know? There is reincarnation in the world, and people can also be reincarnated. Since reincarnation is possible, it means that there is no such thing as death for humans." Baiyu took Might Guy's next attack and continued, "What's more, as long as I complete my goal, those who died can come back to life. Death, life, these are all possible." Baiyu suddenly felt something wrapped around his body during the fight. Oh! Baiyu felt bored and left Akimichi Choza's body. The next moment, Might Guy flew into the air with Akimichi Choza's body, hit the barrier in the sky, and quickly fell to the ground. Inner Lotus. Boom! The ground shook, and blue chakra energy surged around, like a whirlwind on the ground, and a trace of wind blade cut on the cheek, leaving a hole. Baiyu waited for Akimichi Choza and Might Guy to land before reattaching himself. He twisted his broken neck and fixed his head with the purple hermit. For a dead person, losing his head is not a big deal. Baiyu spread his hands, looked at Might Guy and said, "This body is already a dead person. It doesn't matter how you hit me. Anyway, he can't die anymore. By the way, don't you use that move that can hit the air? What about the daytime tiger, the peacock, and the like?" Chapter 588. This last move will end you. Might Guy got up from the ground. "Knowing the enemy's intelligence, fighting is so boring. If I didn't know that Might Guy would use the lotus, I'm afraid it would hurt if I fell just now." Baiyu heard the movement and smiled. "I'm almost tired of playing, so I'll use a move I created to end you. Don't worry, I will make good use of your body. You will be more powerful than Akimichi Choza and will be the strongest puppet in my hands." After Baiyu finished speaking, he put his hands together, and countless arms suddenly emerged from the wings on his back. These arms looked bigger than a person, occupying most of the space above the square, and pressing on Baiyu's back like a mountain. "I didn't dare to use this ninjutsu when I was alive, but it doesn't matter now that I'm dead. I will burst out all the chakra energy and turn it into a final blow to kill you, Might Guy." Baiyu adjusted his posture, and the mountain-like arms behind him slowly closed like the 1,000-armed Guanyin, and then retreated like a flower flower into the state of corn. Might Guy's face was serious and he had a premonition that he was going to die here. Just use this trick 50 times. Instant body technique. Cough cough. The sound of a child coughing came from the corridor. Bai Yu couldn't help but loosen all the hands that were making seals and his consciousness involuntarily returned to his body, leaving only Akimichi Choza standing in the square facing Might Guy. What's going on? Bai Yu coughed and stood up, his heart aching. He counted with his fingers and the terrifying face without skin tilted his head to look at the Anbu ninja not far away. This Anbu ninja was lighting incense in his hand. Purple smoke was floating around mixed with other types of toxins. Some Anbu ninjas were also hiding in other places. You guys. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. His home was actually robbed. Go to hell. Reading. Heart damage. In the dark vision, purple arms grabbed the Anbu personnel in different positions. It was as if they were pinching the hearts of these people together. Bang, bang, bang. The Anbu personnel immediately fell to the ground with broken heart, all dead. At the same time, the protective ninjutsu engraved by the ninja when entering the Anbu took effect. It was different from the effect of the seal of the root of tongue disaster. It seemed that a large handful of invisible flames emerged from Bai Yu's arms, burning his spirit. Bai Yu staggered downstairs. No, I can't die here. I still have things to do. Chuan, let's get out of here. Chapter 589. Is this the case? The substitute in Konoha _ a bird passes Chuan, let's get out of here. Bai Yu hurriedly fled downstairs. He didn't have time to go downstairs step by step. He rushed down from the upstairs in a few steps, but he couldn't see anything with his eyes, which caused him to keep falling down the stairs, almost falling down the stairs. He was as embarrassed as he could be. Bai Yu came to room 203. He climbed up at the door and pushed the door in front of him weakly. Chuan. The room was quiet and dim. Uchiha Kaishin stood in front of a morgue cabinet. His expression was covered by the shadow, and his expression could not be seen clearly. One of the drawers with Uchiha Kwan's name on it had been opened, and a body bag was placed on it, and the bag was bulging. Uchiha Kaishi's mind was blank, and he didn't know how to report to Bai Yu. The person Bai Yu asked her to find was already dead. Already dead. How should I tell Bai Yu about this matter? Bai Yu was angry. Would he kill her? Just as Uchiha Kaishin was struggling with her heart, she suddenly heard a voice from outside. She looked back and saw a child covered in blood standing at the door, looking at this side with dark and empty eyes. By Lord Bai Yu, don't look. Uchiha Kaishin stood up and used his body to protect the morgue cabinet behind him and the person in the body bag. Izumi, Bai Yu murmured and walked into the house with disordered steps. He raised his hand with his fingertips in front, trying to find Izumi. Izumi liked to shake hands with him the most, saying that they could feel each other's pulse beating. Bai Yu missed Izumi so much. Uchiha Kaishin wanted to stop Bai Yu. Bai Yu pushed him away. Uchiha Kaishin noticed the temperature coming from Bai Yu's arm, and his face changed. This was the touch of being burned by fire, but strangely, there was no fire on Bai Yu's body. This situation is very similar to the fire ninjutsu related to the Sarutobi clan recorded in the clan. It will burn the ninja's spirit, causing the pain to be transmitted from the spirit to the body, causing the imbalance between the spirit and life force and resulting in the inability to use ninjutsu in pain. She must eliminate the backlash of this ninjutsu for Bai Yu as soon as possible. Uchiha Kaishin was about to take action when she saw Bai Yu open her arms and embrace the body bag, rubbing the body bag with her bloody face. It was like a child acting like a spoiled child in front of her sister. Izumi, I feel safe only when I'm with you. I'm in so much pain now. It's really painful, and it feels much better when I see you. Bai Yu said softly, and her consciousness became more and more drowsy, and her voice became lighter and lighter. Finally, she lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. I don't know what those Anbu did just now. Bai Yu felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to breathe, and her hands and feet would sometimes twitch and swing uncontrollably. Even if she used the purple hermit to tighten the bones in her body and swing her limbs, she couldn't walk normally. Izumi, it's good to be with you. So safe. It's so safe here. Bai Yu hugged herself and curled up under the open drawer of the morgue cabinet. The white light from the window made a rectangular shadow appear under the open morgue cabinet, and Bai Yu was in the shadow. Per thousand w.casco.net. It looked as if Izumi was still protecting Bai Yu. Uchiha Kaishin looked at the scene in astonishment, stepped back a few steps, and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Uchiha Kaishin's head was confused. Uchiha Izumi was dead. Bai Yu seemed to be dying too. What should I do next? What should I do? Uchiha Kaishin swallowed nervously. Or, take the bodies of these two people back. Can they be taken back? This is the center of the village, surrounded by Konoha ninjas, and the Sandame, the super powerful Hokage, is here. Can't run away. They can't run away. Uchiha Kaishin pressed her face with one hand and laughed foolishly a few times. Just when she was about to put down her weapon and wait for death, she suddenly saw some purple vines spreading on the ground. Uchiha Kaishin dodged quickly, but found that this living vine did not attack her, but bypassed where she was standing and climbed towards Bai Yu. These purple vines were densely covered around the room, on the ground, walls, and ceiling, just like creepers, densely packed. Like the roots of trees, they grew and extended on the ground, all the way to the side of the morgue cabinet, and gathered around the bleeding person. One by one, the vines were connected to the bloody person, and some visible chakra energy of different colors was like water flow, passing through the pipes of these vines and transported into Bai Yu's body. Bai Yu's body became healthier and healthier, and the lost skin grew back quickly, and even the red hair became much brighter. Under the tattered blue and white striped hospital gown, the scarred person had received the best treatment. Uchiha Kaishin suddenly burned with the hope of survival. She looked out the window and saw only the the dark square between the buildings on both sides. Akimichi Choza still stood in front of Might Guy. This thin figure carried a huge mountain of arms on his back, and thousands of arms were in hand seals. Might Guy stood there blankly. The chakra energy flow from the two people was still dissipating. What attracted Uchiha Kaishin's attention was not the dead Akimichi Choza and the strange opponent Might Guy who suddenly died, but the hundreds of corpses hanging over the entire ninja hospital. This chapter is not over yet. Like Konoha, please collect the stand envoy in Konoha. Chapter 589 is that so stand envoy in Konoha a bird passing At this moment, people in the hospital are constantly being killed by purple plants and black monsters. The bodies of the dead will be dragged away by the purple plants, collected and then hung up. Just like bacon on the clothes rack, they are hung under the dark barrier one by one. Looking closely, this scene is a bit scary and terrifying. Uchiha Kaishin thought of Bayu's method of replenishing Narashikaku's chakra energy before, and looked down at Bayu, who was still in a deep sleep, and a look of joy that could not be concealed appeared on his handsome face. After absorbing the chakra energy of hundreds of ninjas, Lord Bayu will be better now, right? Maybe we can still fight our way out. Uchiha Kaishin was happy. At this moment, Uchiha Kaishin suddenly found a purple mark under Bayu's snow-white skin, which looked like varicose veins. Uchiha Kaishin took cautious steps and was about to make the next observation when she suddenly found Bayu turned her head and looked at her. This glance was very abrupt and scared Uchiha Kaishin. Lord Bayu, are you feeling better? Uchiha Kaishin asked cautiously. I will expand a road for you to the Konoha forest. Whether you can run out depends on you. After Bayu finished speaking, he curled up again, curled up like a baby. The vines connected to his body were still constantly transmitting chakra energy. The disease that plagued his body would cause his own chakra to dissipate constantly, which made it impossible for him to store chakra energy. The loss of chakra energy would weaken his physical and mental state until death. The blood of the Uzumaki clan has super strong recovery ability and life force when the chakra energy is sufficient. Once the problem of chakra energy is solved, his physique will recover all the injuries. However, although he can replenish chakra energy to restore his body, his own chakra storage limit is constantly weakened by the blood limit disease, which causes the power he can store to become less and less. Bayu is only temporarily recovered now. The blood limit disease will continue to drain chakra energy, so he will still die. He can't die. He still has things to do. So even if he kills hundreds of people, he has to live until he gets the reincarnation eye. Otherwise, wouldn't the people who have died so far really die? Ahem. Bayu couldn't help coughing. Uchiha Kaishin clearly saw that the blood that Bayu coughed out was purple poisonous blood. Lord Bayu, let's go. Thank you for your help. Chuan must be waiting for me on the way. Chapter 590. One tree can't support it the stand in Konoha a bird passes The black barrier on the side facing the Konoha forest suddenly bulged, and a purple pipe extended forward rapidly like a big snake body crossing the Konoha village, crushing above the village buildings. Uchiha Kaishin noticed this and looked back at Bayu. Bayu hugged himself and said tiredly, go. Yet, perhaps he really had no conscience. Uchiha Kaishin admired Bayu before, but now he left without saying goodbye. Master Bayu, I wish you good luck. I will pay more tribute to you in the future. Uchiha Kaishin ran out of the room after saying that. Master Bayu hopes that I can survive. Survival is what he expects to see, so I must survive no matter what, just like what my parents expect. Survival itself is the best response to them. The girl with short black hair ran to the side of the passage, passing the square with hundreds of corpses hanging without changing her expression. Just as Uchiha Kaishin was about to leave the passage, she suddenly noticed that Might Guy in front of Akimichi Choza glanced at her. This glance almost scared Uchiha Kaishin's skull off. She hurriedly accelerated her speed and ran away. Uchiha Kaishin knew how scary Bayu's momentum was when he fought this monster before. Although Might Guy was suppressed by Bayu, he was not an opponent she could resist. At this moment, being glanced at by Might Guy, Uchiha Kaishin almost thought she was going to die. She felt Bayu's power even more. There are still people alive in the hospital who were killed by the purple plant. Are you going to despise their lives just to chase me? Uchiha Kaishin left in a hurry. Might Guy took off his shoes, threw them behind the girl, and ran to the ninja hospital without looking back to deal with the purple plants that killed so many people. But after a battle, the 7th gate of the 8 gates has reached its longest usage time. Might Guy can only support himself so that he does not fall down before the usage time is up. Might Guy's the shoe hit Uchiha Kaishin's vest and the girl fell a few times in the purple passage. She got up from the ground in a mess and continued to run forward without changing her expression. By the way, do I have another teammate? Uchiha Kaishin thought about this matter. Forget it, leave him alone. Uchiha Zulai finished dealing with those Anbu upstairs, saw the scene of Bayu fighting with Might Guy, and ignored the fact that the Anbu poisoned Bayu. At this time, it was the last level. Uchiha Zulai jumped down from the upstairs and entered the room where Bayu was. It's really a monster. Casco.net. You said that the 9-tailed fox is not sealed in your body, but you are so strong. There must be a reason, right? No matter what monster is sealed, that monster can become a helper for my Uchiha clan. Now is the best time to take you away. Hold on, you can't die now. At least you have to die after we open the seal. Uchiha Zulai walked to the center of the room and saw the red-haired boy under the body bag. The red-haired boy curled up in the shadows, ragged clothed, and his skin was white and delicate. This kind of recovery ability that is so strong that it makes people jealous is really enough. Thank you for your kindness. I have opened up an escape route. Now I can take you back to the family to report. Uchiha Zulai was about to pick up Baiyu. Suddenly, Uchiha Zolai seemed to have a purple arc in his mind. After the current pass, a purple big hand grabbed him from the darkness. Uchiha Zolai's heart suddenly stopped at this time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. He looked at the sleeping child in disbelief. Finally, Uchiha Zolai's limbs were wrapped by purple vines, dragged out and hung above the barrier. Like other corpses, he became one of the densely packed one. Baiyu breathed evenly, and layers of vines appeared on his body, wrapping himself up to form the strongest defense. Countless chakra energy was transported into Baiyu's body through the pipeline. Baiyu's body's recovery ability was fully activated because of the chakra energy, and he once again showed an exaggerated recovery ability in his healthy period. But Baiyu knew that this was only temporary. He couldn't plunder life endlessly to replenish himself, and under the dual influence of toxins and blood limit disease, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to maintain his survival. No matter how much chakra energy he plundered, he couldn't keep it. Now he only had his last breath left, hanging on to his life. In any case, he had to complete the last thing. Take the Samsara Eye from Uzumaki Nagato. If he hadn't gotten the Samsara Eye, then Izumi and Suzuki would have really died, and those whose chakra energy he extracted would also really die and would not come back to life. He wanted to bring the dead back to life, and it was because of this idea that he committed the sin of killing. While Baiyu was reading and writing, he came to the Uchiha clan's residence. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was taken back by the Uchiha clan's ninja and trapped in one of the rooms. Baiyu ignored Uzumaki Naruto and went directly to where Uchiha Fugaku was. "You're here." Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyes and saw Baiyu. Baiyu stood quietly aside and said indifferently, "Your rescue plan failed. In the end, a little girl escaped, but probably the whole team will be wiped out. Is Uchiha Kaishin the only one left?" Uchiha Fugaku sighed. "The child has taken the wrong path. In the Uchiha clan, the more selfish you are, the less likely you are to get higher power." Chapter 590. One tree cannot support itself. "I'm not here to discuss her with you." Baiyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "The plan failed, and my body is about to die. I just want to say hello to you now. After all, you are Suzuki and Ataka's family. You should retreat. With Jiraiya and Tsunade here, and the monster might guy is here, you have no chance of winning. If you retreat now, I can help you stop the pursuit of the village. When I die later, no one will stay to help you stay behind." Uchiha Fugaku looked at the scenery in the courtyard and said nothing. The bamboo water container used for timing, knocking on the stone, made a crisp sound, which was quite zen. Neither of them spoke. Baiyu was waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's judgment. "Itaki, did you go outside?" A woman's voice came from behind Baiyu. Baiyu heard the voice and realized that it was Suzuki and Ataka's mother, Uchiha Mikoto. Baiyu turned around and looked at the other person out of politeness. In fact, Baiyu couldn't see anything at all. His current form was just the information particles that appeared when the purple hermit read and wrote. The main body lost his eyes, and the substitute also lost his eyes. But whether it was the purple hermit or the black Sabbath, they didn't just observe things with their eyes, so this didn't hinder Baiyu. He was sent out by the Sandame and is on the way to the rain village. He should be here now. Baiyu said softly, "What do you have? Do you need to convey his word? I will tell Ataka the news, which is also a small thing for you." Uchiha Mikoto squatted in front of Baiyu with a serious expression on her face and said with some pleading, "If Ataka is really outside, tell him not to come back. Never come back to the ninja village." "Aren't you going to evacuate?" Baiyu asked. "It's different now than it was decades ago. The era of the ninja family is over," Uchiha Mikoto said. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Baiyu and said calmly, "The Uzumaki clan is also a big ninja clan. In today's world, it is difficult to support it alone, and the so-called alliance is not reliable. The Uchiha clan left Konoha and had to face not only the other ninja villages but also the craziest revenge from Konoha village. They will not watch the Uchiha clan become the power of other villages. What we have to face and cannot escape is only Konoha village." Baiyu didn't know how to answer. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Baiyu's red hair and said gently, "It would be best if the Uchiha clan died in the village. Those bad guys who covet the Sharingan would not set their sights on Ataka. Please tell Ataka that he should take good care of himself and not return to the village." Chapter 591. The Rain Village Team. You should know what kind of feelings the Uchiha clan's final power comes from. Uchiha Mikoto stood up and stood with Uchiha Fugaku. Such a gentle way to say cruel things. Baiyu didn't know how to convey it to Ataka and thought of himself like Uchiha Mikoto, hoping to break Ataka's heart, make Ataka fall into despair, and obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it seems that his feelings for Uchiha Mikoto are different. He just wants to hurt Ataka and let Ataka get the Mangekyo Sharingan as Suzuki expected. And Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku seem to want to use their lives to open the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for Ataka as the power for Ataka to survive outside the village after the failure of the Uchiha clan. Is this the love of father and mother? Baiyu was full of emotion. He turned around and looked at the courtyard. "Forget it, he is not my son. Just tell him like this. Well, goodbye. I wish you all the best." Baiyu disappeared from in front of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Baiyu did not leave directly. At this time, his body had absorbed the chakra energy of hundreds of people and was protected by the outer shell formed by the purple hermit. The people of Konoha could not kill him. He just wanted to take another look at Suzuki and then set foot on the battlefield of Rain Village. As for the Uchiha clan, he was really powerless. Baiyu came to Sasuke's side. He squatted in front of the tombstone. Baiyu couldn't see anything with his eyes, but he knew what was in front of him. Baiyu didn't know what to say or how to confess. He knew what love was before, but now he didn't know. That That's it. Bai Yu stayed for a while and stood up. See you in the future. Bai Yu's figure disappeared in the cemetery and read directly in front of Uchiha Itachi. As soon as Bai Yu appeared, he felt raindrops falling from the sky, passing through his body and dripping on the ground. This is the land of rain, a country where it rains all the time. Itachi looked sideways slightly with an indifferent expression on his delicate and smooth face. After he finished speaking, he raised his raincoat to shield Bai Yu from the rain falling from the sky. The whole sky was black, with lightning flashing in the cloud and continuous drizzle falling from the sky. The road on the ground was muddy, with puddles, and the weeds on both sides of the road showed a vitality different from that of the fire country in the rain. Itachi used a raincoat to cover Bai Yu, who was shorter than him, to prevent Bai Yu from being wet by the rain. Although Itachi knew that this was just an idea of a euro Bai Yu, he still couldn't help but make such a move. Just like taking care of Suzuki, it has become a habit for the elder brother to take care of the younger brother. Although Bai Yu has always called him sister, well, male sister, Bai Yu didn't respond. Itachi didn't like to talk, and it was more difficult for him to speak than Itachi at this time. The biggest reason was that he didn't understand what feelings were. Have we arrived in the rain country? Bai Yu raised her little hand, and the rain in the air quickly gathered to form a water painting hanging in the air. It showed the map of the land of rain and the topography of the rain village. Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi saw Bai Yu and immediately moved closer. Shisui had experience and only saw Bai Yu after opening his Sharingan, but Kakashi was not like that. He only saw Itachi stop and a map made of rain appeared in front of him. When he got closer, he saw the empty space in the raincoat under Itachi's raised hand. Judging from the size of the position, it was probably someone younger than Itachi. Kakashi has always been interested in the most mysterious teammate in this team, but the other party only contacted Itachi, so he had no chance to inquire about the intelligence. He only knew that the other party's online support was awesome. Seeing the topographic map that appeared in front of Itachi, he immediately understood the value of Bai Yu. This intelligence ability, it's ridiculously powerful. The map is more detailed than the one he brought from the village. Bai Yu noticed that people were approaching, so he said, the leader of the rain village knows a secret technique called Rain Tiger Free Technique, which can detect people with chakra energy in the rain barrier on a large scale. The first stage goal is to sneak into the rain village and attract the main combat force of the rain village. I will help you eliminate some small characters. Your goal is just to assassinate the few strong people who appear after the assassination. After the first stage is over, start the second stage plan. Shisui, your goal is to find one of the pain. Use the main Jikaya Sharingan to try to use Kota Amatsukami to control the body of the six paths pain. Uzumaki Nagato. If the control fails, immediately transfer the target and control a blue-haired female ninja. The female ninja's name is Konan, and she is a companion of Uzumaki Nagato. In exchange for this female ninja, there is a high possibility that you can get the Samsara Eye from Uzumaki Nagato. Uchiha Shisui looked serious and nodded. Understood. Bai Yu looked at Itachi. Itachi was still too young and had not gained enough growth experience. Even if his combat IQ was high, it would not be of much use in such an occasion. A genius who had not grown up was not a genius. Itachi could not help much now. His biggest role was to help him transport Rokakaka to the rain village. If it was Shisui and Kakashi, Bai Yu would not trust them. In this team, he only trusted Itachi. Bai Yu said, Itachi, protect yourself. I will keep in touch with you to keep you out of danger and pick up Kakashi and Shisui. I understand. Itachi had no dispute. Bai Yu handled the minor characters, and some powerful characters were handled by Shisui and Kakashi. He really had nothing to do. He just listened to the instructions and did not feel lonely and neglected. Chapter 591, The Rain Village Team. In fact, Itachi is used to this feeling of being on the edge. What about me? Kakashi smiled with his eyes narrowed and his exposed eyes curved into a moon. Bai Yu couldn't see Kakashi's smile, not to mention that this guy was still covered, so he didn't know that Kakashi smiled. Bai Yu said calmly, you are responsible for creating opportunities for Shisui and stopping other pains. This may be a bit too reluctant and puts you under pressure. Is it stressful? I'm a senior ninja, and it seems that the opponent is really amazing. Kakashi said. Bai Yu said, I believe in you. No matter how many six paths your opponent is, you can fight them on equal terms. Okay, I'll do my best. For this matter, I brought the knife at home. Kakashi held the short knife hanging on his back. Shisui looked at the glued white teeth, which still had clear cracks on them. Obviously, it was not perfectly repaired. Shisui's mouth twitched and he looked away. He could only turn a blind eye. Kakashi really wasted a good thing. He would work for Kakashi for a month for free if he had this knife. I can't believe that we are the only ones who have to deal with a ninja village with the Samsara Eye. Kakashi sighed. Just a few of us are enough. Bai Yu said, I heard that the purpose of your coming is to revive your childhood friend. Kakashi rolled his eyes slightly and looked at Bai Yu. Then you can look forward to it. Bai Yu said, ignoring Kakashi, but said, keep going. This country that has been crying will feel the pain again today. I hope their gods can save them. Per thousand w.casco.net. Chapter 592, The World I Want to See. In the original work, during this period, the Akatsuki organization had not yet fully developed and grown, and was still in its infancy. The Akatsuki organization really began to recruit people probably after the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Itachi was considered the first batch of cage-level strongmen to join the Akatsuki organization. In the following years, some familiar characters gradually joined Akatsuki and ran around the entire ninja world for the plan to collect the tailed beast. Bai Yu and Itachi's action this time was undoubtedly to nip this organization, which would be so powerful in the future that other ninja ninja villages would be afraid in its infancy. Although this would hinder the development of the world and affect the world progress, it didn't matter. No matter how the world went and how the plot changed, it still couldn't change the fact that bloodline was supreme and the strong were respected. As long as the strength was strong enough, the rebels could be silent, and Bai Yu wanted to get a pair of eyes that could revive the dead. If the Samsara Eye and the impure world reincarnation technique work together to catch the bug of the pure land, then the definition of life and death will disappear in this world. The wars and struggles in the world will no longer have any meaning, and everyone will live to die of old age, not to be killed by others. This is what Bai Yu wants to see. He will create such a world and then wash away the sins of killing he has committed. For this, in order to achieve this goal, he can let more people die. Only by completing this plan can it be meaningful. Bai Yu has never felt that there will be such a feeling at any moment. He strongly and firmly believes that he is on the right path, and his plan is not as twisted as Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito, nor is it a terrifying piece like Uzumaki Nagato's nuclear deterrent. His plan is quite gentle, that is, to use Uzumaki Nagato, who will constantly revive the dead in the state of impure world reincarnation, so that there will be no homicide in this world. Itake watched the expression on Bai Yu's face with great worry. Bai Yu had a cold face, and the little face with the eye mask was expressionless and walked beside Itake very obediently. The black barrier disappeared automatically. The third generation knew that the Anbu inside had completed the action plan and killed Bai Yu with poison. The moment the barrier disappeared, countless bodies fell from the sky above the hospital. These bodies were withered and shrunken, as if all the nutrients had been sucked away, leaving only skin and clothes hanging on the skeletons that looked like clothes hangers. The Sandame noticed this and had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly asked the ninjas to search the hospital and check the situation at the scene. It turned out that no one except Might Guy survived. No, someone still survived. The village had previously noticed that there was a passage spreading towards the direction of the Konoha forest. According to the observation of the Hyuga clan, the person who escaped should be a member of the Uchiha clan. The Sandame had arranged for people to chase, but there was no result at this time. The Konoha ninjas found a piece of purple jade in the ruins of the building. The stone was more than 2 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. The whole stone was round, clear and transparent, and the figure inside the purple jade could be vaguely seen. Inside was a boy with short red hair, curled up in a hospital gown. The boy was breathing evenly, and under his fair skin, purple blood was flowing in his veins, visible to the naked eye. A body bag was placed a hand away. The zipper on the body bag was unzipped, and a cold and pale hand was placed outside, overlapping with the boy's small hand. The Sandame saw the child who fell asleep in the purple jade and was speechless. There were ninjas around who asked to break the purple stone, and the Sandame agreed. Although Bai Yu was poisoned and his life was coming to an end, Bai Yu absorbed hundreds of ninja chakra energy, which was a matter that could not be ignored. The Sandame did not know whether Bai Yu would extract the chakra energy of the people around him again if the chakra energy was not enough, so he asked the ninjas around who were good at attacking to use ninjutsu one by one to break the purple stone and kill Bai Yu completely. But no matter who came on the field, even if they took out the most powerful ninjutsu, they could not destroy the stone. Instead, some vines visible to the naked eye emerged from the surface of the purple stone and spread around. The moment these purple vines appeared, more than a dozen ninjas fell on the spot. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan clearly saw that when the purple vines appeared, purple hands suddenly appeared in front of these ninjas, grabbed their hearts or brains, and crushed them one by one. The casualties increased again. The third generation immediately forbade the ninjas to attack the purple boulders, marked out a range at the scene, listed it as a forbidden area, and prohibited anyone from approaching, intending to use time to kill Bai Yu. In addition, the bodies of Akimichi Choza and Narashikaku were also recovered. The two best ninjas in the two villages, the two members of the Inoshikajo combination, were taken away by the Akimichi clan and the Nara clan, and the third generation awarded them the title of Konoha Hero. The name was engraved on the hero monument. The village also began to evacuate the residents of the village head before the war began, and let the residents take refuge in the shelter. This civil war about the Konoha hermit village began. The Uchiha clan still had people in the village. When the battle at the ninja hospital began, the police department felt that there would be a conflict with the village, but they did not know the exact time. They even thought that the conflict would still be suppressed by the top leaders of both sides, just like in the past, and there would be no fight at all. It was not until the villagers began to evacuate and the clan sent ninjas that the police department knew the specific situation. Chapter 592 The World I Want to See. The Uchiha clan and the police department began to retreat tacitly when the village evacuated the resident. The ninjas of both sides looked at each other on the street but did not take action. Instead, they quietly passed by each other, waiting for a good opportunity to unify and resolve the conflict between the two sides. Regardless of whether the ninjas in the village and the ninjas of the Uchiha clan agree with the feelings, the Uchiha clan has been guarding the Hidden Leaf village for decades, and the ninjas in the village are also companions who have lived together for decades for the Uchiha clan. They quietly evacuated each other and waited for the decisive battle of unification. This kind of patience still exists. After the Sandame gathered the people, he immediately began to give orders. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is difficult because they can quickly become stronger as the battle progresses. The death of their companions will not only fail to disintegrate their fighting will, but will stimulate their hatred and make them gain more powerful Sharingan. So when fighting with them, you can't kill their companions or relatives no matter what. You can only deal with them separately. As long as they don't witness the death of their relatives, the Sharingan will not grow further. At present, the strong men of the Uchiha clan are all almost concentrated in the police department, which has nearly half of the Uchiha clan's combat power. I have arranged people to stop them from returning to the family in the Konoha forest. Your task is to delay them. This is the responsibility of you, the Jonin. After the Sandome finished speaking, he looked at the dozen Jonin in the office. There are also differences between Jonin and Jonin. A powerful Jonin can almost become a shadow, and a weak Jonin can be said to be the elite among the Chunin. In order to stop the Uchiha clan's police department from returning to the family and reuniting with the family, the third generation summoned all the retired Jonins back. These dozen Jonins received the order and left immediately, acting according to the third generation's order. There are two reasons why the third generation did not let the ninjas attack the ninjas in the police department in the village, but let the ninjas in the police department leave. One is that this is the hinterland of the village, and it will be very difficult to rebuild after fighting. Once they are dragged by these people in the police department, the Uchiha clan will get the news. Casco.net. The third generation wants to annihilate all the Uchiha clan, so numbing these Uchiha is a good method. These Uchiha clan ninjas believe that retreating quietly from each other and then choosing a time to fight a decisive battle is a tacit understanding of decades of getting along together. However, this is just a delaying tactic. How can the affairs of the ninja village be so childish? The best thing is to annihilate the enemy as soon as possible. The second reason is that the people in the police department were stopped by the senior ninjas in the village. They directly attacked the Uchiha clan's residence. If they succeeded in killing Uchiha Fugaku, they could narrow the scope and focus on dealing with the ninjas in the police department. A family like the Uchiha clan has been peaceful in the village for too long, and only the police department concentrates the power of the entire family. The police department rotates in two shifts during the day and at night. The Uchiha on the night shift last night was still resting in the family. In fact, there are very few real ninjas in the Uchiha clan's residence. Most of them are ordinary people who enjoy a peaceful life and give up the road of ninja. So as long as Uchiha Fugaku and the ninjas in the police department are killed, the Uchiha clan will be finished. The only difference is whether the Uchiha clan's counterattack will cause great damage to the village. The power of this family has the ability to severely damage the village. The Uchiha clan's base camp will be personally visited by me and the guard. Koharu, go to the prison to inform Shinashuk and ask him to lead those people to the Uchiha clan's base to join me. Although he made unforgivable mistakes in the past, this time, I want him to know what the responsibility of a Hokage is. He has a child, so he can more or less understand the feelings of a father and his determination to protect the village. After hearing this, Koharu Yudin immediately went to the Konoha heavy punishment room to let Sarutobi Shinashuk, who had been atonement for more than 10 years, witness the last thing the third Hokage did for the village. Chapter 593 begins. Chief Uchiha Kaishin is dead. She desperately escaped from the village and fell at the gate of the family. The people in the family went out to check and saw the shadows of the Anbu evacuating in the wood. In the yard of Uchiha Fugaku, there were ninjas from the Uchiha clan reporting the situation. Uchiha Fugaku just learned from Baiyu that the operation in the hospital had failed. Uchiha Kaishin escaped back, but he didn't expect that he still didn't survive and died at the gate of the family. Is this also a warning from the village to them? C.E. Poundy. I know. Immediately gather the ninjas in the clan and gather on the street. Uchiha Fugaku ordered. The ninja took the order and left. Mikato, are you really not going to leave? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Under the porch, there was also a black-haired woman dressed as a housewife. Mikato and Fugaku just persuaded Baiyu to leave, and she hasn't left yet. Uchiha Mikato looked at the falling leaves in the yard. Her eyes seemed to be lost in memories, and there seemed to be two children running around in the yard under the tree. Uchiha Mikato said softly, it's not a real death. Itake won't get such eyes. Itake doesn't have eyes like you, and the family has no future. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the sky. But what makes me happy is that he has learned to be honest. Unlike in the past, he kept everything in his heart and tried to contact people. This is a good change. Since you don't plan to leave, then I will lead the rest of the clan to fight back. But if you don't plan to leave, you won't have a chance to test whether the family's escape route and the station outside the village are unsafe. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Mikato. Maybe Itake and Suzuki can use this escape route later. Are you going to carry out the first mission? In the Konoha heavy punishment room, Mitarashi Anko heard the rumor. She was so excited that she was going crazy here. Every day, there was nothing else to do except fitness. Every night, she could hear ghost-like footsteps, which was really scary. That weak little kid didn't come to see her. Hongdo was almost bored to death. This time, she could finally go out and take a look. The Konoha heavy punishment room held the most heinous villains in the Konoha hermit village. It was a prison belonging to Konoha village. Being imprisoned in a village where killing was legal was very incompatible with the world. In addition to the criminals in the village, there were also some spies from other villages, and prisoners of war were exchanged when the peace agreement was signed a few years ago. So there were actually very few prisoners in the heavy punishment room at this time, but few people knew that most of them were ninjas who had suffered war trauma and could not adapt to a peaceful and stable life. This type of ninja usually looked okay, but once a mental illness relapsed, they would become murderers. Hongdu is still a good person here. When the curse seal is not activated, Hongdu is at the level of Chunin. Once the curse seal is activated, she will have the combat power of Jonin in a short time. This led to Hongdu being one of the people who were called in for this secret operation. When Hongdu learned that her mission was to kill the women and children in the Uchiha clan who had no combat ability, her body and mind cooled down. This was completely different from her idea of a euro using her last life to radiate residual heat for the village. Although she had heard that the mission of the Anbu in the village was to kill kill the ninjas in the same village. Why was the mission in the prison the same? The target was still the most powerful Uchiha clan in the village. While Hunga couldn't believe it, other ideas appeared in her mind. For example, is the situation of the Senju clan the same? For example, if she really carried out this mission, she remembered that the little guy had a wife in the Uchiha clan. So, is this time to cut the grass and wipe out the root? The selected criminals in the heavy punishment room quickly gathered together. When everyone was present, a strong man with a stick in his hand and a mask on his face came over. Your ninja tools and weapons are ready. Put on your mask. Remember, you have only one goal, to kill as many people as you can from the Uchiha clan. Hunga picked up a mask and put it on her face. She followed the team and hurried out of the heavy punishment room. The situation was the same as the Sandame expected. On the way back to the family, the police department was stopped by the people he arranged. Later, the senior ninja team rushed over to further prevent these Uchiha clan members from returning to the family. The family's situation was unclear, which made the ninjas of the police department anxious, making it more difficult to quickly decide the outcome. It would be easier for Konoha to delay the battle plan. The Sandame led the guard team to take a detour to the Uchiha clan's residence. Each generation of Hokage had his own guard team. The guard team was composed of the most trusted subordinate. The first generation also had one, but it was not used. The guard team of the second generation was their current Konoha high level, and 3 of them had died. The fourth Hokage also had a guard team, which was good at Flying Thunder God technique. It was a team that was formed to cooperate with the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God to develop stronger tactic. After the fourth Hokage's death, it was disbanded. The third Hokage's guard team has been there the longest, and now has become a veritable old group. Originally, they retired with the third Hokage's abdication, but after the fourth Hokage's death, they followed the third Hokage to work overtime. At this moment, the third Hokage is leading his old friends to die together. As long as they can get rid of Uchiha Fugaku and kill everyone in the Uchiha clan's residence and then turn around to deal with the elites in the police department, the whole operation will be over. 3 Megatama Sharingan is the highest level that an ordinary Uchiha clan ninja can reach, but it is too dangerous to grow to a 3 Megatama Sharingan. Once a close relative dies, he may gain that terrifying power at any time. What is certain now is that Uchiha Fugaku has such ability. The third generation wore a set of armor from the Warring States period and jumped nimbly on the tree. He looked serious and looked ahead. At the end of the woods in front, there was a white wall on the open ground. This was the high wall built on the periphery of the Uchiha clan's residence. Now the only thing the third generation is worried about is that if he goes to war with the Uchiha clan, there will be a sudden outbreak of Uchiha clan ninjas evolving from 3 Megatama Sharingan to Mangekaya Sharingan. This is also the reason why he has not rashly gone to war with the Uchiha clan. There is a smell of blood ahead. An old man in the guard team said. Yeah, the Sandame nodded. Is Shinashuk here so soon? No, that's not right. The Sandame tilted his head and thought it shouldn't be so soon. The Sandame immediately climbed over the wall and looked at the situation in the Uchiha clan's residence. Under the scorching sun, a large number of people wearing Uchiha clan uniforms fell on the eerily quiet Uchiha clan street. The red blood almost dyed the entire street red. At the end, you can also see the bodies lying on the ground. Chapter 594 Transcribing the Seal. What happened? All the Uchiha clan members died? Before we came here, the streets were full of corpses of the Uchiha clan. The blood on the ground was as calm and smooth as lake water, so that it shone brightly in the sun, reflecting a beautiful wine-red color. The strange thing was that the goods in the shops on both sides of the street were neatly arranged, without a trace of chaos, not even a trace of fighting, and the kettle in the kitchen was still gurgling and smoking. The only thing wrong was the corpses on the street. The third generation and his group jumped off the wall and walked inside, avoiding the corpses along the way. Third generation, these people's fatal injuries are all in the heart, and some people have lost their eyes. The ninja who was traveling with him checked the corpses and reported to the third generation. So many people died almost at the same time. This is very abnormal. It looks like a unified arrangement, uniform arrangement. The third generation raised his hand and signaled others to stop moving forward. Not all members of the Uchiha clan are ninjas, but even if they are not ninjas, they will have chakra energy, which means that they are likely to open their Sharingan when they are under great mental stimulation. The Sandame looked at the corpses around him with a serious expression. Are they using this method to select clan members with Sharingan? Someone asked. If it is to select clan members with Sharingan talent, then there will be no one who has lost his eyes among these corpses. The Sandame said. What's the matter? If it is not to select clan members with Sharingan talent, why do the Uchiha clan do this? Is it for Sharingan? Sharingan. The Sandame came back to his senses. He looked at the corpses that spread to the end of the street. His face ugly. Izanagi. I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to kill their own clan members in this situation, just to obtain strategic materials such as Izanagi's Sharingan. This family is more evil than I thought. The Sandame stopped observing the corpses on the ground and hurriedly strode forward. The other 6 hurried to follow. The group passed through the streets paved with corpses and encountered an attack at the corner. Countless kunao fell from the sky, densely packed, dyeing the entire sky black. The Sandame and his group saw pairs of red eyes lit up in the streets and houses on both sides of the alleys, and in the darkness where the sun could not reach, there were faint shadows swaying. In the team, an old man stood up, made seals with his hands, and the ground bulged to form a bowl, which held everyone upside down. Kunao shuriken crackling on the bowl. After a feint, 3 Uchiha clan ninjas appeared on the street and immediately used fire escape on the earth-colored bowl. 3 fireballs bombarded the rock bowl from 3 different directions. 1, 3, 6, 6 to 6. earth escape. The decapitation technique in the heart. In the alley, the soil under the feet of several Uchiha clan ninjas suddenly cracked, and hands stretched out from the cracks in the ground and grabbed the ninjas' ankles. When the Uchiha clan ninjas were dragged into the ground, someone jumped out from the ground. The moment they came out, they took a kunao and cut off the heads of the Uchiha clan ninjas. The bodies of the Uchiha clan ninjas were buried in the ground, and the heads flew up from different places and directions. Under the golden sunlight, large pieces of bright red blood were sprinkled from the necks of these heads. After killing the enemies they were targeting, the Sandome guards gathered again in a hurry, but saw that their severed heads faded and disappeared from the ground after falling to the ground. "Be careful, it isn't a key," one of them shouted. "Lower your head, form a formation." The 6 people quickly stood in a circle on the street facing outside together, lowering their heads and keeping their sight at a suitable height. Now the attack is either from the sky or underground. Pay attention to the surrounding situation, and don't die before the 3rd generation finds Uchiha Fugaku. Understood. The resurrected Uchiha clan ninjas twisted their necks and walked out of the corner of the shadow. "You hateful old men who hurt our family, you must be killed today. The evil Uchiha clan must be eradicated as soon as possible." The 3rd generation ran quickly on the eaves, accompanied by a huge ape. This ape is called Sarumo, and it is the ancestral summoning ninja beast of the Sarutobi clan. Only the best in the family can have the right to a summoning contract. At this time, Sarumo is helping the 3rd generation Hokage to attract firepower and find the trace of Uchiha Fugaku. The Sarumo living in nature can naturally detect the breath of the strong, and the perception ability is very good. It soon noticed the position of Uchiha Fugaku. "Uchiha Fugaku is there." Sarumo pointed the way and said, "Yes." The Sandame's eyes condensed and he ran to where Uchiha Fugaku was. "One more thing, your son is here." "Is he here?" The Sandame smiled. "Let him see what a real Hokage should do." Sarutobi Shinoshoke was the successor he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate, but because he took the wrong path he was imprisoned in the Konoha severe penalty room. Although he had no chance of becoming a Hokage, the Sandame Hokage still wanted to complete the final teaching. If the will of the Hokage can be passed down in the Sarutobi clan, then in the future, the Sarutobi clan will definitely have another Hokage. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 594 Transcribing the Seal. "Here we come." In the yard, Uchiha Fugaku said with his hands behind his back. The 3rd generation came faster than he thought. The family blood sacrifice ceremony had just been completed, and the 3rd generation came. According to his estimate, the remaining people should have time to evacuate. "I'll stop him." Uchiha Fugaku went out and left. Uchiha Mikoto hummed, and there was a small bowl next to him. In the bowl were human eyeballs. These Sharingans were fresh and sticky and had just been taken out. Uchiha Mikoto took out a Sharingan from the bowl full of Sharingans. In front of her stood a boy with a crying expression. Behind the boy, there were several ninjas lined up. "Open your eyes. I will seal Izanami in your eyes." Uchiha Mikoto said gently. "My father and mother are dead. All dead." The boy sobbed. "Don't cry for me." "Annoying. Didn't you get the Sharingan?" Someone shouted from the back of the team. "Silent. If you have time to cry here, you might as well remember this feeling. They sacrificed themselves so that you can live. It is because they know that they have no power and will only become a burden, so they let you kill them. Their power will always be with you, and with us." Behind the boy, a girl patted the boy's shoulder with a gentle expression. The boy looked back but only saw the girl's collapsed and emotionless eyes. Uchiha Mikoto sealed Izanagi into the boy's eyes, and the Sharingan in her hand suddenly became an ordinary eye, and then became turbid again. "These 2 Izanagi will protect you twice. Leave the tunnel quickly. Remember, don't trust anyone outside," Uchiha Mikoto said, and continued to transplant Izanagi to others. As the Uchiha clan who developed this ninjutsu, using Izanagi is naturally not as troublesome as Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan's various technologies are updated very quickly. The transcription seal is a ninjutsu that transfers the pupil technique to the target. This ninjutsu that once plunged the clan into chaos has also become the last force to protect the family. Chapter 595 Sandame vs Uchiha Fugaku. "We must hand these Sharingan over to the police department as soon as possible." Several Uchiha clan ninjas left the clan and ventured to the village. They carried a large number of Uchiha clan Sharingan. In fact, if the clan's Sharingan had not been taken away by Uchiha Madara, they would not be so tight on using it as they are now. These are the eyes donated by clan members in recent years. These eyes will become the last force to protect the Uchiha clan. These people left the Uchiha clan's residence and ran towards the village. Unexpectedly, they happened to meet the heavy criminal team that came to kill them all. "You look anxious." Sarutobi Shinoshoke jumped down from the tree. "Then I can't let you pass." Mitarashi Anko leaned against the tree with her back, looked at the situation ahead, and stopped like the others in the team. Now it seems that it is more important for them to stop these escaped Uchiha clan ninjas than to kill them in the Uchiha clan. "What should I do?" Anko's face under the mask showed an embarrassment, and she bit her white teeth lightly and took a breath. "Why don't I just defect? It's really troublesome. She is obviously a competitor. Why should I help his woman? But in this way, I will have saved the life of the Uchiha clan. In return for the favor, her boyfriend's first time should be given to me, right? Well, let's ask for it at that time. Even if Suzuki is reluctant, Baiyu should be asked to repay the favor, right? I won't make Baiyu suffer too much." Anko remembered that Orochimaru had established many bases outside, and this time he was just going to take refuge. Although Hunga doesn't like what Orochimaru did, it seems that there is no difference between Orochimaru and the village. In this mission, Hunga found that the image of the village has changed in her eyes. It is a little unclear how many killings killings of fellow ninjas have been carried out under this peaceful appearance. After all, many ninja families in the village have fallen over the years. Only a few are still active in the village. This world seems to have always been like this. Third generation, Uchiha Fugaku. The third generation looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a complicated expression. I didn't expect things to come to this point. Well, I'm tired of listening, Uchiha Fugaku said. In this case, I won't say anything. The third generation took a deep breath and made a circle in his hand with the alloy rod. Ape demon, let's go. The huge body of the Monkey King and the Sandaime rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku. To deal with the Uchiha clan, you must fight 2 against 1 so that the Sharingan illusion cannot be used in time, otherwise you will be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. Casco.net. In a battle at the level of a Jonin, being at a disadvantage will have a great impact on the winning rate. The Sandaime did not let the Monkey King become a diamond stick but besieged Uchiha Fugaku together with the Monkey King as a companion. The Monkey King's physical skills are very strong and he can also use ninjutsu, and his attack power is not weak. The iron stick in the Sandaime's hand has a degree of advance and retreat, strong attack power, and impeccable defense. One man and one monkey rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku did not stay where he was but left instantly and used fire escape to stop the third Hokage, but under the defense of the iron stick the fire escape was useless. The Monkey King has an indestructible body and his figure jumped out of the raging flames and punched Uchiha Fugaku. The Sandaime bypassed the red flames and ran towards Uchiha Fugaku on the eaves, smashing the iron rod in his hand towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku dodged the fist of the monkey demon and a big hole was smashed on the ground with a bang. Uchiha Fugaku lightly jumped to the back and the Sandaime Hokage appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku, dancing the iron rod in his hand into a phantom, dabbing Uchiha Fugaku's back like a spear. The tactical coordination of one person and one spirit beast was too strong and the sense of oppression was so strong that Uchiha Fugaku didn't even have the opportunity to use ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku could only take out his weapon, which was a round fan imitating Uchiha Madara with the same shape as the Uchiha clan emblem. After being taken out of the seal, Uchiha Fugaku held it and fanned the Sandaime Hokage, and the iron fan held the iron rod, and the strong wind from it blew the armor on the Sandaime Hokage's body. The Sandaime squinted his eyes and jumped away with the force. The demon tried to use a strong man lock from Uchiha Fugaku's back but was kicked in the abdomen by Uchiha Fugaku and was kicked away. Fire style, red flame flow. Water style, water dragon rising technique. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku wasn't paying attention, the Sandaime used 2 ninjutsu. The timing was perfect. A stream of red flames gushed out of the Sandaime's mouth, forming a cylindrical column of flowing flames that continuously blasted towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku raised the iron fan in his hand and also used fire escape to attack the Sandaime Hokage. The 2 fire escapes collided in the air, forming a gorgeous picture. The real Uchiha fan was taken away by Uchiha Madara. The one in Uchiha Fugaku's hand was just a replica, which only had the property of enhancing the power of fire escape and did not have the strong force to rebound ninjutsu. After being dragged into the stalemate of ninjutsu confrontation, a circle of light blue water suddenly emerged from under Uchiha Fugaku's feet. Uchiha Fugaku noticed this situation and immediately deployed Susanoo. A huge dark blue giant suddenly spread his arms outward from Uchiha Fugaku's body. One hand grasped the flames spit out by the Sandaime Hokage and the other hand hammered at the rushing monkey demon. Chapter 595 Sandaime vs Uchiha Fugaku. The fan in Uchiha Fugaku's hand pressed down to his feet and the light blue water flow rose upward, forming a huge dragon head, opening its bloody mouth and trying to swallow Uchiha Fugaku in one gulp. Uchiha Fugaku's body was hit by the water flow and the height of the whole person continued to rise and leave the ground. The huge dragon head was suppressed by the fan and strong whines continuously erupted from the fan, making the bloody mouth unable to close. The third stage. The third generation Hokage narrowed his eyes. Each Mangekyo Sharingan has its own unique eye technique. I don't know what Uchiha Fugaku's eye technique is. I need to observe carefully, but since he used Susanoo, an absolute defensive ninjutsu, then I just need to let him maintain this form. No matter what kind of ninjutsu, it will consume chakra energy in the end. As long as he uses the eye technique to attack flawlessly, the guard team can form a formation and use the power of the god of death that can penetrate Susanoo to kill Uchiha Fugaku in one fell swoop. This is the art of killing god. This move is the final kill. The Shikigami ceiling formation. 6 ninjas seemed to appear in front of Uchiha Fugaku, surrounding Susanoo. These were the guards of the third Hokage. The 6 guards ninjas formed seals together and used the Shiki fusion that could tear apart people's souls. 6 tall grey death gods of different appearances holding daggers in their mouth emerged from the backs of the guards and floated lightly around Susanoo. It seemed that only Susanoo and these 6 death gods were left under the entire blue sky. Whether it was houses or humans, they all looked small under these 7 statues. I'm tired of this situation. The navy blue Susanoo drew a sword from its waist and pointed the tip of the sword at the Hokage guards who were fighting with the Uchiha clan ninjas. A little light lit up from the tip of the sword and the light became brighter and brighter, and then the light suddenly split into 6 beams like lasers and shot at these guard ninjas at a rapid speed. Uchiha style swordsmanship. Swish, swish. They are fighting with the Uchiha clan ninjas. The 6 guards who were fighting had their chests pierced by beams, leaving a large hole that allowed them to see the street scenes in front and behind. What? The third Hokage looked back in disbelief at the guards who were wiped out in an instant. How is it possible? This was his final backup plan to encircle circle and kill Uchiha Fugaku. How could he be annihilated before he could even use it? You didn't even change your position. Uchiha Fugaku took back his sword and red blood was left on both sides of his face. Chapter 596. Unable to beat. In terms of facial paralysis, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan all have the same pattern. His face was expressionless and his dark eyes were calm. Even when Uchiha Fugaku used his Manjikaya Sharingan beyond the limit, causing his eyes to bleed, his emotions did not change at all. In fact, up to now, Uchiha Fugaku was still invincible. No one could defeat him when he opened his Manjikaya Sharingan. He had foreseen the situation of the Sandame and the village. After countless times of backing up, the Sandame's trump card was clear at a glance. This so-called strongest Hokage was not a threat to him at all. The Sandame Hokage was shocked, and his heart sank all of a sudden, like a stone falling into a cold lake, unable to float up. He also said that when the 6 Shiki seals were used, even gods could kill the seals, but he never thought that the guards were wiped out before they formed a formation to use the Shiki Fujin formation. He had never expected this situation. Even if the guards were sacrificed, there should be at least 2 members of the guards who could use the Shiki Fujin together. With him fighting beside them, how could Uchiha Fugaku die? Why was the entire group killed by Uchiha Fugaku all of a sudden? It was as if Uchiha Fugaku knew this information in advance, but the Shiki Fujin formation was only thought up by him after the death of the 4th generation. Who is the traitor on their side? The traitor of the Uchiha clan is Shisui, so who is the traitor on the village side? First of all, the position must be high enough. The expression of the 3rd generation Hokage changed, and the face of Danzo appeared in his mind. It's not that he doubted Danzo. Well, he doubted Danzo. Danzo is indeed the kind of person who can't do good things and is the master of bad things. Uchiha Fugaku killed 6 members of the Hokage guard with 1 sword. The Uchiha clan ninjas who were fighting with the guards saw the clan leader showing his power and showed fanatical expressions on their faces. This is the power of our Uchiha clan. The clan leader was indeed injured by the 4th Hokage. He has been recuperating from his injuries for the past few years and now his strength has returned to its peak. In this war, our Uchiha clan will win. The 3rd Hokage looked unhappy and did not take the opportunity to attack. In fact, the killer mace was not used and was completely wiped out. He could not do anything to Uchiha Fugaku now. Susanoo was not a force that could be broken by ninjutsu. If he was a dozen years younger, he was still in his prime and might have the ability to break Susanoo. But now, once he uses this powerful move, the remaining chakra is not enough to fight. There is no chance of winning. Go and support the clan members of the police department, Uchiha Fugaku ordered. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan obeyed and left immediately. Only Uchiha Fugaku and the 3rd Hokage were left at the scene. Uchiha Fugaku stood on the eaves, his body covered by a translucent dark blue Susanoo. The two were in a very high position, surrounded by the houses in the Uchiha clan's residence. The sky was high and the land was vast, and the green forest surrounded the residence. The 3rd generation Hokage, Fugaku, you look badly injured. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were bleeding, and his face was as scary as it could be. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, you are stalling for time and consuming my chakra energy with words. You saw it. The 3rd generation Hokage looked at Uchiha Fugaku's face, not caring that his plan was exposed, and said, I saw your eyes, and they are still not controlled by the Sharingan illusion. Obviously, your eyesight can no longer see me. What are you going to do next? If we fight, we will both lose. I am different from the members of the guard team. I am the 3rd generation Hokage, and my combat ability is better than theirs. The tricks you used to kill them before don't work on me. The 3rd generation Hokage tried to make peace. He is the Hokage, not one of those tools under his command. As a leader, his way of thinking is different from those who rush in with a knife. Uchiha Fugaku showed too much strength, and the 9-tailed fox fell into Uchiha Fugaku's hands and has not been used yet. Although he has the confidence to injure Uchiha Fugaku, according to the plan, he will use his soul to take away the 9-tailed fox. If he dies in the battle with Uchiha Fugaku, the 9-tailed fox will need someone else to deal with it. Facing the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, it will take a lot of effort for Jiraiya and Tsunade to fight alone. At that time, Konoha village will be destroyed by the 9-tailed fox in the battle. The Sandame does not want to leave it to Jiraiya as well as the villagers. A ruined village will be unable to defend against attacks from other ninja villages, which will have a great psychological impact on the collective of Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the 3rd Hokage coldly, and it was not surprising that the 3rd Hokage would make peace. Past experience told him that if the 3rd Hokage made peace, he would definitely delay it and wait until the village recovered before dealing with the Uchiha clan. The current concession and compromise are just to prevent the village from being completely destroyed at once. Both of them are leaders, and the battle is not only for themselves but also for the families and villages behind them, so there is nothing wrong with a truce at this time. Uchiha Fugaku originally wanted to use this last chance to flatten Konoha village, but he only realized that he overestimated himself when he used Susanoo. If it was the period when the 4th Hokage had just died, he would still have the ability to use the future foreseeing characteristics of the Manjikaya Sharingan to flatten the Konoha hermit village. With the advantage of predicting the future, no one in the village could beat him. Chapter 596. Unable to beat. However, when the 4th generation died, his mentality and that of the Uchiha clan did not change like it does now. The Uchiha clan and he still think that he is a member of the village, but who knows, the village has always believed that the Uchiha clan is a threat. Later, under the pressure of the village, his Manjikaya Sharingan was consumed again and again to deal with the crisis brought to the Uchiha clan by Konoha, which led to his current serious decline in strength. Even Even if they could defeat the third Hokage and win the war, the people of Konoha still hated the Uchiha clan. With internal and external troubles, the Uchiha clan could no longer rule Konoha village. The Uchiha clan had devoted too much effort to Konoha, and Uchiha Fugaku did not want Konoha to be destroyed by other ninja villages because of internal strife. Uchiha Fugaku noticed that the situation this time was the same as the result he had predicted before, and he sighed softly. The village gave the Uchiha clan hope again and again, and suppressed the Uchiha clan again and again. This is how he was dragged into this state by the third Hokage. If he had acted more decisively, this situation would not have occurred. Uchiha Fugaku put away Susanoo. He was not sure that he could quickly defeat the third Hokage. Maintaining Susanoo all the time would consume a lot of his own energy, which was not conducive to maintaining his pupil technique. Even if he could predict the future, the advantage of predicting the future would not be very effective when facing these ninjas with extremely high combat IQs. Uchiha Fugaku can only maintain his undefeated and invincible status, but it is very difficult to kill a master, because these ninjas are usually able to adapt to the situation, especially the fourth Hokage. If he could beat the fourth Hokage, he would not be the head of the Uchiha clan. He would have been the Hokage long ago. The speed and combat wisdom of the fourth Hokage made it impossible for him to do anything to the fourth Hokage even if he could predict the future. The little yellow-haired boy was too fast and he could not catch up. In the final analysis, this situation occurred because his hard power was inferior to that of the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage was relieved when he saw Uchiha Fugaku stop and began to think about how to proceed with the next negotiation. Uchiha Fugaku still had the nine-tailed demon fox that he had not used, which was too important for the village. If it was a truce, then the Uchiha clan and the village would still be at war and could fight again at any time. And if it was a truce, what conditions should be used to recruit the Uchiha clan? He had promised the Uchiha clan before, but he went back on his word, breaking the last bit of friendly relations. It would be unrealistic to propose generous conditions, and the Uchiha clan would not believe them. They would not trust the Uchiha clan either. So in the end, and the best result, the Uchiha clan would leave the Hidden Leaf village as a whole. But once the Uchiha clan decided to leave, they would take the nine-tailed demon fox with them, which would cost the village its life. Although the nine-tailed demon fox is a mascot for the village and has never been used, this powerful weapon is something that other families have, so they must have it too. If the Uchiha clan took the nine-tailed demon fox away, the price the village would pay would be too high. And if the Uchiha clan did not take the nine-tailed demon fox away and left it in the village, they would not dare to accept it. Who knows if the Uchiha clan would master the switch of the nine-tailed demon fox and turn the mascot into a bomb when dealing with the village in the future. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a weapon to restrain the tailed beast. With the Senju clan gone, the Uchiha clan holds the patent rights to the tailed beast. In fact, in the past Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan was not allowed to participate in the war because they were worried that the Uchiha clan would use the Sharingan to control too many tailed beasts, which would make it impossible to relieve international pressure, and that the tails would be too big to be removed. Later, the village's combat power was tight, so the Uchiha clan had to participate in the Third Ninja World War, and this was under the premise that the three-tailed beast of the Mist Village would not appear easily. The third Hokage had a headache. If Uchiha Fugaku could be killed, there would not be so many things. Next, let's talk, said the third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, let's talk. Uzumaki Naruto, by you, I want one. No, they are all ninjas of the village, and Konoha will not betray their companion. The Sandaime refused righteously, and then said, no one wants this to happen. The Uchiha clan is also a member of the village. Konoha can sign an alliance agreement with the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan encounters any situation in the future, Konoha will lend a hand. Is this the beginning of squeezing the Uchiha clan to move out voluntarily? Uchiha Fugaku made the Sandaime laugh. The Uzumaki clan also signed an alliance agreement. What happened next? The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique and bloodline all became Konoha's. This is really good, just like a family. Uchiha Fugaku heard what the Sandaime meant, and the village began to drive people away, not wanting them to stay. But the problem is that this village was established by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. You are the ones who came later. If it were an ordinary Uchiha clan member, he would not be able to swallow this breath in his heart and would naturally be squeezed out and leave, disdainful to stay. Just like Uchiha Madara before. Maybe he was not strong enough and had no confidence to defend the Uchiha clan, so Uchiha Fugaku could bear this breath in this situation. As long as Baiyu and Shisui were still in the village, Uchiha Fugaku would dare to let the third generation eat and leave. But these two little guys were fooled by the third generation and took his son to fight for the Samsara Eye. Is the Samsara Eye as powerful as the Mangekyou Sharingan? Chapter 596. Unable to beat? No. For a rubbish Samsara Eye, he ran away, which was really unexpected for him. The key is that these three ran away without taking him, and there was not even a notice. He was left alone to be beaten in the village. When he learned the news from Baiyu, the three had already run far away, and he could not catch up. Uchiha Fugaku had a lot of complaints about Shisui and Baiyu. He alone could not deal with the third generation, and now the third generation began to drive people away. Uchiha Fugaku could only swallow his anger and plan to take people away from Konoha. Now the Uchiha clan has broken with the village, and there is no place left, so he can only leave. He was prepared. The outside world was like the stormy sea. The Uchiha clan was like a small boat. The hope of survival was very slim. There was a great possibility that they would follow the footsteps of the Uzumaki clan and be divided up by the ninja world. Casco.net. But he had not predicted what would happen if the Uchiha clan took this path, so it was necessary to experiment once. This was also the last time he would use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku said, I want Uzumaki Naruto. No, Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage. You should know this. Uchiha Fugaku, the 3rd Hokage, frowned. Then Baiyu is not the son of the 4th Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku felt that the 3rd Hokage was discriminating and dividing the relationship between the two brothers. Then I want Baiyu. Uchiha Fugaku said. The 3rd Hokage was even more entangled. Although Baiyu was a failure, it still had great research value. After all, Baiyu's power was too strong. The Senju clan spent so much money, the whole clan was involved, and there was no successful example. It would undoubtedly be a huge loss to release Baiyu. Although Orochimaru has experimental data, Baiyu is also very important. Such an example is a miracle that may not appear in millions of people. Uchiha Fugaku snorted. 3rd generation, if you want the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha village, Konoha cannot pay no price. So far, people on both sides have continued to die. Are you sure you want to hesitate? If you hesitate, we will die together. Give me Baiyu, and I can ask for less of other things. Ask for less other things. The corners of the 3rd generation's mouth twitched. This situation seemed to be ceding interest to the outside world for the peace of the village. This time it was the Uchiha clan. The 3rd generation gritted his teeth and said, okay. Chapter 597. The migrating Uchiha clan _ the stand in Konoha. The Uchiha clan could not stay in Konoha village and had to leave, but this village was built by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. If they were to leave, they would naturally have to take some things with them. What Uchiha Fugaku did not expect was that the 3rd Hokage actually intended to give the 9-tailed demon fox to the Uchiha clan and let them take Baiyu away. Uchiha Fugaku and the 3rd Hokage immediately announced to stop fighting. The ninjas from both sides gathered in an open space, standing on both sides, listening to Uchiha Fugaku and the 3rd Hokage divide Konoha. The Uchiha clan was angry at Uchiha Fugaku's decision, but when they heard Uchiha Fugaku after you said that he couldn't beat the 3rd Hokage, he immediately endured it. Uchiha Shisui was not in the village, and the clan leader was alone, so it was not uncommon to be beaten back. Casco.net. What's more, at this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade were all on the field, standing behind the 3rd Hokage. In the previous battle, these two people had never taken action. If 3 cage-level strong men took action, their clan leader would probably be beaten. The people of the Uchiha clan were full of resentment towards Shisui again. Where did this guy with green chakra go at the critical moment? The 3rd Hokage wanted to use the white moon to exchange for Uzumaki Naruto in the hands of the Uchiha clan, so he naturally didn't dare to let Tsunade come over. If Tsunade came over, the negotiation would not be possible. At this time, the one next to him was Uzuki Yujao, who used the transformation technique to transform into Tsunade's appearance. Jiraiya knew that the person next to him was a fake Tsunade, and he could tell a person by his size. Uzuki Yujao was not imaginative enough at first glance, and could only serve as a background board. The Uchiha clan felt humiliated, but they were reluctant to leave the village. After we leave, we can build our own ninja village in our own country. Let's leave this place to these guys. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, the Uchiha clan was moved again. Thinking of the majesty of the Uzumaki clan, they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in their hearts. Standing in different positions, the bottom-level Uchiha ninjas naturally didn't know what dangers they would face in establishing a country and a ninja village. They only knew that this pie was big, and with their strength it was possible to build a ninja village that was the strongest in the ninja world. Thinking again, the Senju clan was gone. Which family in the world could defeat the fully armed Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan members were arrogant again. It only took a development time, just 20 years, and the Uchiha clan, with all ninjas, would definitely be the strongest family in the ninja world. What would a ninja village be by then? They would all be beaten. Sarutobi Shinashuk sneered as he watched the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku negotiate. Originally, they should not have appeared in this operation, and it should have been the Anbu or the Root who carried out the mission, but the Root was disbanded and the Anbu seemed to have been crippled. Now he knew the incredible news, and saw with his own eyes that the 3rd Hokage ceded the interests of the village to the Uchiha clan for peace. What is the difference between this and what he did at the beginning? Feeling that he can do it but others can't, Sarutobi Shinashuk was disdainful and very disappointed when he saw his father like this. You are useless. In the crowd, 2 Uchiha clan ninjas carried Uzumaki Naruto out and threw the tied-up Naruto in the open space between the two forces. What? I am useless. Naruto was a little confused. Why did these Uchiha clan people kidnap him? The 9-tailed fox rested his chin on one hand, lying in the cage, staring at the Uchiha clan with resentment. The Uchiha clan was too cowardly to even remove the seal, especially Uchiha Fugaku, the biggest coward among the coward, who was simply embarrassing the Uchiha clan. They were fighting to this extent, but they still wanted to negotiate, and they threw it to Konoha as a bargaining chip. Is the 9-tailed fox so worthless? Is it so unworthy of the Uchiha clan's attention? The 9-tailed fox was so angry that he wanted to die. It was originally planned very well. If the Uchiha clan and the village fought, it would let the two sides know who was the most handsome guy on this street, but he didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would be worse than the previous generation. There was no domineering attitude of Uchiha Madara, who looked down on everything. The 9-tailed fox sighed in disappointment. The people on both sides looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and the people of Konoha became nervous. This is the 9-tailed demon fox. The Uchiha clan didn't use it in the previous battle. If the 9-tailed fox breaks the seal now, it will be a big scene. The village also began to look forward to peace and didn't want the Uchiha clan to make any trouble at this time. A large piece of purple crystal crystal was moved to the open space by the ninjas of Konoha village using special ninjutsu. A boy with short red hair fell into a coma in the crystal. Uzumaki Naruto looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. It's Baiyu. What's in the bag next to him? It looks like a person. Next to Baiyu, a white and beautiful hand stretched out of the bag. This hand and Baiyu's hand were placed together. The purple crystal froze both of them. Baiyu exhaled and some purple smoke came out. Under the unreasonable recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan, the toxins of the Anbu reached a certain degree of balance with Baiyu's body, becoming a symbiotic relationship. But this is only a short-term balance. As Baiyu's chakra energy disappears, his physical condition declines, and the poison will take over, and then it will be the time of death. Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched. This is too unreasonable. He was slashed by Konoha White Fang and has not recovered yet. Baiyu is in such a state, but he can still hold on. Chapter 597 The Migrating Uchiha Clan. So strange. Jiraiya pursed his lips and showed a thoughtful expression. The body of the red-haired child seemed to be sewn together. This technology looked a little familiar. At this time, the Sandome was still discussing matters of interest with Uchiha Fugaku. In addition to some supplies and property, the most important thing is to divide the territory. On the map of the Land of Fire, a piece of territory belonging to the Uchiha clan must be divided. The biggest use of a ninja's territory is not farming. Ninjas can farm, but that is not their job. The biggest use of a ninja's territory is the amount of tasks and support from local nobles. In this territory, the nobles of the Land of Fire can only issue tasks to the Uchiha clan and pay protection money. Once a noble issues a task to other ninja villages across the territory, the ninja who accept the task will face the pursuit of the Uchiha clan ninjas. In addition, the Uchiha clan will also be responsible for the protection of the nobles. It is natural that a skilled and courageous person can complete the task in the territory of the Uchiha clan, but if he is killed, the ninja village where the ninja is located will also have nothing to say. The contradictions in the ninja world have accumulated over a long period of time. After the Uchiha clan and Konoha reached an agreement, Uchiha Fugaku learned another piece of information, that the bottom line of the third generation was really very low. Every time he thought he had figured out the bottom line of the third generation, he found that the bottom line of the third generation could be even lower. As long as the Uchiha clan was willing to move away, Konoha would pay any price. This tolerance made Uchiha Fugaku sigh in his heart, knowing that if the Ninja World War broke out again in the future, or if other ninja villages united to target the Uchiha clan, Konoha would be the most ruthless one to take advantage of the situation. The current payment was just to get back the principal and interest in the future. This was also the most important reason why he didn't want the Uchiha clan to leave the village. The current era is no longer suitable for the survival of a unit like the ninja family. He had predicted the future dozens of times, and the results were all like this. Uchiha Fugaku had no choice. His ability could only lead the Uchiha clan to this point, but if it was attacked, he might be able to see clearly and have other ideas. The third generation was very uncomfortable. Every time Uchiha Fugaku proposed a condition, it just stepped on his bottom line, which made him very uncomfortable. After an unpleasant exchange, the Konoha side took out another batch of materials and handed them over to the Uchiha clan on the spot. The Uchiha clan needs this thing in stock, otherwise once the Uchiha clan leave, Konoha will be dragged down. This time the Uchiha clan leaves Konoha, Konoha will no longer have internal troubles. Although it has paid a great price, this ninja village is no longer the Uchiha clan. The families represented by the Inoshikacho Sarutobi clan naturally have no objection to this negotiation. After the negotiation, the Uchiha clan left with the purple crystal, ready to pack up and rush to the new territory to establish a ninja village, and then go to the Fire Country daimyo's mansion to inform the daimyo of the news. As for whether the daimyo agrees or not, it depends on whether the daimyo thinks that the ninjas of Konoha can protect him. The Uchiha clan was very satisfied with the clan leader. They didn't expect that the clan leader could get the nine-tailed demon fox from Konoha. When he carried the crystal away, he moved very quickly, fearing that Konoha would change his mind. As long as the nine-tailed was in their hands, they were the orthodox of Konoha. The orthodoxy of Konoha was in the Uchiha clan. The Konoha clan also hurriedly took Uzumaki Naruto back. They didn't expect that the Uchiha clan was so generous that they would leave the nine-tailed demon fox. We can't let the Uchiha clan regret it. We must quickly take the nine-tailed Jinchuriki away from the Uchiha clan's sight. Although the Uchiha clan asked for a piece of land, that piece of land was not big and was within Konoha's tolerance range. Now that the separation is complete, there are two ninja villages in the Land of Fire, which is a great harm to Konoha's interest. It can be foreseen that the war between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has not ended. Just like the relationship between other ninja villages in the ninja world, hatred will be passed down from generation to generation. Jiraiya stared at Naruto, and when he was about to find an excuse to take Naruto out to play, he was called over by the Sandome. Jiraiya then realized that the Sandome planned to let him adopt Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya thought about the fourth Hokage and agreed it would be a good thing for him to take Naruto out to travel. At that time, he would teach little Naruto to be a hero who could write books like him. But then Jiraiya was suppressed by a piece of news from the Sandome. The failure of the war with the Uchiha clan naturally required someone to take the blame. Now that Danzo was gone, the Sandome could only take it on himself. The Sandome announced the convening of a meeting of the senior ninjas to abdicate. Among them, Jiraiya and Tsunade had the highest voices, but the final candidate was still to be determined. Orochimaru ran away and was not in Konoha village, so his momentum was weak. Jiraiya wanted to run, but Naruto looked at him with his big blue eyes and he couldn't run. run. Hey kid, can you go play somewhere else? Jiraiya said with a headache. I wanted to kick Naruto away. Naruto opened his eyes wide. Oh, I'm really scared of you. Grandpa with white hair, I want to snatch Baiyu back from the Uchiha clan. Can you teach me how to practice? The blonde little boy blinked his beautiful sapphire eyes and looked at Jiraiya. Am I a grandfather now? Jiraiya was surprised and said, it's not an easy thing to snatch people from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. The whole clan packed up their things and left with the bodies and supplies after the blood sacrifice. Uchiha Mikoto covered her face. What should I do? I told Baiyu that I would die here, but I'm still alive. If Itaka comes back heartbroken and finds that we are still alive, what expression will he show? Chapter 597 The Migrating Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Mikoto felt ashamed. She had originally been determined to sacrifice herself here and open the Mangekyo Sharingan for Itaka, but the situation in the village changed and she survived. If Itaka learned the news from Baiyu, he would be heartbroken and in great pain. When he ran back and saw that the whole family was there, she, as a mother, would die on the spot. I have no face to see Itaka. It's a bit strange to say this, but for Uchiha Mikoto, she was really ashamed for not doing what she promised Baiyu, especially after the blood sacrifice. Izanagi was transplanted to the boys and girls in the clan. Uchiha Mikoto's heart was also infected and she wanted to use her life to leave Itaka a power to protect himself. The Uchiha clan has such a tradition. When the clan faces terrible danger, the parents will let the outstanding children kill themselves so that the children can obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan and lead the clan out of danger. This is both the love and gift of parents to their children and a curse that cannot be avoided ethically. Among the two children, Uchiha Mikoto loves Itaka the most, and the pain of killing parents must be a physical and mental pain. The previous pairs of boys and girls collapsed like this, but between Sasuke and Itaka has the strongest talent. If it were Sasuke, Uchiha Mikoto really couldn't imagine how many Megatama Sasuke could open. Sasuke is stupid and dumb, and it's not strange to do anything. This led to Uchiha Mikoto felt even more distressed about the future life of the eldest son, because as an older brother, Itaka must take care of his younger brother and bear his younger brother's hatred for his brother's killing of his parents, and his life will be very hard. And now, Uchiha Mikoto did not die in the clan as imagined, which is why she was worried that Itaka would come back and die. After all, Baiyu was asked to tell Itaka the news, but she didn't die. This matter was not done well. In addition, only the real death of the person can bring the pain of the relationship that cannot be restored to the close people. If he is still alive, it is not enough. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto are sitting in a carriage, and the Uchiha clan is migrating out. The changes in Konoha Hermit Village are spreading outward, and it is only a matter of time for each ninja village to know this news. How about I die once now? Just say that I was killed by the people in the village. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, well, it doesn't matter. You don't have to die. Baiyu will tell Itaka the news of the extermination of the Uchiha clan, right? Itaka didn't know the truth so quickly. The child is very simple. Hearing the news plus Sasuke's death, he may open the Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku persuaded. He still didn't want his wife, who he had pursued with great effort, to die because of his eldest son. Uchiha Mikoto, is this okay? Will it not be strong enough? It's okay. If Itaka doesn't get cheated a few times, his life will be too peaceful. Uchiha Fugaku betrayed Itaka without hesitation. If Itaka knows about our death and can open the Mangekyo Sharingan, he will be lucky. If he can't open the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's okay. With his qualifications, he will become a qualified clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku is still confident about this because Itaka is his son. Uchiha Fugaku saw Mikoto still hesitating, so he said, let's do this. In order to prevent Itaka from learning about the Uchiha clan leaving the village on his way back to the village, we have to arrange for someone to find him in advance and tell him about this tragedy. In this way, Itaka will hear Baiu's message plus the hearsay, and Itaka will have a stronger impression of the Uchiha clan's extermination. In this way, when he returns home, we will perform a play, and things should be done. Good idea, Uchiha Mikoto said. The couple laughed. If it's not strong enough, then it's not strong enough. If it's too strong, Itaka is a little too hard. Uchiha Mikoto asked again, how are your eyes now? I'm not blind yet, and I can see the light source, which is enough for me. Uchiha Fugaku said, and then smiled. This time, our Uchiha clan will definitely win. I didn't know that Shisui had the Mangekyo Sharingan before, and I didn't know that Baiyu had such a strong strength which made me fight alone. Next time I come, Konoha will definitely be ours. Even if my luck is bad, I know the last road now. As long as Itaka is trained, the Uchiha clan will still have a future. Uchiha Fugaku looked through the car window in the direction of Konoha village. The Hokage rock looks magnificent in the sun. For a decade, becoming a Hokage and protecting the village. This is the long-cherished wish of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 598 Repair. Itaka, who had no idea that he was being plotted against by his parents, was now accompanying Baiyu on the road. They had only arrived. The land of rain is still some distance away from the rain village, so they are still on the road. What made Itaka feel strange and relieved was that after Baiyu appeared this time, she did not go back but stayed by his side and walked with him. This made Itaka feel that Baiyu still cared about him. Although Baiyu did not say a word to him, as long as he saw Baiyu beside him, Itaka felt at ease, and if Sasuke could be resurrected, the relationship between the three people would undoubtedly return to the way it was before. Do you need to rest? Baiyu asked. Itaka looked at the other two people. Uchiha Shisui wore a rain hat and looked up at the cloudy sky. Well, I need to recover my strength. strength. I have been traveling for several days in a row. If I don't rest now, I will be in a bad state when I fight later. We are almost there. Be careful of the rain ninjas who will come out on patrol. This weather is the main battlefield of the rain ninjas, which will be very unfavorable to us, Kakashi reminded. Uchiha Shisui smiled and said nothing. The weakling just needed to follow him and shout 666. I can read out their location. The nearest team from Rain Village is 3 kilometers away. I can deal with them at any time when they get close. Just take a rest on a nearby tree. Bai Yu unfolded the map and looked at it and said, there were 3 light spots on the map made of water. They were the ninjas patrolling outside the Rain Village. In addition, farther ahead was the Rain Village. There were ninjas inside and outside the Rain Village. With his ability, he could deal with these people at any time. After Bai Yu finished speaking, several people found a tree to hide from the rain, restrained their breath, either closed their eyes to rest or wiped their weapons and equipment, waiting for a tough battle in a while. Bai Yu and Itaka hid in a tree, and the two sat on the branches of the tall tree. Itaka was still shielding Bai Yu from the rain, and his little hands and cheeks were frozen cold and white by the weather in the rain country. But Itaka was still unaware of this, and his face still maintained a cold and emotionless look. Bai Yu didn't say anything beside him. Only then did he realize that Itaka was still holding up the raincoat to shield him from the wind and rain, so he said, you don't have to do this. I'm not my real body, just a signal. Yet, hearing this, Itaka slightly lowered his hand holding the raincoat but still kept the raincoat next to Bai Yu's shoulder and didn't let it fall down to prevent Bai Yu from feeling cold. Bai Yu took a look and didn't say anything. Itaka was also stubborn enough, so stupid that it made people feel distressed. Like Chuan, he was very good at taking care of people. Yet, I don't feel distressed at all. Poundy. Bai Yu thought about his dying body. When his body couldn't hold on, his life would also end, so there was no need to feel distressed. Get the Samsara Eye and let Itaka take it away. The resurrection and the matter of the impure world reincarnation will all be left to Itaka. Bai Yu was a little excited at this time. In the original work, the characters of Naruto can see the people they care about when they are about to die. Will Chuan wait for him on the road? Bai Yu felt happy when thinking of Chuan, and even wanted to die quickly so that he could see Chuan. But Bai Yu knew that it was only because of the blood limit disease that he was mentally affected, which made him want to die. Physical problems will indirectly affect mental health, and Bai Yu now has a real experience and feeling. Bai Yu tilted her head and leaned on Itaka's shoulder. Itaka's pure face suddenly blushed, and his high psychological quality allowed him to remain calm. Even his heartbeat could be controlled. But Itaka didn't want to control his heartbeat. This is first love. Although she is still the lover of the cute brother, isn't she also his? This heart-beating feeling is definitely love. Bai Yu looked at the countless cold raindrops falling into the puddles on the mud under the tree. The uneven ground was crushed by the feet of pedestrians and the tires of vehicles. Bai Yu said in an exceptionally calm mood, Itaka, do you know Uchiha Chuan? Chuan? Hey, Chuan. Itaka replied, I know. I like her. Give her to me. Bai Yu said. Itaka almost forgot to breathe. He had the idea of a euro introducing Izumi to Bai Yu before, but with the method given by Suzuki, he and Suzuki can become girls, right? He forgot about Izumi. Why did Bai Yu like Izumi again? Itaka asked hesitantly. Don't you have Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and others? It seems there is also Red Bean. When Itaka counted to this point, he thought of himself and Suzuki again, and couldn't help but complain in his heart that Bai Yu was not afraid of being exhausted. It's hard to handle so many girlfriends, right? Bai Yu said. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Itaka lowered his head, smiled and said, you are so greedy, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. Is it okay? Bai Yu rested his head on Itaka's legs and looked into Itaka's eyes. It's just that she and I are friends. She liked me before, but that doesn't mean I can make decisions for her. But if you let me help you, I can help you. Itaka said, and suddenly remembered something, and said, the last time I saw Chuan, Chuan said she had someone she liked. Itaka thought of Chuan's heartbroken tears and felt that he had failed Chuan, but he really didn't have any feelings for Chuan. He just felt that if he didn't like Bai Yu, maybe there was nothing wrong with being with Chuan. He didn't reject or oppose it. My dear, there's more to this chapter. The substitute messenger in Konoha is updated at the speed of Shohage Novel Network, the fastest on the internet. Chapter 598 Repair. That person is me. Bai Yu said. Itaka, it's you. Itaka was speechless and wanted to touch Bai Yu's head, and his hand passed through the image again. Bai Yu smiled. Okay, you said to give Izumi to me, so Izumi is mine. Yes, it's yours. Hehe. Bai Yu smiled. Now I have taken revenge. What revenge? Itaka asked puzzledly. Revenge for being NTR Bai Yu. Izumi used to like Itaka, and now he likes him. Itaka and Izumi are friends. The two have the same caring and considerate personality. Itaka is his wife, and Izumi is also his wife. Now with Itaka's permission, Bai Yu can finally accept Izumi with confidence and boldness. These old cows. Bai Yu often felt that he was a sheep in the tiger's mouth because he was too simple, and now he finally got his revenge. Bai Yu listened to the sound of rain around him and said to Itaka, you made me happy. When this matter is over, I will give you a reward. Reward. Itaka thought about it and thought it might be a hug. A hug from her boyfriend. After returning to the village, Itaka was a little moved. Well, I won't tell you. Just look forward to it in your heart. It will be a surprise. Bai Yu thought about the possibility that he might die in this battle, and thought it would be better to wait until later. Itaka got the Samsara Eye and wanted to revive them, and it would take some time. By then, his time would stop, and Itaka would still grow up. Will Itaka grow into a big beauty with black hair down to his waist? Tall, thin, and good figure. Bai Yu put aside the negative psychology caused by the disease, and now he has come to his senses. regardless of whether he likes it or not. Itaki is indeed good looking and beautiful. Just like Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Red Bean, and Izumi. Each of them is a beauty. The personality characteristics are also very good. If Shizuke is still alive and not sick, this is his normal character. Humans are really easily influenced creatures. Baiyu rested on his wife's legs and lay on the tree branch, thinking with some boredom. Chapter 599 Revolving Lantern. When he was sick, Sakura went to the hospital to see him. After having breakfast with him, Sakura went to school. Thinking back to when he first went to school, Sakura would beat him up at any time. The pink-haired girl who looked fragile had quite enough power in one punch. He was hit in the stomach and it took him a long time to recover. Later, Sakura stopped hitting him in the stomach and started hitting him on the head. Baiyu felt that he was sometimes confused, maybe because Sakura hit him stupid. Then every time he went on a date with Sakura, Sakura would talk to him, let him not raise his head, but he also liked Sakura's concern for him. Well, when hitting the stomach, he didn't have chakra energy and the vortex blood in his body was not activated. Now Baiyu dared to guarantee that no matter how hard Sakura hit him, he would be fine. It would still hurt, but it would not break his defense. In other words, he would not be in a situation where he was hit by Sakura's fist and couldn't cry, and the tears kept rolling in his eyes. Well, it's better not to hit him. He is so fragile now. Baiyu was happy when he thought of the situation at that time. He was bullied by Sakura and was very angry, but he also enjoyed it. It can be seen that Sakura didn't really hit him, but it was a state similar to playing between friends. Sakura was his first friend, and he thought so at the time. Then I felt that it was great to have a friend. He also thought that such a violent girl must not be a girlfriend, and he should stay away from her. Then he didn't expect that the violent girl in the past would become so gentle, considerate, and caring after being with him. Baiyu had talked to Xiaoying about breaking up, but Xiaoying disagreed. To be ashamed, he was not as loyal to the person he liked as Xiaoying. His love for Xiaoying was not as good as his love for Shizuke. Baiyu thought of Shizuke, and a shadow was cast in his heart. If liking Xiaoying meant that he treated Xiaoying as a friend in the early stage, and then Xiaoying confessed to him, he understood Xiaoying's feelings, and then slowly accepted it. Then Shizuke was the one he fell in love with the first time he saw Shizuke. The feeling of being stunned at a glance in the crowd. I can't forget the girl with short black hair, her cool look, and the look in her eyes when she looked back at him. Baiyu remembered that he was very conflicted at the time. After all, this person was very likely Uchiha Shizuke. If it was a girl, it would be fine, but this was a boy. Baiyu was so confused that he suppressed his feelings and became friends with Shizuke. He wanted to run away, but who knew that he happened to be Sasuke's desk mate, and then they became good friends. Baiyu recognized this cool tomboy, and after being induced by Sakura and Shizuke agreed to compete, he became proud. There is a feeling that the person I like also likes me. Will Shizuke also fall in love with him at first sight? Baiyu felt happy when he thought of this. He may not know what Sasuke's gender is, but Shizuke must know that he is a boy, so thinking this way he can get a clear answer. Baiyu felt that he was quite smart, so no matter whether it was Sakura or Ino, even if he was liked by these two beautiful and lovely girls, he still firmly liked Shizuke. Until Shizuke said that morning that the relationship between them was fake. All the memories and past related to beauty were like a broken mirror, shattered in front of his eyes and could not be pieced together. Baiyu did not understand what that sentence meant. What is fake feelings? Baiyu has been trying to figure out the meaning of this sentence during this period. He thought of several possibilities. For example, Shizuke was playing him and watching his show, and the reason why he agreed to compete with Sakura and others for him was just playing games and having fun. Just watch it, and even put his wife on it. But Shizuke can use Susanoo, which is still very rare in this era. This key clue makes Baiyu know that Shizuke is different from what he thought. Shizuke has always had a mature mind, playing with him, talking and chatting with him, just like playing with a toy. And then after he fell in love with Shizuke, Shizuke destroyed everything. The Shizuke he has always liked has turned evil in the future. Shizuke came back to deliberately retaliate against him, just like he is now, with a strong tendency to self-destruct. Baiyu thinks that why Shizuke is Yandere is the key point of the problem. Could it be that in his future with Shizuke he ran out of Sasuke's driving track? That's not right. So many girls like him now. Almost all of them are promoted by Shizuke. Shizuke has a hobby of watching him get along with other girls. Even his brother, no, his sister introduced him to him. How could Shizuke become Yandere because of such a thing? Baiyu didn't understand at all, and under the influence of the disease, his self-destructive tendency became more and more serious. He had a thought that since Shizuke had made him grow up in a future without Shizuke, he would also break Sasuke's plan and make him no longer exist in a future without Shizuke. Then he did a lot of bad things. Baiyu has now come to his senses and plans to pay for his mistake, but if he wants to pay for his mistake he must complete that goal. So before getting that result, no matter how many people died, they were just a number. He could read and write the information of those people in the future, and then revive them one by one. Chapter 599 Revolving Lantern. Baiyu thought of resurrection, and then thought of Ino and Hinata. Ino and Hinata don't know about his situation. Hongdu is still in prison. Yeah, she deserves to be in prison. LOL. Do you really think that bullying is a good thing? Let's see how he teaches Hongdu a lesson in the future, so that Hongdu can deeply understand the difference in strength between the two of them. It's not good for a big sister to be too arrogant. Baiyu and Hongdu's relationship is not long, but he likes big sisters who are very cool, and Hongdu has a good figure. She looks so strong. This XP comes from his aesthetics of Shizuke, because Shizuke is handsome and beautiful. After Shizuke, it's Izumi. His feelings for Shizuke have a wrong understanding of the meaning of love. Love should not be an emotion like liking. Liking is right, but it's not just liking. There are other things. This truth was taught to him by Izumi. Izumi, who is like a big sister, has been taking care of him until the end of his life. Baiyu doesn't know what happened, but he will go to see Izumi, and Izumi should be waiting for him on the way. I hope Sasuke doesn't quarrel with Izumi. Even if they quarrel, he will stand on Izumi's side. Baiyu is thinking about how Ino and Hinata are doing now. He misses his friends a little. Although the friendship has deteriorated, he is really happy when playing with his friends. Baiyu never thought that he would have so many friends. Yes, so many beautiful girlfriends. Sakura said that Ino has no conscience. She went to the store to take care of the flowers when he was not there. She said that Hinata was taken back by the Hyuga clan and she didn't know what happened now. Baiyu felt that a lively and active girl like Ino was good at living without heart and lungs. People like him who are sad will be very distressed every day. As a person, living happily is the most important thing. Baiyu only understood this truth now. If you are unhappy, there will only be unhappiness in life. However, Baiyu is interested in Ino's behavior. What is the best way to deal with a bad girl? Of course, be a bad man. He was taught by Ino. He really wanted to make Ino happy. The little golden retriever looked so cute when he was angry and aggrieved, but compared to Ino, Baiyu was more worried about Hinata. Hinata looked easy to bully and pitiful. He went home some time ago and saw Hinata crying, snow white eyes, tears streaming down her face. Girls who keep crying will be more likely to be bullied. He used to be afraid of being bullied by others, so he hid at home every day and didn't dare to go out. He looked at the street outside by the window, often looking for a whole day. Well, then he was beaten by Sakura. Now he has a girlfriend who is almost the same. Baiyu naturally wants to take good care of Hinata, but I didn't expect that so many things would happen later. Hinata, are you okay? Well, why not take advantage of the break now to go see them for the last time. Baiyu was quirky and wanted to see Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Red Bean, but suddenly heard a cold voice from the side. Baiyu. Baiyu looked over and found Itaka calling him. You disappeared just now. Did the original body encounter any problems? Itaka asked. Disappeared? Wasn't I sleeping the whole time? Baiyu woke up. It's over. The revolving lanterns are all out. I have to hurry. Baiyu got up. Wife, I'm leaving. Wife. Itaka stuttered, and before he finished speaking, he saw Baiyu, who was covered with a black eye mask, nodded to him cutely and disappeared in front of him. Itaka wanted to ask Baiyu if she also called others like this. Seeing that Baiyu was gone, he felt a little disappointed, but then he was happy again. Chapter 600, Rain Ninja Village. In the dark forest, the drizzle fell from the gaps between the leaves. Baiyu stood up from Itaka's side, stood on the branch, and looked up at the nearest rain ninja. The rain hit the leaves above his head, making a rustling sound. If the real body comes, the air in the rainy forest will be very good, right? Baiyu had such a thought in his mind. Is it about to start? Kakashi was awed and immediately prepared himself. He stood up from the resting place, holding the branch with one hand, and looked at Shisui. This was an unprecedented test. For Kakashi, the difficulty of this task exceeded the S-level evaluation. This is an act of attacking a ninja village with a team. There is no such history in the entire ninja world. Shisui put the short sword into the scabbard and smiled. Let's go. I'll take the lead. Baiyu took a step and looked back at Itaki. Be careful, I don't want you to get hurt. Itaki opened his eyes with a silly expression, and it took a few seconds to recover, knowing that Baiyu was concerned about him. Itaki quickly covered his cheeks with the brim of his black raincoat to avoid being seen by his companion. He listened to the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves next to him and wanted to tell Baiyu to be safe. When the words came to his mouth, he saw Baiyu's half-body exposed from the branches, and the whole person fell down. Then, in the special vision of the Sharingan, he turned into purple smoke and flew towards the dark and thundering sky in the drizzle. Itaka smiled and relaxed. Baiyu's thoughts shuttled through the vast and tall forest and quickly went to the location where the reading was located. The target of the reading quickly arrived in front of him. Baiyu stretched out his hand and his figure directly passed through the body of a rain ninja. It seems like there is something. The person being attacked subconsciously felt danger. This was the induction brought by the intuition of life and death, but he turned his head and looked around but found nothing. Are you wrong? There is no you. Your body around the companion next to him had not finished speaking when he saw a purple hand passing through the chest of his teammate. On the fingers, blood dripped from the gaps between the fingers onto the ground, mixing with the rain. The person who was attacked looked down at the wound that pierced his heart, his eyes full of confusion, and the meaning in his pupils gradually dissipated. 1. Baiyu dismissed the reading. What happened? What's going on? The other two looked at the scene in shock. The body of the companion fell to the mud, and the blood mixed with the rain along the uneven ground and spread around. The two felt an unprecedented cold in the cold forest. Soon, another person's neck was broken, and a purple branch pierced the skin from the inside of the throat and grew out. In the suffocation, he fell to the side with his neck pinched. The last rain ninja showed fear on his face and looked around in horror. When he came to his senses, all the companions around him were dead, and he was the only one left. Next, it was confirmed that he would die too. The second one. Not everyone has the same combat instinct as Uchiha Shisui, who can react within a few tenths of a second and avoid the spell. For Baiyu, ordinary ninjas are easy to kill. After Baiyu killed the second rain ninja, another one immediately ran away. He ran towards the rain ninja village at a high speed in the rain. Baiyu put his hands together as if making a seal and placed them in front of his right eye. He looked through the hole of the hand seal and saw the back of the fleeing rain ninja. The third one. Spell. Curse. The rain ninja who was running in the rain was stiff and fell to the ground. After killing these people, Baiyu immediately spelled out the secret sentries outside the Rain Ninja village. Rain on the topographic map made of water. The locations of the ninjas appeared one by one. Show the surveillance range of the Rain Tiger Free technique. Bai Yu raised his hand. The scene in the rain changed again, and a circle appeared on the map. The circle enveloped the Rain village, and there were more than a dozen ninjas on the periphery. First deal with these people, and then enter the Rain village to clean up all the targets with chakra energy. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he glanced at the bodies of the 3 Rain ninjas. These bodies that fell to the ground and soaked in puddles moved one by one, climbed up from the ground, and staggered towards the Rain village in the rain. You go to the village first. I will create more companions, and when all the energy is gathered, you can start preparing to kill Uzumaki Nagato. Bai Yu's figure disappeared from the rain and quickly approached the ninjas outside the Rain village. No matter how many people gathered together, whether it was a single person or a few together, Bai Yu would kill them one by one when he read and wrote. If there is a person who can look down at the entire Rain village from a third-person perspective, he will find that there is a purple figure outside the Rain village, flashing in the forest from time to time. Every time it appears, it will inevitably take a person's life. Bai Yu's speed is very fast. Ordinary ninjas can't even detect him, and he is killed by reading, and then he is made into a puppet and rushes to the Rain village. Bai Yu's goal is to collect the chakra energy of all the ninjas in the Rain village, so anyone with chakra energy is his target. He will kill these people and control them to walk together. In the end, the energy formed by all the individuals in the Rain village will be quite huge. It is stronger than using the butterfly transformation Akimichi Choza. After all, Akimichi Choza is only one person, and the energy he uses is the ninjas of the entire Rain village. Chapter 600, Rain Village. Just like a bunch of firewood piled together can finally be lit and burned, what Bai Yu has to do is to collect the firewood one by one and pile it in the Rain village. Why is it like this now? There was no expression on Bai Yu's delicate face. His eyes were covered by a black eye mask. After dealing with the ninjas outside the Rain village, he stood in front of the door of the Rain village. When the 2 Rain ninjas looked at him, Bai Yu sighed. Sleep first. This must be a nightmare. When you wake up, you will see a better world. After I kill your god. Bai Yu killed the 2 ninjas at the gate of the Rain village and transformed them into puppets controlled by the purple hermit. In Bai Yu's view, these people are not dead. Although they were killed by him, these people were only physically dead, and their souls were still alive and would be temporarily placed in the Pure Land. When he finished his big things, he would resurrect all the dead people, so he had to do big things. Bai Yu asked the 2 men to open the gate and then walked into the Rain village. Behind him, more than a dozen puppets followed like dead trees. Hey, are you kidding? Are the current ninja students so powerful? Kakashi looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. He was still thinking about how to sneak into the Rain village without being noticed and then decapitate the target. After all, this is the normal way to carry out assassination missions. How could Bai Yu just kill in like this? Thinking so, Kakashi felt that if he encountered these Rain ninjas, he would have to go through a lot of trouble, and it would not be as easy as Bai Yu. Although these Rain ninjas were not powerful characters, there were too many of them. If he was alone, he would have to fight for at least half an hour. Of course he is very powerful. Shisui smiled and said, a ninja like you will die in one encounter if targeted by Bai Yu. Since you have our family's Sharingan, use it well. Before fighting with Bai Yu, Shisui had never used his full strength. After fighting with Bai Yu, he realized that he was so strong. At this moment, Shisui thought everyone was weak. The only person who could fight with him was Bai Yu. Even Kakashi, the senior of the Anbu, was not taken seriously. It can be said that in this operation, Shisui always thought that Kakashi was a runner, and being able to bring out the impure world reincarnation from the village was the greatest contribution. Yet Kakashi put his heart away. He straightened the silver forehead guard covering his eyes, revealing a scarlet Sharingan. This eye would absorb his chakra energy non-stop for 24 hours, regardless of day or night. As a result, Kakashi's chakra energy was always in a state where it would be exhausted by a few ninjutsu. It is precisely because he cannot close the Sharingan like other Uchiha clan members, so this eye has always been open. Kakashi covered the Sharingan because the dynamic vision of this eye is too strong. It would be very inconvenient to keep it open in daily life. At this time, the forehead protector was straightened to reveal the Sharingan. The whole world became clear and bright in front of Kakashi. This feeling is like mastering the whole world. Kakashi looked very Chong's-hizzy. He saw the corpse of the Rain Ninja controlled by Bai Yu walking into the Rain Ninja village. Has Uzumaki Nagato discovered this situation? Kakashi did not mention pain. Before coming, Bai Yu announced the information of the Rain Ninja village, Akatsuki organization, 6 paths pain, Konan, Uzumaki Nagato. All the information of this organization Kakashi already knew. It is natural to know that the person who controls 6 paths pain is Uzumaki Nagato, so their target and opponent has always been this person, not pain. We were discovered, but only Bai Yu was discovered, which is also the purpose of him leading the charge for us. Uchiha Shisui said, we still have to sneak into the Rain Ninja village secretly. While Bai Yu attracts attention for us, we have to find an opportunity to control pain, or a woman named Konan. Itaka's face was flushed, and he looked at the 2 people discussing things expressionlessly. In fact, it was not Bai Yu who attracted Pain's attention. Although it could be said to be Bai Yu, this was only the initial stage. As Pain was led out and Shisui took action, Bai Yu would turn from light to dark and attack Uzumaki Nagato. Because Uzumaki Nagato has the Samsara Eye, Bai Yu has only one chance to read Uzumaki Nagato's location. After reading it, he must take away the Samsara Eye. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to solve the problem. After Uzumaki Nagato noticed the real target of the group, the key point point of this plan is whether the samsara eye can be snatched away in the first time and whether a woman named Konan can be controlled. Then use that woman to threaten Uzumaki Nagato and let Nagato dig out his own eyes. And the meaning of his existence is to help Baiyu send a fruit called Rokakaka to the rain village and take it out when Baiyu needs it. This fruit should be very important. It is a measure that Baiyu uses to remedy the situation when an unexpected situation occurs. Itaka followed Kakashi and Shisui to sneak into the rain village. Just after they entered the rain village, they suddenly felt a strong aura coming from a distance. It was like a person flying from the eaves and rising into the air. A strong feeling stimulated the scalp so that even if people did not use their eyes to see, they could know what happened through other senses. In this way, they sensed the appearance of the target. It was above the rain village. Looking down from a high place,